Chapter 1 Double the Gift. Mirage. At night, in a residential building decorated with lights. Mom, please, you must give me 300,000 yuan. With 300,000 yuan, I can bring you a daughter-in-law. Lu Shuang is the goddess I have chosen for my whole life. If I can't marry her, I will die. My sister is getting married tomorrow. This is a good time to ask for money. If you want to marry my sister, the betrothal gift must be increased by another 300,000 yuan. Mu Biao pulled his mother Wang Rinchue's arm, speaking in a coquettish tone. Wang Rinchue looked at her son lovingly. She had never refused any of her son's requests. Okay, Mom will go tell your sister right away. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Rinchue stood up and walked towards his daughter Mu Linger's room. Mu Linger's room was bright red, like a wedding room. Mu Linger was wearing a white wedding dress, standing next to the mirror, grinning foolishly. I'm going to marry the one I love tomorrow. I'm so happy. Linger, come here, Mom wants to tell you something. The next moment, when Mu Linger learned that her mother was going to ask her son-in-law for another 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, the smile on Mu Linger's face froze immediately, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Seeing the embarrassment on Mu Linger's face, Wang Rinchue said angrily, "Girl, have I raised you for nothing? What's wrong with asking you to ask for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? Is that too much?" But, Mom, even if you really gave an extra 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, Xiao Biao still can't marry Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang doesn't like Xiao Biao. She only likes handsome and rich men. Mu Linger felt extremely aggrieved. The betrothal gift was agreed upon once and for all, so how could it be increased again? Upon hearing this, a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on Wang Rinchue's face. So what if I don't like your brother? Your brother will get married sooner or later anyway. You might as well ask for more betrothal gifts now. Otherwise, how will you give your brother a wife in the future? Besides, as an older sister, can you bear to see your brother unable to find a wife in the future because of the bride price? It's settled. When Yu comes to pick you up tomorrow, you'll directly mention this to him. If he doesn't agree, you won't go with him. Wang Rinchue's words were full of absolute strength and would not tolerate any rebuttal from anyone. Early the next morning, there was a deafening sound of firecrackers downstairs. One festive wedding car after another drove into the community and stopped downstairs of Mu Linger's house. After passing through layers of obstructions, Yu finally arrived at Mu Linger's room with a group of groomsmen. "Linger, I'm here to marry you and take you home." Yu's tone was full of tenderness. He had been waiting for this day for too long. The two fell in love in college and got engaged right after graduation. And today is the wedding day. It's impossible not to be happy. But the next moment, just as Yu was about to break in and take Mu Linger away, Wang Rinchue suddenly walked in front of him. "Mom, I want to take Linger away now." Yu still respects his mother-in-law. "Don't call me Mom yet. Calling Mom requires a fee to change your name." Hearing this, Yu quickly took out a thick red envelope from his pocket. "Mom, I respect you." "Oh." After seeing the red envelope in Yu's hand, Wang Rinchue sneered. "Yu, I'm going to tell you the truth today. If you want to marry my daughter, you must pay 300,000 yuan. Otherwise, Linger will not go with you today." At this moment, Wang Rinchue's face was full of indifference and harshness. Upon hearing this, Yu and the groomsmen behind him were stunned. "Isn't the betrothal gift paid in one lump sum? Can the price of this thing be increased?" Yu frowned slightly and looked at Wang Rinchue closely. "We already agreed on a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift before the engagement, and I gave it. Why is there another 300,000 yuan now?" Then, Yu yelled directly at the door. "Linger, come out and see me. Do you want to come with me?" Crack! The moment the voice fell, the door opened, and Mu Linger walked out in her wedding dress with a complicated expression. Mu Linger felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Yu, but she still explained, "My mother wants you to give 300,000 yuan to my brother to get married." After listening to Mu Linger's words, everyone present had an expression of shock on their faces. Even Yu's face turned gloomy. What does this mean? Your fiancé is a brother-supporting demon? Just asking for another 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? Are you treating marriage as a joke? Yi looked at Wang Rinxue, his tone unusually calm. Annie, this is too much. This isn't a sale. There's no need for buy one, get one free promotions. Ba, what are you talking about? I'm marrying off my daughter. How did it become a commercial transaction? Wang Rinxue smiled disdainfully, without a trace of guilt on her face. Is it excessive? I don't think so. After all, Linger is a beauty at the school, so asking for a little more betrothal gift is not excessive. Besides, if you marry Linger, you'll be Xiao Biao's brother-in-law. Isn't it normal for a brother-in-law to help his brother-in-law find a wife? Hearing this, Yi Yu's face became even gloomier. Linger and I have been in love for over a year. During this time, I've spent nearly $100,000 on your family, big and small. Is this how you treat me? At this time, Mu Biao walked directly in front of Yi Yu, looking at Yi Yu with dissatisfaction. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? My sister is all yours. Isn't it your responsibility to spend money on us? Seeing his son speak, Wang Rinxue quickly agreed. That's right. In today's society, dating is always free. If you don't spend money, Linger might not be with you. Upon hearing this, Yu laughed out loud. He had no objection to spending money on a relationship, and he was willing to do so, but what Wang Rinxue and her son said was really too much. Mu Linger's father died when they were in love, and ever since Mu Linger's father passed away, Yi took on the living expenses of their family. Mu Biao's tuition, pocket money, daily expenses at home, etc., although not 100,000 is almost enough. Now what? I spent so much money on them, but they showed no gratitude at all. Instead, we take these things for granted. It seems that dogs really can't be fed too much. Once they are fed too much, they forget to be grateful. Do I look like a sucker when I was asked to raise the price of the bride price at the last minute to help Mu Biao get married? 300,000? Where can I find these 300,000? You know, the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift for marrying Mu Linger was borrowed from all my relatives and friends. Even if I sell myself now, I probably won't be able to raise 300,000. Thinking of this, Yi Yu felt extremely uncomfortable. He looked at Mu Linger with red eyes. Linger, I want to hear your thoughts. If you don't have these 300,000, would you be willing to go with me? Looking at Yi Yu's expectant eyes, Mu Linger was a little afraid to look him in the eye. The word would have been lingering in her throat for a long time. But in the end, he whispered, Yi Yu, I only have this one brother. I don't want him to have a bad life. This is the last time. Can you help him one last time? If you give me 300,000, I will go with you. Hearing this, Yi laughed out loud. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. All my hard work over the past year turned out to be nothing but 3 ungrateful people. The originally gentle gaze now only showed indifference. Time and time again, when will it end? At this time, the groomsmen and bridesmaids around them could no longer bear to watch. But after all, it was their family matter, so they didn't dare to say anything. On the other side, Wang Rinxue continued to press forward. Yi Yu, stop talking so much nonsense. 300,000. If you can come up with it, you can marry Linger home. If you can't come up with it, forget about marrying Linger home. Yi Yu suddenly burst into laughter and finally threw the flowers in his hand directly to the ground. I'm sorry, I don't want to get married. What did you say? I said, I don't want to get married. I can't afford it. Let's break up. Yi Yu looked at Mu Linger and spoke word by word. Mu Linger could no longer sit still and stood up from the bed. Yi Yu's words pierced her heart like needles. It hurts a lot. It hurts so much. Yi Yu, what did you say? You want to break up with me? We've been together for over a year and are about to become a family. But you broke up with me because of a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift? Hearing this, Yi Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Mu Linger deeply. When we were together, my uncle passed away, and I started my internship early. I worked day and night, even part-time. At my peak, I worked 4 jobs in one day. Every month, I only keep some money for food and give the rest to you. I thought you would understand me if I put myself in my shoes, but I was wrong. You don't understand me. You're a bunch of ungrateful people. After what happened today, Yi Yu finally saw Mu Linger's true face. A typical mama's girl, a brother-supporting demon. Apart from being good-looking, he has no other advantages. And her family is even more unreasonable. They keep sucking my blood before I even get married. If I really get married, I will be the one who suffers. I was such a fool before, actually believing that I would have a future with a woman like this. It's really ridiculous. Seeing you say break up so firmly, Mu Linger couldn't help but tremble. Wang Renxue was stunned for a moment, then walked to Mu Linger's side. Linger, don't be sad. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. This kind of man is not worth it. He can't even come up with 300,000 yuan. How can you expect a happy life if you get married? With your conditions, I will introduce you to a better and richer man in a few days. Like mother, like son. Mu Biao quickly walked up to Mu Linger and said, patting his chest, "He gave our family a little money, but he keeps complaining about it, making it seem like we can't live without him. Let's break off the engagement with him and see if there's any other woman who would want him." Oh, looking at the sarcastic faces of this family, Yu sneered. However, at this moment, suddenly, a voice came from my mind. Ding, please wait for the host to make a choice. 1. Raise another 300,000 yuan to get married and be rewarded with the title of bearing humiliation. 2. Turn around and leave and receive a cash reward of 10 million. 3. Propose to Mu Linger's best friend Su Schwerer to activate the system. The sudden mechanical sound in his mind made Yu stunned for a moment. During the time he was with Mu Linger, almost all the money he earned was spent on their family. This made his daily life extremely frugal. The only way to entertain myself and save money is to read novels online. Naturally, I know that the voice ringing in my mind is the golden finger system that the protagonist of the novel must have. Yu never thought that he would activate the system one day. And faced with 3 choices given by the system, Yu didn't hesitate at all. In front of everyone, he walked around Mu Linger's family and came to the bridesmaid, Amelia Su. "Are you Amelia Su?" Chapter 2. I do. You must be Su Schwerer. The sudden scene stunned everyone around. What is he going to do? Su Schwerer and Mu Linger were classmates and best friends during college. This time, she was invited by Mu Linger to be the bridesmaid. The sudden question made Amelia Su startled for a moment, but she nodded anyway. "Yes, I am Su Schwerer." As soon as the voice fell, Yu knelt on one knee in front of Su Schwerer and looked at her gently. "I want to marry you home. Are you willing?" When the voice fell, everyone around was shocked and looked at Yu in disbelief. He added a dowry at the last minute for the wedding and ended up proposing to his fiancée's best friend. Do you think this is writing a novel? What is this operation? At this moment, Mu Linger could no longer control her emotions. She looked at Yu with trembling body and red eyes. "Yu, do you know what you are doing? You are proposing to my best friend. Where do you put me?" Wang Renxue on the side couldn't help but sneer. "Yu, please don't use these provocative tactics. I've already told you that if you can't come up with another 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, you won't be able to take Linger away no matter what." Mu Biao excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Yu's collar. "Yu, you bastard, you can't marry my sister, so you set your sights on my sister's best friend. You are such a heartless person." Mu Biao was extremely panicked. He didn't care who Yu married. What he cared about was the 300,000 yuan. But if he didn't marry his sister, Yu wouldn't take out the 300,000. If he doesn't take it out, he won't be able to marry his beloved goddess. This is also one of the main reasons why Mu Biao was excited. Wolverine and dog-hearted? I think this word is most suitable for you. Yu glanced at Mu Biao coldly, then pulled Mu Biao's hand away. I didn't know how to write the 4 words wolf heart and dog lungs before, but now I finally understand. The atmosphere in the whole venue reached a very strange moment. You may have heard of adding a betrothal gift to a wedding at the last minute, but I have never heard of marrying the bride's best friend at the last minute. At this moment, Su Schwerer, the person in charge, finally took action. She looked at Yu, their eyes meeting. I don't know if it was Yu's illusion, although Su Schwerer was wearing makeup, but he could still see that Su Schwerer's face looked too pale and sickly. His body also looked sick, as if he could fall down at any time. This time, there was no panic in Su Schwerer's eyes, and she stared at Yu closely. "Are you serious? Are you really going to marry me?" The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. In fact, The reason why he proposed to Amelia Sue was entirely because of the choice given by the system. As long as he proposed to Amelia Sue, it didn't matter whether he succeeded or not. He will activate the system. Originally, Yi was prepared to be rejected by Sue Schwerer. In terms of appearance alone, Sue Schwerer is several levels ahead of Mu Linger. Strictly speaking, Mu Linger is only the department belle, and Sue Schwerer is the school belle. Yi was prepared to be rejected by Sue Schwerer, but Sue Schwerer's words caught him off guard. After a brief moment of daze, Yi quickly turned around. I'm serious. Although the reason for proposing to Amelia Sue was because of the system, it was not entirely because of the system. The moment he saw Amelia Sue, Yi had a feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. There is another reason. If it succeeds, it will definitely be a slap in the face of Mu Linger's family. Slap them hard in the face and tell them that Yi, can find a woman more beautiful than you. As expected, after Yi agreed, Sue Schwerer actually showed a bright smile. Okay. The beautiful smile stunned everyone. At this moment, Sue Schwerer looked like a fairy falling from the sky. Okay. 2 simple words came out of Sue Schwerer's mouth. Like thunder, it exploded in the minds of others. Yi was not much better. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Sue Schwerer in disbelief. Yi, what did you say? I think I heard it wrong. Sue Schwerer pursed her lips and blinked playfully. He stared at Yi closely and spoke every word seriously. You heard me right. I said I am willing to marry you. You could take me home. As soon as the voice fell, Amelia Sue directly stretched out her fair hand. Seeing this scene, Yi did not stand there in a daze, but quickly took out the ring he had prepared. In the surprised eyes of everyone, he put the ring on Sue Schwerer's hand. This moment, everyone went crazy. Today's farce of increasing the betrothal gift seems to be over. But the result was different from everyone's guess. They thought Yi would grit his teeth and pay a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan to marry Mu Linger, or he would go home in disgrace and come back when he had collected the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. But now, the ending slapped everyone in the face. Yi did not choose either of the 2 options. Instead, he proposed to the bride's best friend. What is even more bizarre is that the bridesmaid actually agreed. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Even novels don't dare to be written like this. But soon, everyone came to their senses. The first one to get restless was Mu Biao. Yi, what do you mean? My sister has been with you for so long, and you just say you don't want to marry her? Are you worthy of my sister? As he spoke, Mu Biao had already raised his fist and hit Yi. Mu Biao spoke very harshly, but his original intention was not for his sister, but for himself. Not to mention that he is still a student, it is impossible for him to go out to work because of his lazy personality. If Yi doesn't marry Mu Linger, then he won't give any betrothal gifts. If you don't give a betrothal gift, your goddess will fall into the arms of someone else. Mu Biao was filled with anger when he thought that his goddess was about to fall into the arms of another man. How could he accept this? His intention was good, but he forgot that Yi came with his own groomsmen. It would be just a luxury for him to take action against Yi. Before Mu Biao reached Yi, several groomsmen behind him blocked Yi's way. He looked at Mu Biao ferociously. Being able to become Yi's best man means that they have a very good relationship. He was originally going to happily help his buddy bring the bride home. But the scene of adding the betrothal gift on the spot and the words of Wang Rinxue and others had already made them unhappy. Seeing that Mu Biao was about to take action, the opportunity to vent his anger finally came. As long as Mu Biao dares to take action, they will do it without hesitation. Looking at the 4 tall and strong men blocking his way, Mu Biao's anger was instantly silenced. He was a typical bully who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. Chapter 3 fainted. The scene was unusually quiet for a moment. No one has reacted yet. This is truly a once-in-a-century event. It's shocking in itself for a groom to propose to his bridesmaid at the last minute. What is even more shocking is that Sue Schwerer, the bridesmaid, agreed. If they hadn't seen Wang Rinxue asking for an additional gift before, everyone would probably think that this was a conspiracy between Yi and Sue Schwerer. Wang Rinxue reacted quickly, pushing aside the groomsmen and walking in front of Sue Schwerer. He was about to curse fiercely, but Yi Yu suddenly stood in front of Su Shuer, looking at Wang Rinxue coldly. What do you want to do? This sentence immediately ignited Wang Rinxue. She pointed her finger at Yi Yu and started cursing him. What do you mean? Do you know that today is your and Linger's wedding day? You abandon Linger in front of all the guests and turn around to marry Linger's best friend. What do you mean? What do I mean? Yi Yu snorted coldly. If you hadn't suddenly asked for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, would things have turned out like this? But it's a good thing this way. It just happened to let me see your family's true colors. Otherwise, even if I get married, I won't get any respect from your family. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Yu was about to pull Su Shuer away, but Wang Rinxue suddenly turned into a shrew and blocked their way out. You can't leave. Who do you think our Linger is? Can you marry her just like that? I'm telling you, hurry up and get me 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, and then marry Linger. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu laughed out loud. Once a person's heart turns cold, it can never be warmed up again. I tell you, even if I had $300,000 right now, I would rather give it to a beggar than to you. Having said that, Yi Yu looked at Wang Rinxue coldly, without any emotion. I'm telling you, I'm not going to marry Mu Linger. Return all the money I've spent on your family over the past year, as well as the betrothal money I paid you before, or don't blame me for being rude. Wang Rinxue had never seen Yi Yu look so terrifying like today. I couldn't help but take a few steps back, not knowing what to say. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Yu was about to pull Su Shuer away, but at this moment, Mu Linger hurriedly ran to Yi Yu's side and grabbed Yi Yu's hand. Her delicate face was covered with tears. He bit his lips and shook his head. Yi Yu, don't leave me, don't go. It's all my fault. I don't want the betrothal gift anymore. I'm going with you now. I'm going with you now. If it were in the past, seeing Mu Linger's tearful face, Yi Yu would have been heartbroken. But this time, Yi Yu simply shook off her hand and spoke word by word. We have no future together. From now on, we are just strangers. Yi Yu's heart was as hard as stone. Just now, even if Mu Linger just stood up and said a word for him, then he would not give up his desire to marry her. But it was a pity. Just now, Wang Rinxue had been making things difficult for him, and Mu Linger had been standing aside with a stern face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. From that moment on, Yi Yu's heart gradually turned cold and had become an ice cube. Shuer, let's go. Yi Yu looked at Su Shuer gently, and Su Shuer also looked at Yi Yu gently. Their eyes met, full of tenderness. Good. The four groomsmen brought by Yi Yu, whether intentionally or unintentionally, slowly walked past Mu Linger's family, and he left a message as he passed by. Let's go back. Take my sister-in-law back. Sister-in-law. These two words kept echoing in Mu Linger's mind. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Mu Linger seemed to lose all her strength in an instant. He collapsed on the ground, sobbing like an abandoned child. Although they have only been in love for more than a year, Mu Linger really loves Yi Yu very much. She was confessed to by countless people, but she knew very well that those people only wanted her body and did not really love her. Only Yi Yu's eyes were as clear as water when he looked at her, without a trace of evil thoughts. Moreover, during the time they were in love, he spent countless money to support his family. This time, she thought it would be the same as before. As long as she asked, Yi Yu would definitely give her 300,000 yuan to marry her. But the result now was beyond her expectations. Yi Yu did not agree to her request, but instead proposed to his best friend. What's even more ridiculous is that her best friend agreed to it. At this moment, Mu Linger felt like the sky was falling. She had lost her beloved boyfriend and her best friend. It was obvious that they were only one step away from achieving their goal and being together happily. But now, all the fantasies have been shattered. At this moment, Mu Linger felt extremely distressed. If her mother had not insisted on asking Yi Yu for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, she might have already set off happily. If I had been brave enough to stand up and reject my mother's unreasonable demands, the outcome would not have been like this. If only. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world, otherwise there wouldn't be so many regrets. On the other side, Yi Yu also brought Su Shuer to the wedding car. Yi Yu let out a long sigh. For some reason, Even though the wedding was messed up, Yu didn't feel sad at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. At this moment, Yu realized that perhaps he didn't really like Linger. All he cared about was that one wrong night. Thinking of this, Yu's eyes became complicated again. Just at this moment, a soft cough sound came from my ear. This made Yu come back to his senses instantly. He quickly let go of his hand and looked at Su Schwerer with some embarrassment. "Thank you for helping me." Su Schwerer pursed her chapped lips and forced a smile. "Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything for you. You just said you would marry me. Have you forgotten?" Hearing this, Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he lost his composure in an instant. "What's the meaning? Is this going to become real? Am I so handsome that people would fall in love with me at first sight? You don't have to feel weird. After all, you just proposed to me in front of so many people, and I've already agreed. If I don't marry you, others will blame me." Su Schwerer forced a smile on her face, then stretched out her hand to pat Yu gently. But at this moment, Amelia Su's expression suddenly changed, her body staggered, and she fainted. Chapter 4: Confinement. Inside the hospital, the nurse started scolding Yu. "How did you do that, husband? Don't you know that mothers who have just finished their confinement period are very weak? It's bad enough that you didn't take good care of the mother during the confinement period, but you actually asked her to be a bridesmaid. You are the worst husband I have ever seen." Finally, the nurse left with a gloomy face, leaving Yu with a confused look on his face. Confinement, confinement. These three words kept echoing in Yu's mind. After a while, Yu's face was full of fatigue, and he sat down on the ground powerlessly. Suddenly, I wanted to laugh. He was about to marry his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for over a year. But she could suddenly raise the price of the bride price by 300,000 yuan, making herself look bad in front of her friends and family. Following the system's prompts, he proposed to Amelia Su, and she quickly agreed. Originally, when he thought everything was getting better, God gave him another big gift. When will a woman start her confinement period? Of course, confinement period will be after giving birth. No wonder Su Schwerer agreed to my proposal. It turns out she just wanted me to be the scapegoat. In an instant, Yu felt that the whole world was dark. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind again. Ding! Host selection successful. Detection shows the host's bloodline similarity with the two babies has reached 100%. System activation complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nursing daddy system. The system is giving away 50,000 yuan as a gift. Please check it carefully. In the coming days, please be a qualified nanny. The nanny has a long way to go. Completing certain tasks will earn you rewards. The system's voice made Yu confused. Daddy system? Two babies with 100% blood similarity? What the hell is this? What did I have two babies? System, are you malfunctioning? What did I have a child? Ding. Please rest assured, host. After big data analysis, the system has confirmed that the host does have two babies, and the mother of the babies is Amelia Su. Suksuea? Yu is stunned. What was going on? Because of Linger, although he and Amelia Su met several times, they just shook hands at most. How could they have a baby? At this moment, the nurse who had just left suddenly came back. She still looked at Yu with a dark face. In her mind, she had already regarded Yu as an unforgivable scumbag. His wife is still in confinement after giving birth, and instead of taking good care of her, he lets her go out to be a bridesmaid. This is really irresponsible. Your wife is awake, and she wants to see you. As soon as the words fell, the nurse left quickly. She didn't want to see Yu, the scumbag, at all. Fuck, who did I offend? I'm obviously the biggest victim. Yu felt very aggrieved, but in order to solve the mystery that had just arisen, he still walked over. In the ward, Su Schwerer was receiving in 4 drip, and her delicate face was pale and sickly, which made people feel distressed. "You're here," Su Schwerer spoke in a soft voice. Yu originally wanted to get straight to the point, but at this moment he saw Su Schwerer's sick look. All the words were swallowed back into the stomach. Amelia Su didn't care about Yu's tone at all and patted her side lightly. "Please sit next to me. I know you have a lot of questions, and I will answer them for you one by one." There was a brief moment of hesitation. Yi still sat next to Su Shuer. I. The two said in unison. You go ahead and talk, and I'll answer your questions. Su Shuer pursed her lips with her other hand. You're still in confinement, right? As soon as the voice fell, Yi stared at Su Shuer closely. At this moment, he hoped so much that Su Shuer would shake her head and say no, that it was a misdiagnosis. But the final result still disappointed him. Su Shuer nodded without any hesitation. The nurse is right. I'm still in confinement after giving birth. This one sentence made Yi Yu's eyes red. His hands were clenched tightly, and his body was shaking. Since you already have a child, why did you agree to my proposal? Are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Yi spoke word by word, forcefully suppressed the inner impulse. No, you misunderstood. I didn't lie to you. Stop. Before Su Shuer could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yi Yu. Yi Yu stood up from the bed and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Since you already have a baby, then you can just ignore what I said before. I'm not interested in being a scapegoat. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Yu strode outside. Frustrated, Yi Yu felt like a ball of anger was stuck in his heart, and he wanted to vent it out immediately. He has lived for so many years and has never felt as aggrieved as he does today. Wait a minute. Don't you want to know who the baby's father is? Amelia, Su suddenly spoke, with a hint of resentment in her tone. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in who the baby's father is, and I'm not interested in being a scapegoat. Without looking back, he continued walking forward, wanting to leave here quickly. Are you sure you don't want to know? You'll regret it for the rest of your life. This time, Amelia Su's voice rose several decibels. The resentment in his tone became more obvious. Yi was shaken. If he remembered correctly, the system told him that he had 2 babies. And the mother of these 2 babies is Su Shuer. Did he really have a relationship with Amelia Su? All these doubts made Yi Yu turn around. You can speak now. You sit next to me. If you don't sit next to me, I won't tell you. Su Shuer patted the seat next to her again. The look he gave Yi Yu was full of complexity, especially deep within his eyes. There was a hint of resentment. Yi Yu frowned, but still sat down. Now you can speak. This time, Amelia Su did not speak, but grabbed Yi Yu's arm with that hand. What does this mean? Although puzzled, Yi Yu did not struggle. Suddenly, Su Shuer bit Yi Yu's arm directly. The strength is growing. Hiss. The intense pain made Yi Yu gasp. What is she doing? Although it hurt, Yi Yu did not stop Su Shuer and let her bite. After a while, Yi Yu suddenly felt a wetness on his arm. Then, the sound of sobbing gradually began to be heard. Su Shuer also slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. He looked so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. You're the father of the child. Chapter 5, it's you. You're the child's father. This sentence was like a hammer, causing Yi Yu to tremble all over. He was stunned for a long moment before coming to his senses and pointing a finger at himself. There was still disbelief in his tone. I am the father of the child? Yes, that's right. You're the father of the child, and that's why I agreed to your proposal. After the voice fell, Su Shuer's face was full of complexity. If you accept the groom's proposal at someone else's wedding, you will be criticized by thousands of people. If Yi Yu wasn't the baby's father, she wouldn't have accepted his proposal. This is impossible. I haven't even had sex with you. So how could I be a father? Yi Yu still couldn't believe it. We had sex, but you don't know about it. Su Shuer pursed her lips, and a blush appeared on her pale face. They had sex. Why didn't I know about it? What's going on? Yi Yu frowned. He was indeed a little handsome, but it was hard to say that Su Shuer had sex with him because of his handsomeness. He won't believe it, even if you kill him. But no matter how he recalled, he still couldn't remember when he had sex with Amelia Su. Do you still remember the night of Linger's birthday? Su Shuer spoke slowly, her eyes full of complexity. It was that night that caused her complete transformation. No, that's absolutely impossible. I clearly remember that when I woke up the next day, Linger was sleeping next to me. Yi Yu quickly denied it. This is also the reason why he supported Mu Linger's family after her father passed away. He has only one philosophy of life. I won't have sex with a girl easily, but if I do, I will definitely marry her. This is also the reason why he worked so hard for Mu Linger's family, for a whole year. Hearing this, Su Schwerer flashed a miserable smile on her face, and then she stared at Yiyu closely. Word by word. Actually, it was me who had sex with you that night, but I woke up early. I was the one who put Mu Linger on your bed to create a false impression. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. Yiyu still get it. He couldn't imagine that if this was true, then he had been a sucker and had made Su Schwerer suffer for more than a year. Although you and Mu Linger have been in a relationship for over a year, you probably didn't have sex. If you had, you would have noticed something was wrong a long time ago. Su Schwerer said slowly. After all, she had sex with Yiyu by accident that night, and the mark of her transformation from a young girl was also on the bed sheet. If Yiyu and Mu Linger had a relationship, that touch of flowers would bring about all kinds of questions. Yes, I didn't have sex with her. Yiyu admitted it directly and openly. He always thought that he had taken Mu Linger's virginity by accident. I'd already made up my mind to marry her, so I had mentioned it several times. But Mu Linger was shy and refused to agree, and Luo Chun did not force her, so they never had sex. If you still don't believe it, you can take your baby's hair for a paternity test. Su Schwerer pursed her lips again. She had originally made the decision to raise the two babies alone. But what happened today made Su Schwerer still unable to react. It all happened so suddenly. The two were only one step away from getting married, but something like that happened. Yiyu proposed to her. This made Su Schwerer feel as if she was dreaming. Facing everyone's gaze at that time, she wanted to refuse, but then she thought of her two babies. She made up her mind that no matter how others viewed her, as long as her two babies could have a complete family, she would accept it. You could do a paternity test. Su Schwerer's words and the system's words kept echoing in Yiyu's mind. After a long silence, Yiyu raised his head and stared at Su Schwerer. Can I see the babies? Hearing this, a kind smile appeared on Amelia Su's lips. You're the baby's father. Of course you can watch. On the other side, at Mu Linger's home, Mu Linger still looked like she had lost her soul, slumped on the ground, 2 lines of tears ruining her delicate makeup. Damn it! How could Yiyu, that bastard, do this to my sister? I must find someone to teach him a lesson. Mu Biao punched the wall directly. His eyes were full of anger. He didn't care whether Mu Linger could get married or not. What he cared about was the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. The duck that was about to be caught suddenly flew away. That also means that his goddess is about to fly away. Moreover, she had to compensate him for the betrothal gift and living expenses she had given him before, which made him most angry. Damn it, he slept with his own sister for so long for free, and yet he still had the nerve to ask for money. He must be taught a good lesson. A hint of evil flashed in Mu Biao's eyes. It's so infuriating, so infuriating. I originally thought Yiyu was a good kid, but his performance today really disappointed me. He wasn't even willing to give me 300,000 yuan. Wang Rinxue's face was full of anger. Wang Rinxue has become accustomed to Yiyu's selfless dedication over the past year. Let her think that it is normal for Yiyu to give her money. Then he glanced at the dazed Mu Linger, and instead of offering any comfort, he continued. Linger, you don't need to be sad. A man who's not willing to spend 300,000 yuan to marry you is not worth having. Wait a few days, and I'll introduce you to a company executive. Before she could finish her words, Mu Linger stood up from the ground. Emotions are a little out of control. That's enough. How long are you going to talk about this? Mom, you know what those men are thinking. What I need is a man who truly loves me and can care for me. Mu Linger's sudden outburst made Wang Rinxue stunned for a moment. As far as she could remember, this was the first time her daughter got angry with her. But she didn't take it to heart at all. Linger, I'm an experienced person. Listen to me. It's better to find a rich man than a man who loves you. Just like your father, he loved me very much, and I believe him at first, but what happened? I was left penniless, even having to consider the money I had to spend on food. Having said that, Mu Biao also interrupted. Sister, I think what Mom said is right. If you are as beautiful as me, you must find a rich man. If you find a rich man, our family will live a happy life. Hearing this, Mu Linger gave Mu Biao a cold look. I'm afraid you're the one who's having a happy time. Chapter 6. A pair. Sister, what you said is not right. What do you mean by I'm living a good life? As a younger brother, who doesn't want his sister to live a good life? Mu Biao touched his nose. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't reveal it in front of his sister. Oomph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If it weren't for you, why would Mom suddenly ask you for a betrothal gift of 300,000? If it weren't for you, how could you abandon me and propose to Amelia Sue? Mu Linger's words instantly made Mu Biao unhappy. Stop. Don't put all the blame on me. Isn't it your responsibility to ask for the betrothal gift? Didn't you agree to it too? Hearing this, Mu Linger opened her mouth but said nothing. Yes, I had agreed to that thing. If I had stood up and spoken for Yu, if I had followed him regardless of everything, the outcome might have been different. As she thought about it, Mu Linger began to sob again. It took a while before she stopped crying, and there was a stubborn look in her eyes. Then she ran out wearing her wedding dress. She wanted to find Yu. She didn't want a dowry. She didn't want anything. She just hoped Yu could stay with her. The other side, after the nutrient solution was infused, Su Schwetter's complexion improved a lot. Yi took a taxi and headed in the direction Su Schwette said. No one spoke along the way, and the atmosphere was very weird. In the end, Yi spoke first. You were clearly in confinement after childbirth, so why did you agree to Mu Linger's request to be a bridesmaid? There was a hint of blame in his tone. Obviously, I'm still a person who needs care. I can't help it. After all, she's my best friend. After all, she's your fiancée. Amelia Sue showed a bitter smile on her face. After what happened today, I'm afraid that not only will the two of them not be able to be best friends, but they will become enemies instead. However, the outcome doesn't matter. As long as the baby can have a complete family, she is willing to bear all the blame. Don't talk nonsense. You are my fiancé now. Taking good care of you is my most important thing. You fronet in dissatisfaction. Why, you believe me so quickly? Aren't you afraid you'll become a scapegoat? Su Schwerer said with a smile. I trust you. These 4 simple words made Su Schwenner's eyes red. For the rest of the journey, neither of them spoke. When they arrived at the destination, Yi got off the car first, half knelt in front of Su Schwerer, and patted her back. Come up. The tone was gentle yet dominant. Su Schwerer did not refuse. She was very weak now. Besides, this was something Yu owed her, so she didn't feel any burden. Just lie down on it. It was the first time she felt the broad back of a man other than her father. It really gives people a sense of security. Yu looked around and found that the place where Su Schwerer rented was a relatively old community. It's quiet here and suitable for babies, so I chose this place. Su Schwerer explained. In response, Yu nodded and said nothing. Soon, Yu and the others arrived at Su Schwerer's home. After entering the room, Yu first put Su Schwerer on the sofa and then looked around. This is a very ordinary 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with simple furniture and decoration style. At the same time, Yu also found that the sofa was piled with diapers and milk powder boxes. Just as Yu was looking around, the door of the 2nd bedroom opened. A rural lady who was nearly 50 years old walked out of the room. Miss Su came back early today. Su Schwerer smiled politely at the aunt. Annie Wong, you did come back earlier today. Seeing the confusion on Yu and Aunt Wong's faces, Su Schwerer hurriedly introduced. Annie Wong is the confinement nanny I hired to take care of the baby. This is the baby's father. Hello. The child's father? The smile on Aunt Wong's face disappeared immediately, and she looked Yu up and down. At last, he snorted coldly. So you're the baby's irresponsible father. You finally show up. I'm really wondering, why don't you cherish such a good woman like Miss Su? Aunt Wong asked about the child's father on weekdays, but Su Schwerer did not explain. Instead, she showed a sad expression. This made Aunt Wong subconsciously think that Yu had abandoned Amelia Sue, which was why she said that. Amelia Sue also noticed it and quickly pulled Aunt Wong out. Aunt Wong, this matter is not what you understand. You don't understand the things involved. Not long after, Su Schwerer returned to the room and looked at Yu apologetically. Come on, I'll take you to see the babies. When talking about the baby, Amelia Sue's eyes were full of love. Good. Yu walked into the room nervously, and as soon as he entered, he saw two porcelain dolls lying neatly on the bed. Seeing this scene, Yu suddenly felt a very strange feeling in his heart. The next moment, he couldn't wait to walk forward and take a closer look. The two babies' skin is not white and tender, but wrinkled like little monkeys. They were wearing diapers with their exposed hands and feet looking chubby. One of the babies had a chubby arm that looked like a lotus root with sections all over it. At this moment, both babies fell into a deep sleep. Looking at them sleeping, Yiyu's originally uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. Stretch out both hands and place them in the open hands of the two babies. Perhaps they sensed something was wrong, so the two babies clenched their fists tightly. Yiyu clearly felt the strength of the two babies. The feeling of blood fusion instantly surged into my heart. He is a father, he is really a father, and he has two children. It is really unreal. Seeing this scene, Su Schwenner's eyes became moist. What she wants is actually very simple, to have someone who can love her and for her children to grow up healthy. Suddenly, Yiyu stood up abruptly and hugged Su Schwer directly. He gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, his tone full of tenderness and indebtedness. I'm sorry. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistake. I will take good care of you and the two babies. I hope you can do what you say. Seeing the sincerity in Yiyu's eyes, Su Schwerer finally softened her heart. If I can't do it, let me be struck by lightning. Yiyu swore quickly. In response, Su Schwerer rolled her eyes at him. If swearing was useful, he would probably be struck by lightning every second. If you want, we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage now. Yiyu thought about it for a long time and finally decided to say this. Because he follows a rule that if he touches a girl, he must marry her. What's more, Amelia Su gave birth to a pair of children for him. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Su Schwerer was stunned at first. Then her face turned red, and she was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. No, I won't let you get away with it that easily. Let's talk about this later. They are all your children. The one on the left is your brother, and the one on the right is your sister. Chapter 7, will you? You can't go back on your word. You've already agreed to my proposal. When Yiyu heard Su Schwerer change the subject, he suddenly became nervous and grabbed her hand. His face was full of panic. He is afraid. He was really scared from the bottom of his heart. Puff! Seeing Yiyu's panic, Su Schwerer couldn't help but laughed in an unladylike manner. But he soon realized that something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth. But his eyes were still full of smiles. You look so pretty when you smile. This one sentence made Su Schwenner's eyes filled with shame. Where is it? She lowered her head shyly. Many people have praised her for her beauty, but only Yiyu's words stirred up waves in her heart. You should take a look at the baby. Su Schwerer quickly changed the subject and explained softly, but she was still a little worried that Yiyu would not like the two babies. Speaking of babies, Yiyu's attention was also diverted, and he looked at the two babies lovingly. Has the baby been named yet? Yiyu turned his head and looked at Su Schwerer. Hearing this, Amelia Su nodded and shook her head. What's the meaning? Su Schwerer pursed her lips and began to explain. When the baby was born and vaccinated, the birth certificate needed a name, so I gave the baby the nickname Ping Pinganin, but the full name hasn't been chosen yet. All is well. Yiyu murmured softly and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's a good name. As a parent, who doesn't he want their children to live a peaceful life? Give the babies a good name. It will be used when they are registered. Suwur purset herips. Yiyu shook his head. No need, just call me Pinganin, that's fine. The baby shouldn't be a month old yet. Yiyu spoke again. After all, just now in the hospital, the nurse told him in person that Amelia Su was still in confinement. It's only a week until the full moon. At this moment, the sleeping baby suddenly became restless and began to cry. And she cried harder and harder, which made Yiyu a little at a loss. What's wrong with the baby? Is he sick? Yiyu was very worried. It's okay, the baby is not sick, he just pooped. Please bring me a basin of warm water and some new diapers. Compared to Yiyu's panic, Su Schwerer seemed much calmer. He walked straight up and untied the diaper, and instantly, a faint, strange smell filled the air. The baby really did poop. Seeing this, Yiyu hurried to the bathroom to get a basin of warm water and a bag of diapers. Seeing Yiyu bringing warm water, Su Schwerer wiped the baby's smelly but with ease. But at this moment, Yiyu stopped her. No, you're still in confinement and can't touch water. Let me do it. Hearing this, Su Schwerer rolled her eyes at him. You can't touch cold water. Warm water is fine. And do you know how to wash your baby's stinky water? Well, won't. Yiyu suddenly felt a sense of frustration rising in his heart. Just watch me and learn from me. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Okay, I will definitely study hard. Also, please don't bother me. They're my babies. I'm willing to do anything for them. Yiyu patted his chest and made the promise. In response, Su Schwerer just smiled, said nothing, and started to clean the baby's butt. Yiyu watched attentively, not missing any details. After cleaning it, Su Schwerer took out a box of moisturizing powder from the drawer beside her. Take out the powder puff and gently wipe it on the baby's butt. When a baby poops, it needs to be cleaned with warm water. After cleaning, it should be wiped with moisturizing powder. This will make the baby feel very comfortable. The moment she spoke, Su Schwerer had already changed the baby's diaper. Yiyu on the side nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Remember every word Su Schwerer said in your mind. Go throw this diaper away. Good. Yiyu quickly took the changed diaper, but then his expression changed immediately. Schwerer, why is the baby's poop green? Seeing that the color of the baby's poop was not right, Yiyu's heart, which had just calmed down, became heavier again. Puff! Seeing his anxious look, Su Schwerer couldn't help but burst out laughing. The baby is sick. How can you still smile? There was a hint of blame in Yiyu's tone. Now you understand why I was anxious. Why didn't I see you anxious when the baby was sick just 2 weeks after birth? Su Schwerer's casual words made Yiyu lose his temper. Don't worry, the baby is not sick. That's impossible. If the baby isn't sick, why is the stinky color green? Yiyu still didn't believe it. You're a new dad. I'll tell you something. Ping Ping is not even 1 month old yet, and her gastrointestinal digestive system is not yet fully developed. Even the slightest external factor can cause abnormal bowel movements, which is normal. After the voice fell, Su Schwerer glanced at the diaper in Yiyu's hand. Does the stinky smell good? If you think it smells good, please go outside and smell it. Hearing this, Yiyu hurried out of the room and threw the smelly diaper into the trash can. At the same time, he searched on Baidu out of worry. When he saw that the result was similar to what Su Schwerer said, he breathed a sigh of relief. When they returned to the room, Ping Ping could no longer sleep. Su Schwerer held him in her arms, humming and moaning nonstop. Seeing Ping Ping's sparkling eyes, Yiyu's steps froze instantly. That was his son, a son whose blood was thicker than water. It all seemed like a dream. In the last second, he was being bullied by Mu Linger's family, and in the next second, he had a pair of children. It all seemed like a dream. Oh. When Yiyu was in a daze, Ping Ping suddenly shouted. It was originally a very normal thing, but in Yiyu's ears it took on another meaning. Daddy, hug me, Daddy. At this time, Yiyu could no longer suppress his inner excitement. His throat moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand, but quickly pulled it back. He was afraid. He was afraid that this was a dream. Why? You don't believe he's your son? Amelia Sue said expressionlessly, and the atmosphere was a little weird. No, that's not what I meant. Yiyu waved his hands quickly, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Amelia Sue. Then go forward and hug Ping Ping. As if to please Su Schwerer, Ping Ping kept babbling. His eyes were fixed on Yiyu. Joy, excitement, all kinds of complex emotions emerged in Yiyu's mind. He walked quickly to Ping Ping's side. He was about to reach out to hug her, but suddenly retracted his hand, his face slightly red. How do I hold a baby? Hearing this, Su Schwerer's tense face could no longer hold back. Laugh all the time. Yiyu felt very aggrieved. Seeing Yiyu looking very aggrieved, Su Schwerer felt very happy. In the end, I taught him step by step how to hold a baby. I tell you, hold Ping Ping's little butt with one hand and Ping Ping's waist with the other hand. It will be very stable. Teach each other hand by hand, and each of them can smell each other's scent. At the beginning, Luo Chan focused on studying, but gradually his mind became confused. If it weren't for the accident that night, he would probably be just a poor man abandoned by his fiancée. Pooh, pervert, are you listening carefully? Where are you looking? When she raised her head, she saw Yu staring at her closely, which made her very shy. Cough, cough. Yu could only pretend to cough to ease the embarrassment, and hurriedly hugged Ping Ping in his arms according to the method Su Schwerer had just said. But Ping Ping was too small, and Yu had no idea where to start. I was afraid that I would use too much force and hurt Ping Ping, and my posture was a little awkward. Ping Ping's big, bright eyes stare at Yu intently, and from time to time, she made some babbling baby talk. The baby is not even 2 months old yet, and doesn't recognize anyone. He lets anyone hold him. His eyes were wide open, and his bright eyes were staring at Yu closely. Suddenly I laughed. He laughed nonstop as if he had discovered some huge secret. Yu was also filled with emotion and gently rested his head on Ching Ching's. Sand gently and feel the subtle relationship between father and son. Su Schwerer, who was standing by, saw this scene and a smile crossed her lips. The last trace of her worry finally disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with the baby for the first time. You will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, which made Yu full of expectations for the future. I don't know how long it took, but Ping Ping finally felt sleepy and fell asleep. Feeling the little life in his arms, Yu's smile never stopped. Suddenly, Yu looked up at Su Schwerer and pointed at Ping Ping's head. His tone was full of curiosity. Schwerer, why is there a fingernail-sized spot throbbing in the middle of Ping Ping's forehead? Hearing this, Amelia Su glanced in the direction Yu pointed. I saw a glass ball-sized spot on the top of Ping Ping's head. That piece of scalp was beating as regularly as the heart. That place is called the fontanelle. There are 2 relatively soft areas on the head of a newborn baby, which are medically called fontanelles. The fontanelle we usually pay more attention to is the fontanelle on the top of the head, which is the anterior fontanelle. Fontanelle? What's the use of this thing? Yu had never heard of this word before. He was very curious and reached out to touch his head. There's no such thing. Seeing Yu's silly look, Su Schwerer smiled again. Suddenly, I feel that you are so cute. Everyone has a fontanelle, but the fontanelle of an adult is already mature, while the baby's is still developing. Generally speaking, the posterior fontanelle will slowly close within 2 to 3 months, while the anterior fontanelle will begin to close when the baby is 6 months old and will not be completely closed until the 18th month. Listening to Amelia Su's methodical explanation, Yu's eyes flashed with envy. She is really a qualified and good mother, but it seems that I am not a qualified and good father. For a moment, Yu was filled with frustration. Yu, I want to ask you something. I've just explained everything. Do you think it's okay to touch the baby's fontanelle? Su Schwerer suddenly asked Yu a question. Yu was slightly stunned. Then he looked carefully at Ping Ping in his arms for a while, watching the moving fontanelle. No matter how you look at it, you think it can't be touched. What if it breaks? I feel that the fontanelle is a thin layer of flesh, very fragile, and should not be touched. Chapter 8 Come to the door. Hearing this, Amelia Su shook her head slightly and looked at Yu seriously. There's a tough scalp above the fontanelle and a thick dura mater underneath. Normal touching and cleaning are fine, but remember not to leave your fingernails and don't shake the baby violently. After hearing Su Schwerer's explanation, Yu sighed silently. Then he looked at Su Schwerer with a firm gaze. Schwerer, don't worry, I will definitely become a qualified dad in the shortest possible time. Facing Yu's firm gaze, Su Schwerer blushed slightly. Apart from that accident, she had never been alone with a boy. It's okay, just take it slow. At the beginning, I was just like you, I didn't know anything. Everything is accumulated slowly. Hearing Su Schwerer's understanding words, Yu felt very warm in his heart. Just at this moment, there was a sudden sound of quarreling outside. Miss, who are you? You can't come in. Miss Su hasn't agreed to let you in yet. Yu, I know you are here. Please come out and see me quickly. I know I was wrong. Please come out and see me quickly. Yu, I don't want a betrothal gift anymore. I want to go with you. please take me away. Yi, come out and see me. The sound was so loud that it woke up Ping Ping and who was sleeping soundly. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, the two babies started crying, which made Yi and Su Schwerer very distressed. Su Schwerer hurried to comfort the two babies. Yi's face had turned completely cold. The baby was his Achilles heel. Just at this moment, Mu Linger, wearing a white wedding dress and with tears on her face, walked into the room. Yi, I beg you, please don't ignore me, please. The moment she saw Yi, Mu Linger couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on Yi. But Yi dodged directly and looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Yi, Mu Linger couldn't believe that Yi would actually avoid her. Wow, wow, wow. Coincidentally, the sound of a baby crying reached her ears, and she subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. He happened to see Su Schwerer feeding the baby, and his pupils dilated instantly. Schwerer, when did you have a child? But Su Schwerer ignored her and continued to coax the two babies. After all, this matter is a bit complicated. Ms. Mu, if you have anything to say, please go out and tell me. You're disturbing the baby. As soon as the voice fell, Yi was about to pull Mu Linger out. But Mu Linger broke free from Yi's arms, her face full of disbelief. What did you call me? Miss Mu? You used to call me Ling. Mu Linger's emotions gradually broke down. How long has it been? Yi's attitude towards her was completely different. Wow, wow, wow. The baby started crying again, and the sound made Yi feel distressed. He directly pulled Mu Linger outside. Yi, what's wrong with you? I'm your fiancé. Why are you doing this to me? In the living room, Mu Linger pulled Yi's hand away and roared heartbreakingly. The sweetness of the past keeps emerging in my mind like bubbles. It was broken at this moment. Ms. Mu, please leave here. My fiancé is not you. My fiancé is Amelia Su. Once upon a time, Yi was afraid to communicate with Mu Linger face to face. But when he actually faced it, he found that he didn't feel any uneasiness at all. I feel extremely calm inside. No. Su Schwerer is prettier than me, but I'm no worse than her, and she's a woman with a child. Would you rather marry a woman with a child than me? Mu Linger's spirit has collapsed. Have all the vows we made become a joke at this moment? You are right. I would rather marry Amelia Su than you. Go back and find a man who can pay 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift to marry you. After hearing Yi's words, Mu Linger went completely crazy. Yi, you are really crazy. You would rather marry a slut, then? Before he could finish his words, a loud slap was heard. Remember, Amelia Su is my fiancée, the woman I will protect for the rest of my life. I will not allow anyone to scold her. Yi's cold tone and the burning pain on his face made Mu Linger sober up instantly. I don't understand why I am inferior to her. Yi, I hate you. 2 lines of tears slowly fell. Mu Linger couldn't bear it any longer, so she rushed out and ran away. Annie Wong, please close the door. Don't let anyone in casually. It will disturb the baby. As soon as the voice fell, Yi returned to the room again. At this moment, the 2 babies had stopped crying and fell asleep again under Su Schwerer's care. I hope you didn't scare the babies. Yi spoke softly. No. Su Schwerer shook her head, then looked at Yi with a complicated expression. Did you hit Ling? Su Schwerer heard the slap clearly. Yes, I hit her. I hit her because she scolded you. You can't hit her even if she scolds me. Linger is also a pitiful woman. Su Schwerer's pale face was full of complexity. Yi being with her made her feel guilty. She turned into the legendary evil woman who stole her best friend's man. At this moment, Yi suddenly walked up to Su Schwerer and gently held her little head. He looked at her tenderly, his tone full of tenderness. Tell me, what is my relationship with the babies? You're the baby's father. Tell me, have you accepted my proposal? I agree. Schwerer, look at me. Hearing this, Su Schwerer subconsciously looked up and their eyes met. Gentle as water. Since I'm the father of these babies and you've agreed to my proposal, let me take care of you for the rest of my life and be a good father and husband. No matter who it is, you can hit me or scold me, but you can't scold me because I will protect you for the rest of my life. But before Amelia Su could finish her words, Yi put his finger on her lips. Swear, promise me that you won't think too much. I'm the man, and I'll take all the consequences. You just need to hide behind me. Everything disappeared because of Yi Yu's words. Okay, I believe you. Eye contact. The relationship between the two is slowly heating up, and the two little heads are gradually coming together. When you're about to kiss, Aunt Wong suddenly walked into the room, and the two of them quickly separated as if they had been discovered. Aunt Wong also realized her abrupt behavior and looked at the two of them with some apology. Miss Sue, I'm so sorry. I just received a call from my hometown. Something happened at home. I have to go home quickly and can't take care of Ping Ping and Inen. Is it so sudden? Su Shuer was slightly stunned. It's okay. The baby's father is back. Aunt Wong, if you have anything else, you can go back quickly. Su Shuer looked at Aunt Wong with a smile. If Yi Yu hadn't come back with her, it would have been difficult for her to take care of two babies by herself. Especially since I am still in confinement after giving birth, it is even more difficult. But now, with Yi Yu here, it seems that there will be no big problem even if Aunt Wong leaves. Seeing that Amelia Sue understood her so well, Aunt Wong expressed her gratitude again, and then left in a hurry. Su Shuer and Yi Yu were the only two sober people left in the room. But Yi Yu and the others didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the accident that night, they would be people from two different worlds, and it would be impossible for them to be together. After a long time, Yi Yu finally spoke. Shuer, you're still in confinement, so just rest with the baby. If you have any questions, just call me. I'm going to the living room to review some of the knowledge a dad should have. Good. Su Shuer did not refuse. After giving birth to the baby, her body was really weak. I can't hold on any longer at this moment and need to take a rest. In the living room, Yi Yu turned on his mobile phone and there were two messages on it. The first one was a red envelope from the system, 50,000 yuan in share money, and the second one was also a reward from the system. Yi Yu is not worried about money for the time being. In just half a day, he had earned 60,000 yuan, so he could put the job search aside for now. The most important thing now is to learn and master the knowledge that a new dad should master. As time passed, Yi Yu's brows were furrowed. Nowadays, searches all come with additional knowledge, and he also learned some knowledge about female pregnancy and childbirth. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. It turns out that childbirth is very dangerous for girls. Once an emergency occurs, it is very likely that, seeing this, Yi Yu suddenly felt very distressed for Su Shuer. I feel sorry for her, because it has not been easy for her. Since ancient times, women who get pregnant before marriage are very likely to be criticized by others. For a moment, his heart was filled with guilt towards Amelia Sue. He turned his head to look into the second bedroom, his eyes full of tenderness, and swore secretly in his heart. Shuer, please believe me. I can definitely make you and your baby live a happy life. Chapter 9, I will try my best. Time passed quickly, and it was dark in a blink of an eye. At this time, the loud crying of a baby was heard from the second bedroom. This made Yi Yu very worried, and he quickly ran into the room. At this moment, Ping Ping and Ainen had woken up and were crying. This made Yi Yu very distressed. He wanted to go forward and comfort the baby, but was stopped by Su Shuer. The babies are waking up now because they are hungry. I will feed them their rations, and they will stop crying. I'm a little hungry too. If you can cook, there's food in the refrigerator. If you can't cook, you can go buy some. As the voice fell, a blush suddenly appeared on Su Shuer's delicate little face. Seeing the blush on Su Shuer's face, Yi Yu suddenly reacted. Being hungry might just be an excuse. The real reason was for him to leave the room. I can cook. What do you want to eat? Egg noodles. I like something sour lately. Good. Yi Yu left and closed the door. At this time, Su Shuer breathed a sigh of relief, quickly untied the rations, and placed Ping Ping and on both sides. When Pinganin smelled the taste of the rations, he stopped crying instantly. Su Shuer looked at the two babies gently. In fact, Yi Yu's guess was correct. She had deliberately sent Yi Yu away. Although they already had two babies, they had no further contact except for that night. Ultimately, it's just shyness. On the other side, Yi Yu started rummaging through the refrigerator. The refrigerator is not big, but it has everything you need. For Yi Yu, who grew up in the countryside, Cooking is a piece of cake. Wash and cut vegetables in one go. While cooking, I pricked up my ears and eavesdropped quietly. I was relieved when I didn't hear the baby crying. After about 10 minutes, the delicious egg noodles were ready. Yiyu quickly served a bowl to Amelia Sue and knocked on the door before entering the house. After getting consent, Yiyu entered the room. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw Su Schwer holding Ping Ping with one hand and gently patting him with the other hand. It was not until Ping Ping burped that Su Schwerer put Ping Ping on the bed. Yiyu, do you know what I was doing just now? No. Yiyu nodded. He knew that Su Schwerer was testing him. When babies are feeding, they swallow air in their stomachs, which can cause stomach pressure and lead to regurgitation and spitting up of milk. Burping the milk helps the baby digest the milk more easily and reduces regurgitation and spitting up of milk. Hearing this, Amelia Sue's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Yiyui really learned a lot of knowledge that a dad should know in the afternoon. In fact, burping has another function, which is soothing. Babies actually like to be patted on the back. While speaking, Yi had already placed the egg noodles in front of Su Schwerer. He smiled. Student Su Schwerer, are you satisfied with my answer just now? Uh-huh. Su Schwerer ignored Yiyu and looked at the egg noodles beside her. She seemed to be really hungry. I'll eat first. You watch over Pingin. We'll switch shifts after I'm done. Good. Yiyu nodded and walked gently to Anan's side. The two babies are not even a month old yet. They don't look very good, even a little ugly, wrinkled like monkeys. But Yiyu didn't hate it at all. On the contrary, he liked it very much. This is his baby, a baby with his blood. Chapter 10, The Ugly Daughter-in-Law Meets the Mother-in-Law. Yiyu stood on the balcony, looking at the brightest star in the night sky. A sigh. What a cruel fate. All along, he thought it was Mu Linger who had sex with him. That's why he devotes so much to Mu Linger's family. But now it seems everything is just a joke. His affection was misplaced, and at the same time he felt extremely distressed for Su Schwerer, a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. She could have lived a better life, but because of my appearance, Amelia Sue embarked on another path in life, especially since she gave birth to a pair of children without telling anyone. The bitterness and pain in this made Yiyu feel more and more guilty. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked towards the bedroom, his eyes full of tenderness. Mumbling to oneself, Schwerer, don't worry. From now on, I will make up for everything I owe you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, Luo Chun suddenly didn't know what to do. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, but something like this happened. Although someone brought an explanation to his parents, how should he explain Su Schwerer's matter? Thinking of his father's stubborn temper, Yiyu felt a headache. After much hesitation, I finally answered the phone. What on earth is going on today? The mother's tone was calm, but Yiyu understood that beneath this calm tone was hidden a tremendous anger. Mom, it's like this. There was no exaggeration, just a detailed account of what happened. Hearing this, the voice in the microphone calmed down, and after a long time, the mother spoke again. What's going on with that girl named Su Schwerer? Yi was very surprised by his mother's words. He had the impression that his mother was not so easy to talk to. But these are irrelevant. What gave him the most headache is how to explain the matter of Su Schwerer. He glanced cautiously in the direction of the bedroom, then spoke again in a low voice. Mom, is my dad next to you? Your dad is not here. How could you not know his temper? This happened today, and your dad was smoking outside without saying a word. Hearing this, Yiyu sighed silently. As the saying goes, people need face and trees need bark. Ye's father is such a person. Today's happy day has turned into. This makes Ye's father, who always cares about his reputation, feel very embarrassed. But he had no place to vent his anger, so he could only squat aside and smoke silently. What's the matter, little brat? Why are you still avoiding your dad? Tell me the truth quickly, or I'll tell your dad. Ye's mother's words made Yiyu panic. Don't tell my dad. If I tell my dad, he will definitely beat me to death. This scared Yiyu. What exactly happened? Could it be related to that girl named Su Schwerer? Did you get her pregnant? Mom, I didn't. Having said this, Yiyu suddenly shut up. It seemed that what Ye's mother said was right. I did get her pregnant, and she even had a pair of children. Yiyu's hesitant words instantly made Yiyu realize that something was wrong. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than his mother. Yiyu was raised by her since he was a child. Even if he farted, she would know what it smelled like without having to smell it. Now, he speaks hesitantly, and I'm afraid it's just as I guessed. You little bastard. I raised you with all my heart and soul, and told you countless times to obey the law, and now you've gotten a girl pregnant. No wonder Ling suddenly increased the betrothal gift. It turns out you did something so irresponsible. I'll tell your father right now, and let him teach you a lesson. Yiyu is frowning. When did my mother's imagination become so rich? Am I the kind of person who would just stand up, pat my butt, and leave? If he really was that kind of person, how could he have suffered so much injustice in the Mu family? Also, this has nothing to do with the temporary increase in the betrothal gift. Okay? Mom, my dear mom, please don't be impulsive. Please don't tell my dad. Please listen to my explanation first. Yiyu hurriedly tried to stop him. If Ye's father really knew about this matter. Thinking of this, Yiyu couldn't help but shudder. Okay, I'll give you a chance to explain. If I'm not satisfied with your explanation, then I'll put justice before my own family and personally take you to the police station. Hearing this, Yiyu hurriedly explained that he knew his mother's temper very well and that she would really do something to sacrifice her own relatives for the sake of justice. After a long time, Ye's mother's doubtful and shocked words came from the microphone. You little brat, are you sure you're not lying to me? Are you telling the truth? Why do I feel like you're talking about something from a novel? Don't things like this only happen in novels? Mom, I really didn't lie to you. This is true. How could this be a plot in a novel? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. This kind of thing was indeed hard to believe, but it was true. Hearing this, Ye's mother fell silent again and spoke after a moment. Are you with Amelia Sue now? Yes, it's okay if I didn't know before, but now that I know, I have to take responsibility. Where do you live now? After a long time, looking at the hung-up phone, Yiyu's eyes were full of shock and fear. What did Ye's mother just say? She said she wanted to come. She wanted to see with her own eyes if what she said was true. She wanted to see if she really had a pair of grandchildren. It's over. What should I do? Yiyu suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He was not there when Su Shuer was pregnant, and he was not there when she gave birth. Now, the baby is 1 month old, and Ye's mother is coming. Would Amelia Sue think that she stayed with her because of the 2 babies? Just when he didn't know what to do, Su Schwenner's voice sounded in his ears. Yiyu, I just heard the conversation between you and Andy. The moment the voice fell, Su Shuer had already walked in front of Yiyu. When their eyes met, a blush appeared on Su Shuer's fair cheeks. Before Yiyu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Shuer. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you really want to stay with me and take care of the 2 babies? Yes, of course I do. Hearing this, Yiyu nodded quickly. Good. Seeing this, Amelia Sue talked about the broken hair on her forehead, with a hint of shyness in her tone. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her mother-in-law sooner or later, so why not meet her sooner? Chapter 11, Late Night. It's late at night. Su Shuer was taking care of Ping Bing and Ainen in the bedroom, while Yi was lying on the sofa. An ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her parents-in-law. This sentence kept echoing in his mind. Every time it echoed in his mind, a silly smile would appear on Yiyu's face. He didn't know what kind of life he wanted before, but now he has a goal. The driving force that supports him to move forward is Su Shuer and her mother and son. He even imagined that when he got home from get-off work, Su Shuer would have prepared a delicious meal for him and would be safe and sound, holding his hand and calling him daddy. At this moment, the door opened and Su Shuer suddenly appeared in the living room. Yiyu. She seemed to be hesitant to speak, her tone full of shyness. Shuer, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Amelia Sue's words, Yiyu quickly returned to reality from his fantasy. Hearing those caring words, Amelia Sue felt warm in her heart. Before, Aunt Wong would help take care of Ping and at night. But now that Aunt Wong is gone, I can't take care of 2 babies by myself. I would wake up peacefully at night due to hunger, poop, and other reasons. Even if I can take care of them by myself, I will be drowsy the next day and will not be able to take care of two little babies. She could only ask Yiyu to help her take care of the two babies. Hearing this, Yiyu was stunned at first. Then he quickly stood up and patted his chest to make a promise. Schwerer, don't worry. Just sleep peacefully tonight. I'll take care of Ping'an. Can I sleep in the same room with you tonight? After the voice fell, Luo Chun touched his nose, feeling extremely excited. Su Schwerer snorted softly, then hurried into the room. Seeing this, Yiyu followed closely. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Yiyu could feel a stuffy heat coming over him. Although it is much cooler at night, you will still feel hot if you don't turn on the air conditioner or electric fan. It's so hot. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner? It wasn't long since I gave birth safely, and my body hasn't recovered yet. Can you sleep in this heat? Yiyu frowned, feeling distressed, and turned his head to look at Ping'an. The two babies obviously felt the heat and were a little restless. It's okay, I'm used to it. As if noticing Yiyu's gaze, he explained lightly. When Aunt Wong was here, she would sometimes fan Ping'an in, and sometimes she would take Ping'an to another room and turn up the air conditioning. If she hadn't given birth to Ping'an, she wouldn't have been able to endure such hardship. But after she had a peaceful life, she found that these hardships were not a big deal, and she could endure them completely. But the next moment, she saw Yiyu walking towards her, which made her panic instantly. Suddenly, I started to have wild thoughts. He's not going to do that to me. Oh my God, no, after all, my body hasn't recovered yet. Because of these wild thoughts, she didn't resist at all when Yiyu picked her up. Dumb and stupid, like a fool. Schwerer, I don't know what happened in the past, but from now on, I'm here. I'll be your support. This sentence instantly ended Su Schwerer's wild thoughts. She stared blankly at Luo Chen's back. Although the space was not that wide, it made her feel full of security. Drop. The air conditioner was turned on. Yiyu first covered Ping and with a thin blanket, and then gently laid down on the bed. He turned sideways, leaving only his back to Amelia Su. Hey, Xuea, sleep peacefully. I've turned up the air conditioner to a very high temperature, and I'm standing in front of you. The wind from the air conditioner won't reach you at all, so you can sleep peacefully. Listening to Yiyu's naive words, Su Schwerer's mood became extremely complicated for a moment. Before, even though Yiyu repeatedly assured her that he didn't agree to be with her because of Ping'an or because of his appearance. But she still didn't believe it. After all crows are black. Is there any man who is not lustful? But now she believed it. Perhaps she had been thinking too much from the beginning. This series of actions instantly shattered all the worries in Su Schwerer's heart. Then, we both fell into silence. Neither of us spoke. As the air conditioner was turned on, the heat in the room began to slowly fade away. But Su Schwerer was not sleepy at all. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at Yiyu and the baby. I was daydreaming about the distant future, and I didn't know how much time had passed before I fell asleep in a daze. At this time, Yiyu slowly turned around, looked at the sleeping Su Schwerer through the moonlight, and sighed silently. A woman, regardless of the world's gaze, regardless of her own bright future, gave birth to a child safely, which could be said to have ruined her own bright future. Why shouldn't I cherish a woman like this? After an unknown amount of time, Yiyu slowly fell asleep. Time passed minute by minute. Yiyu was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard a baby crying in his ears. Just when I was wondering what was going on, I suddenly felt a pain in my butt and opened my eyes in a daze. Yiyu, what did you promise me before you went to bed? You said you would take good care of Ping'an, but what about now? Su Schwerer's angry and helpless voice reached Yiyu's ears. Baby? Safe and sound? Yiyu repeated it, then suddenly sat up from the bed and slapped his forehead. Fuck, sorry, I forgot I'm a dad. Yiyu touched his head awkwardly. No wonder he heard a baby crying in his dream. You're really good. You sleep like a dead pig. How can I trust you to take care of me? Su Schwerer rolled her eyes. Just now, she was sleeping soundly and had a beautiful dream. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a baby crying in her dream, and the sound became louder and louder, waking her up instantly. What he saw was Yu sleeping like a dead pig and two little babies crying loudly. This made her feel extremely distressed. Hurry up and comfort In. He got it. Yu hurriedly got up and changed In's diaper. This is the annoying thing about twins. Once one baby wakes up, the other baby will also be woken up. Although his diaper had been changed, Ping'an still didn't stop crying, and he cried even harder when he thought about it. This made Yu so anxious that he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Su Shuer suddenly lay on the bed, holding Ping in her right hand and patting the empty space beside her with the other hand. Put it in my arms. She's hungry and needs her rations. Chapter 12. Waking up in the middle of the night. Outside the door, Yu stood quietly in front of the locked room door, with his ears erect and pressed tightly against the door. He was concentrating intently, as if trying to uncover some shocking secret. Suddenly, Yu quickly stood up, hid aside, looked up at the ceiling above his head, and looked like he was thinking. At the same time, the door of the confinement room opened, and Amelia Su walked out with a rosy face. What are you looking at? Seeing Yu like this, I was very confused and didn't understand what he was looking at. Hearing this, Yu turned his head to look at Amelia Su, his expression lonely and his tone depressed. I blame myself. Reproach yourself? Yu nodded heavily and looked at Su Shuer apologetically. I'm sorry. I betrayed your trust. I already promised to take care of the two babies and let you sleep well, but The voice became softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. At this moment, Yu discovered that he was neither a good husband nor a good father. When Su Shuer was pregnant, when she needed him so much, he was like a licking dog, hanging around Mu Linger all day long. But now, he had clearly promised Su Shuer to take care of Ping and Unin. But he slept like a dead pig and could not hear the sound of Ping and crying at all. Whenever he thought of this scene, his heart ached. Those were his children who needed his care, but he could hear nothing. A feeling of sadness suddenly came over me, and my eyes suddenly felt sore. Collapse is imminent. But at this moment, Amelia Su gently held his face. Their eyes met, and hers were full of tenderness. Without saying a word, he just looked at her so gently, like the warm sun in winter. Shuer, don't you blame me? Aren't you angry? Hearing this, Amelia Su shook her head. No, I don't blame you, and I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm very happy. Before, I had already made plans to raise Ping by myself, but now, God has sent you to me, allowing Ping and to have a complete family. I'm already very happy. If you don't come into contact with someone, you'll never know. Today is just the first day. I believe that tomorrow you won't sleep as soundly as you did today. Su Shuer's words made Yu's throat roll back and forth, but he still couldn't say a word. Xue. After a while, just when he said 2 words, Su Shuer covered his mouth with her fingers. I believe you will become a good father. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu shook his head and pushed Su Shuer's hand away. I saw that Yu's gaze was constantly moving downwards when he looked at me. Following Yu's gaze, Su Shuer also looked in the same direction, and the next moment, her ears turned red. Shuer, your pajamas are wet right where you feed the baby rations. Covers her face. After a while, Yu sat in front of the crib, looking at Ping and who was sleeping soundly. Her face was full of silly smiles, and from time to time, she wanted to reach out and touch the baby's chubby face. But whenever his hand was about to touch the little face, Yu would quickly withdraw his hand. I was afraid of waking Ping up. They're my babies. Yu am a father now. It feels so good. Su Shuer, who was lying on the bed beside her, also found it difficult to fall asleep. The blush on her face had not yet faded. Subconsciously, I reached out and touched the place where the baby's rations were fed. It's even more embarrassing. Why does milk powder appear? This is because there is not enough breast milk to feed the baby. This is also the most troublesome problem for most mothers after giving birth. I want to breastfeed my baby, but because of my natural milk supply, I don't have enough milk. Although I really want to, I don't have the conditions to do so. But Su Shuer is different. It is difficult for others to feed a baby. Not only was it not difficult for her to feed 2 babies, She even had some left over. Every time she finishes feeding her baby, she needs help to stop. This made her proud, but also gave her a headache. Every time the baby finished eating, Sue Schwerer would use breast pads to absorb the excess food. But today, because of Yiu's presence, she forgot to use nipple stickers, which led to the embarrassing scene just now. I'm so embarrassed. Thinking of this, Sue Schwerer covered herself tightly with the quilt. But after a while, he poked his head out again. The reason is simple. It's too hot. I just happened to see you wanted to touch the baby, but not daring to. He was stunned for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Isn't this the scene she wants to see most after giving birth to her baby? Watching Yiu repeating the actions of wanting to touch, but not daring to, Sue Schwerer gradually fell asleep. Maybe it was a sweet dream, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Yiu also went from being excited at the beginning to feeling a little sleepy. Late at night, just as Yiu was about to fall asleep, the baby started humming. It instantly woke Yiu, who had just felt sleepy. I hurried to the crib, afraid that one baby would wake up and wake up the other, and it was Ping Ping who woke up. The chubby little hands kept waving in the air, and he kept humming with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Yiu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I didn't cry, it's okay. Afraid that Ping Ping would wake Ainen up, Yiu quickly picked Ping Ping up. I quickly checked and found that the diaper was clean and there was no trace of smell. Are you hungry? According to previous experience, once the baby wakes up, he is either pooping or hungry. But he cried so hard when he was hungry before. Why is he so quiet today? And he looked at Sue Schwerer, who was sleeping soundly. He wanted to let Ping Ping lie on Sue Schwerer's food to drink milk, but when he saw the latter sleeping soundly, he gave up the idea immediately. My dear son, Mom is tired. Let Mom have a good rest. Dad will make you some milk powder. Ping Ping was still young, and his body was too soft to be held in one hand. But Yiu was afraid of waking up Ainen and Sue Schwerer, so he put him on the bed in another bedroom. I thought Ping Ping would cry after being put in another bedroom, but I didn't expect that Ping Ping not only didn't cry, but lay there quietly, with her eyes open, staring at Yiu closely. Seeing this, Yiu also breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little proud in his heart. My son is different. He doesn't cry or make a fuss. Chapter 13 Rewards. Although he had never actually made milk powder, Yiu had already made up for the day with a lot of knowledge. I have almost understood it. The best temperature for brewing milk powder is about 40 to 50 degrees. Before going to bed, Yiu had already anticipated the current situation and had already made preparations, pouring out the water in the thermos. I dropped a drop on my hand and felt the temperature of the water. The water temperature is around 40 to 50 degrees, just right. After preparing the milk powder according to the prescribed ratio, Yiu did not feed it to Ping Ping immediately. Instead, rub the bottle with both hands continuously to make the milk powder dissolve quickly. It is important to remember that you should not be impatient at this time. If you shake the bottle vigorously, although it will dissolve faster, it will cause the whey protein to turn into bubbles, which will make the baby uncomfortable after eating it. After finally getting everything done, Yiu squeezed out another drop onto his hand and confirmed again and again that the temperature would not burn Ping Ping. Only then did he come to Ping Ping with satisfaction. Ping Ping, you must be hungry. Come and have some milk. Smelling the unique scent of milk powder, the chubby little hands danced in the air. Finally, he bit the pacifier and started drinking it. You're quite cute. You'll be as handsome as your dad when you grow up. Looking at Ping Ping's cute appearance while eating milk powder, Yiu felt warm in his heart. Babies around 1 month old get hungry quickly, but don't eat much. He was full in a short while, but at this moment, Ping Ping burped. This burp caused Ping Ping to vomit a lot of the milk powder he had just drunk. Seeing the situation, Yiu panicked and wiped it quickly. After wiping it clean, Ping Ping fell asleep contentedly. At the same time, ding! Congratulations on completing your first mission of making milk powder for your baby. You're rewarded 40,000 yuan. Please check it carefully. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Yiyu's mind. This system is great. You can even get rewards for making milk powder for your baby. Yiyu is overjoyed and carefully placed Ping Ping in the crib. At this moment, I felt sleepy and wanted to fall asleep, but then started humming again. Unlike Ping Ping, Anan woke up with poop. Seeing this, Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. As long as a problem can be solved by himself, it cannot be called a problem. Yu changed Anne's diaper with ease. Although a clean diaper had been changed, and did not stop crying. On the contrary, she cried even harder. This made Yu panic, and he wanted to wake Su Shuer up and ask her what to do. But after taking a step, an idea suddenly came into Yu's mind. Is the baby crying because he is hungry? Then he glanced at Su Shuer, who was still sleeping soundly, and subconsciously curled his lips. How dare you say that to me? And Anne's crying was so loud that it didn't wake you up? What a sleepy little pig. Seeing Su Shuer's sleepy appearance, Yu gave up the idea of letting Anan drink breast milk. I quickly took out a new bottle and poured the milk powder I had just brewed into it. Baji Baji, after feeling the pacifier that felt like food, Anan stopped crying. Looking at Anan eating milk powder in big mouthfuls, Yu's face was full of happy smiles. He found that Ping Ping was very quiet when eating milk powder, basically without any noise. On the contrary, Anan made very loud noises when eating milk powder. Looking at Anan, who was eating happily, Yu suddenly remembered something. I carefully carried Anan into the bathroom and turned on the recording function on my phone. Cough, cough. Today is 3:15 a.m. on December 4th, 2021. On this joyous night, Yu and Anan are making a bet. You, Anan, swear that you will never make Dad angry. You will never lie to Dad. You will always be Dad's little cotton-padded jacket. Here comes the most important point. You must promise Dad that you will never marry far away. The high five is a promise that can never be broken. This video is proof of it. Then, Yu patted Anan's chubby little hand. Her face was full of smiles, as bright as a chrysanthemum, and she walked out of the bathroom very happily. Yeah, Anan, although I can't speak, and although you are my father, please don't trick me like this. Yu hardly slept that night. Every time he was about to fall asleep, one of Ping Ping and Anan would wake up. I fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Unlike Yu, Su Shuer slept soundly that night. It can be said that you can sleep until you wake up naturally. He stretched lazily. Hiss! The wound was directly affected, and he took a deep breath, then seemed to realize something. She looked hurriedly in the direction of Ping Ping and Anan, and only after seeing the two sleeping babies did Su Shuer breathe a sigh of relief. I almost forgot that I was already a mother. His gaze slowly shifted to look at Yu, who was lying not far from the crib. At this moment, Yu placed his hands on the crib, resting his head on his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. He took care of two babies the entire night. Su Shuer murmured to herself, her eyes full of complexity. Although Aunt Wang used to be the one who took care of Ping Ping and Anan at night. But Su Shuer also knew that Ping Ping and Anan would wake up about 7 or 8 times every night because of poop or hunger. And every time I wake up, it's basically when I'm about to fall asleep. It can be said that if one person takes care of Ping Ping and Anan, he must be prepared to stay up all night. Maybe he really is a good man and a good father. Su Shuer looked at Yu, who was sleeping beside her, her eyes full of tenderness. When God closes a door for you, he opens another door for you. Su Shuer stood up and carefully covered Yu with her blanket, then looked at him quietly, with a glance that lasted for 1,000 years. Looking at Yu, who was sleeping soundly, Su Shuer gradually thought of the future. Yesterday, Yu also told her that if she was willing to get married, he would have no problem with it. If he doesn't want to get married, he will also take his own responsibilities. There were too many choices, and she was confused. She originally thought that Yu would be irresponsible, and she had planned to live the aristocratic life of a single mother. But now, all her plans were disrupted. Yu was willing to take responsibility, and she didn't hate Yu, and she even had the idea of marrying him. But marriage based on pregnancy was not what she wanted. And thinking of the hardships of pregnancy for 10 months, Su Shuer didn't want Yu to marry her home so easily. Just when I didn't know what to do, the doorbell suddenly rang in the living room. Chapter 14 Meal. Outside the door, a middle-aged woman dressed simply and carrying a snakeskin bag stood in front of the door. He is only about 50 years old, but half of his hair is already white. She is Yiyu's mother, named Li Ping. There is a hint of tiredness in his brow, as if he had not slept last night. In fact, Li Ping did not sleep last night. Yesterday could be said to be a double blow. A good wedding turned into a joke, and what happened between Yiyu and Su Shuer made things even more depressing. I want to come again today, but I couldn't fall asleep in bed at night, so I took the night train to the city. Came to the location, Yiyu told her. That brat, if he had used improper means to make a virgin girl like this, I would definitely. Just when Li Ping was about to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice, the door opened. Auntie, who are you looking for? Su Shuer looked at Li Ping outside the door in confusion. For some reason, when she looked at Li Ping outside the door, she always felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere. What a beautiful girl, as pretty as a star. Looking at Su Shuer, who opened the door and came out, Li Ping was a little dazed. She had never seen such a pretty girl except on TV. Auntie, who are you looking for? Su Shuer naturally also heard what Li Ping said subconsciously. Her expression didn't change at all. She was already used to such compliments. Looking at Li Ping in front of me, I felt more and more familiar with her. As I slowly recalled her, I found that she matched the face in my mind. Could it be? At this moment, Su Shuer's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her expression even became a little unnatural. Excuse me, is Yiyu here? Although I don't know why the pretty girl in front of me suddenly became shy. But Li Ping still greeted her politely. She didn't think Su Shuer was so beautiful at all. After all, in today's society, everything is about money. How could such a pretty girl fall for her own silly boy? How could she give up a prosperous life to give birth to a baby for her silly boy? But the question is, if she was not Amelia Su, then why would she appear in her son's room? Ah, Yiyu is sleeping. Excuse me, are you Yiyu's mother? Even though she had guessed Li Ping's identity, Su Shuer still couldn't help but ask. He just made a call last night, and he arrived this morning. Isn't that too fast? Yes, I am Yiyu's mother. You woke him up and did something like that, and you still have the nerve to sleep in. By the end of her words, Li Ping's face had turned gloomy. She taught Yiyu to be a man who dares to act and take responsibility since he was a child, but now he has become. Amelia Su opened her mouth, but no words came out. She didn't want to wake Yiyu up. After all, he had taken care of the baby all night last night. But at this moment, seeing Li Ping's gloomy face, she was scared. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to go and wake Yiyu up. Auntie, please come in first. I'll go wake up Yiyu. After the voice fell, Su Shuer hurried back to the room. At this moment, Yiyu was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Especially at the corner of his mouth, a trace of drool flowed out, and coincidentally, he revealed a silly smile. Very cute. But now Su Shuer had no intention of checking, and she pushed and pinched Yiyu, calling him. Yiyu, quickly, get up, don't sleep anymore. Thanks to Su Shuer's efforts, Yiyu finally woke up in a daze, looking at Su Shuer in front of him with sleepy eyes. Xuya, wake up. I'm so sleepy now and want to sleep. For some reason, Amelia Su actually heard a hint of coquettishness in the tone. I want to laugh, but I can't. He pinched the fat on Yiyu's face, hoping that the slight stinging sensation would make Yiyu more awake. Don't sleep anymore. Auntie is here. She's already come in. Auntie? That Auntie? Yiyu asked subconsciously, but the next moment, his sleepy eyes widened. It was as if he had heard something incredible. He pointed a finger at his nose, his tone full of disbelief. Is the aunt you were talking about our mother? Pooh! Su Shuer curled her lips, thinking that Yiyu's words were a bit of an advantage. But now was not the time to worry about these things, so he nodded. Fuck, that's impossible. He just called last night, and he's here now? How can it be that fast? You know if you go out and take a look. Su Shuer waved her hands helplessly. She didn't believe that Li Ping's speed could be so fast. But the facts are already before us, and we have to believe it even if we don't want to. Gulp. Yi swallowed hard and said in a low voice. Shuer, did our mother come alone? Or did our father come with her? Our mom. Our dad. These two words made Su Shuer blush, and she hurried to the crib. He stared at Ping'an in front of the crib and spoke casually. You'll know if you go out and take a look. Well, Shuer, won't you come out with me? I'm scared to be alone. This sentence made Amelia, Sue, roll her eyes. That's your mother, your own mother. If you're afraid of her, then why shouldn't I be afraid? Especially now that I'm unmarried and have a child. Will my aunt think I'm a casual woman? All kinds of bad thoughts echoed in her mind. Seeing this situation, Yu didn't dare to ask any more questions. If he stuck his head out, he would be killed. If he kept his head down, he would also be killed. Sooner or later, you have to face it. He walked cautiously to the door and stuck his head out to take a look. Li Ping was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and there was no sign of Ye's father. Fortunately, Dad didn't come. Yi just breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes caught sight of the snakeskin bag beside him. The worry that had just been put at ease was lifted up again. Da. As the sound of footsteps reached her ears, Li Ping moved. He slapped the table directly. Kneel down. He uttered 2 words, and although the voice was not loud, it was extremely intimidating, especially to Yiyu. After hearing the word kneel down, Yiyu knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 15, I didn't expect. Kneel down. These 2 words not only made Yiyu's heart tremble, but also Su Shuer in the bedroom's heart tremble. She bit her lips with her teeth, frowned slightly, and looked so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. After a while, the frown finally disappeared, and he gently pinched Ping'an's little face. A hint of tenderness crossed the corner of his mouth. No matter what happens in the future, as long as I am with her safely, that's enough. In the living room, Yiyu knelt in front of Li Ping without saying a word. The latter did not speak immediately, but waited for a while before looking at Yiyu. Yuer, do you know why I asked you to kneel down? The tone was flat, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. No. Hearing Yiyu's answer, Li Ping nodded with satisfaction and opened the snakeskin bag beside her. After some groping, he found a stick made of wrought tan in his hand. Now that you know what you did wrong, are you ready to accept the punishment for doing wrong? Although it is a question, the tone is unquestionable. Hearing this, Yiyu did not refute and directly took off his shirt, revealing his relatively strong upper body. Bang! Almost at the same moment, Li Ping hit Yiyu on the back with the wrought tan stick in her hand. There is a characteristic of the cane. When it hits a person, it can cause intense pain but little damage to the body. Even severe whipping will only cause damage to the skin and flesh without breaking bones. Hiss! Although I was often beaten with a cane when I was a child, the blows were always gentle. This time, Li Ping used a lot of strength, and the intense pain made Yiyu's body tremble. I've told you since you were little that you must be responsible. Since you've had a relationship with a girl, you must give her a future. But what about you? Not only did you not give the girl a future, on the contrary, she was pregnant, and you were still pursuing another girl. Your child was born, but you married another girl. If that accident hadn't happened yesterday, how would you be responsible for Amelia's Sue? How would you be responsible for your child? Li Ping's voice became louder and louder, and her tone became more and more serious. Bang! He waved his hand and hit again. Hiss! This time, Yi was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Li Ping was right. If the Mu family had not increased the betrothal gift yesterday, and he had not been able to come up with the extra 300,000 yuan, how would he face Amelia's Sue, Ping, and Anan? If you do something wrong, you must be punished. As soon as the words fell, Li Ping swung the wrought tan in her hand again. Just as the vine was about to fall on Yiyu, a figure pounced over. Annie, a person can't do such a thing. Similarly, a person can't give birth to a baby. If you want to fight, fight me too. Oh no. Li Ping also noticed Su Shuer's figure at the first time and thought to herself that something was wrong. He wanted to retract the cane in his hand, but the force he used was too great. Even though efforts were made to stop it, it couldn't be stopped. Bang! The cane hit Su Shuer directly. Su Shuer hummed it directly. Xue? Looking at Su Shuer lying on him, Yi was stunned at first, and then he shouted out. Tears instantly overflowed from Su Shuer's clear eyes. But the tears never fell, just swirled in his eyes. Xue? At this moment, Yi Yu's throat was choked. Su Schwetter's action caught him off guard. It was something he could never have imagined. Perhaps she heard the worry in Yi Yu's tone, and Su Schwerer forced a smile. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm a mother now. I can't cry easily. His tone was full of strength, but his smooth chin had now become like the outside of a pineapple. I feel wronged. I feel wronged. I feel wronged so much. Seeing this, Yi Yu flipped his right hand and directly rolled Su Schwerer under him, protecting her tightly. He looked up at Li Ping with a firm tone. Mom, all my faults are mine. If you want to hit or scold me, just vent your anger on me. Xue is innocent. Li Ping could no longer hear what Yi Yu said, or rather, she was stunned the moment the cane hit Su Schwerer. Why is she so stupid? Who else besides Su Schwerer would be willing to live in the same house with her son at this time? When others see their daughter-in-law for the first time, they love her so much and pamper her like their own daughter. And what about yourself? What did you do? The first time I saw my future daughter-in-law, I actually beat her up. For a moment, Li Ping felt like an old man who had done something wrong, helpless, not knowing what to do. As for the cane that represented punishment, it had long been thrown aside. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. There were 3 people, but no one spoke, and no one knew what to say. However, at this moment, the crying of a baby echoed in the living room, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wow, wow, wow. Ping Ping is awake. Ping Ping is hungry. You get up quickly. Ping Ping is awake. Su Schwerer judged directly from the sound that Ping Ping had woken up. Hearing the crying sound, Yi Yu quickly stood up, and Su Schwerer quickly ran back to the bedroom. Wow, wow, wow. There was another sound of a baby crying. Hearing this sound, Yi Yu hurried into the room. That's my grandson crying. Hearing the baby crying, Li Ping also turned her attention to the bedroom. He lifted his feet and walked slowly towards the bedroom. Wow, wow, wow. The sound of the baby crying became clearer and clearer, and it seemed that the crying sound was not from one baby, but from 2 babies. What's going on? Why are there 2 babies crying? With deep doubts, Li Ping had already walked to the bedroom door. At this time, the babies crying also disappeared. At this moment, Li Ping also saw everything clearly in the bedroom. Only Su Schwerer was lying on the bed. Perhaps because she had just been beaten with a cane, the wound was touched and she was grimacing in pain. She held a baby in each of her left and right hands, eating happily. When she saw Li Ping, Su Schwetter's painful grin turned into a silly smile. Aunt. Chapter 16. Teasing. Are they twins? It took a long time for Li Ping to come back to her senses from her shock. Last night, Yi Yu only told her that he was a father, but did not tell her that he had 2 babies. Happiness came so suddenly. A few days ago, I was still wondering when I would be able to hold my grandchildren in my arms, but now I have grandchildren, 2 at that. Annie, they're twins, a boy and a girl. The boy is the older brother, and the girl is the younger sister. Seeing Li Ping's dazed look, Su Schwerer hurriedly explained, but she was still a little nervous inside. She was worried about whether Li Ping would like her, worried about whether Li Ping would like Ping Ping and twins. Li Ping repeated it, her tone full of excitement. But suddenly remembering the scene where she hit Su Schwerer with a rattan stick, Li Ping's excited heart instantly became uneasy. Although her original intention was not to hit Amelia Sue, she did hit Amelia Sue in the end. Will she resent me for hitting her just now and stop me from seeing my grandchildren? My dear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I want to hit Yi Yu. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Amelia Sue. Su Schwerer just shook her head, a smile appearing on her face. Auntie, I don't blame you. I know you wanted to hit Yi Yu just now, but let's let it go and don't recall it. Annie, I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm a little hungry. At this point, Li Ping no longer understood that this was Su Schwerer giving her a way out. My daughter, wait a minute. I'll cook for you now. Before she could finish her words, Li Ping had already hurried out. Only after seeing Li Ping leave did Yi Yu dare to speak. Schwerer, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I would have been severely punished by my mother. Su Schwerer snorted softly but then took a deep breath. There was also a hint of pain on his face. Does it hurt? I'll go find you some painkillers. Seeing this, Yu panicked and hurried to look for painkillers. After all, Su Schwerer was injured because of him. But Su Schwerer stopped her. No, as long as you don't touch the wound, it will be fine. Besides, the pain is far less severe than the cesarean section. Cesarean section. After hearing these 3 words, Yu fell into silence instantly. He had secretly learned about women's childbirth and naturally knew the pain caused by a cesarean section. Sorry. After a moment's silence, Yu could only say these few words. Su Schwerer did not answer immediately, but looked at the babies on both sides, tenderness overflowing in her eyes. The past is the past. The present and the future are the most important. As long as you treat us well in the future and take good care of Ping Ping and Enin, that will be enough. Yu opened his mouth, but no words came out. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Su Schwerer's lower abdomen. I want to see your C-section wound. Yu's voice was very gentle. Why do you want to see the wound? Hearing Yu's words, Su Schwerer was stunned at first, and then subconsciously pulled her clothes. But the force used may have been a bit too much, and it touched the wound, causing his handsome eyebrows to frown slightly. I'll let you see it after I recover, otherwise it will scare you. Why does it scare me? Isn't that wound a medal? It reminds me all the time that you are a great mother. This one sentence made Su Schwerer's eyes red. Many people think that having a baby is easy, but only those who have experienced it personally understand that being a mother is really difficult. Do you really want to see it? Su Schwerer asked cautiously. Then don't think it's ugly. After hesitating for a long time, Su Schwerer finally lifted up her shirt because Ping Ping and was still eating rations. Su Schwerer didn't reveal much, but it was enough. I saw a thin red line on the snow-white skin. Although the hideousness of that day is no longer visible, you can understand the feelings of a girl who loves beauty when she suddenly sees a hideous wound on her smooth and flat belly. You really don't think it's ugly? Su Schwerer spoke again cautiously. It's not ugly. It's really not ugly. On the contrary, it's very beautiful. It reminds me of my pride as a mother and also reminds me of my debt to you. Hearing this, Su Schwerer's eyes immediately turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. But she blinked desperately, trying not to let the tears flow out. She pursed her lips and a sweet smile appeared on her face. I think it's beautiful too. Just as you commented on it, she didn't think it was ugly. On the contrary, she felt very powerful. If you disliked the scars on her body, then she really misjudged him. But now it seems that she was not wrong. Afterwards, Yi went straight to the medicine box, dipped some iodine on a medical cotton swab, and carefully applied it to Su Schwerer's wound to reduce inflammation. After finishing everything, he carefully put a medical gauze on the wound. Although the wound has almost healed now, it is summer after all, and a little carelessness may cause the wound to become inflamed. For Su Schwerer's health and safety, Yi had to do this. Yi's gentleness turned into a feather in Su Schwerer's heart, tickling her heart. At this moment, the 2 little guys were full and were sleeping on Su Schwerer's left and right. Su Schwerer and Yi looked at their 2 babies tenderly. Although silence is better than 1,000 words. After a long time, Amelia Su looked at the rations on her chest and felt a little distressed. It's not good to be too big. Even though Ping Ping and Ainen have eaten some, I still feel a little bloated. Hearing this, Yi took a look at Su Schwerer's rations and was secretly amazed. It was indeed a bit big. When I was very young, I met an old man who said that my unusual bones made me a good candidate for martial arts training. So he taught me a martial art. What martial arts? Su Schwerer asked innocently. Hey, this martial art is called Milking Dragon Grab. Chapter 17, Who is the Biological Child? Because of Ping Ping and Ainen, the relationship between Yu and Su Schwerer is also slowly heating up. Just when Yu put the sleeping Ping Ping and Ainen into the crib, Li Ping walked in with a bowl of porridge. My daughter, drink a bowl of porridge first to fill your stomach. Auntie is making chicken soup for you. It will take some time. The moment she spoke, Li Ping had already come to Su Schwerer with porridge and was about to feed her with a spoon. This made Su Schwerer a little flattered, and she felt embarrassed to let her elders take care of her. He quickly reached out and took the porridge. "Auntie, I can do it myself." The moment he finished speaking, he took the porridge and blew on it gently. Seeing this scene, Li Ping didn't know what to say. After all, she had just beaten her daughter-in-law when she entered the door, and she was feeling guilty. And at this time, she didn't know what to say. He could only look in the direction of Yi Yu, and his eyes told it all. "Is this how you treat your husband?" Yi Yu understood instantly and hurriedly walked in front of Su Shuer and snatched the bowl from her hand. "Lie down and let me do it." 5 words, full of tenderness. Su Shuer originally wanted to say that I can do it myself, but after saying one word, she lay down obediently, because she thought of her confinement period, that loneliness and helplessness. And just at that time, Yi was on a sweet date with Mulinger. Unconsciously, a feeling of jealousy welled up in my heart. "Humph, you should have fed me. After all, you owe me this." As the voice fell, Amelia, Sue opened her cherry lips. Seeing this, Yi did not feel any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was very happy. After all, every man wants his beloved girl to act coquettishly to him, especially when he owes Amelia Sue so much. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Li Ping's face. Before coming here, she was a little worried that their relationship was maintained because of the baby, but now it seems that is not the case. But the next moment, Li Ping's face turned dark. "Hot, hot, hot." As soon as she took a mouthful of porridge, Su Shuer screamed, blowing air from her mouth non-stop, and even put her hands to her mouth and kept fanning. "You kid, why are you so stupid? Can't you feel that this porridge is very hot? Can't you blow on it before feeding it? How can you take good care of Shuer and the 2 babies if you are so careless?" In desperation, Li Ping punched Yu twice on the back. "Mom, stop hitting me. I'm a father now, so please give me some face." Although it didn't hurt, Yu still pretended to grimace. Puff. Seeing this scene, Amelia Sue laughed out loud, and an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. "After I marry him, I will have someone to support me, and I can bully Yu as much as I want." As she thought about it, her little face turned red involuntarily. After being beaten, nothing unexpected happened. Li Ping's gaze gradually shifted from Su Shuer to Ping Ping and Anan. My eyes fell on the 2 little babies. Their little faces were rosy, and they looked so cute. The moment she saw the baby, the last trace of worry in Li Ping's heart finally disappeared. The baby boy looks exactly like Yi Yu when he was a child. Although the baby girl doesn't look much like Yi Yu, she looks especially like Su Shuer. I have grandchildren, and 2 of them. This feeling is such a happy one. Soon, Su Shuer had eaten up the whole bowl of porridge. He looked in the direction of Li Ping. It is said that people are closer to each other than their grandparents. Seeing Ping Pingin's cute look, Li Ping couldn't help it and reached out to touch Ping Ping's little face. But at this moment, Ping Ping suddenly woke up. When their eyes met, Ping Ping didn't cry but laughed. At the same time, the chubby little hands began to wave as if wanting a hug. Seeing this scene, Li Ping couldn't help it and wanted to hug her, but she stopped and looked at Amelia Sue with anticipation in her tone. "Girl, can I hug you?" This request startled Amelia Sue, and she nodded quickly. "Auntie, you can hug me if you want. You don't need to tell me. After all, you're Ping Ping's grandmother." After the words fell, Li Ping couldn't hold back any longer and gently hugged Ping Ping. Their eyes met, filled with indescribable feelings. "What's his name?" "My brother's name is Ping Ping, and my sister's name is Anan. The names are a bit random. Auntie, you can choose new ones." Amelia spoke quickly. Seeing the loving look in Li Ping's eyes, Su Shuer breathed a sigh of relief. "Be safe and sound." Li Ping murmured softly and nodded, and only put Ping Ping in the crib after Ping Ping fell asleep again. "Shuer, let's go out and talk." In the living room, Su Shuer and Li Ping sat face to face, and Yu also followed them out. Just as I was about to sit down, I heard Li Ping shouting, "You still have the nerve to sit? Stand up right there." Yu suddenly shuddered and stood straight aside. When he spoke to Amelia Sue, his tone was extremely gentle. "My dear, Xiaoyu has already told me everything that happened between you 2. This happened because I didn't discipline him properly. Swear, how do you want to punish him? Huh? This one sentence made Su Schwerer at a loss. Auntie, this matter is not just Yu's fault. I'm also wrong. She obviously didn't expect Li Ping to ask her such a question. She had never thought about this kind of question, although she had felt regret, pain, and grievance about what happened that night. But when she saw Pinganin, all of that disappeared. She has no regrets. Everything is arranged by fate. Hearing this, Li Ping shook her head. No. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Although our family is not a wealthy one, we still have the rules. And Yu is a man. It's a big mistake for a man to do something like that and not take responsibility. This matter must not be tolerated. Girl, tell me how to punish him. Su Shuai pursed her lips, looked at Yu and then at Li Ping, her expression very troubled. He hesitated for a long time before speaking, but his tone was even more determined than before. Auntie, it takes two to tango. If you must punish Yu, then I'm also wrong. Please punish me first. Li Ping was stunned. She didn't expect such an ending. Su Shuai's demeanor was beyond her imagination. A woman was suddenly deprived of her most precious thing and gave birth to a child for a man she didn't know very well. She suffered so much grievance. Wouldn't she feel hatred? After a long time, Li Ping glared at Yu fiercely. In that case, I will let him make amends and take good care of you and your son for the rest of his life. Don't worry, my daughter. Your uncle and I are standing behind you. If you want to beat Yu up, just say a word and I'll beat him to death. Yu, who was the biological child here? Why do I feel like I was picked up? Amelia Su nodded and felt relieved, but for some reason, another feeling arose in her heart. It was as if these words had been planned long ago. Chapter 18, I promise. If Su Shuai could still accept what was said just now and did not regard it as a conspiracy, then Li Ping's next words made Su Shuai feel as if she had entered a conspiracy circle. As the saying goes, if you don't speak, it's fine, but once you speak, it will definitely make a big splash. Since you both agree and think that this is the fault of you two, then go get your marriage certificate tomorrow. Su Shuai. Yu. What is this operation? Auntie, are you going to punish Yu? Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Su Shuai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But Li Ping pretended not to hear her words and continued with the previous topic. He directly pointed all the criticisms at Yu with an extremely serious tone. Let me tell you, you're a man and you probably don't know the dangers women face when giving birth. Shuai went through life and death to give birth to Ping Ping and Inan. You'll never be able to repay this kindness in this lifetime. You can't bear to see Shuai become a single mother, taking care of two children by herself. And when the children grow up, they need to be registered. Do you have to write that the biological father is unknown or that the biological father is dead? You are a man. If you are a man, you must take on this responsibility. You must get married. If you don't want to take this responsibility, don't want to marry Su Shuai, and can't write Shuai's name on our family's household registration book, I tell you, from now on, you don't have to call me mom. I will just pretend that I don't have a son like you. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ping threw the household registration booklet in front of Yu. Then he looked at Amelia Su again, his tone full of tenderness. Shuai, don't worry. I'm here and will make the decision for you. If Yu doesn't want to admit that he is a man, then you can be my daughter, okay? His tone was excited, and he directly grabbed Amelia Su's hand. Aunt, Su Shuai bit her lips tightly with her teeth. Although the starting point and purpose were for her own good, one could hear a sense of coercion in it no matter how one listened to it. Subconsciously looked at Yu. Yu stared at the dark red household registration booklet without blinking, as if he was in a trance. An inexplicable feeling of loneliness welled up in her heart. If Yu didn't really want to marry her and take care of Ping Ping and Anan from the bottom of his heart, but was forced to do so under threats, then such an outcome would be better off not having it. Looking at the dark red household registration booklet, Yu came back to his senses after a long time. Even though Li Ping's words were quite harsh, like she didn't want him, that was actually another level of concern. What Li Ping wanted to do was to make herself perverted and make a promise to Su Shuai. In my mind, the sounds of Ping Ping and Anan crying, sleeping, and laughing kept echoing in my mind. The confused mind suddenly calmed down. Will she agree? Yu subconsciously looked at Amelia Sue. He had no problem with getting married. Since ancient times, there has been no man who didn't like beautiful women. Isn't Amelia Sue beautiful? Obviously not. Even ordinary stars are not as beautiful as Amelia Sue. Doesn't he want to marry Amelia Sue as his wife? The moment this thought came to his mind, his heart began to tremble, and a voice in his heart kept repeating, thinking that Sue Schwerer would hold another man's hand and have dinner with another man. Although these were just fantasies, Yu could no longer bear it. The strong jealousy had created a sour smell in the room. No, he is the only one in this world who can marry Amelia Sue, and he's the only one worthy of being Ping Ping and Ann's father. At this moment, Sue Schwerer's gaze had already shifted to the dark red household registration book. My head was a little dizzy. It seemed like everything was happening too fast. He subconsciously looked at Yu, and their eyes met. He saw confusion in her eyes. She saw yearning, expectation, and jealousy in his eyes. My daughter, if you have any ideas, you can bring them up. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Li Ping was an experienced person, so she naturally saw the current situation of the two people. There needs to be a fire between the two to move their relationship forward. And she's just right for this fire. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that Yu, this bad boy, was so lucky to have such a beautiful woman like Sue Schwerer. And she willingly gave birth to two lovely babies for him. If it weren't for the accident that night, based on my family conditions, I would never have been able to meet a girl as beautiful as Sue Schwerer. Li Ping was secretly guessing in her heart. Do I have any ideas? Sue Schwerer repeated it in a low voice. When she was alone in the hospital, she had countless fantasies about the future and had even prepared herself to grow up safely alone. But I never expected this scene today. I was a little undecided for a moment. And now, Li Ping's sudden proposal caught her off guard. Sue Schwerer said nothing, kept her head down, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, although Yu was anxious, he did not dare to urge her. He was afraid that Sue Schwerer would say the words he was most afraid of hearing. Although there was no anxious expression on Li Ping's face, she was a little panicked in her heart. Did I guess wrong? In an instant, countless bad thoughts flooded into the minds of the mother and son. After a long time, Sue Schwerer pursed her lips and stared at Yu with her bright eyes. I don't disagree, it's just a little too sudden. After all, I've never thought about this before, and I don't dare to think about it. From the moment I became pregnant, I was ready to hide it from the whole world. I planned to raise Ping Ping and An by myself, and I didn't even dare to imagine that Yu would appear by my side again. There is no mother who doesn't want her child to have a complete family, and there is no mother who doesn't want her child to lack fatherly love from an early age. As the voice fell, the gentle look in Sue Schwerer's eyes gradually turned into a firm look. I'm not refusing, but I don't want you to marry me so easily. Yu, I'll give you a month to see your love for me and your love for the baby. Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on Yu and Li Ping's faces. Okay, Schwerer, no matter what you say, I will agree to it. I will let you see my sincerity. Chapter 19, Regret. Compared to the happy scene of Yu's family, Mu Linger's family seemed a little desolate. Bang! Damn it, I didn't expect that bastard Yu was such a person. Not only did he sleep with my sister for a whole year, but he even got Sue Schwerer pregnant. Damn it, I always thought Sue Schwerer was a pure fairy. I once had a crush on her, but was rejected. She even said that I would never get married in my life. I didn't expect that she was just a bitch in pure saint clothes. In the living room, Mu Biao slammed his fist on the dining table, and his originally handsome face became ferocious because of jealousy. Why? Why did Sue Schwerer disagree with his confession and instead secretly get together with Yu and even gave birth to two children? That's right. I originally thought Yu was a very honest kid, and I was very confident in letting Linger marry him. I didn't expect him to be such a scumbag and get involved with that bitch Sue Schwerer. Wang Renxue was also extremely angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she walked straight into Mu Linger's room. There was a big red wedding character on the wall of the room, but at this moment it looked like a joke. seeing Mu linger sitting on the bed in a trance in her white wedding dress. A trace of heartache flashed through his heart. After all, she was her daughter, a piece of flesh and blood that fell from her body. Linger, a man like you is not worth your sadness. Whether a man loves you or not depends on whether he's willing to spend money on you. Is it too much for me to ask for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? Linger, don't be sad. Mom will find you a man who is more handsome and richer than you tomorrow. The moment the voice fell, he placed his hand on Mu Linger, wanting to comfort her. But the moment his hand was placed on Mu Linger, the latter seemed to explode. He shook off her hand and shrank into the corner. 2 lines of tears ruined his beautiful makeup, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment. This scene made Wang Rinxue stunned. She actually looked at him with such eyes? She had never looked at herself like this since she was a child, but now she was looking at herself like this for a man who didn't love her. Linger, I'm your mother. How dare you look at me like that? Did I do something to offend you? Mother? Mu Linger repeated it once, then closed her eyes. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, she emotionally collapsed. Mom, you ruined me. You ruined my beautiful vision of the future. You ruined me. You made me lose the person I loved the most and the person who loved me the most. At the end, he even roared out loud, like an enraged beast. Wang Rinxue was a little frightened and took a few steps back involuntarily. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Sister, what are you doing? You scared me. You can't take it out on me, even if you're angry. Mu Biao suddenly entered the room, supported the retreating Wang Rinxue, and looked at Mu Linger with dissatisfaction. Hee. When she saw Mu Biao, Mu Linger snorted coldly and closed her eyes in disappointment. If it weren't for this useless brother, if it weren't for this patriarchal mother, would she have ended up like this? If Wang Rinxue could share a little of her love for Mu Biao, even just a little, she would not have become an unwanted woman now. Even if only a little was given to her, she is now happily together with Yu, and the beautiful fantasy she had before has even disappeared. But now, never mind. You guys go, I'm tired. You guys go out. Let me have a good rest. These words seemed to have exhausted all of Mu Linger's strength. Ling, go away quickly. You have made me lose everything. Do you really want me to give my life back to you? Wang Rinxue had just said 2 words when Mu Linger instantly got furious. She even took out the scissors from the bedside table and put them against her snow-white neck. The sharp scissors instantly cut her delicate skin and blood flowed out. Ling, this scared Wang Rinxue, and she wanted to stop it, but Mu Biao was 1 step faster than her. He took a quick step and snatched the scissors from Mu Linger's hand and pushed Mu Linger onto the bed. Sister, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you really want to give up your life for that bastard Yu? What's so good about that bastard? He can't even come up with a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Mu Biao's tone was excited. He couldn't let Mu Linger get hurt now. After all, he needed Mu Linger to give him money if he wanted to marry his goddess home. Dowry, dowry. Mu Linger kept repeating these 2 words and suddenly stood up. No matter what was next to her, she picked it up and threw it at Mu Biao. If it weren't for you, how could Mom suddenly ask for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? If it weren't for you, how could Yu abandon me and be with Amelia Sue? At this moment, Mu Linger had entered a crazy state. Countless small things fell on Mu Biao and Wang Rinxue. Although it didn't hurt, the momentum really scared the 2 of them. They didn't expect that their usually gentle sister would have such a crazy side. In order to prevent Mu Linger from doing something more terrible, Mu Biao took Wang Rinxue out of the room directly. Bang, bang, bang. Various objects banged against the door, making noises. Sister, you have been poisoned by Yu. You should stay in your room and reflect on yourself for the next few days. I happen to know a young man worth tens of millions. I will introduce him to you in the next few days. When the time comes, you can marry into a wealthy family and never worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. After the voice fell, only the sound of the door being locked was heard. Woo-woo. Mu Linger also stopped her madness and lay on the bed crying. After a long time, Mu Linger stopped crying and looked at the wedding character that was blown away by the wind. Yu, wait for me. I was wrong. If you don't want me, I will come to you now. Chapter 20. What should she do? With the two people's promise, Li Ping happily went to the kitchen to cook. Yi Yu and Su Shuer were the only ones left in the huge living room. Shuer, don't mind what my mother said. I know you look down on me. The reason I agreed just now was entirely because of my mother. I will explain everything between us to my mother. His tone was steady, but even though he said that, a hint of loneliness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Hearing this, Su Shuer raised her head and stared at Yi Yu with her bright eyes. You guessed wrong. The reason I agreed to your request just now was not because of you, but because I don't hate you. Having said that, Amelia, Su suddenly shifted her gaze and said faintly, Actually, I wanted to reject you, but every time I was about to say those words, a voice in my heart would always appear, stopping me. I don't hate you. I'm even willing to marry you and take care of Ping Ping and then together. Su Shuer spoke calmly, as if she didn't care at all. But little did she know that her earlobes had turned red. When the voice fell, Yi was stunned for a moment, and then a deep joy surged into his mind from the bottom of his heart. Is this a confession to me? I don't hate you. I'm willing to marry you, and I'm willing to take care of Ping Ping and then together. That's great. She is willing to be with me. Happiness comes too suddenly. Yi was very excited and wanted to hug Su Shuer, but he felt it was too sudden and his hands were at a loss. Why did I suddenly say something like that? You don't feel anything when you speak, but after you finish speaking, you think back to what you just said. I always feel something is weird, like those were not what I said. How could I possibly say something like that? What I just said was entirely impulsive. No wonder the ancients often said to think twice before acting, otherwise you will definitely regret it. But it has already happened, and it's too late to regret it. After all, she didn't want to regret it. Looking at Yi Yu, who was grinning foolishly in front of her, Su Shuer hesitated for a moment, but still leaned forward slightly. What does this mean? Do you think I'm so handsome that you want to kiss me? Looking at Su Shuer's thin lips, Yi Yu began to have wild thoughts, and even leaned forward and pouted. Sadder, seeing Yi Yu's shameless behavior, Su Shuer cursed him angrily. As expected, all men are pigs and perverts who only want to take advantage of women. Ahem. Although the voice was very small, Yi Yu still heard it and scratched his head in embarrassment. It turns out I was overthinking it. Yi Yu. Su Shuer spoke slowly. Their eyes met, both filled with anticipation for the future. Yi Yu, are you serious? Do you really want to marry me and take care of Ping Ping and? Su Shuer's breathing became rapid. She was afraid. She was afraid of hearing the answer she least wanted to hear. Suddenly, Yi Yu grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Shuer, look into my eyes. I can swear that I am serious. I really want to take care of you, to keep you safe and sound, until the end of time, until the world changes. Looking at the determined look in Yi Yu's eyes and feeling the tenderness in his palm, Su Shuer's uneasy heart finally settled down, and a smile of happiness and anticipation appeared on her beautiful face. Will you be good to me? Will you be good to me forever? Will you be good to me for the rest of my life? Yi Yu nodded with a firm look without any hesitation. Yes, I will treat you well all my life. I will make you the most beautiful bride and the happiest woman in the world. The smile on Su Shuer's face became even wider. Will you love only me forever? Will you reject other women for me? Will you cheat? Yi Yu answered very straightforwardly. No, I will be like a swan and love only you for the rest of my life. Only a blind person would abandon Su Shuer and fall in love with another woman. So far, he has never seen any woman who can surpass Su Shuer in appearance, figure, and demeanor. What's more, she is the mother of 2 babies, the woman who gave her life to give birth to 2 babies for him. Even if he makes enemies with the whole world, even if he gives up the whole world, he will not let go of Su Shuer's hand. After all, Su Shuer is not a girl with cerebral palsy. With her beautiful appearance, she will attract men to chase her wherever she goes. Over the past 20 years, Su Shuer has heard countless sweet words from people. Although Yi Yu made good promises, no one knew that the accident would happen on that day, especially Mu Linger. Thinking of Mu Linger, the smile on Su Shuer's face disappeared, and a hint of sadness gathered between her brows. The once best friends became sworn enemies in an instant. From Mu Linger's perspective, Sue Schwerer was a shameless woman who stole her best friend's man. But this result was not what she wanted, and she didn't want this to happen. If it weren't for the absurdity of that night, she would never have noticed Yu. After a while, Sue Schwerer looked at Yu and said the thing she least wanted to mention but had to mention. Yu, how are you going to tell Linger about what happened between us? After all, before she could finish her words, Yu interrupted her and held her hand even tighter. Schwerer, this was all a wrong start. If you had come to me and told me that it was you and not Mu Linger that night, how could I have pursued Mu Linger? If you hadn't left the next day, how could you have possibly lived a difficult life alone with a big belly? As he spoke, Yu felt a deep sense of grievance in his heart. If Sue Schwerer had told him earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure so much anger at Mu Linger's house over the past year. If Sue Schwerer had told him earlier, how could she have so many years of regrets now? How could he have so much guilt? Seeing this, Amelia Sue opened her mouth, but no words came out. She was thinking too much. If she hadn't thought so much at the beginning, she probably wouldn't have suffered so much in the past year. With Yu by her side, there would be many little sweet things. It's a pity that once a person makes the wrong choice, he must bear the consequences of his wrong choice. Thousands of words turned into a sigh, and the two held hands even tighter, never wanting to separate. Li Ping, who was hiding in front of the kitchen door, saw this scene and a smile appeared on his old face. Chapter 21 Grievances. While Yi Yu and Sue Schwerer's relationship was growing stronger, Li Ping had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. In addition to the rattan stick used to punish Yi Yu, the snakeskin bag that Li Ping brought also contained a lot of good things. For example, free-range hens, freshly picked mushrooms, and a series of other supplements. Li Ping brought these specially after she heard Yi Yu say that she was pregnant. When Sue Schwerer finished washing up, the table was already filled with all kinds of delicious food. Schwerer, these are what Annie brought from home. I don't know if you like them. If you don't like them, just tell Annie and I'll buy them for you. Hearing this, Amelia Sue quickly shook her head. No. Annie, you think too much. I'm not that delicate. These are enough. As soon as the sound fell, he shifted his gaze to the dining table, his bright eyes full of little stars. Mushrooms. I love mushrooms the most. Thank you, Auntie. The moment she saw the mushrooms, Amelia Sue was like a greedy kitten. He wanted to pick up some food, but when he saw Li Ping beside him, he put down his chopsticks. At the dinner table, the younger generation can only pick up their chopsticks after the elders do. This is a culture that has existed since ancient times. Li Ping naturally saw Sue Schwerer's concerns at a glance and spoke quickly. Daughter, you can eat whatever you want. We don't have so many rules in our family. Although she said this, Sue Schwerer still didn't pick up her chopsticks and smiled foolishly. Auntie, please first. Well, hearing this time, Li Ping did not refuse. She quickly picked up a piece of chicken with chopsticks and put it in Sue Schwerer's bowl. My daughter, come and eat some meat. You need to nourish yourself well during the confinement period. Thank you, Auntie. Li Ping, who was already satisfied with Amelia Sue, felt even more satisfied when she saw how polite she was. The Yi family is so lucky that they could let Yi Yu, a bad boy, meet a girl as beautiful and polite as Sue Schwerer. Sue Schwerer quickly ate the chicken that Li Ping gave her, and then quickly picked up the mushrooms to eat, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch them away. But just when the chopsticks were about to pick up the mushroom, Li Ping interrupted her. Schwerer, you eat the meat first, and then eat the mushrooms later. Let you eat the mushrooms first. Auntie, I don't want to eat meat. I want to eat mushrooms. Okay. Sue Schwerer spoke cautiously, with a hint of grievance in her tone and disappointment in her eyes. She looked at the delicious mushrooms with her mouth watering. Is Auntie dissatisfied with her? But why would you pick food for her if you're not satisfied with her? For a moment, countless question marks appeared in Amelia Sue's mind. Li Ping naturally noticed the change in Sue Schwerer's expression, but did not explain. Instead, she looked at Yi Yu and then at the stewed chicken with mushrooms. You eat it, little brat. What's this? What's up? Although he was puzzled, Yi Yu still obediently picked up a piece of mushroom and started eating it. You know what? It tastes pretty good. While eating, he looked at Sue Schwerer proudly and said, "See, I am your son. Carrot. Ingrivans." Seeing Yu eating several pieces of mushrooms in a row, Sue Schwerer was very greedy. "Auntie, Yu has already eaten. Can I eat now?" The moment he finished speaking, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A real greedy little cat. I thought Li Ping would agree, but I didn't expect that Li Ping not only did not agree, but continued to shake her head. "Girl, wait a minute before eating. Let that brat have a few more bites." Okay then." For a moment, grievance, sadness, sorrow, all kinds of emotions surrounded Amelia Sue's chest. Woo, I want to cry. Did my aunt not like me? So she didn't let me eat? Sue Schwerer continued to think wildly. "Mom, we can't do this. Let Schwerer eat it." Seeing Sue Schwerer's aggrieved look, Yu felt heartbroken. This is his woman. He just swore that he would never let her suffer any injustice in this life. But what about now? She was wronged, and he couldn't stand up for her. I thought Li Ping would be soft-hearted, but the results still surprised Yu. "Just eat what I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Li Ping not only interrupted Yu's actions, but also picked up more mushrooms with chopsticks and put them in Yu's bowl. Eat quickly." Yu was a little confused, but he didn't dare to disobey his mother's order at this moment, so he could only eat the mushroom in front of him obediently. Seeing that Yu was almost finishing the plate of mushrooms, Sue Schwerer felt so aggrieved that she didn't know what to do. She put down her chopsticks and clenched 2 fingers. At this moment, she no longer had the temperament of a cold goddess, but looked like a little girl who had suffered endless grievances. It seems that what Annie said before was just to coax me. Annie really doesn't like me. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Seeing Sue Schwerer's aggrieved look, Yu felt very uncomfortable and spoke again, but Li Ping was one step ahead of him. "Yu, what time is this?" Hearing this, Yu looked up at the 2 fingers Li Ping extended and spoke subconsciously. "2. So what is this?" "4. Seeing this, Li Ping nodded with satisfaction and then continued speaking. "Do you feel a buzzing in your head, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and other bad sensations now?" "No, what's wrong?" This series of questions completely confused Yu. What was going on? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and had a bad premonition in his heart. "Mom, are these mushrooms poisonous?" I wasn't sure if this mushroom was poisonous before, but now I'm sure it's not. While speaking, Li Ping had already walked into the kitchen. When he came back again, he brought out the pot of soup. You can smell the fragrance from a long distance away. What's going on? Just now, Sue Schwerer was not allowed to eat mushrooms. So why did she suddenly bring out the chicken soup? Is it for me to drink? But I'm already full. Smelling the aroma of the chicken soup, Yu subconsciously touched his stomach. I'm already 70% full. Sue Schwerer was also very puzzled. What was going on? Li Ping did not explain immediately, but picked up Sue Schwerer's bowl and did not put in front of her until it was full. Not only is there chicken soup, but there are also lots and lots of mushrooms. "Aunt," Amelia, Sue wanted to ask, but she didn't understand what it meant. But Li Ping interrupted him directly and explained slowly. "My dear, we live in the countryside, close to the mountains. After every rain, your uncle goes to the mountains to look for wild vegetables like mushrooms. This mushroom was found by your uncle, but he had never seen it before. He didn't let you eat it because he was afraid it might be poisonous. But everything is fine now. It turns out that this mushroom is not poisonous. You can eat it without worry, my daughter." Hearing this, Sue Schwerer laughed out loud. The more wrong she had felt just now, the more joy she felt now. Chapter 22 Discovered. Take 100 steps after a meal, and you will live to be 99. Yu had always believed in this theory and would go for a walk after every meal. But today, he didn't, but lay on the bed like a salted fish. "There's no love anymore. I'm your mother's son. So how come I've become a poison tester? How sad." Yu turned over and prepared to have a good sleep to calm his wounded heart. But the next moment, bang! Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep all day long. Are you a pig? You think about sleeping after you've eaten your fill? Li Ping's voice of disappointment reached Yu's ears. "Mom, I took care of Ping'an all night last night and didn't get much sleep. Can't I just rest for a while? Besides, Didn't Schwer also go to bed? Why didn't you talk about her but me? Am I your biological son? Yi tried to refute, but the result was disastrous. Li Ping grabbed his ears directly. You idiot, Schwerer is still in the confinement period. It's time for her to recuperate. That's the way it should be. Besides, what right do you have to sleep? Yi quickly asked Li Ping to pull his ears, deliberately put on a grin, and looked at Li Ping with resentment. Mom, I now seriously doubt that I am not your biological child. Schwer is your biological child. It would have been better if he didn't say it, because as soon as he said it, Li Ping hit him hard on the head. Stop talking so much nonsense. You're not a child anymore. You are the head of the family now, whether you are ready or not. You must face what you should be prepared for. Hearing this, Yi did not refute, but stood aside obediently. Seeing this, Li Ping's tone softened a lot. Xiaoyu, you are not alone now. You have Schwer and 2 babies. In other words, you are now the head of the family. The road ahead is still long. Ping Ping and Inen came very suddenly. Whether you are ready or not, you must work hard in your life. Hearing this, Yi nodded. I know that I'm no longer in a state where I can feed the whole family without being hungry. If he hadn't obtained the system, his troubles would have increased a lot when facing Su Schwer and the 2 babies. After all, in this era, it is absolutely impossible to live without money. Seeing that Yi listened to her, Li Ping took out a bank card from her pocket. Your mom and dad aren't very capable either. They've been busy all their lives, wanting to buy you a wedding house in the city. But now it seems like they can't fulfill this wish. Take this bank card. This is the savings your father and I have made over the years. For the rest, you should work hard to find a home for Amelia, Sue, and the babies in the city. Li Ping also knows that young people nowadays yearn for the prosperity of big cities and do not want to stay in the countryside. Looking at the bank card handed to him, Yi felt a mixture of emotions. He really wanted to tell Li Ping that he now had a system and making money was a piece of cake. But no matter how many words came to his lips, they all turned into a sigh. He silently took the bank card. Thank you, Mom, for worrying about you all these years. A smile flashed across Li Ping's old face, and she patted Yi's shoulder. There's no need to thank me. You have a child now. After some time, you'll understand that parents don't really need anything from their children. The only thing parents hope for is that their children can live a peaceful and happy life. Life is like a journey of spiritual practice. When you are happy, you can see all the flowers in Chong and in one day. In times of hardship, I may put down my wine cup, but I cannot turn back on the journey of life. You work hard. Mom can see that Schwer is a good woman. I hope you can cherish her well. As soon as the voice fell, Li Ping went to another bedroom. Schwer's confinement period had not yet ended, and she had to take care of her during this period. Yi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding the bank card tightly in his hand, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Mom, I will never let you down, and I will definitely not let Schwer and the children down. After a long time, Yi walked into the bedroom and found Su Schwer already lying on the bed and asleep. Ping Ping and Ainen were also sleeping soundly in their cribs. The moment he saw Ping Ping and Ainen, Yi's originally confused heart instantly calmed down. He reached out and gently pinched Ping Ping and Ainen's faces. You know what? The baby's face is very comfortable to pinch. It's full of collagen and feels bouncy when pinched. After a long time, if Yi hadn't been afraid of waking up the 2 babies, he would not have let go of his hand and slowly walked towards the bed. Su Schwer slept soundly, with drool even flowing from the corners of her mouth. You're already grown up. Why are you still drooling? Shame on you. Yi gently wiped the saliva from the corner of Su Schwer's mouth. Suddenly, I saw a cell phone drop to the side. The next moment, my heart started pounding, my eyes lit up, and I smiled. He looked like a wretched old man. There should be treasures in the album. Big white legs, black silk legs. Thinking of this, my heart, which was already beating faster, beat even faster, as if it was about to jump out of my body at the next moment. He secretly picked up Su Schwer's cell phone like a thief. But then, Yi was dumbfounded. How could there be a password? Fortunately, it could be unlocked with fingerprint. Well, Schwer, your phone is dirty. Please wipe it quickly. Yi murmured to himself, then carefully pinched Su Schwenner's soft and boneless jade hand. Hiss! The moment he pinched it, Yi felt as if he was pinching cotton. It was so soft and so comfortable that Yi didn't want to let go for a moment. No wonder men in love like to pinch their girlfriend's hands. It was so comfortable that Yi was so comfortable that he forgot what to do. Have you squeezed enough? Instead of peeking at photos, you're trying to take advantage of people by pinching their hands? Su Schwer's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 23, February. Well, Schwer, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? What do you mean by secretly looking at your phone? What do you mean by secretly pinching your hand? Just now your phone fell to the ground, and I just picked it up. Also, just now a mosquito flew onto your hand, and I just shooed it away. Yi explained without blushing or beating his heart. If you were discovered, don't panic. As long as you are thick-skinned and refuse to admit it, it will be no problem. Uh-huh. Is that really the case? Su suerte, feeling inexplicably funny. Yi's actions and explanations just now were as if those of a child who had not grown up. That's right. It's just like what I said. I'm a gentleman. How could I do such a thing? Yi spoke with his head held high, but the next moment, he was just like a defeated rooster. I've already picked up my phone and chased away the mosquitoes, so why are you still holding my hand? Classmate Yi, is my hand comfortable to hold? Su Schwenner's tone was full of smiles, and she shook the hand that Yi was holding. This is embarrassing. That's all. Don't think of me as a pervert. I was just checking to see if there was a mosquito bite. It seems that the damn mosquito didn't succeed. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. After some specious arguments, Yi hurriedly slipped out of the bedroom. Failure. Such a complete failure. I didn't see anything and was caught red-handed. Where can I put my face in the future? He threw himself on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. In the bedroom, Su Schwer smiled happily and picked up the mobile phone that fell on the bed. The album has been opened, but unfortunately, there is a layer of password. After the fingerprint verification was passed, all kinds of photos came into view. Every photo can be called a collection. Seeing the commemorative photos she had taken in the past, Su Schwenner's face turned slightly red. Bah, you big pervert, I won't let you see these photos, shame on you. When Yi opened his eyes again, it was already dark. He did not wake up naturally, but was slapped awake by Li Ping. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. What did I tell you this afternoon? Why don't you care at all? You're a father now. How can you still sleep so soundly? Before Yi could react, he heard the sound of a baby crying in the room. Looking closely, Su Schwer was wearing pajamas and holding one child, while Li Ping was holding another. No matter how I comforted her, she kept crying. What's going on? Is the baby hungry? That's why he keeps crying? Yi quickly took it in from Li Ping's hands and kept crying. Yi was heartbroken when he heard the shrill crying. If she continued crying like this, wouldn't her voice become hoarse? Schwer, isn't it hungry? Do you want to feed it in rations? It's no use. I've already fed her, but it won't eat. Amelia Su's tone was also full of heartache. Ping Ping and Anan are both flesh and blood that fell from her body. How could she not feel heartbroken when seeing them crying like this? Is that poop? You thought it was simple. The reason why a 1-month-old baby cries is either because he is hungry or because he has poop. Before he could check, Li Ping interrupted Yi's actions. He took it in directly from Yi's hands, and at the same time glared at Yi fiercely. You don't know anything, and you snatched it in from me. Listen carefully and learn well. After the voice fell, Li Ping was seen holding an in and rocking her gently, while at the same time using one hand to gently comfort an in. An is a good boy. An is a good boy. While patting an in gently, he hummed an unknown song. You know what? An in who had been crying non-stop gradually stopped crying after being comforted by Li Ping. Although I didn't sleep, I had stopped crying. The bright eyes, without a trace of impurities, stared at Li Ping closely. Mie. From time to time, he speaks baby language that adults cannot understand. Is it so magical? Yi was stunned by this scene. Just by comforting the baby a few times and humming a song he didn't understand, he could calm down a crying baby? This is too simple. For a moment, Yi felt that he was fine again. At this moment, although Anan stopped crying, Ping Ping was still crying. Amelia Sue also saw the scene, just now clearly. He quickly imitated Li Ping's actions, gently patting Ping Ping and humming an unclear song. Gradually, Ping Ping stopped crying and fell asleep in Su Shui's arms. That's great. Ping Ping finally stopped crying. He finally stopped crying. There was a hint of crying in Su Shui's surprised tone. No one knew how heartbroken she felt when the two babies cried just now. She sat on the sofa holding the sleeping Ping Ping, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Auntie, why is this happening? Ping Ping and Inen always sleep at night, but why did they suddenly start crying tonight and cry so hard? Hearing this, Yu quickly looked at Li Ping. He also felt strange. Ping Ping and Ainen were very well behaved last night. Why did they suddenly cry so hard tonight? Li Ping explained while coaxing Ainen. Annie is an experienced person, so she naturally knows more than you. There's a saying that goes 1 month of sleep, 2 months of crying. This means that babies' brain activity levels are relatively low within the first month of life. They haven't adapted to the outside environment yet, so all they do every day is eat and sleep. They generally sleep about 20 hours a day, so they don't cry much. But when the baby is close to 2 months old, the baby's stomach capacity is relatively large, and basically they will wake up every 1 or 2 hours. Although babies still cannot communicate with adults at this time, they have begun to slowly adapt to this world. Especially at night, most adults are afraid of the dark, not to mention babies. They don't feel safe, so they cry constantly in order to find a sense of security. After Li Ping's explanation, Yi Yu and Su Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what happened. They thought the baby was sick. They feel relieved, but also a little ashamed. Although they have been promoted to the status of parents, they still have relatively little knowledge. It seems that I need to learn more about taking care of babies. Thinking of this, Yi reached out and pinched Anne's little face. And then, don't be afraid, Daddy will always be by your side. Chapter 24, Taking a Bath. After dinner, Su Shui leaned against the door frame, quietly watching Yi Yu and Li Ping busy in the bathroom. A gentle smile involuntarily crossed the corners of his mouth. The scene before her was exactly the life she had dreamed of countless times. Yi Yu looked at Su Shui, who was leaning against the door with a silly smile, and spoke subconsciously. Shui, don't be anxious. Let Mom and I help Ping Ping and then take a bath before we give you a bath. Even though Su Shui already has 2 babies, she still blushed when she heard Yi Yu's words. Bah, you pervert, what a pervert. I'd rather die than let you wash me. During the confinement period, you cannot touch cold water. If you had a natural birth, you could take a shower, but she had a cesarean section and the wound is still there, so she cannot touch water. But the mother is more likely to sweat, and her rations are too large, so juice often overflows. Not only was her body sticky, but she could also smell a milky smell. Even though it was her own, she didn't like the smell. Li Ping didn't say a word about the 2 people's bickering, just watch from the side. Let young people resolve matters between themselves, and as an old woman, she will not get involved. I just need to take care of my 2 little grandchildren on weekdays. Yi Yu curled his lips at Su Shui's shyness and continued to work. When everything was ready, he took out a thermometer and inserted it directly into the bathtub. Well, the temperature is just right. Seeing this scene, Li Ping shook her head. Young people just have no experience and rely on external forces for everything. To measure the water temperature, you can just touch it with your hand. As for Ping Ping and Li Ping's arms, his big eyes scanned the surroundings curiously, and his little mouth sucked, full of curiosity about everything. In fact, the newborn baby was nearsighted and could not see anything. Ping Ping is awake now. I'm worried about leaving him to you 2 cute parents. Just stand aside and watch me bathe the baby. This is his own grandson, and he can't let Yi Yu and Su Shui, 2 newbie dads who know nothing, take care of him. What if I get hurt? After all, the baby is still young, and even the slightest collision can cause big problems. Hearing this, Su Shui and Yi Yu nodded quickly and stood obediently behind Li Ping like elementary school students. Although Su Shui has been taking care of the 2 babies for nearly a month, She has never had the experience of bathing the babies. Aunt Wang usually gives the baby a bath. In fact, people like us, the older generation, don't even need a thermometer. We could just put our hands in and know if the water temperature is suitable for bathing our baby. As Li Ping spoke, she reached her hand into the bathtub. When she gave birth to Yiyu, there wasn't so much high technology available. Even though she was penniless, she still managed to raise Yiyu to this age. People nowadays are too dependent on high-tech things, which results in them not being able to master any of the skills they should have. Ping Ping was half lying in Li Ping's arms, staring at Li Ping with her big, bright eyes. The chubby little hands kept waving in the air. "My dear grandson, Grandma is going to give you a bath. Be obedient." As he spoke, he took off Ping Ping's diaper and clothes. Then he began to explain to Yiyu and the others the factors that should be paid attention to when taking a bath. Look carefully, you have to proceed step by step. Don't put the baby in the water right away. If you put the baby in the water right away, it will scare the baby. No matter what Li Ping said, Yiyu and Su Shuer kept nodding. After all, in the field of raising children, Li Ping is the king, and they are not even bronze. Li Ping was seen holding Ping Ping's whole body with one hand, first letting his feet put into the water, then slowly his legs, and then slowly his upper body. The process is slow, but it is enough to reflect her care and love. The moment they saw the baby enter the water, Su Shuer and Yiyu were terrified. I was afraid that Ping Ping would fall into the water if she was not careful. There were even several times when I wanted to reach out and support Ping Ping, but I finally held back. However, the worry on Yiyu's face gradually turned into a grin. Looking down, he saw a hand firmly gripping his waist. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. Who did he offend? But the next moment, his nervous heart started beating uncontrollably. Will Ping Ping resist? What if he resists? What if he falls into the water? Su Shuer bit her lips tightly with her teeth, feeling extremely distressed. When Ping Ping first touched the water, he struggled for a while, but after getting used to the water temperature, he stopped struggling. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat happy and obviously not resisting. The two chubby little hands flapped even more happily, even splashing a lot of water. His chubby little mouth was blowing out bubbles, expressing his happiness. "Be good, grandson. Grandma will wash you nicely. Don't move around." Li Ping's words seemed to have magic, instantly attracting Ping Ping's attention. He stared at Li Ping with his big eyes and cooperated very well. He spit out more bubbles from his mouth, inhaling them one by one, as if he had found something fun. Thanks to Ping Ping's cooperation, Li Ping worked very quickly. The most important thing was that she was afraid that Ping Ping would catch a cold if the time was too long. After all, the baby is still young and his resistance is relatively weak. "Xiaoyu, go get the moisturizing powder." While giving instructions, Li Ping quickly took out an absorbent towel and gently wiped Ping Ping's body. Every time the towel covered Ping Ping's little face and was quickly taken away, Ping Ping would laugh out loud. To him, this was like a game, very fun. "Mom, I've got the powder. Open." Hearing this, Yu hurriedly opened the moisturizing powder, while Li Ping turned Ping Ping over and let him lie on her legs. Quickly take out some moisturizing powder and apply it evenly on Ping Ping's body. Every time you give your baby a bath and wipe him clean, you should apply some moisturizing powder. This will make the baby feel very comfortable. Sure enough, after applying the moisturizing powder on her body, Ping Ping smiled even more happily. Chapter 25, Do It Yourself. Annie is still sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. How about we wait until she wakes up and then give her a bath? Su Shuer spoke while holding Ping Ping. Before, when I didn't have a baby, the whole world was not as important as me. But now that I have a baby, I always feel a little worried. I always want my baby to live a happy life, and I don't want to waken it up. Okay, no problem. I just want to tell you something. Li Ping did not refuse. What's the matter? Just tell us. We will listen carefully. Su Shuer's eyes lit up instantly. She felt that Li Ping was going to teach her the experience of taking care of babies. This experience is something she has accumulated over decades and cannot be bought with money. But you must listen carefully and even want to find a notebook to take notes. But what Li Ping said next made her slightly stunned, because what Li Ping said was not about how to take care of the baby at all, or rather some irrelevant words. My dear, Ping Ping and Inen are almost 1 month old. Are you ready to take a 1-month photo of them? Full moon photo. Another photo on the full moon? You supok subconsciously. Of course, you haven't seen the photo of you when you were 1 month old in our family album. Li Ping glittered at you fiercy. Hey, I think I've seen it before. Yu touched his nose and remembered that there was indeed a photo of himself as a child in his family's photo album. Handsome and cute. I don't know about that. I take pictures of my baby with my phone every day. Is it necessary to take full-month photos? Su Schwerer teased Ping Ping in her arms while talking. When he saw Su Schwerer, Ping Ping immediately smiled happily, holding Su Schwerer's finger with his 2 little hands and laughing nonstop. The confinement period is actually very uncomfortable. You cannot go out to play because the slightest cold will cause postpartum illness. So she stayed at her room every day and took pictures of Ping Ping and Ainen when she was bored. I have at least a few hundred, if not 1,000. This full moon photo is a bit too redundant. Hearing this, Li Ping shook her head and looked at Yiyu with an extremely gentle gaze, gradually sinking into memories. My daughter, you don't know now, but you will know later. Record every step of your baby's growth. When you are old and your children are no longer with you, you can flip through the photos and see how your baby grew step by step. Hearing this, Amelia Su and Yiyu were silent for a moment. What Li Ping said is not impossible. Sooner or later, the child will grow up. When they grow up, they will leave us and go out into the world. In an instant, the full moon no longer felt redundant. It was at this moment that Anan suddenly burst into tears. Yiyu hurriedly carried Anan into the bathroom. I woke up not because I was hungry, but because I had poop. Yiyu took off the diaper with ease, wiped the poop on a little butt, and then handed it to Li Ping. Mom, I can't give the baby a bath for now, so you give him a bath. Yiyu thought Li Ping would take it from his hands, but what he didn't expect was that Li Ping not only did not take it, but looked at him calmly. I've wiped but my whole life, and now you want me to wipe your child's but again? Didn't I just tell you to stay here and watch? What are you watching? You already have a child. With a child, you've become the head of the family. As the head of the family, there are many things you must master. But, Yi wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Li Ping. There's no but. You're so scared when I'm still here. If I leave in the future, will you dare? Su Schwerer, who was standing by, watched Li Ping scolding Yiyu and wanted to explain for him. But she didn't know what to say because she also felt that Li Ping was right. And felt very comfortable because Yiyu had taken away the smelly diaper. At this moment, she saw Yiyu looking at her again and she shouted happily. He spoke in baby language that adults couldn't understand, as if he was cheering Yiyu up. Daddy, don't be afraid, and believes that Daddy can do it. Regardless of whether this sentence was Yiyu's fantasy, and an S baby talk gave him courage. Yes, I am now the father of 2 children and the head of the family. There are some things I must learn. No one is born a champion. We all start from the basics. If they can do it, why can't I? The murmuring voice reached the ears of Li Ping and Su Schwerer. The former nodded with satisfaction, while the latter had stars in his eyes. Confident men are the most handsome. After figuring it out, Yiyu slowly walked towards the bath water that had been prepared. Li Ping's reminder voice kept ringing in my ears. Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. Everyone has a first time. Just recall my movements carefully and repeat them. Remember, be gentle. Hearing this, Yi was silent for a while, and his mind kept recalling what Li Ping had done when she was bathing Ping Ping just now. It was not until An started to stir restlessly that Yiyu woke up from his memories. Following Li Ping's movements, he supported An's body from the bottom with one hand and slowly submerged his feet into the water. My dear daughter, please don't resist, don't resist. I prayed endlessly in my heart, praying that An could quietly let Yiyu finish giving her a bath. The moment her feet were submerged in the water, An did not cry, but was very happy instead. The flapping of wings became even more joyful. If Yiyu's arms weren't strong, he would have probably fallen in. Seeing this scene, Amelia Sue was almost scared to scream. It was really too dangerous. Seeing this scene, Li Ping couldn't help but shook her head. They are indeed new parents who know nothing. They have even forgotten that they knew nothing when they gave birth to Yi Yu. You Schwer, don't be so scared. Before the baby is born, it is always wrapped in amniotic fluid, so newborns are naturally not afraid of water. Because babies have their own innate conditions to adapt to this environment, a so-called defense reflex movement can protect babies under 6 months old from the harm of water. If water enters the baby's mouth and nose, breathing will automatically block the water so that it does not enter the lungs. Chapter 26, Extra Rewards. Li Ping's explanation left Yi Yu and the others confused. Is it so magical? Newborns are not afraid of water. I subconsciously looked at Anin and saw that Anin was smiling happily. The chubby little arms and legs kept moving quickly in the water, and it seemed that they enjoyed it very much. When Yi Yu saw An's lovely smile, his originally uneasy heart instantly calmed down. Following Li Ping's instructions, he began to bathe An. Although his movements were clumsy, they were enough to show Yi Yu's gentleness. The big hand dipped in water, gently wiped An's little face, because An was so small. Yi Yu's hand was enough to cover An's face. Whenever Yi Yu covered An's eyes with his hands and then took them away, An would hum happily. To adults, they're bathing the baby, but to the baby, this behavior is no different from playing games with them. Children's nature is to play, although the process of giving An a bath went very smoothly. But An was too excited, causing Yi Yu to almost let An fall into the water several times. For this, he was often scolded by Li Ping and Su Schwer. Time passed minute by minute, and Yi Yu finally finished giving An a bath. He quickly took the dry towel handed to him by Su Schwer, but was pushed away by Li Ping. Just let me wipe An. You're clumsy and too strong, and you could easily hurt my sweet granddaughter. While speaking, he gently wiped the water stains off An's body. Li Ping was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that Yi Yu would accidentally touch the fontanelle on the baby's head. When she was very young, she saw a brother touch his sister's fontanelle. Although he did not lose his life, he became a mentally retarded idiot for the rest of his life. The fontanelle takes 6 to 8 weeks to close, so during this period, Li Ping has to protect Ping Ping and Anan. Call. It's my waist. Due to bending over for a long time, Yi Yu couldn't hold on when he suddenly lifted his body. It felt like a cramp, and I was grimacing in pain. At the same time, the system's voice followed closely in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first bathing of a baby in his life. The reward is 20,000 yuan in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first bathing of a baby in his life. Reward: the ability to stay up all night without fatigue. The moment the system voice fell, Yi Yu felt a cool feeling in his mind. In an instant, my originally confused mind became clear. The system actually has this function? Yi was shocked. He originally thought that the system would only reward money and the like, but now it seems that he did not understand the system well enough. It can actually give this kind of spiritual ability. He was shocked, but also a little excited. He was originally worried about how to take care of Ping Ping and Anan at night. Su Schwerer is still in the confinement period and cannot stay up late. Li Ping is also older, so although she can stay up late, she cannot do it every day. Now that he has acquired the skill to stay up late without getting tired, everything seems to be no problem. You little brat, what are you grinning at? Didn't you hear me calling you just now? Li Ping was a little puzzled. The boy had just let out a painful wail. Why did he suddenly start laughing again? Is it because he was under too much pressure and became mentally disturbed? If it were in the past, Li Ping would still be worried, but now she is not worried at all. Let my son be useless. I already have grandchildren anyway. It's okay, my legs are just numb just now, my legs are numb. TSK. This is the first time I've seen such a perverted person. Even with numb legs, he's still laughing so happily. Su Schwerer curled her lips and said, Humph, you call me a pervert? I'm your man now. If you call me a pervert, isn't that just a disguised admission that you're a perverted wife? Yi Yu fought back unwillingly. Bah, shameless pervert. Who is your wife? Su Schwerer blushed immediately and looked at Li Ping quickly. Auntie, look, you bullied me, he bullied me. Li Ping could only pretend not to see it. The scene of the two of them playing and fighting made her very happy. After a while, Li Ping handed an in to Yiyu and then looked at Su Schwerer with a smile. My girl, Ping and Inen have already washed. It's your turn next. This one sentence made Su Schwerer's neck red with embarrassment. Said vaguely, Auntie, I'm still in confinement after giving birth, so I can't wash it. It's ready to wash now, and we're using hot water. It's okay. Annie has been through this before and has experience. Then Li Ping looked at Su Schwerer and then at Yiyu, her eyes full of smiles. Daughter, do you want her aunt to help you? Or do you want you to help you? Upon hearing this, Yiyu, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, instantly pricked up his ears. Okay. I had already agreed in my heart, but on the surface I remained motionless. Although I really I can't express it. No, I don't want you, the big pervert, to help me. I want my aunt to help me. The moment the voice fell, Su Schwerer pushed you out. You big pervert, I'm gonna wash up. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go to the bedroom to take care of Ping and Ainen. His tone was filled with shame. He was joking. If you stayed here, then Although I had such a ridiculous night with Yiyu, and they had 2 babies. But fundamentally, she still couldn't accept a man helping her. Even if he was the baby's father, sob. Shame. Bang. The door closed, and Yiyu stood in front of the door holding an un, his face full of disappointment. Schwerer, don't be like this. I can help you. Mom is here, what can I do? And Inen told me that she wants to help you too. As if to cooperate with Yiyu's words. And in his arms also spoke baby talk that adults could not understand. Chapter 27, Bickering. In the bedroom, Yiyu and Su Schwerer were lying on the bed, each holding a little kid in their arms. It feels so good after taking a bath, doesn't it, my little prince? Su Schwerer gently pinched her flat little nose. Ping also responded to Su Schwerer's words cooperatively. Yiyu on the side was not to be outdone and pinched in Anne's little face. My little princess, you said your mother has agreed to marry me, but she won't let me bathe her. Does your mother dislike your father? Yiyu has been brooding over what happened just now. Just leave the bathing matter to him. Why bother Li Ping? Anyway, I don't understand what my cheap dad is saying, so I just follow his answers. Bah, you big pervert, you have no shame. When Su Schwerer heard Yiyu's words, her neck instantly turned red with embarrassment. This big pervert is such a bad guy. Didn't you see enough that night? As she thought about it, Su Schwerer began to worry. What if Yiyu couldn't help but have sex with her tonight? What should she do then? Should I kick him out tonight? On the other side, Yiyu naturally felt the change in Su Schwerer's expression. He suddenly felt panicky and felt that he had gone too far. After all, strictly speaking, he and Amelia Su had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. It's really a bit too much to make such a joke nowadays. Will she be angry? Will she ignore me? In order to avoid anything bad from happening, Yiyu quickly changed the subject. He gently placed it on the bed, then took out the bank card that Li Ping handed to him. What does this mean? Su Schwerer was slightly stunned when she looked at the bank card in front of her, very puzzled. This is the bank card Mom gave us. She said it's for us to use when buying a wedding house. It's not much, but it's enough for a down payment. Buying a wedding house? Amelia Su's charming face flushed slightly, and she felt a little nervous. Schwerer, do you think we should buy a new house or a second-hand house? Yiyu was a little conflicted. To be honest, he didn't want Su Schwerer to live in a second-hand house. After all, no one likes second-hand things, but if you buy a new house, it will take too long, and it will also require decoration and a series of other problems. The most important thing is the formaldehyde problem after decoration. Even environmentally friendly materials cannot guarantee that they do not contain formaldehyde. We can only say that they contain a small amount of formaldehyde. Ping and Ainen are too young now, and formaldehyde will seriously damage their health. The second-hand house has been renovated for a long time. The formaldehyde has almost dissipated, and most importantly, you can move in right away. But the final result still depends on Amelia Su. After all, he owes her too much. Hearing this, Su Shuer looked up at Yi Yu after a while. I'll leave the purchase of the house to you. I have no objection whether it's new or secondhand. What's important is that you can stay by my side in peace and safety. Deep down, Su Shuer had no interest in houses at all. Whether you're in a house or buy a house, what is the point of having a house if you don't have the person you want by your side? And she never lacks a house. Looking at Amelia's Su, Yu opened his mouth but said nothing. Shuer, I will never let you and the baby down. I will always be by your side and never leave you. He felt that Su Shuer lacked a sense of security, which should be related to her family. Thinking of this, Yi Yu asked cautiously, Shuer, can you tell me about your family? After all, we already have a baby now, and we'll have to visit sooner or later. Having said that, Yi Yu suddenly stopped talking because the smile on Su Shuer's face gradually disappeared and even turned into a cold look. Let's not talk about this matter for now. As for them, it doesn't matter whether I meet them or not. Although she said so, Yi Yu still saw a hint of entanglement and pain in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Yu understood that there might be some misunderstanding between Su Shuer and her parents, and this misunderstanding would take time to explain. Thinking of this, Yi Yu suddenly reached out and hugged Su Shuer. This scared Su Shuer. She thought Yi Yu was very lustful and wanted to do something to her. She was about to resist, but the next moment, after hearing what Yi Yu said, Su Shuer gave up resisting instantly. Shuer, whether you agree or not, I'm the father of 2 babies and the man of your future. I will be your support from now on. In an instant, the room fell into silence. Ping Ping in Su Shuer's arms and Anan lying on the bed beside them were staring at the two of them intently. Although they are now like a nearsighted person who can't see anything clearly, this does not prevent them from being happy. His hands and feet kept moving in the air as if he was clapping. It was not until a long time later that Su Shuer pushed Yi Yu away with a blushing face and kicked Yi Yu down. You pervert, hurry up and take care of Ping Ping and then into sleep. And I punish you by making you take care of 2 babies tonight. Got it, my dear wife. Although he was kicked off the bed, Yi Yu still smiled and even put his hand under his nose and sniffed. It smells good, but what a pity, what a pity. You big pervert. All men are pigs. Shameless. Seeing Yi Yu's actions, Su Shuer became even more embarrassed. Just now, she was almost moved by Yi Yu. Suddenly, a pair of big hands appeared where the baby's food was. He couldn't help but kick Yi Yu directly. I didn't expect this guy to be so shameless and even sniff it. God damn it. Why did I run into this enemy? For some reason, Su Shuer was not disgusted or angry, but felt a strong sense of shyness in her heart. Seeing Su Shuer's shy look, Yi Yu smiled happily. Although they didn't spend a long time together, their relationship developed rapidly because of the 2 babies. Come, my little prince and princess, let's not disturb mommy's rest. Daddy will play with you. With that special skill, Yi wouldn't feel tired even if he stayed up all night, let alone for a year. Lying on the bed, Su Shuer looked at Yi Yu teasing Ping Ping and Anan in front of the crib, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 28: A Sudden Phone Call. Yi Yu stood in the corner, looking as if he was facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes. A grunting sound came from his ears, which kept stirring Yi Yu's restless heart. Just now, Su Shuer suddenly hugged Ping Ping and Anan in front of her. Something about making sure Ping Ping and Anan are full before bed. Yi Yu did not refute this. He wanted to see how the 2 babies ate and whether they enjoyed it. But as soon as this idea was proposed, Su Shuer scolded him and asked him to reflect on his mistakes facing the wall. This made Yi Yu feel very aggrieved. He was just concerned about Ping Ping and Anan's health. So how could he be considered to have bad intentions? But he didn't dare to disobey Su Shuer for fear that she would be angry. So he could only do as he was told and reflect on his mistakes. This noise attracted Yi Yu again, and he wanted to turn his head. But just as he moved, he heard Su Shuer scolding. What do you want to do, you big pervert? I've already told you that you are not allowed to turn back until Ping Ping and Anan are full. Amelia, Su couldn't help but rolled her eyes. It's so infuriating, so infuriating. I used to see him always behaved well when he was with Mu Linger. How come he becomes so lustful after being with me? Is it because I'm too charming? I thought to myself a little conceitedly. Looking at the two babies in her arms eating their rations happily, a gentle look appeared on Sue Schwetter's face. In fact, she didn't want to feed the baby at first and wanted to go to sleep directly, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. The reason is simple. It is because the space for feeding the baby is too large. As the saying goes, the greater the capacity, the more it can produce. Because the output was too much, he felt a little bloated and couldn't sleep. So he asked Ping Ping and Ainen to come over to eat his rations. You know what? The effect is quite good. At least I don't feel the price increase anymore. Yiyu, do you know what the difference is between Ping Ping and Ainen? What's different? Yiyu is slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sue Schwer to ask this. When asked suddenly, he was at a loss for words for a moment. Because Ping Ping and Ainen look so similar, and he has little contact with them. I often mistake Ping Ping for Ainen and Ainen for Ping Ping. Now that it was said like that, he really didn't understand what the difference was between Ping Ping and Ainen. Snort. I knew you couldn't remember. Day after day, I don't know where your mind went. Sue Schwerer pouted in dissatisfaction and then began to explain. At first glance, it's hard to tell which one is Ping Ping and which one is Ainen. But if you look closely, you can see that although Ping Ping is the little prince, he eats his rations very quietly. While although Ainen is the little princess, she eats her rations as roughly as a man. At this point, Sue Schwerer suddenly laughed, as if she had eaten like this when she was a child. Did Ainen inherit her personality? And if you look closely, you'll notice Ping Ping's lips are thicker, while Ainen's are thinner. Ping Ping has more hair, while Ainen has less. Sue Schwerer said that Yiyu took notes carefully with the feeling that the wife followed the husband's lead. However, at this moment, a ringing sound broke the tacit understanding between the two. After seeing the caller ID, Yiyu frowned and hung up the phone directly, but before he could put it in his pocket, the phone rang again. After repeating this several times, Yiyu became a little impatient. When he was about to turn off his phone, Sue Schwenner's voice suddenly rang out. Don't hang up, just answer it. I already know who's calling. Ping Ping and Ainen were full at this moment. Sue Schwerer gently patted their backs to make them burp. Schwerer, I'd better not answer it. With Amelia's Sue, Yiyu no longer wanted to have anything to do with other women. What's more, there was originally a misunderstanding between him and Mu Linger. You'd better answer it. Otherwise, who knows what bad things might happen. So Schwerer spoke slowly. She knew Mu Linger's character very well, and this matter would definitely not be resolved so easily. Good. Although Yiyu didn't want to answer the call, since Sue Schwerer had already spoken, he had no choice but to answer it. Yiyu, I'll wait for you at the place where we used to meet. I only have half an hour. If you don't come, you'll never see me again in your life. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. After saying that, he hung up the phone. This made Yiyu stunned for a moment, but then he felt a sense of relief. If I can't see her, then I can't see her. I won't have any contact with her in the future anyway. If I have that time, I might as well spend it with you and the babies. Yiyu similit innocently at Suvur. But Sue Schwerer frowned directly, and her expression suddenly changed, showing worry. Oh no, hurry up. Yiyu, you have to go, otherwise Linger will do something terrible. That shouldn't be possible. Yiyu repeated it uncertainly, but he already believed it. I didn't think about it just now, but now that I think about it, Mu Linger's words of never seeing each other again might really be what she meant, and her tone was a little unusually calm just now. It's so annoying. Yiyu cursed inwardly, but he was helpless. He couldn't pretend to know nothing when it came to human life, but what about her? He subconsciously looked at Sue Schwerer. Sue Schwerer just rolled her eyes at him. You're an idiot. In a situation like this where lives are at stake, you're still looking at me. Hurry up and go. Oh, Schwerer, wait for me. I will be your man for the rest of my life. Stop talking nonsense and go. Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he woke up Li Ping and asked her to help take care of the two little cuties. He left after giving her instructions. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Sue Schwerer kissed Ping Ping and Ainen, who were already asleep, and murmured to herself, Baby, do you believe in Daddy? I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Ping Ping and Anan, who were sleeping soundly, smacked their lips at the same time. Seeing this, Amelia Sue laughed directly. Mom also believes in Dad. I believe Dad will take care of Ping Ping and Anan and make them grow up healthy and happy. I believe Dad will hold Mom's hand and grow old together. Chapter 29, It's Not You. Crescent Bay, known as a holy place for dating for boys and girls, is scattered by the lake on benches in the woods. Under the cover of moonlight, they do things that can only be understood but not expressed in words. On a bench, Moo Linger sat there quietly. She was still wearing the wedding dress she wore when she got married. Although some parts of it were covered with dust, it still couldn't hinder Moo Linger's charm. She even had some light makeup on her already delicate face, which made her look even more charming under the moonlight. She attracted the attention of many single men passing by, and many of them came forward to chat with her, but no one was successful. Suddenly, Moo Linger, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly looked at her mobile phone and then slowly walked to the lake. She took off her silver high heels, sat by the lake, and stared at the time without blinking. 25 minutes and 4 seconds had passed since the time she had agreed with Yu. I believe you will come. You said you would not abandon me and that you would always stay by my side. Moo Linger murmured to herself, and Yu's appearance gradually condensed in her mind. A happy smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. This moment was absolutely beautiful. It's a pity that this beautiful smile only blooms for one person. On the other side, Yu hurried and finally arrived here within the specified time. What on earth is she going to do? Yu's tone was a little complicated. If it weren't for that misunderstanding, things wouldn't be like this now. After spending a year with Moo Linger, he knew her character very well, and she would indeed do some extraordinary things. Basically, you can see where Moo Linger is without looking for her deliberately. After all, everyone loves beauty, and many men who are looking for beauty have surrounded Moo Linger. In the past, Moo Linger hated it most when men looked at her with such a lustful expression. Once there was a man around who looked at her with such eyes, she would stay away from him. But now, Moo Linger not only did not leave, but sat there quietly, staring at the phone without moving, as if she didn't see anything. You can see the change in mentality now. Ran over quickly. Moo Linger, I'm here. You can say whatever you want to say now. Hearing Yu's words, Moo Linger raised her head and smiled gently at Yu with her mobile phone. You're still as punctual as before, never late at all. Miss Moo, what do you want to talk to me about? Miss Moo? You never called me that before. You always called me Linger and your little wife. Moo Linger's voice was a little miserable. They shouldn't be like this, but they ended up like this. Was it really her fault? The miserable appearance made the people around him feel distressed. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them knew each other, they would have probably taken action long ago. She was filled with indignation. If they had such a beautiful girlfriend, they would have been extremely happy. How could they have made her so sad? Alas, our beginning was ultimately due to a misunderstanding. After all, they have been lovers for a year, and now seeing Moo Linger like this, he still feels a little bit reluctant. Do you remember this? I saw that at some point, there was a ring on Moo Linger's hand. The moment he saw the ring, many memories flooded into Yu's mind. That was when he and Moo Linger had just gotten engaged. Moo Linger knew that he had no money, so she specially chose the cheapest wedding ring and waited for Yu to marry her home. But now, alas, everything is fate. From a unilateral perspective, Moo Linger is a good woman, smart, kind, and virtuous. She is the perfect woman in every man's heart. But the destruction was caused by Mu Biao and Wang Renxue. One favored boys over girls, and the other only cared about herself. But to be honest, Yu was quite grateful to them. If they hadn't asked for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts on the wedding day, he would probably never have known that Su Schwerer had given birth to 2 babies for him. Thinking of the cute looks of Ping Ping and Anan, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yu's lips. Seeing the smile on Yu's lips, Moo Linger suddenly felt that breathing was a little difficult. They really shouldn't be like this. Yu, marry me, take me home. I could take care of the 2 babies with you, I don't care. Boom! Moo Linger's words were like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in the minds of the onlookers. What's going on? He left such a beautiful girl behind and had 2 babies with another girl. Is that woman even more beautiful than the girl in front of him? What hurt them the most was Mu Linger's words. Many people looked at Yiyu and then looked at themselves. Although I'm not as handsome as him, I am rich and powerful, so how can I not compare to him? Seeing more and more people talking around him, Yiyu frowned slightly. He now wants to find a quiet place to explain everything to Mu Linger. Come on, follow me. I want to explain it to you clearly. Mu Linger did not resist Yiyu's pulling, or rather, she would not resist at all. No matter where Yiyu took her, she would follow. After getting rid of the crowd of onlookers, Yiyu brought Mu Linger to a small forest. I could hear the sounds of love and affection, and some grunting sounds like pigs rooting for food. Why do you want to? Want to be here with me? I remember you saying something like that before. Mu Linger naturally heard the sound around her. If it were in the past, her pretty face would have been burning hot, and she would have left quickly with Yiyu. But now, his expression was calm. Not only did he not immediately pull Yiyu away, but he just stood there calmly. Yiyu was also a little embarrassed. He just wanted to pull Mu Linger away quickly and didn't notice that they came to this holy place for dating. But since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. I took a deep breath and looked at Mu Linger calmly. Do you want to know when I spent a night alone with Su Shuer and when I got pregnant with 2 babies? Hearing Yiyu's words, Mu Linger went crazy in an instant like an enraged cat. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That's betrayal. That's betrayal. He just yelled out, scaring many couples who were dating around him. Seeing this, Yi did not stop. He stepped forward and pressed Mu Linger's shoulders, staring into her eyes. You and I always thought that we had sex that night, but in fact we were both wrong. It wasn't you who had sex with me that night, but Su Shuer. Chapter 30 Crazy. Girl, you are so stupid. Why did you let that brat go? And that brat Yiyu, he already has a wife and children, but he still wants to find another woman. I will definitely teach him a lesson when he comes back. After hearing the reason why Yiyu hurried out, Li Ping suddenly became anxious. How come this brat can't tell the difference between what's important and what's not? What if Shuer gets angry and runs away? What if Shuer took Ping Ping and ended away in a rage? Where would he find his grandchildren? Li Ping was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she wanted to take out a cane to give Yiyu a good beating. Compared to Li Ping's rage, Su Shuer seemed very calm. He looked at Li Ping with a smile on his face. Auntie, please don't be angry. It's not worth getting yourself hurt by being angry. Besides, didn't I just say that? You didn't really want to go. I was the one who forced him to go. But Li Ping wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Shuer. Auntie, although Yiyu and I haven't really been together for a long time, I believe in him. Besides, you raised him since he was a child, so you should believe in Yiyu's character more than I do. Once, in private, when she was still pregnant and her belly was not obvious, she secretly asked Mu Linger whether she had slept with Yiyu. The answer was no. They have been in love for a year, especially in this open era, and she hasn't touched Mu Linger for a whole year. She doesn't believe that Yiyu would have an indescribable relationship with Mu Linger in just a few hours. Auntie, people need to trust each other. Moreover, he is the man I want to grow old with. I believe in him. I believe he won't do anything to let me down. I believe he won't do anything to let Ping Ping and Inen down. After she finished speaking, Su Shuer felt particularly at ease looking at the 2 sleeping babies. Thousands of words were defeated by Su Shuer's word trust. I really don't know what happened in the Yi family's ancestral graves that they could actually meet a girl as considerate as you. After the words fell, Li Ping's originally anxious heart gradually calmed down. Yes, if Su Shuer could trust Yiyu unconditionally, how could she, as a mother, not trust that brat? What? No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could it be Amelia Su that night? How could it be Amelia Su? Mu Linger's emotions gradually collapsed. She naturally understood that the reason why Yiyu unconditionally helped her and her family was not because he cared most about her appearance, but because they had a relationship. It was precisely because they had a relationship that Yiyu wanted to take responsibility, so he unconditionally helped her and her family. Before coming here, she still had fantasies fantasizing that Yi had a sense of responsibility in his heart and would marry her. But now, you tell me that it was not you who had sex with him, but another woman. The strong feeling of suffocation made her breathless. I know you can't accept this for the time being, but it's a fact. It's also a misunderstanding between us. It's that misunderstanding that has led us to where we are now. After saying everything, Yi suddenly felt a little relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He always thought that he had rudely taken away the most precious thing from Mu Linger. This feeling of guilt kept haunting him until Su Shuer confessed. It turned out that he didn't owe Mu Linger anything. It was Mu Linger who owed him. Ms. Mu, our relationship started because of a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, our story ends here. You are a good woman. There are a lot of men in this world who are more handsome, more outstanding, and richer than me. I believe that as long as you are willing, Miss Mu, you will definitely have a good home. At this moment, Yi felt somewhat fortunate that when he was dating Mu Linger, she rejected his idea of sleeping with her. But at the same time, he also felt a little regretful. If Mu Linger had agreed to him at the beginning, he would have discovered the flaw long ago, and perhaps he would not have let Amelia Su suffer so much. Whenever Yi thought about the fact that he did not provide any help during Su Shuer's pregnancy, he felt full of self-blame. No, it's not like that, it's not like that. That night it was clearly me, it was me, not Su Shuer, not her. At this moment, Mu Linger collapsed, squatting on the spot, clutching her hair tightly with both hands, crying loudly. This scene stunned the couples who were originally frightened by Mu Linger's roar. Originally, I wanted to teach Yi and the other two a lesson for interrupting their wonderful time, but now I can only leave in disappointment. Come on, I'll take you home. This is the end of our story. Yi spoke slowly. He just wanted to go home quickly, see Ping Ping and Anan, hug Su Shuer tightly, and say sorry to her, to make up for the guilt I feel towards her. However, an emergency occurred suddenly. Mu Linger suddenly stood up and knocked Yi down. His tone was full of madness as he kept tearing and pulling at Yi's clothes. So what if it wasn't me that night? It's over. I don't care anymore. I can make it up to you now. Didn't Su Shuer just give birth to 2 children for you? I can give birth to 3, 4, or even more children for you. As long as you are willing, I am willing to give birth to them for you. There was a hint of madness in his tone. You crazy woman, leave quickly. It's impossible for us to do this. Shuer is still waiting for me. Yi also felt a surge of anger in his heart. He had been a victim for so long without saying anything. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, why were you still pestering me? But now Mu Linger had fallen into madness, and her strength in madness was so great that she couldn't push her away for a while. Mu Linger took this opportunity to bend down. At this moment, 2 angry curses reached Yi's ears. Yi, you bastard, you let my sister down and had a child with Amelia Su, and now you want to bully my sister. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Yi, you little bastard. You can't even come up with the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, and now you want to take my daughter for yourself. You're worse than a beast. The next moment, there was a rustling sound in my ears. Before Yi could react, Mu Linger in front of him had been pulled away. He was also lifted up by a pair of hands and rushed over with a whistling sound. If Yi hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit hard in the face by this punch. He quickly broke free from the hand that was holding his clothes and looked carefully. He saw Mu Biao looking at him angrily. You son of a bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Biao raised his fist and hit Yi again. Snort. Seeing this scene, Yi snorted coldly. He had suffered a lot from Mu Biao from Mu Linger in the past, and now he wanted to attack him. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon that could be squeezed? He slightly turned his body to avoid Mu Biao's angry punch, then quickly grabbed his hand and pulled hard. Because of his unstable lower body, Mu Biao was dragged directly in front of Yi. Before he could recover, he saw a huge fist coming towards him. Bang! You mama's boy, if it weren't for your mom and your sister, do you think you could still be living such a carefree life? You would have been reduced to picking up trash on the street long ago. Mu Biao grew up in Wang Rinxue's love all his life, but Wang Rinxue had a patriarchal mindset and never scolded him, let alone beat him. Now that he had received such a heavy punch from Yiyu, he was seeing stars. If Wang Rinxue had not supported him, he would have been lying on the ground spinning around. Yiyu, you bastard, you bullied my Linger, and that's fine, but you even beat my son. Do you really think my Mu family is easy to bully? Seeing that the person he loved had been beaten, Wang Rinxue could no longer bear it. He picked up a branch and was about to attack Yiyu, but because there were too many debris around, he tripped and made a fool of himself. At this moment, more and more people are watching. Chinese people have one characteristic: they like to watch the excitement. Now that there's a show to watch, people naturally want to miss it. In just a short moment, a large crowd gathered around. When Wang Rinxue saw so many people watching, he started to act like a rogue. All of you, come and take a look. Come and judge for our family. This man refused to take the betrothal gift on the day of my daughter's wedding. I don't know what kind of drug he used to try to take my daughter for himself. My son and I found out, and in a rage, he actually assaulted us. Can you all judge for yourself? Are there such people in the world? I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore. Beat me to death. If you beat me to death, I can go complain to my husband about how his daughter was molested and his son was beaten. Chapter 31, Ruffian. Wang Rinxue's rogue behavior did win the sympathy of some people. Many people have been watching Yiyu rubbing his fists and ready to fight. No matter what time, women should not be bullied. Especially the scene where Yiyu taught Mu Biao a lesson just now was seen clearly by them. Combined with what Wang Rinxue just said, Yiyu now indeed meets what Wang Rinxue just said. My husband died early, and I raised my 2 children with all my heart and soul. This guy was indeed in love with my daughter before, and it was indeed time for us to get married. But on the day of the wedding, we found out that this guy already had a pair of children with another woman. But my daughter was willing to marry him, so I made a condition for him to temporarily increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan. But she didn't want to, and even abandoned my Linger on the day of her wedding. Tonight, for some reason, she kidnapped my Linger into these woods and even tried to do something inappropriate. My son and I just discovered her and interrupted her. This guy got so angry that he started beating us up. You guys should stand up for us, poor people. This woman, he was so angry that he laughed out loud. He had never seen such a shameless person. She had twisted everything upside down. What did he mean by dying early? He was only dead for a year, so that was considered early? And what did he mean by wanting to do something inappropriate to Mu Linger? If he hadn't fought back desperately, his innocence would have been ruined. There is never a shortage of people with a sense of justice in this world. And there is no shortage of people with brainless justice who only believe in everything they see without understanding how things develop. Brother, what's going on? You look quite handsome. How could you do such a thing? Today I finally understand the saying that one should not judge a book by its cover. He looked like a nice guy, but I didn't expect him to be a sea king. In just a short moment, several men were blocking Yiyu's way. Brothers, beat him up for me, beat him to death for me, and then I'll take you guys out for a good meal. Seeing so many people blocking Yiyu, Mu Biao became active again. A pair of eyes stared at Yiyu, full of malice. This was the first time he had been beaten since he was a child. He must make Yiyu pay the price. What? Are you going to attack me? Facing the people in front of him, Yiyu did not show any expression. When he was little, he was known as the little prince of one-on-one combat, and his skills are still as sharp as ever. At the same time, he glanced at Mu Linger, who was standing there blankly, as if she had lost her mind. Seeing this scene, Yiyu sighed helplessly in his heart. He had originally hoped that Mu Linger would help him explain, but now it seemed that as long as she didn't add fuel to the fire, everything would be fine. No, we know the law. We will not do anything to you. Right. There's a saying that goes, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. We are gentlemen, and we won't use our fists. We are just seeking justice for them. Yiyu sneered at the answers from several people. It was all bullshit. If they hadn't seen how beautiful Mu Linger was, they wouldn't have bothered with the matter and would have just wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Yiyu suddenly looked at Wang Rinxue with a tone full of sarcasm. Wang Rinxue, I really want to dig out your heart right now and see whether it's made of stone or flesh. Have you forgotten how those debt collectors came to collect the debt after your uncle passed away? Have you forgotten how you begged me in the first place? Are you sure you added the betrothal gift only after you discovered I have a son and a daughter? Isn't it for your son? You patriarchal shrew, if you didn't have a good daughter to help you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a place to live right now. Yi's sharp words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of the people around him. This made Mu Biao feel a little guilty, because in his impression, Yi was always timid in front of his family because of his sister and didn't dare to speak loudly at all. Now, these words made Mu Biao a little scared, but Wang Renxue was old after all and had seen a lot. Although what you said is true, I don't admit it. I just don't admit it. What's more, the current situation is in my favor. As long as I grit my teeth and refuse to admit it, Yi will definitely be the loser in the end. So Wang Renxue sat there and rolled around even more vigorously. Everyone, listen here. Everyone, look here. Not only does this guy refuse to admit his mistake, he even wants to dig my heart out and take a look. Is that something a human being can say? Oh, my cruel husband passed away so early, leaving behind this pair of miserable children. Now I'm incompetent. Not only can I not give them a better life, but I have also let my daughter suffer such a great humiliation. I will not live anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Renxue stood up and was about to crash into the thinnest tree. Fortunately, the people around her were quick to stop her. Don't stop me. It's my incompetence as a mother that has caused my 2 children to suffer. I'm too embarrassed to see my deceased husband. Wang Renxue cried and struggled with tears and snot, trying to hit the thinnest tree. Chapter 32, Reversal. For some reason, seeing Wang Renxue's current actions, Yi wanted to laugh very much, wanted to laugh out loud. He knew that Wang Renxue was a very weird woman, but he didn't expect her to be so weird. He actually chose to throw a tantrum in front of so many people without any scruples. He is even more shameless than a scoundrel. There were more and more people around who were watching the show, and they began to comment on Yi. Although they didn't know what was happening, people have a herd mentality. The minority obeys the majority. They follow whatever the people around them do and blame Yi. The men who had initially stepped forward to seek justice for Wang Renxue were now a little depressed. Wang Renxue was throwing a tantrum, and Mu Biao was trying to make trouble for her, wanting them to teach Yi a lesson, while the key figure, Mu Linger, stood aside without saying a word. They came here originally to win Mu Linger's favor and hope to win her heart. But now the beauty has no interest in what they do. Lack of interest means they cannot win the beauty. And if they cannot win the beauty, they have no motivation. Brothers, don't just stand there and do nothing. Get moving. If anything goes wrong, I will be solely responsible. Mu Biao patted his chest and kept encouraging him. There was no way. If they didn't help him teach Yi a lesson, he would not be able to teach Yi a lesson by himself. Damn, if you want to hit someone so much, just do it yourself. Don't you know that hitting someone is illegal? It would be fine if I could get the beauty, but now I can't get the beauty and I have to eat for free. It's not worth it. Just when they didn't know what to do, a siren sounded, and the next moment, several uniformed police officers came to Yi and others. Who called the police? The older policeman in the lead began to ask questions, and almost at the moment he finished speaking, someone in the crowd raised his hand. What happened? As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and a pen to take notes. Without adding any exaggeration, the man told all the facts he knew in detail. After a brief record, the older policeman stared at Wang Renxue, who was rolling on the ground, frowning slightly. He had been in the profession for many years, so he naturally recognized what kind of person Wang Renxue was at the first moment. People like this are the most difficult to deal with. Is what he just said true? Yes, what he said is the truth. This guy tricked my daughter into coming here and wanted to do something indecent. The moment he saw the police arrive, Wang Renxue felt a little scared, but after looking around, he calmed down. Anyway, there are no cameras here, and Mu Linger and Mu Biao are in the same group with her, so there's no need to worry about anything. Calm down for a moment. I'll investigate thoroughly before I tell you. The older policeman nodded. Investigating a case requires evidence, and there are no cameras here, so you can't just rely on one person's words. The next moment, he looked at Yiyu. Is what she said true? Hearing this, Yiyu was silent for a moment and looked at Wang Rinchue's family. After all, we've known each other for so long, and there are some things I don't want to be too extreme about. I'm giving you one last chance. The police are here now, so tell them if what you said is true. Hearing Yiyu's words, Wang Rinchue felt very disdainful. Now so many people are speaking for me, and you have no evidence. What can you do to me? Officer, I'm telling you what I just said is true. This guy wanted to do something indecent to my daughter. Upon hearing this, Yiyu clapped his hands. Okay, this is really a case of God's will, but you can't live without it. I've given you the opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me then. Yiyu's words left everyone confused. What did this mean? Why didn't they understand? Is the truth of the matter not what they see? Seeing this scene, Wang Rinchue and Mu Biao were also shocked. Could it be that Yiyu has something on them? The moment this idea came to their mind, they rejected it. No, this is absolutely impossible. They don't have any evidence against them, and Yiyu definitely won't have any evidence against them. The next moment, Yiyu took out his mobile phone and quietly pressed the pause button. I gave myself a thumbs up in my heart. It seems that I am still quite smart. In fact, this was also an accident. He was afraid that Amelia Sue would think too much, so he chose to record it before meeting Mu Linger. But he did not expect that this recording would become important evidence to help him get out of trouble. Everyone, listen carefully. I want you to hear the truth of the matter. After he finished speaking, Yiyu turned up the volume of his phone to the maximum, and the people around him could hear the conversation clearly. The moment they heard the conversation, Wang Rinchue and Mu Biao's faces turned pale. They would never have thought that Yiyu would play such a trick. Chapter 33, Why Not? As time passed, the content of the recording was gradually played out. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Wang Rinchue and her son became as ugly as if they had eaten shit. The people who were surrounding Yiyu aggressively also showed shame on their faces and slowly retreated. Damn, it was so embarrassing. His amazing kindness made him an accomplice of the bad guy. All the onlookers around turned against their faction. I was saying it, this guy is so handsome. How could he do such a thing? Turns out it was all slander. Damn it. Luckily, I wiped my eyes. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by this woman and almost wronged a good person. That's right. We almost wrongly accused a good person. He's already in his 40s. How could he do this? Do you have any shame? What else do you want to say? Yi looked at Wang Rinchue and her son calmly. He originally thought that he would be very angry, but now he was not angry at all. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. As an assassin, he just couldn't wait to return to Ping Ping and Unin, to be by Su Shuer's side, to do nothing, and just watch them quietly until the end of time. Wang Rinchue opened her mouth, then looked at Yiyu with resentment. She didn't expect Yiyu to have such a trick up his sleeve. Do you know what you are doing? You are slandering and defaming others. You could be detained. The policeman glared at Wang Rinchue and her son. When they heard the word detention, Wang Rinchue and her son panicked instantly. Just when they didn't know what to do, an accident suddenly happened. Mu Linger, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly moved. Yiyu, I hate you. You've ruined my future. I will never forgive you in my life. Mu Linger's heart gradually froze. She begged Yiyu so humbly and desperately, and was even willing to give him her body, but all she got in return was a joke. In an instant, my heart was dead. I hated you now as much as I loved you before. Pushing aside the people in front of her, she ran forward. No one knew where she was going, not even herself. Ling, seeing Mu Linger running away, Wang Rinchue panicked and wanted to chase after her, but with his old arms and legs, there was no way he could catch up. Biaoer, go quickly. Go and get your sister back. She's not wearing shoes. Even if Wang Rinchue didn't ask, Mu Biao would still pursue her. After all, his chance of marrying his goddess depended entirely on Mu Linger. All right, let's all go. You're just here to watch the fun and don't mind the big deal. Once the police spoke, the people around them naturally dispersed quickly. Yiyu looked at Mu Linger's back, which had already disappeared, and sighed helplessly. He didn't want things to develop into what they are now, but now, forget it. Just let it be. Let everything go with the wind. Officer, can I leave now? Hearing this, the policeman nodded. then looked at Wang Rinxue, who didn't know what to do. If you don't want to pursue her for defamation, you can leave now. Yiyu glanced at Wang Rinxue, who instinctively took a few steps back. Yiyu, please forgive me this time, since we've known each other for so long. I won't dare to do it again. Although Wang Rinxue didn't know much about the law, she understood that if she was held accountable, she would at least have to eat free meals for a few days. At this moment, Wang Rinxue no longer had the arrogant and tantrum look he had just had. He looked like a clown. Forget it, it's already in the past, I won't pursue it. Yiyu shook his head. If he wasn't afraid that Ping Ping and Anan would wake up in the middle of the night and disturb Su Shuer, making her sleep poorly, Yiyu would have to hold her accountable. You are still too soft-hearted. On the other side, in the bedroom, Ping Ping and Anan had woken up once and fell asleep again, while Su Shuer and Li Ping had not fallen asleep for a long time. Shuer, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. After all, you are still in confinement after giving birth. Hearing this, Amelia Su smiled and shook her head. Auntie, it's okay. I've almost completed a month of confinement. My body has almost recovered. It's okay. Su Shuer looked gently at Ping Ping and Anan, who were already sleeping soundly. Well, Li Ping siga al Blesli. How could she not know what Amelia Su was waiting for? Shuer, Anan wants to ask you something. I don't know if I can ask you. Andy, you can ask anything you want. I will answer as long as I know it. Shuer, why didn't you abort the child when you found out you were pregnant? After all, you were still young. This matter has been stuck in Li Ping's mind for a long time, and she is very confused. A beautiful and elegant woman like Su Shuer, although she and Yi got pregnant by accident, she could have had an abortion and lived a better life. Hearing this, Su Shuer was slightly stunned, then smiled gently, looked at the two babies, and then at Li Ping. Why should we abort it? It's still a life after all. This sentence directly choked Li Ping. Yes, why should they abort it? Those are two lives. They are not wrong. It is the adult's fault. Why not let them come into this world? When she learned that she was pregnant, Su Shuer felt like the sky was falling. She was still young and had a long future ahead of her. She couldn't let the child ruin all her expectations for the future. She even thought about going to the hospital to have an abortion. After a series of examinations, the doctor told her that her body was special, and if she had an abortion, her chances of getting pregnant in the future would be very, very small. This sentence made her hesitate. When she learned that she was pregnant with not one, but two babies, the remaining thoughts were directly strangled by her. It was at that moment that she decided to give birth to the baby. The reason was simple. Every woman wanted to be a mother, and she did too. Even if it meant risking his own future, he was determined to give birth to the baby. When she made the decision, she had already made up her mind to raise the child alone. But man proposes, God disposes, and God sent Yiyu to her again. At this moment, she felt that she had made the right bet. If she had aborted the child, she would have only hatred for Yiyu in her future life, and there would be no future between them. Although she also felt hatred towards Yiyu after giving birth to the baby, she was more filled with happiness. The happiness that the baby brought her could even dissolve her hatred towards Yiyu. Just then, the door opened and a burst of hurried footsteps followed. The next moment, Yiyu appeared in the room. Seeing that Su Shuer and Li Ping's eyes were on him, Yiyu scratched his head embarrassedly and chuckled. It seems I'm quite important after all. You guys didn't even sleep waiting for me. Come, give me a kiss to express my apology. Get lost, disgusting. Bah, you big pervert, you have no shame. Chapter 34, Let Us Talk. It was late at night, and Li Ping had left long ago. She knew that this time was reserved for Yiyu and Su Shuer, and the moon was hidden in the clouds, creating a special atmosphere for Yiyu and Su Shuer. On the bed, although Yiyu and Su Shuer were lying on the same bed, there was a huge distance between them. The recording in the phone has finished playing. That's what happened. If I hadn't been smart enough to prepare the recording in advance, I might not have been able to escape tonight. Well, I didn't expect Aunt Wang to be such a person, and I didn't expect Mu Linger to love you so deeply. Su Shuer felt extremely complicated. She felt like she had suddenly become a bad person, a third party, a bad person who destroyed other people's happiness. But at this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly grab her small hands. Don't think too much. Everything is destined. God has destined you to be my woman in this life. God has destined you to give birth to not only my lovely children Ping Ping and Unin, but also to give birth to more. Yi was interrupted before he could finish his words, and was even kicked lightly. Giving birth to Ping Ping and Unin is enough. The doctor also said that it is not easy for me to get pregnant because of my physical condition. I'm already very satisfied with having 2 babies. And you think I'm a pig? I'm going to give birth to more and more babies for you. You're such a complete pervert. You have no shame at all. Before they knew it, their hands were already clasped together. A long time later, when Yu thought Su Schwerer was asleep and was about to do something bad, Su Schwerer's voice suddenly rang out. Yu, tell me about your family. I heard from my aunt that you are quite afraid of your uncle. Fear? As soon as he heard these 2 words, Yu became unhappy instantly. Schwerer, let me tell you, that's not fear, that's respect. Are you kidding? Even if this is the truth, you can't say it out loud. Cut it out. I heard from my aunt that as long as my uncle says one thing, you dare not say another. Tell me quickly. There was a hint of shyness in Su Schwerer's tone, and she lightly punched Yu. The reason why I didn't say anything just now was because I was thinking about Mu Linger. Now she understood that she didn't owe Mu Linger anything, and Yu didn't owe her anything either. After all, it was she who had sex with Yu, not Mu Linger. Yu did not occupy Mu Linger's body, and he even worked for Mu Linger's family to pay off the debts they had owed before. Even without her, Wang Renxue would still ask for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts on the wedding day. Even if Su Schwerer wasn't there would still be Li Schwerer and Wang Schwerer. She and Yi did not owe Mu Linger's family anything. It was Mu Linger's family that owed them. After figuring it out, all the previous burdens disappeared, replaced by unprecedented ease. Hurry up, tell me who is in your family. These words had a rather coquettish tone. Okay, I'll tell you right away. Yi thought for a moment and said, Don't think that Mom is fine now. In fact, Mom was very weak when she was young. Dad loved her so much that he only wanted me as his child. Although I'm the only one in the family, my parents didn't spoil me. On the contrary, they were much stricter with me than other families. Speaking of this, Yi suddenly felt a little fortunate. It was precisely because his parents were so strict with him since he was a child that led to a series of misunderstandings, and he was able to win the beauty. Yi spoke slowly. At the beginning, Su Schwerer listened very carefully and asked a question or 2 from time to time. But gradually, Su Schwerer's consciousness began to become confused. His body began to move involuntarily, and he let out a series of murmuring sounds. There was a hint of pain in the voice, and at the same time, a hint of vigor that made Yu feel energetic. Schwerer, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell because of staying up late? Yu immediately turned on the light and looked at Su Schwerer with heartache. At this moment, Su Schwerer was curled up with her face flushed with shame. Yu, don't turn on the light, turn it off. His tone was filled with shame. Why? Are you sick? Schwerer, tell me what's wrong with you quickly, and I'll take you to the hospital. Seeing Su Schwerer looking so miserable, Yu felt heartbroken. He quickly stood up and was about to pick up Amelia Su and send her to the hospital. But the moment he touched Amelia Su, she pushed him away. You idiot! I told you everything is fine. Turn off the light quickly, and then I'll tell you what happened to me. The shame in his tone became even stronger. Okay, don't get excited. I'll turn off the lights now. Afraid that Amelia Su would be angry, Yu quickly turned off the lights. Schwerer, what's wrong with you? If you're sick, you must tell me right away. This kind of thing can't be delayed. Yu's tone was full of anxiety. Su Schwerer was still breastfeeding. If I am sick, I don't dare to take medicine. After all, the baby still needs breast milk, and no one can guarantee that there is no residual medicine in the breast milk. But Su Schwerer did not answer him, and a rustling sound came from the quiet bedroom. The sound seems to be the sound of taking off clothes. What's going on? You're already sick. Why are you taking off your clothes? Just when he was at a loss, Su Schwerer's shy voice reached Yu's ears. Yu, don't worry, I'm not sick. I'm just a little bloated because of the excessive ration production. At the end of the conversation, the voice became smaller and smaller. If you didn't have good hearing, you probably wouldn't be able to hear it clearly. What? Is it because of excessive food production? Is this causing inflation? Unhealthy images started to pop up in my mind. Yeah, you. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Get out now, get out now. Shame on you. If you turn on the light, you will definitely find that Sue Schweder's neck is already blushing. This is so embarrassing. I actually said such embarrassing things in front of a man, even if he is the father of my baby. Shame, shame. She thought Yi would listen to her and leave, but what she didn't expect was that instead of leaving, Yi held her hand and said in a serious tone, I've seen issues with food rations being increased, and it's a very serious problem. If it's serious, it can cause mastitis. It shouldn't be taken lightly. You have to find a professional masseur to massage it. Chapter 35. Heartbroken. Is this true? Are you sure you're not lying to me? If you are, you're a puppy. In the dark night, Sue Schweder stared at Yu, feeling a little scared. In the past, when her food rations increased, she would secretly squeeze out some for herself, or wake up Ping Ping and Ainen and let them have a big meal. But now that Yu is here, I don't feel comfortable using either of the two methods. Do I really need a masseur to help me relieve this? There was a hint of fear in Sue Schweder's tone. Ahem. Actually, there's no need to hire a masseur. I'm a professional masseur myself. Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Although he didn't know how to do it now and had never done it before, men were basically self-taught in these things. He believed that as long as Sue Schweder was willing, his technique would definitely not be worse than any other masseur. When Sue Schweder heard Yu's words, she reacted instantly, feeling shy and a little angry. You're such a good guy, Yu. You deliberately made it sound so serious. Your only purpose is to take advantage of me. You are really a complete pervert. Pooh, pervert, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Sue Schweder, will never let you massage me even if it hurts like hell. Sue Schweder blushed. This guy always wanted to take advantage of her from time to time. Why didn't she realize that he was so lustful before? I was just offering a suggestion. How did you become a pervert? Schweder, please don't wrongly accuse me. Everything I do is for your own good. Yu touched his nose and thought to himself, what a pity. It seemed that there was no chance anymore, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. Schweder, why don't you consider it? After all, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, the pain is in your body, and the pain is in my heart. TSK, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. I'm going to go find Annie right now and tell her that you bullied me and that you wanted to take advantage of me. Snort. Sue Schweder lightly punched Yu twice with her little fists, but because these two punches pulled the position of the rations, she couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This cry of pain instantly broke Yu's defense, and he felt extremely heartbroken. What he just said was true. He had seen this kind of video before when he was watching videos. This is just one method, but now Amelia Sue obviously disagrees, so he can only take another approach. If he doesn't love his own wife, does he want others to love her too? Schweder, bear with it for a moment. I'll get some hot water and give you a hot compress to relieve the pain. He went out in a hurry and came back in a hurry, wanted to turn on the light, but was stopped by Amelia Sue. Don't turn on the light. I'll apply it myself once you're done. Shame. This time, Yi didn't waste any words, but quickly wet the towel and handed it to Sue Schweder. Using a hot towel on the surface can promote blood circulation and help drain milk stasis. The moment Yu spoke, Sue Schweder had already taken a hot towel. He lay flat on his back, applied the hot towel to the ration area, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Schweder, your words are a bit strange. This is what I should do. After all, I owe you too much. After the words fell, the bedroom fell into silence again. When the hot towel became cold, Yu quickly wet and heated it again. After repeating this several times, Yu spoke again. Schweder, are you feeling better? It's much better than before, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. The hot compress did have some effect and did make me feel much more comfortable, but it was still a little uncomfortable. She even had an evil idea, wanting to wake up Ping Ping and Ainen and have them have a big meal to solve her problem. But this idea can only be thought about and cannot be implemented. Schweder, why don't you let me give you a massage? Hot compress can only provide relief. Only by adding massage after hot compress can it have a real effect. This time, Yu did not have any dirty thoughts in his mind. He just wanted Su Schwer to get rid of her discomfort quickly. This time, Amelia Su did not deny it immediately, but remained silent. Just when Yu thought Su Schwer would not agree, she suddenly spoke. Then you should give it a try. The sound is very, very small, like the buzz of a mosquito. What? Schwer, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly just now. Yu asked back subconsciously. He really didn't hear clearly just now. You big pervert, you did it on purpose. If you don't want to, forget it. I don't want to pay attention to you anymore, and I don't need your help. Snort. Su Schwer felt so embarrassed. Hearing such words once already made her extremely embarrassed, and now she was asked to repeat it again. How shameful, bullying her. No. Schwer, I really didn't hear you clearly just now. I'll help you now. Yu quickly got up and wanted to turn on the light, but thought of Su Schwer and stopped thinking about it. Schwer, don't resist. I'll give you a massage. At this moment, Yiyu's voice trembled a little. He had never done such a thing before. It was the first time for a young lady to get into a bridal sedan. Su Schwer laughed out loud. This idiot talks nonsense all day long, but unexpectedly he is so stupid when it comes to actually doing it. Not hearing Su Schwer's denial, Yiyu reached forward in the darkness. You big pervert, you touched the wrong place, not that place. Oh, sorry. It's my first time and I have no experience. Please forgive me. After some trouble, Yiyu finally arrived at the right place. Su Schwer hummed subconsciously and immediately felt a strange sensation in her body. At the same time, I felt a little panicked. Would he take advantage of me and bully me secretly when I wasn't paying attention? So should I resist? Chapter 36, The Full Moon. Time in life is like flowing water. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day when Ping Ping and Ainen were 1 month old. My baby is already 1 month old. He sleeps much less during the day and is awake most of the time. Compared to the previous few days, Ping Ping and Ainen have grown taller and become more beautiful. Especially in an S-long eyelashes, paired with her chubby little face, she is so cute, just like a porcelain doll. Anyone who sees it will want to hug and kiss it. It's so cute. But compared to Ping Ping, the little girl Ainen is not a lady at all. She cried most of the time when she woke up during the day, and Su Schwerer and Yiyu had no idea what to do about her crying, so they had to leave it to Li Ping to deal with. After all, old Ginger is wise. The crying in him became very quiet after being in Li Ping's arms. This also made Yiyu and his wife feel a lot more relaxed, as they only had to take care of Ping Ping. In the past few days, the relationship between Su Schwerer and Yiyu has made rapid progress. The root cause still goes back to the night when Su Schwerer's breasts were swollen. It was after that night that the last trace of estrangement between the two finally disappeared. Thinking of that night, Yiyu's blood began to flow faster, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the massage. His hand involuntarily moved under his nose, and he took a deep breath. But the next moment, a pillow fell from the sky and hit Yiyu directly on the head. Bah, you big pervert, you big hooligan, you have no shame. Even though it had happened several days ago, she still felt extremely ashamed whenever she thought about it. I can't help but think of that night. It has to be said that men have extraordinary talents in massage. Especially when it comes to massaging their women, their talents are even more extraordinary. Although Yiyu took advantage of her, she had to admit that with Yiyu's help, her breast engorgement problem was solved. Thinking of this, Su Schwerer's face turned red, and she subconsciously looked at Yiyu. This big pervert actually ate the baby's rations. How can a father compete with his baby for rations? Oh my, Su Schwerer, how come you become such a slut? Didn't we agree not to think about this anymore? You're so shameless. In an effort to forget about that incident, Su Schwerer quickly changed the subject. Yiyu, come over and see which one we chose to take the baby's full-month photos. Hearing this, Yiyu no longer cared about teasing Su Schwerer. After all, taking a full-month photo of the baby was the big deal now. Su Schwerer turned on the computer while holding Ping Ping. On the computer are various babies' full-month photos, all of which are super cute and beautiful photos that can melt a man's girlish heart at first glance. Ah, ah, ah. Seeing so many babies like him suddenly appear on the computer screen, Ping Ping immediately smiled happily, waving his chubby little hands in the air, and even wanted to reach forward to touch the children of the same age as him. Ping Ping, this is a photo, you can't touch it. Sue Schwetter giggled and continued to scroll through various full moon photos. Whenever a baby's photo appears on the screen, Ping Ping speaks baby talk that adults can't understand. I really don't understand. Ping Ping is only 1 month old, and his eyesight hasn't developed well yet. He's not nearsighted, but he's closer to it. I don't understand why he's so happy. Looking at Ping Ping's cute appearance, Yu couldn't help it and gently pinched his face full of collagen. It's so bouncy and feels so comfortable. Feeling someone touching his face, Ping Ping instantly diverted his attention. Two chubby little hands slowly reached out to Yu, as if wanting a hug. There was no way Yu would refuse such a request. He simply held Ping Ping in his arms and lowered his head to support his little head. Yi Ping Ping, my good son. Seeing Yu and his son laughing so happily, Sue Schwer also started laughing. Babies around 1 month old don't recognize people and can basically be held by anyone. All right. Let's quickly choose a skilled photographer. It would be best if we could take the full moon photo today. Otherwise, it won't be called a full moon photo after today. As you command, my dear wife. Bah, you big pervert. You have no shame at all. Who is your wife? Even though she had given birth to 2 babies and had been sleeping in the same bed for so long, when faced with the word wife, Sue Schwer would still be as shy as a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Hey. Seeing his wife's shy look, Yi was in a good mood. He felt that he was the only one in the world who was worthy of Sue Schwer. Photos appeared in the eyes of Yi and others one after another, and time passed by minute, but they still had not decided which family to choose to take the full moon photos. Oh, this is so annoying. I've seen so many. I don't even know which one to choose to take photos of Ping Ping and An's full moon. Sue Schwerer pushed the computer aside and pouted in frustration. She didn't have a fear of making choices before, but now she is wavering and doesn't know which one to choose. In fact, it's not Sue Schwerer's fault. After all, people only have this one chance in their lifetime to take a photo of the full moon. You make the choice. After all, you are the father of the child. People say that men are the head of the family. You can't let a woman like me make the choice. As soon as the words fell, without caring whether Yi would agree or not, Sue Schwer directly hugged Ping Ping in her arms and pushed the computer in front of him. This action made Yi laugh and cry, but he did not refuse. To be honest, it is really difficult to choose. If you're taking photos for yourself, you can just choose anyone, but it is different when taking photos for your baby. Yi also looked at them just now. To be honest, they're all pretty good, and he doesn't know which one to choose. At this moment, Amelia Sue's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. After seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Sue Schwer hung up without thinking. However, after hanging up, the phone rang again, and the number was still the same unfamiliar number. Isn't this annoying? I've already hung up, but you're still calling me? Sue Schwer was very dissatisfied and hung up the phone again. But half a minute later, the strange number rang again. Don't hang up. Let me pick up the phone. He had already picked up the phone the moment he spoke. He had already guessed it. Now, is the internet age or the big data age? As long as you browse the internet, the other party can know your information. The moment the call was connected, Yi knew that he was right. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you. I saw you were browsing information about baby 1 month photos online. Are you planning to take baby 1 month photos? Chapter 37 finalized. I know. I'll call you later. After leaving a message, Yi hung up the phone. It seems that my guess was correct. It is indeed someone from the photo studio. Then what? Sue Schwer waved her hand. She didn't quite understand what Yi was going to say. Schwer, the morning is almost over. You don't know which photo studio to choose, and I don't know which one to choose either. It just so happens that this photo studio called us. Why don't we choose this one? Hearing this, Amelia, Sue shook her head and refused. No, no, as the saying goes, good wine needs no bush, and that photo studio called us on their own initiative, which proves their business is not good. Why? Because their photography skills are not good. You think about it. If their photography skills are good, they will definitely have a constant stream of clients. They will be too busy to handle them all. How could they possibly call us on their own initiative? You said so. Sue Schwetter pinched her chin and analyzed, her face full of pride. Alas, being too smart is not a good thing. Well, after hearing Sue Schwerter's analysis, you also felt that it was indeed the case. If you are strong, people will come to you without any publicity. The fact that he called me on his own initiative does seem to imply that he is not capable enough. So what should we do? How about you choose one of those hundreds of studios? Hearing this, Sue Schwerer subconsciously looked at the densely packed pictures and instantly felt her head buzzing. I buried my head directly into the pillow. No, I don't want it. A man is the head of the family. I'll let you choose, hum. Why do I feel like you're being coquettish with me? Yiyu murmured to himself, but he liked this feeling. He liked Sue Schwerer acting coquettishly towards him. Why don't we choose this one? As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with Sue Schwerer's objection. She picked up Ping Ping and blocked her face. Do you want to see others take ugly photos of your baby? As if to match Sue Schwerer's words, Ping Ping suddenly smiled at Yiyu. The meaning seems to be that Mom is right, Dad. How can you bear to watch others take ugly photos of me? This. For a moment, Yiyu didn't know what to say. If he asked Sue Schwerer to make a choice, she would have difficulty making a choice, and he couldn't make a choice either. Now that he doesn't have to make a choice, he's worried that other people's photography skills are not good enough. Well, in fact, after hearing what Sue Schwerer said just now, you also had some doubts about their photography skills. At this moment, the cell phones rang. Should I pick up or hang up? Sue Schwerer put the phone in front of Yiyu. Catch. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiyu answered the phone directly. Hello, sir. I'm really sorry to call you without your permission. This is the case, sir. Words are not enough. How about you add us as friends? We'll send you some pictures we've taken before, and you can take a look before you say anything. The loudspeaker was on, and Sue Schwerer could hear it clearly. When she saw Yiyu's gaze, Sue Schwerer quickly lowered her head and teased Ping Ping. The meaning is very clear. You can do whatever you want. After thinking for a moment, Yiyu agreed. Judging from the conversation, the other party should have just started working. Give it another chance. Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. We will definitely not let you down. Soon, Yiyu accepted the other party's friend request, and the other party also sent him a lot of cute baby photos. Even though he had just browsed so much, Yiyu still didn't feel any enlightenment. But when he saw the new photos, his eyes lit up instantly. Different from the photos on the website, these photos are very distinctive. They no longer just follow the previous shooting techniques, but have their own characteristics. There are even many special meanings, which make Yiyu feel quite novel. Oh, I didn't expect these photos to be so beautiful, but I don't know if they're all real. At some point, Sue Schwerer was already holding Ping Ping and standing behind Yiyu, watching. I was indeed attracted by the photos in front of me. How about we give it a try? Let them take a full moon photo of Ping Ping, and Yiyu asked tentatively. He had actually agreed, but he was afraid that Sue Schwerer would disagree. Okay, you can let them try, but if the results aren't good. His voice grew colder towards the end. Okay, I understand. If they really are just filling the gaps, not only you, but I won't let them go either. It doesn't matter what happens to them, but they must never joke with children. This is their Achilles heel. Okay, then you can carry Ping Ping out. The moment she spoke, Sue Schwerer handed Ping Ping in her arms to Yiyu. What's going on? Schwerer, if you're tired, you can just tell me. I can hold Ping Ping, but why do you want to go out? Yiyu was very confused. Bah, you big pervert. I think you did this on purpose. You've already asked someone to come over to take photos of your full moon, and you're going to let me walk around in front of them in my pajamas? Sue Schwerer gave Yiyu a fierce look. She felt that Yiyu did it on purpose just to take advantage of her. Before she gave birth to Ping Ping and Ainen, she hated lewd people the most. But now, for some reason, seeing Yiyu's lustful look towards her, she didn't actually feel disgusted at all. but more of a shyness. Thinking of this, Sue Schwerer was suddenly shocked. It was over, it was over. Could it be that she really fell in love with this big pervert? She subconsciously looked at Yiyu, but saw that he was looking at her with resentment. Schwerer, I want to ask a few questions. What's the problem? Am I Ping Bing and Annen's father? Am I the man who will grow old with you in the future? Bah, pervert. After hearing the first part, Sue Schwerer wanted to say yes, but the latter part made her feel extremely embarrassed. Schwerer, just tell me, are you willing to marry me? This coquettish tone really shocked Sue Schwerer. It turns out that you can also act like a spoiled child. But why do I get goosebumps all over my body? Yes, that's enough. Shame on you. Shame on you. Upon hearing this, the resentment on Yiyu's face became even more intense. Since I'm the baby's father, the man you're meant to grow old with, why did you change clothes without telling me? Why can't we be honest with each other? Don't you love me anymore? Don't you want to grow old with me? Yiyu, you big pervert, get out of here right now. You're such a big pig's hoof. Chapter 38 Young People. Looking at the locked bedroom door, Yiyu pinched his flat little face. Alas, we father and son are so miserable. She is my wife and you are her son. She has to avoid us, even when changing clothes. It seems that she really doesn't love us at all. Although Ping Ping didn't understand anything, it didn't stop him from being happy. What do you want to see? Suddenly, Li Ping's voice came into his ears. Yiyu's heart tightened, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. The next moment, someone grabbed his ear. You little bastard, I remember you weren't like this before. How come you become so lewd now? Li Ping glared at Yiyu fiercely. This boy, the ancients became sages through reading, but why didn't he become a sage, but became a pervert instead? Mom, I was wrong. I was just joking. Please let go. I'm still holding Ping Ping. This time Li Ping was really angry. Yiyu felt a burning pain in his ears. Although Li Ping had pulled his ears before, she never used much force. This time she obviously used a lot of force, and it was quite strong. Humph, I'll let you go this time for an aunt's sake. If I hear something like this again next time, I will definitely not let you go. After the sound fell, he looked at Anan in his arms tenderly again. Anan, if your father turns out to be a pervert, you'll have to beat him up hard. Okay? Anan was happy to hear what Li Ping said. This made Yiyu depressed. People say that a daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket, but why is there a loophole when it comes to him? Moreover, I was just talking big at best, but didn't take any actual action. I really died unjustly. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Yiyu handed Ping Ping to Li Ping, and then let them into the room before opening the door. When Yiyu opened the door, he saw a man and a woman standing in front of the door. Each of them had a childish look on their face, as if they had just walked out of school. Hello, sir. We're the ones who just made an appointment with you to come and take photos of your baby's full moon. The girl spoke first, with a professional smile that was not yet familiar to her. Hello, please come in. To be honest, Yiyu was still a little surprised. He thought the person who came would be a photographer in his 30s or 40s. After all, age also means rich experience. Now, they were a pair of college students who had just walked out of the campus, which made him feel confused for a moment. Are their photography skills any good? Perhaps the girl noticed what Yiyu was thinking, and she spoke quickly. Sir, please don't think we are incompetent just because we are young. Please don't judge us by appearance. Please give us a chance. We will give you a satisfactory full moon photo. Her young face was full of stubbornness, but the boy next to her gently pulled her back, signaling her not to speak so harshly. Huh? Are you so confident in your own ability? Yiyu raised his eyebrows. The girl's words piqued his interest. Yes. How do you know if I can do it if you don't try? Coincidentally, at this moment, Sue Schwerer also changed her clothes and walked out of the room. Yiyu subconsciously looked back. His eyes instantly widened. At this moment, Sue Schwerer was wearing a white OL suit, which perfectly set off her figure. A fair oval face, a delicate nose, bright red lips, and light makeup show the charm of a mature urban woman, especially the hair piled high, revealing the snow-white neck. She is detached from the mundane world, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. My goodness, is this still the Su Shuer I saw before? She's clearly a fairy. Yiyu's heart began to pound. Oh no, this is the feeling of being moved. On weekdays, Su Shuer never goes out and wears pajamas all day long. Sometimes she doesn't even comb her hair when taking care of the baby. Now she looks no worse than an icy female president. Huh? Why are there two young people? When Su Shuer saw that there were two young people taking photos of the baby's full-month celebration, her brows furrowed instantly. She had the same idea as Yiyu. Both of them believed that young people lacked experience and skills and could not take good photos of the full moon. Sister, you are so beautiful. I have never seen a woman more beautiful than you. You're even more beautiful than a star. The girl began to praise him, and this was not flattery, but praise from the bottom of her heart. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since they praised me so much, if I chase them away without giving them a chance, it would seem that I am too unkind. But taking a full moon photo is not a trivial matter. For a moment, Su Shuer was a little conflicted and spoke after a while. What do you charge? Hello, sister. We are just opening a new store. We haven't customized so many packages yet. We only have one package at the moment, which is $12.99. If you think the price is too high, we can negotiate the price. Hearing this, Yiyu and Su Shuer frowned at the same time. New store opening? So the photos you just sent me are fake? His tone gradually became cold. He hated being lied to the most. No, sir, you misunderstood. Those photos are real. We took them for others for free before we graduated and opened the shop. We really took the photos ourselves, not stolen. The girl hurried to explain. So, we are your test subjects? Su Shuer's tone was like ice, and the temperature in the room dropped a lot. Both of them were new to society and had never seen such a scene. Especially when facing Amelia Su, they felt a pressure, just like the pressure that a superior puts on an inferior. Sister, you misunderstood. We are not using you as a test subject, nor will we use any client as a test subject. We value our work more than our lives, so it is impossible for us to be used as a test subject. Please give us a chance, sister. Hearing this, Su Shuer said nothing, just quietly looking at the girl in front of her. The confidence in the girl's eyes never disappeared, as well as the persistence hidden deep inside. He didn't speak for a long time. The hearts of the two gradually sank to the bottom. But just when they were about to lose hope, Su Shuer spoke. I can give you one chance. I hope what you just said is true. Treat every work of yours as if it were your life. If today's full moon photo doesn't satisfy me, you can imagine the consequences. The girl was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Thank you, sister. If you're not satisfied with our work, we are willing to pay you any compensation you ask for. Hearing this, Amelia Su glanced at the girl indifferently. Money is like waste paper to me. I don't care about money. What I care about is whether your work can satisfy me. What I care about is whether I can leave the most satisfying memories for my baby. Chapter 39 begins. After getting Su Shuer's consent, the two hurried into the room and began to set up the background. Shuer, this isn't like you. Don't you care about the babies the most? Why would you agree so readily? Aren't you afraid that they'll make the babies look ugly in the photos? While speaking, he looked at Su Shuer. There was nothing he could do because this outfit was too eye-catching. It's nothing. We should give them a chance. After all, veterans also started out as novices. Besides, didn't you refuse just now? Su Shuer rolled her eyes. It's a bit late to say it now if she didn't say it just now. Also, you big pervert, can you please stop looking at me like that? I've already touched you, what's there to see? Isn't that embarrassing? The moment the sound fell, she glared at Yiyu fiercely. She didn't know why, but when she saw that look in his eyes, she always felt panic in her heart, and most of all, shy. You're my wife. What's wrong with me looking at her? I can't get enough of looking at her, and what's so shameful about me looking at my own wife? Yiyu was extremely depressed, thinking that his wife was wrong. In fact, it's not Yiyu's fault. After giving birth to the baby, Su Shuer has an indescribable charm, and that charm deeply attracted Yiyu. This charm is somewhat similar to Chow Chow's habit, but the young woman's charm is still greater. Humph, big pervert, I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to go see how they're set up. Su Schwerer felt extremely embarrassed when he kept calling her wife-in-law. Fearing that Yi Yu would say something to make her embarrassed, she quickly fled. Li Ping and I each held a baby and walked into the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, the girl started praising Ping Ping and Anan. Her little mouth was as clean as if smeared with honey, and Li Ping and Su Schwerer felt very happy with the praise. In fact, it is not an exaggeration. As the saying goes, like father, like mother, like father. Yi Yu and Su Schwerer are both very good-looking people. The baby, the result of a combination of their genes, not only perfectly inherited their excellent genes, but was even better. Especially now that the baby is 1 month old. His body has grown, and his originally wrinkled skin has become round, plump, white, and plump. Especially their big, innocent eyes, coupled with their long eyelashes, instantly melted the girl's heart. At this moment, I wanted to go home with my boyfriend and have a baby. Building a background is not complicated and does not take long. It was completed quickly. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, do you have any questions about the scene we set up? If not, let's start filming. The girl spoke cautiously. She could always feel a pressure from Su Schwerer, which forced her to be careful. Well, I don't have any problem. You're professionals after all. Su Schwerer nadith. She had already observed the situation when the two of them were setting up the background. Although the two were young, their techniques were quite sophisticated, which made her feel a little relieved. Etc. Just as the two were about to shoot, Yi Yu interrupted them. Mr. Yi, do you have any questions? Yi did not speak immediately, but took the road service beside him, felt it with his hand, and then put it under his nose and sniffed it. Although Ping Ping and Anan are already 1 month old, they are still babies after all. Their resistance is relatively weak and their skin is relatively sensitive. If the costumes are not clean or have any problems, once the babies are infected, the consequences can be very serious. This is also the reason why he spoke up to stop it. Seeing Yi Yu's actions, the girl instantly understood Yi Yu's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. We are professionals. The clothes are sterilized with high temperature and ultraviolet light. The materials we select are very soft and will not cause any harm to the baby's skin. Girls are very confident about this. If they're going to use something, they will use the good one or not use it at all. They will never pass off the bad one as the good one. After all, the most important thing when doing business is to be honest. What's more, babies are the flowers of the future of the motherland. We would rather not make money than do anything to harm babies. Well, we can start now. Yi Yu nodded. He had already checked it. Although the material of the road clothes was not the best, it was almost good enough. Moreover, it was already very good that newcomers like them were willing to spend so much money on it. Yi Yu's action made Su Schwener's eyes light up, and she nodded slightly. Sure enough, men look most handsome when they are serious. After hearing that they could start, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She was absolutely confident in their skills. She took Ping Ping directly from Su Schwener's hands, and Ping Ping cooperated very well, letting the girl hug him directly, staring at the girl with his big eyes. Ah. She made a cheerful sound, which made Amelia, Sue, a little jealous. You little brat. You're just like your perverted dad at such a young age. Isn't your mom prettier than her? Before he knew it, Yi was shot again. When it was An's turn, although An was cute, she was not very cooperative, and it took a long time to change An's clothes. After changing clothes, everyone's eyes in the room lit up. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of the saying, clothes make the man. The prop clothes were handsome in themselves, and Ping Ping and An were so good-looking. After putting on the prop clothes, they were so adorable that everyone was melted by them. Everyone had a strange thought in their mind. How could there be such a cute and handsome baby in the world? This baby must be an angel from heaven. Even Yi Yu felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He was afraid that others would steal Ping Ping and Anan away because they were so cute. After a brief shock, the girl also started to move, taking out a lot of oranges from her backpack and then arranged them into a half-heart shape next to Ping Ping. Then he carefully placed Ping Ping next to the arranged fruit pattern. A 1-month-old baby is full of curiosity about everything around him. Ping Ping was very happy being held by the little sister at this moment, and his chubby little hands kept waving in the air. The happier he was, the more jealous Sue Schwerer felt inside, as if her favorite thing had been taken away from her. He simply placed his hand on Yiyu's waist and squeezed it hard. Phew, much more comfortable. Chapter 40. Is there any meaning behind placing these oranges on the bed? Looking at Ping Ping and the oranges forming a heart-shaped pattern, Yiyu was a little puzzled. I told you you're stupid, but you still refuse to admit it. Can't you guess the combination of a heart and an orange? Sue Schwerer rolled her eyes at Yiyu, wondering how he could get into such a good university with his IQ. At the same time, he was a little worried that Ping Ping and Ainin might inherit Yiyu's stupid IQ. Heart. Orange? Could it be that wishes come true orange? Yiyu spoke subconsciously. This is a bit fancy. At least I'm not hopelessly stupid. Sue Schwerer rolled her eyes at him. Then, the staff placed some strawberries around him. Without waiting for Yiyu to speak, the staff member began to explain. This is called Barry has troubles, which means the baby can live a happy life. Barry has troubles. Yiyu murmured to himself and nodded gently. As a father, his greatest wish at the moment was that Ping Ping and Enin could live happily throughout their lives without any worries. Not to mention their photography skills. Just the meaning of these idioms alone is enough to win the love of a lot of cute dads and moms. I have to say that although these two people are relatively young, they are still quite smart. Seeing this, Yiyu and the other two stopped talking and let the two staff members do their work. What they cared about was not the process, but the result. Seeing the satisfied looks on Yiyu and the others' faces, the two staff members also smiled. Their abilities being recognized by others made them more satisfied than any reward. The boys were only responsible for taking pictures, while the girls were responsible for posing Ping Ping and Ainin in various poses and changing the fruits. Relatively speaking, Ping Ping was very cooperative. No matter what pose the girl asked him to make, he would giggle and occasionally stretch out his chubby little hands and wave them in the air. Compared to Ping Ping's stability, and it seemed a little uncooperative. No matter what, he was only concerned with having fun and didn't cooperate with the staff's arrangements at all. In a short while, she was covered in sweat. If Yiyu hadn't come forward to help, it would have taken her a long time to prepare. Crack, crack. Each photo represents a meaning. For example, if the baby's hand is stretched forward and there's an orange in front of it, it means achieving fame in one fell swoop. For example, placing a few apples under the baby's feet to form a ladder-like shape represents a smooth career. Or you can place some oranges on the baby's head, which means a bright future. Each photo represents a beautiful meaning, and Li Ping couldn't help but nod in praise. When she took the 1-month-old photo of Yiyu, technology was not yet developed, and there were not as many fancy ideas as there are now. At that time, it was considered fashionable as long as the baby could sit in a rocking car when taking the 1-month-old photo. All I can say is that times are changing too fast. Their thoughts have become old, and now is the era of young people. After taking the full moon photos of the fruit series, the two quickly changed the background. This time, the background is a shooting star background. The female staff member quickly changed an Anne's prop costume into a golden one, with 2 small wings and an angel halo on her head. The bow and arrow are placed beside him, and next to his chubby little hand is an arrow with a heart on it, which symbolizes Cupid's arrow. At that moment, it was beautiful. Ping Ping was dressed in a prince's costume, which looked very handsome. What a perfect match. In a short while, we changed many props and costumes and took many different types of photos. But no matter what type of costumes they wear, the 2 little babies are so adorable. Seeing the cute and adorable Ping Ping and Ainin, Sue Schwerer suddenly felt a sense of pride in her heart, and she wanted to tell everyone in the world. Look, this cute baby is mine. I gave birth to him. When they were done, both of their clothes were soaked with sweat. Although they were physically exhausted, they felt greatly satisfied mentally. If they hadn't brought so many props, they would have continued taking pictures of Ping Ping and Ainin. Although it was not their first time taking pictures, they had never seen such a cute baby and they couldn't help themselves. Thank you for your hard work. You can take a rest first. I will need you to take some family photos for me later. At this moment, Yi no longer looked down on the young couple in front of him. Some things really cannot be judged by age. This young couple can be said to be better than their father. Yu felt a little embarrassed when he thought about how he looked down on others before. Of course, this is our job. We're glad that you chose us. We don't need to rest and can start filming right now. The girl was very happy that her abilities were recognized by the client. After all, they had suffered a lot of setbacks because of their young age. Then I won't be polite. Yu laughed and hugged it in his arms. And then hummed in dissatisfaction when Yu suddenly hugged her. The chubby little arms and legs kept waving in the air, trying to get rid of Yu. But Yu would never let her succeed, so he directly grabbed Anne's little feet. After all, Anne was only 1 month old, and her 2 little feet were so small that Yu held her little feet with one hand. And Anne's little feet were held, and he jumped even more happily. Then he looked at the staff in front of him stupidly. Well, I have no experience in this area. Can you tell me how to shoot better and more intimate parent-child interactions? Of course, it's no problem. Hearing Yu's words, the girl hurried forward to give instructions, while the boy seized the best moment and took parent-child photos. Crack, crack. The sound of the camera snapping echoed throughout the room. Under the guidance of professionals, Yu posed in many parent-child interaction poses. Yu's face was full of smiles, and it also went from being unwilling at first to cooperating in the end. What a loving father and daughter they were. Looking at Yu and in Anne's happy faces, Sue Schwerer went from being indifferent at the beginning to being jealous now. She even pouted her lips, her eyes full of jealousy. He directly picked up Ping Ping, who was standing beside him, and pushed Yu and his daughter away. Okay, you've already taken so many pictures. That's enough. The rest of the time is for us, mother and son. Yu hadn't taken enough photos when he was pushed away. Feeling unhappy, he squeezed back. This bed is so big, we can both sit on it. You don't have to squeeze me. Wait a moment. I'll let you take the picture after I'm done. I don't care, just go away. I want to take some parent-child photos with Ping Ping. Go away. If you don't go away, I'll tell your aunt that you're bullying me. Schwerer, you can't be unreasonable. It was obviously me who came first, okay? Humph. This princess is unreasonable. What do you do to me? Well, you bastard, you don't love me anymore. You said you would give in to me all your life, but now you bully me. As expected, you can't believe what men say. Men are all pigs. Chapter 41, can you? Sue Schwerer's slightly coquettish tone directly confused the staff member. How come the overbearing president, who just put them under endless pressure, has turned into a spoiled, pretty girl now? The speed of changing his expression is too fast. He only dared to think about this in his heart and could not say it out loud. So he quickly instructed Sue Schwerer. With her help, Sue Schwerer and Ping Ping successfully took many parent-child interaction photos. As if it was an agreement, when the shooting was completed, Ping Ping and Ainen both started crying. The reason was simple. I had been filming for so long and was already hungry. Seeing this, Sue Schwerer and Li Ping hurriedly carried Ping Ping and Ainen into the bedroom and started feeding them. Yi was browsing the photos he had just taken on his computer. He nodded continuously, feeling extremely satisfied. Ping Ping and Ainen were already cute, and the photos just taken were beautified, making the already cute babies even cuter. Hello. As you can see, my wife is feeding the babies in the bedroom. Can she come out for a moment? Can you give me a backup of the photos you just took? Of course, that's what you should do. The female staff member quickly agreed. Then a look of hesitation appeared on her face. Mr. Yi, we want to discuss something with you. I wonder if you can agree to it. I guess what you want to discuss with me is about peace and safety. Yu spoke slowly. If a store wants to do good business and have a steady stream of customers, then its reputation must be good. An important condition for building a good reputation is strong publicity. This, Mr. Yi, you are really smart. What I want to talk to you about is indeed about the 2 babies. A look of embarrassment crossed the girl's face. Then let me guess again. You want to use my son's full month photo to promote your store, right? Hearing this, the girl hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, we do have this idea. If you agree, I will not charge you any fees this time. In fact, I will give you a certain amount of money. But if you don't agree, we will definitely not use your baby's photos for publicity. While speaking, the girl's heart was filled with regret. She is very smart. She can accurately grasp the thoughts of parents of new babies. People all like beautiful things. They believe that as long as they can put Ping Ping and Ainan's photos in their store for promotion, their business will not only be booming, but will definitely be several times more popular than before. But now everything has become a bubble. Are you planning to make a giant photo of Ping Ping and his brother and put it on display in front of the store? I vaguely remember that when I passed by a photo studio, I saw many large and small photos placed around the studio. Some of the photos were so beautiful that Yi Yu even wanted to go in and take a look. Yes, Mr. Yi, we can swear that we will never use the baby's photos for any profit-making purposes. When the two staff members heard Yi Yu mention the photo exhibition, their eyes lit up, thinking that Yi Yu agreed. What if someone sees how cute Pinganon is and runs into my house and steals them away? What? Baby stealing? Does anyone still steal babies these days? But when they saw Yi Yu's serious look, they felt that Yi Yu was not joking. After all, when I was a child, I often heard the elders in my family talk about things like stealing children. If Ping Ping and Ainan were both stolen, they would not be able to escape the blame. Then we know what Mr. Yi means. The two were extremely disappointed, but the next moment, they were stunned. You know what I mean? Did I just say I disagree? You didn't say you disagree, but you just said, what if the baby is stolen? Isn't that equivalent to a refusal? Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Yi Yu explained calmly. My status in our family is very low. My wife usually makes the decisions. Now my wife is going to feed the baby. If you are willing, you can wait here. When they heard Yi Yu's words, they were as happy as if they had found a treasure. We are willing. We are willing to wait for Madame Yi. Hearing this, Yi Yu ignored them and slowly browsed the baby's full-month photos, smiling innocently as he looked. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in my heart. Only because of my Yi Yu's strong genes could I give birth to such a cute and beautiful baby. Time passed minute by minute. About 20 minutes later, Su Shuer walked out of the bedroom with a frown on her face. It seems they were really hungry today. The two little guys actually used so much energy to eat their rations that it caused a dull pain in her chest. Seeing Amelia, Su coming out, Yi Yu hurriedly greeted her. Honey, come over and take a look. Look how cute the photos of Ping Ping and Inan are. Hearing the word wife, Amelia Su blushed immediately. This pervert actually called her wife in front of so many people. Doesn't he know how to write the word shame? But he still quickly walked to Yi Yu's side and looked at the photos with him. He nodded from time to time and seemed to be quite satisfied with the photos. Although he looked calm and cold on the surface, he was already very happy in his heart. I'm so awesome. I gave birth to such a beautiful baby. I'm the most awesome mom in the world. Boo-hoo. I have to say that in this respect, Yi Yu and Su Shuer look like a couple. Both of them are quite vain. On the other side, seeing Su Shuer nod with satisfaction, the two staff members felt relieved and hurried forward. Mrs. Yi, we have something we want to discuss with you. I wonder if we can tell you. Chapter 42, Two Personalities. What do you want to tell me? She only shows her feminine side to Yi Yu. To others, she is the cold queen. Mrs. Yi, it's like this. Immediately afterwards, the staff member repeated what he had just said to Yi Yu. Please agree to my request. The two staff members looked at Su Shuer expectantly, hoping that she would agree to their request. Just at this moment, Li Ping walked out of the room and everyone's eyes were on her. Don't tell me that I'm old now and can't keep up with this fast-paced era. I don't care about anything. Just make your own decisions. Li Ping quickly expressed her attitude. Although she heard it just now, she didn't hear much. Moreover, she would not participate in the vote as long as it was about Ping Ping and Ainan, for fear of increasing the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, thus affecting the relationship between Yi Yu and her. I think I'd better go in and take care of the grandchildren. After the words fell, Li Ping returned to the bedroom. She didn't want to get involved in anything. She wanted to let young people solve their own problems. Yi Yu, what do you think? Should we agree to them? Su Shuer looked at Yi Yu and said slowly, after all, he is the father of the babies, and he has a certain right to make the decision on this matter. Hearing this, Yi Yu did not speak immediately, but thought for a moment before speaking. I think it's okay for them to put the baby's photos on display. After all, we can't stay at home forever, and the babies can't stay together forever. Ping Ping and Inen are so cute. They will definitely attract a lot of people to watch and take pictures when they go out. The two staff members standing by were so excited that they almost jumped up after hearing you use words. There's a play, there's a play. Then he looked at Sue Schwerer with anticipation. They understood that the real master was the icy woman in front of them, and during this period of time, Yu had not been afraid of him. Oh no, it was his attitude of respecting his wife. Sue Schwerer did not answer immediately, but thought quietly. This made the two staff members extremely anxious, fearing that she would disagree, but they did not dare to urge her for fear of angering Sue Schwerer. After a long, long time, when their hearts were about to sink to the bottom, Sue Schwerer finally spoke. I can promise you. Great, great. Thank you, Mrs. Yi. Hearing Sue Schwerer's agreement, the two staff members were filled with excitement. Don't be so happy too soon. I told you in advance that if you use the baby's photos to do anything profitable, the consequences will be. The closer he spoke, the colder his tone became, making people shiver. Mrs. Yi, don't worry. We will never do anything to profit ourselves. Great. The two staff members' faces were filled with excitement and joy. Yi on the side was secretly shocked. Good boy. Amelia Sue usually spoke to him in a half-coquettish tone, and this was the first time he saw her so cold. Fortunately, this kind of coldness is only directed at strangers. If it were directed at me, I might not be able to withstand it. We all understand. We will prepare the baby's 1-month-old photo as soon as possible. The moment the words fell, the two of them were about to leave quickly. But he was stopped by Yi. Wait, did you forget to collect the money? Mr. Yi, you have helped us so much. We are already very grateful. How can we possibly charge you? In fact, this was also one of the reasons why they wanted to leave quickly. No one asked them for copyright fees, so how could they have the nerve to collect money? But who knew that this sentence almost made Amelia Sue change her mind? You don't have to take the money, but destroy all the photos you just took. This sentence scared the two of them directly. The photos they just took were the result of their hard work. They already regarded them as their own children. How could they bear to destroy them? I've already told you guys a long time ago that I'm not short of money. Money is just a pile of waste paper in my eyes. And you misunderstood what I said just now. I'm letting you use it, not asking you to buy it with money. Letting and buying are two different things. After hearing this, the two staff members also understood Amelia Sue's attitude. Mrs. Yi, how do I pay for this photo shoot? His tone was extremely cautious, for fear of angering Amelia Sue again. Yi, settle the bill and show the guest away. As soon as the voice fell, Amelia Sue walked into the bedroom, showing the temperament of a cold goddess to the fullest. Well, Yi nodded with satisfaction. His idea was similar to Sue Schwerer's. Although he didn't know whether Sue Schwerer had money or not, he had a system. He was not short of money, so he didn't care about that little bit of money. At this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking photos of the baby's full moon. The reward of 50,000 cash has been received. Please check it yourself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, a regret card. ISNT the money here? But what is this regret card? Although he was confused, he did not delve into it. He believed in one thing. Anything produced by the system must be extraordinary. We are not in a hurry to get Ping Ping and Inen's full moon photos, but we do have one requirement, which is that the quality must be good. I understand, Mr. Yi. You've already helped us a lot. Even if you don't tell us, we will still produce the highest quality photos of the full moon. Both of them looked at Yi with gratitude. After saying goodbye to the two staff members, Yi returned to the bedroom. The next moment, I was dumbfounded. I saw that Sue Schwerer had changed her OL uniform into pajamas at some point. She was lying on the bed looking at the computer, her two snow-white little feet shaking. It made people want to play with them, and she would laugh silly from time to time. Bah, you big pervert, peeking at me again. Sue Schwerer noticed Yi's gaze at the first moment and quickly crossed her legs to hide her little feet. It seems that what they say on the internet is true. Boys are all perverts. They all like girls' small feet. Come and see. Come and see, Ping Ping and Inen are so cute. After the words fell, Su Schwerer no longer paid attention to Yiyu. She looked at the full moon photo she had just taken happily, her heart filled with pride. In this world, only I, Su Schwerer, can give birth to such a beautiful and lovely baby. Yiyu on the side was a little confused. Su Schwerer was like a cold fairy just now, but now she was like a coquettish and silly girl. The change was so great that Yiyu couldn't tell which was Su Schwerer's truest side. Chapter 43, There Are Rats. It's late at night. Su Schwerer and Yiyu were lying on the bed, each holding a ball. As they talked about the past, their feelings for each other gradually grew stronger. Suar, aim cuties. You usually feed the baby rations at this time of year. Why are you using a pacifier today? This made Yiyu very curious. Why did it suddenly change to a pacifier? Yiyu, do you know what touch exercise is? Su Schwerer did not answer Yiyu's words, but changed the subject. Touch fuck? Yiyu's eyes were blank. He had never heard of these 3 words before. What is massage exercise? Is it like the exercises we did during recess in school? If you don't know, just say you don't know. Su Schwerer rolled her eyes at Yiyu, then hugged Ping Ping and explained. I heard this from other mothers when I was in the hospital. They said that after using massage exercises on their babies became much calmer than usual, their eyes became brighter, and sometimes they even smiled sweetly. At the same time, they also told me that after massage, babies have a better appetite, eat more milk, and fall asleep faster, which allows mothers to get more rest. In addition, the parent-child process can stimulate milk secretion, which is conducive to breastfeeding. Su Schwerer's explanation left Yiyu confused. Although he didn't quite understand what she said, he could already tell from Su Schwerer's explanation that this massage exercise would be of great benefit to babies. Schwerer, do you know how to do touch fuck? Hearing this, Amelia Su's bright eyes dimmed instantly. I've only heard about it from others and watched some videos about it, but I don't know much about it. But then, Su Schwerer put Ping Ping in her arms aside and directly rode on Yiyu. This action made Yiyu stunned. What was going on? Is my brother's spring coming? Although he really wanted to, Yiyu decisively refused for the sake of Su Schwerer's health. Ahem, sure. Well, even though it's already been a month, Mom has already told you that you need to stay in confinement for 45 days. You'll hurt your body if you do that. These words made Su Schwerer slightly stunned, but then she saw her own actions and reacted, and her little face turned red. But he still didn't get off Yiyu's body and slapped him lightly on the back. Humph, you are indeed a pervert. If you weren't a pervert, how could you possibly think of such embarrassing things? Yiyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Your actions just now really made it hard not to have wild thoughts. Besides, it was obviously you who rode on me. If anyone was to be called a pervert, it should be you. Humph, it's you, you big pervert. At this moment, Su Schwerer was like a proud and arrogant young lady, still riding on Yiyu's back and refusing to get down. Instead, he took out his cell phone and held it in front of him. The eyebrows are curved like a crescent moon. The broad forehead means a lot of knowledge. The little face is chubby. The baby loves to laugh and not cry. The little ears are like gold ingots, and hearing will be improved if you practice it every day. A voice similar to a nursery rhyme came from the phone. When they heard the song, Ping Ping and Ainan's attention was immediately attracted. Ping Ping and Ainan began to shout along with the song, waving their chubby little arms and legs in the air, as if they were very happy. Schwerer, what are you doing? Yiyu turned his head with difficulty and saw a video playing on his mobile phone. It was a video of a woman massaging a baby who was about 1 or 2 months old. Schwerer, is this what touch exercise is? Yiyu's heart suddenly sank, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that Schwerer wants to use herself as a test subject? Hee, you keep saying I'm bullying you. Now I'm going to give you a benefit and give you a massage. Yiyu's guess was correct. At this moment, Su Schwerer really treated Yiyu as an experimental subject. After all, the baby's body is not fully developed yet and is relatively soft. If you can't control the strength, you might hurt the baby. Therefore, Yiyu became the best experimental subject. Schwerer, this isn't a good idea. I'm weak. Bah, don't say you are weak. Even if you are sick today, I will not let you go. As soon as the words fell, he began to tear Yi Yu's clothes. No, no, please spare me, Queen. Bah, Yi Yu, could you please not use that tone of voice? Could you please not speak? For Ping Ping, Annanin, what will happen if you become a test subject? If you make that kind of noise, Annie will misunderstand you. Wow, Queen, you've already treated me like this, and yet you don't even let me say a word of resistance. You're so mean. Susuer. I'm just giving you a massage. Is it necessary for you to be like this? In the second bedroom on the other side, Li Ping was just beginning to feel sleepy when she suddenly heard a noise from next door, and the voice had a sad and miserable tone. This scared Li Ping, and she thought that Yi was bullying Su Shuer. He immediately became furious and was about to rush out with his slippers in hand, but he suddenly stopped when he reached the door. Why did the sound so wrong? So he lay down in front of the door and listened carefully. Oh, Shuer, be gentle, my delicate skin can't stand it. Hearing this, Li Ping's face turned red. Bah, how can you be so shameless? And Yi Yu, you little bastard, knowing that Shuer's confinement period has been extended, can't you just be patient? Although Yi Yu was angry that he didn't know how to feel sorry for Su Shuer. After all, Su Shuer had just given birth to a baby, and her body had not yet fully recovered. If Li Ping couldn't help herself when she thought about the possibility of suffering from postpartum diseases in the future. He broke into the house, holding slippers. Yi Yu, I was stunned before I could finish my words. It seemed that things were developing differently from what I expected. I saw Su Shuer sitting on Yi Yu's legs, her delicate hands massaging Yi Yu's back, and the nursery rhymes in the video coming to her ears. Big head, really smart. I want to be a postdoc when I grow up. From my ribs to my shoulders, I breathe smoothly and healthily, and my belly is soft. Yi Yu's face, which originally showed happiness, was now full of surprise. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you here with slippers? Well, Li Ping looked at the slippers in her hand, quickly put them behind her back, and smiled awkwardly. Well, I just heard the sound of mice stealing food, and I was afraid it would disturb your sleep, so I came over to help you check. But now I seem to have heard wrongly. You should also go to bed early. Good night. Chapter 44, Touching Exercise. After Li Ping left, Yi Yu and Su Shuer looked at each other. Yi Yu, is there any sound of mice stealing food in our room? Why didn't I hear it? Seeing Su Shuer's thoughtful look, Yi Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Shuer, lower your head. Let me tell you why Mom came. What's going on? Didn't Annie just say that she came in because she heard the noise of mice? Su Shuer curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Haha. Seeing Su Shuer's cute and serious look, Yi really couldn't help it. He sat up and whispered in her ear. Shuer, actually Mom didn't come in just now because of the mouse. The mouse was just a cover. The reason she came in was because of the noise I made just now. Sound? Hearing these two words, Su Shuer was slightly stunned and began to recall Yi Yu's voice just now. She was so engrossed in the massage exercises that she didn't listen carefully to Yi Yu's voice. Now that she thinks about it, in an instant, Su Shuer's face turned red. He raised his fists and gave you a few love punches. You big pervert. I've already told you not to scream, but you just wouldn't listen. Now Annie will definitely think that the two of us are doing something bad. Shame, shame, shame. No wonder the aunt ran in with slippers just now. It turned out that it was because the two of them were doing something bad, shy yet filled with happiness at the same time. After all, Li Ping broke in because she was worried about her health. You can't blame me for that. It's because my Shuer gave me such a comfortable massage. Yi Yu chocolate. He now understood that one must be shameless when dealing with women, especially goddesses like Su Shuer. Stinky Yi Yu, you still said that I don't want to pay attention to you. Snort. Su Shuer turned her head away. Although she had just treated Yi Yu as a test subject, she did put her heart into it. She has always been spoiled and has never given massage to others. After this massage, her hands are sore and painful. How could she do massage exercises for Ping Ping and Ainen? Shuer, you've been massaging me for so long just now. Now it's my turn to massage you. As soon as the sound fell, He grabbed Su Shui's hand without caring whether she agreed or not. Humph, you big pervert. You said you wanted to give me a massage, but you just wanted to take advantage of my beautiful hands. Su Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. They had been together for so long that she was no longer resistant to things like holding hands. Sometimes she would even condone Yiyu's behavior. After all, they're going to grow old together. Hearing this, Yiyu rarely refuted. He smiled slightly and began to gently massage Su Shui's hand. Ah, ah, ah. Ping Ping and Anan were so excited when they saw the two holding hands that their pacifiers fell off. He seemed to be happy about the relationship between Yiyu and Su Shui. The strength of Yiyu's massage was just right. With Yiyu's help, the soreness that had just occurred had disappeared. There was even a tingling and comfortable feeling, and she even couldn't help humming. This series of humming sounds directly caused a trace of evil fire to surge in Yiyu's calm heart. A pair of hands also started to become dishonest, and what started as a massage turned into openly taking advantage. You big pervert, you big bastard, I knew you were going to take advantage of me by giving me a massage. She was no longer surprised by Yiyu's behavior of taking advantage of her from time to time. So she just stood up and left, opened a drawer beside her, and took out a few things. At the same time, he glanced at Yiyu again, his tone full of pride. You're already a father, but you still don't know anything. Watch carefully and learn well. After the voice fell, Su Shui took the lead in adjusting the temperature of the air conditioner. When doing massage exercises for your baby, the temperature in the room should not be too high or too low. The best temperature is 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. At the same time, you should choose a relatively quiet place. The best time for touch exercise is about 20 minutes. On the one hand, you cannot bear it if the time is too long. On the other hand, the baby is too young to be massaged for a long time, otherwise it will hurt the skin. These are all the things Su Shui had learned before. Yiyu, please study hard and learn well. I don't have that much energy. The most I can do is massage exercises for Ping Ping. And it is left to you. This, can I refuse? Yi said weakly. After all, he had never done such a thing, and he usually used a lot of strength. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt Anan. No, and he has already said that no one knows how to start, and neither do I. Didn't I do it myself? Su Shui rolled her eyes at Yiyu again, then ignored him and walked in front of Ping Ping. When he saw his mother coming, Ping Ping was so excited that he kept waving his little arms and legs to ask for a hug. Be good, Ping Ping. Mommy will give you a massage right now. Su Shui smiled gently, then closed her eyes and recalled the explanation in the video. Although she appeared calm on the outside, she was actually very nervous inside. She had never done this before, and this was her first time. She was afraid of hurting Ping Ping. But if you don't try to take the first step, when will you take the second step? Call. He took a deep breath, then took out the smooth massage oil and poured it into his hands, rubbing it gently to warm it up. This kind of thing must be rubbed warm to exert its greatest effect. When you feel it's almost done, start from the center of your eyebrows and gently push outwards with your thumbs. Chest, abdomen, arms, and little but all 4 beats. Every step and every movement is based on the video. It may not be too standard, but at least there will be no mistakes. In fact, massage exercises are very comfortable. The principle is the same as why people like to go to massage parlors, because they're willing to go there, because it feels comfortable. So throughout the whole process, Ping Ping's smile never stopped. 20 minutes passed quickly and the massage exercise was over. After that, Su Shui did not put a diaper on Ping Ping immediately. The weather is too hot, and wearing diapers for a long time can easily cause prickly heat on the babies, but if she wasn't afraid of bedwetting and pooping, Su Shui wouldn't want to put diapers on her baby. Yiyu, have you learned it? Su Shui's tone was full of pride. I'm such a little genius. I succeeded the first time I did it. Well, Yiyu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, the eyes tell the brain that it has learned, but the hands tell the brain that the eyes are farting. Chapter 45, Full Moon Banquet. After a long time, with the help of Su Shui, Yiyu finally finished the massage exercises for Anan. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. There was no way. and was too young. If he was not careful, he would get hurt. Therefore, you had to be extremely careful when doing massage exercises for Nun, and he was sweating profusely after the operation. My fingers felt sore and weak, without any strength at all. Schwer, hurry up and give me a massage. My hands have no feeling anymore. Yiyu raised his hand pitifully, wanting to receive Su Schwenner's loving care. TSK, didn't I just give Ping Ping a massage? I'm a woman, and I didn't say anything. How dare you? A grown man? Say you're tired. Su Schwerer couldn't help but give you a cold look. This guy only knew how to take advantage of her. Ping Ping and Ainin cried out happily again, but this time there was no excitement in their tone as before, but a hint of sleepiness. Both babies did a massage exercise comfortably, but now they felt sleepy and could no longer open their bright big eyes. After glancing at the time, it was already late, so Su Schwerer turned off the lights and then held Ping Ping and Ainin in her arms, one on each side. Baji, Baji. The next moment, the sound of eating came into Yiyu's ears. It was in eating the rations. This information instantly flooded into Yiyu's mind. As if he had been injected with chicken blood, he jumped up from the bed without even crying out that his hands were sore. Like a thief, he sneaked in one direction. Bang! He died before he could accomplish his mission. Just as he took action, Yiyu felt a small foot on his face, and he exerted force suddenly. He took several steps back and heard Su Schwenner's anxious and embarrassed voice. You big pervert, you still don't learn your lesson. How many times has this happened? Su Schwerer was so embarrassed inside. How could she end up with a man as lustful as Yiyu? Every night, he would sneak up to her when she was feeding the babies. Especially the first time, if I hadn't reacted in time, he would have succeeded. Hey. Although he was discovered and even kicked, there was no embarrassment on Yiyu's face. He smiled shamelessly and laid down on the bed. What's the big deal? We're an old married couple. It's okay if you don't let me see, but you won't let me touch it. It's really hurtful. Schwer, I'm actually hungry too. Bah, you stinky rascal. If you're hungry, go cook for yourself. Why are you telling me? Do you want me to cook for you? She simply ignored the first sentence. Otherwise, if she continued to be entangled, she would be the only one who lost. Yiyu is really shameless, a complete pervert. Baji. The sound of the baby eating his rations kept reaching Yiyu's ears. This made him feel a little itchy. Schwer, actually you don't have to cook, there's food to eat. Aren't Ping Ping and eating right now? Ouch. I was wrong. Schwer, please let go. You want me to let go? Dream on. Tell me how many times this has happened. This time I'm going to teach you a lesson. Su Schwerer was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she was not angry at all, but more ashamed. No, Schwerer, please let go. You're almost pulling my ears off. No, I won't. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I was wrong, I was really wrong. After a long time, the sound of eating rations disappeared. Schwerer, you are so cruel. You almost pulled my ears off just now. Yiyu's tone was full of resentment. You deserve it. Who told you to be so lewd with me all the time? After a brief quarrel, there was silence again. It was a long time before Yiyu spoke. Schwer, there is something I want to discuss with you. What is it? It's about Ping Ping and Anin's full moon banquet. The moment he finished speaking, Yiyu felt a headache. It was actually Li Ping who asked him to discuss this matter with Su Schwerer. After all, Li Ping is old and has lived in the countryside for decades, so some of her ideas are still conservative. There is a custom in his hometown, which is to hold a full month banquet for the baby and invite relatives and friends from all directions. To put it simply, this banquet is a way to tell all the guests and friends that I have a child, and to let all the relatives, friends, and babies meet. Yiyu actually didn't really want to do this kind of thing, but he had no way to refuse Li Ping, so he could only ask Su Schwerer for her opinion. It's fine to hold a full moon banquet, but why do we have to go home? Can't we do it here? Su Schwerer did not refuse, but she couldn't understand why the full moon banquet had to be held anywhere, and why do they have to go back to their hometown? Because my dad doesn't know I have a child yet. Yiyu sighed helplessly. This was the most troublesome thing for him. Hearing this, Su Schwerer did not say anything. During this period of time, She had more or less heard some things about Ye's father from Li Ping's mouth. Definitely an old-fashioned person. Thinking of this, Su Shui'er couldn't help but feel a headache. According to Ye's father's idea, she was now a shameless woman who got pregnant before marriage. I've already left such a bad impression on Ye's father before they even met. How will I face him in the future? Will he like me? Will he like Ping Ping and Anin? Her heart suddenly began to panic, and at this moment, a pair of big hands held her small hands and squeezed them gently. Shui'er, don't worry. I'm here for you. I'm in front of you. Dad is just old-fashioned, not unreasonable. And Mom is here. Well, we can only take it one step at a time. Su Shui'er sighed, then pinched Yiyu's waist hard again. If it weren't for him, how could her uncle have such a bad impression of her? Yiyu could only swallow his tears at the pain in his waist. There was no way. He was the one who planted the seeds, but Su Shui'er had to bear the sin. After all, since ancient times, getting pregnant before marriage has been the most shameful thing and the most likely to be criticized, especially when there is no boyfriend by your side. The criticisms you will suffer will definitely not be small. Su Shui'er never mentioned to him the suffering she had endured. Thinking of this, Yiyu felt guilty. Chapter 46 Confession. On the other side, after the embarrassing moment just now, Li Ping tossed and turned in bed for a long time before she felt sleepy. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the phone suddenly rang. The next moment, when she saw the caller ID, all of Li Ping's sleepiness disappeared, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Honey, what are you doing? You've been gone for several days, and you've been so slow to answer the phone. Are you hiding something from me? Father Ye's tone was full of depression. A few days ago, he hosted a banquet for guests from all over, even friends he hadn't contacted for many years, just to witness his son's happy moment. He even envisioned a bright future, with grandchildren surrounding him and enjoying the joy of family life. But even if the betrothal gift is increased to 300,000, we're going to get so much money. All my fantasies were shattered, and the originally happy event turned into a joke at this moment. The huge gap almost made me faint, and I was sulking alone for a few days before I recovered. Instead of thinking about those annoying things, he found out that his wife was missing, which made Ye's father panic. His son's daughter-in-law was gone, but his own wife could not be gone. Why would I stay home? Look at that sour face of yours. I'm not a masochist. Li Ping snorted coldly, her teeth itching with anger. I've been out on my own for so many days, and you only just realized today that I haven't been home for several days? Do you have me in your heart? But when he thought about how Ye's father was ridiculed by guests from all over the world on his son's wedding day, the anger in his heart disappeared. Don't worry, I'm just afraid that my son might lose his mind and do something terrible. Humph. You're worried about him, but not me? Do you think I'm mad at him because Mu Linger broke off the engagement? I'm mad at him because he confessed his love to another girl when he was getting married. Although the Mu family did something wrong, he shouldn't have proposed to another girl at the wedding reception. Did I ever teach him that? When mentioning this, Ye's father's tone was filled with anger. What made him feel most uncomfortable was not the fact that Mu Linger's family temporarily increased the betrothal gift. What made him feel heartbroken and ashamed was that Yiyu actually proposed to another girl in front of relatives and friends. This made him feel that he had failed in educating Yiyu for more than 20 years. Don't worry about that bastard. He might be fooling around with that shameless woman. Come back, my dear. Come back and cook for me. Cooking for you? I owe you. I've been cooking for you for decades. When will you cook for me? Hey, what's wrong with you, my wife? Men earn money outside and women are in charge at home. It's their job to cook for them. Bah, it's fine if you don't mention this. I get so angry when you do. I've cooked for you for decades. But have you ever let me be a rich wife? You can't even come up with the extra 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Oh no. After saying this, Li Ping's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had spoken too quickly and said the wrong thing. A man can endure all the hardships just to give his beloved woman a life like a princess, but decades have passed and life is still the same. The man doesn't want to do that either, but he has really tried his best. After the words fell, Ye's father on the other end of the phone fell silent. Mudir, I'm sorry. Before Li Ping could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ye's father. "My dear, please stop talking. I'm the one who has let you down. Decades have passed, and I still haven't been able to fulfill the vow I made to you. I am incompetent." Although the tone was calm, it made Li Ping's heart ache. She was not unaware of his efforts over the years, but sometimes one has to believe in fate. Some things, if they cannot be obtained from the moment they are born, will never be obtained in the future. "My dear, I don't blame you. How could I possibly blame you? I know how much you've contributed to this family." All the little things that happened between them in the past flashed before his eyes. After a long time, a sigh came from Ye's father. "I see. That kid must have suffered quite a blow this time. Just stay by his side and watch over him." Ye's father also sighed helplessly. The reason why such a thing happened on the wedding day was not only related to Yi Yu, but also had an inseparable part with him. If he had money, if he could come up with that 300,000, alas, unfortunately, there is no if. Forget it. It's already happened. There's no point in discussing it now. It's getting late, so I should go to bed early. Don't hang up yet. I have something to tell you. After much deliberation, Li Ping decided to tell Ye's father about Su Shui's affairs. After all, the truth will come out sooner or later, and Ye's father will know about this matter sooner or later. "What is it? Promise me first that after I tell you this, you won't be angry with me, nor with you. My dear, you underestimate me. I'm not the kind of person who gets angry with others easily." "I wouldn't believe you," Li Ping muttered to herself. After all, she had been with Ye's father for so long. How could she not know his character? "Do you know why Yu confessed to the bridesmaid at the wedding reception?" What else could it be? Isn't it because that guy is too fragile? Or maybe he saw her beauty and immediately got lustful. I'd say that girl isn't a good person either. Have you ever seen a bridesmaid seduce her best friend's groom? This sentence made Li Ping very angry. If Ye's father was next to her, she would definitely kick him twice. After being a father for so many years, don't you know what kind of person your son is? And do you really understand Shuo? You say she's not a good girl? My dear, please don't tell me that Yi Yu, that bastard, is fooling around with that shameless woman right now. Come on, stop calling me shameless. Do you really understand? Do you really know what happened? How can you judge someone like that? Seriously, after being scolded by Li Ping, Ye's father stopped asking for more. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Although Yi Yu was a bit useless, he would not do such a thing. My dear, please listen to me first and put your hands on your heart. I'm afraid your heart will jump out of your chest because of this shocking news. All right, stop talking nonsense and just tell me. I don't believe there is any news in this world that could shock me. After hearing what Ye's father said, Li Ping stopped wasting time. Let me tell you, Shuo is not the bad woman you say she is, but a good woman. Secondly, don't you want to have grandchildren? That's perfect. Shuo has already given you a pair of grandchildren. Do you want to see them? Chapter 47 Father Yi is here. Li Ping's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Ye's father on the other end of the phone for a long time. Grandson? Granddaughter? Two at once? After a long while, he spoke anxiously, his tone full of disbelief. My dear, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Do we really have grandchildren? And they are born to Su Shuo. Father Yi still couldn't believe it. It felt like reading a novel. Moreover, in today's reality, would a woman really give up her prime years to bear children for a man who took her virginity? And to have 2 children in her lifetime? Is there really such a stupid girl? Honey, are you sure? Could it be that the child is someone else's? That bastard has become the scapegoat? Father Ye's tone immediately became serious. He had heard from the villagers that the society was too open nowadays. Many girls got pregnant without knowing who the father of their child was, and they would often find an honest man to marry. Could it be that his son would become what others called a scapegoat? What are you thinking about, you old man? Where did you hear that word? I'm telling you, don't let your imagination run wild. Shuo isn't that kind of person at all. You don't know. Our grandson looks exactly like you were when he was a child, as if they were carved from the same mold. The first time I saw him, I almost thought I was hallucinating. She had doubts before, but the moment she saw Ping Ping, all her doubts disappeared. After the voice fell, there was a brief silence. After a while, Ye's father spoke again. My dear, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Do I really have grandchildren? There was still doubt in his tone. He had to see it for himself. Look at what you're saying. Do I really need to lie to you? What good would it be for me to lie to you? Li Ping rolled her eyes and said, Okay, where do you live now? I'll have Lao Wang drive me there on his tractor. After a brief exchange, Li Ping hung up the phone, looked towards the other bedroom, and muttered to herself, You little brat, truth will come to light sooner or later. Your dad will be here tomorrow, so you better take care of yourself. Nothing happened that night. Yi woke up early the next day. It could be said that he didn't sleep much last night. I don't know what happened, but Ping Ping and Anan woke up 7 or 8 times last night, and all the sleepiness they had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared. After taking a look at Su Schwerer, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Yi gently pinched her face. You're such a little pig. You slept so soundly that you didn't even know your baby was stolen. The latter pouted in dissatisfaction, which was very cute. Although Ping Ping and Anan woke up many times last night, Su Schwerer did not wake up once, which was enough to show how soundly she slept. Although he didn't sleep much last night, he had the reward given to him by the system. Instead of feeling sleepy, he felt unusually energetic. At this moment, the cold voice of the system sounded in my mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of parent-child interaction with the baby. The reward is 50,000 yuan in cash. Please check it yourself. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, a smile crossed Yi Yu's lips. The belated reward had finally arrived. Now he felt that money was really easy to make, and becoming the richest man in the world in the future was not a dream. After thinking for a while and preparing to let Li Ping have a good sleep, he went to make breakfast. But just as he had prepared everything, the doorbell rang urgently. Although it was strange, Yi Yu still opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned for a moment, and even his body tensed up. I saw a dark-skinned man in his 50s standing in front of the door. Although he was not smoking, I could smell a strong smell of cigarettes the moment I opened the door. This man was none other than Yi Yu's father, and he was holding a snakeskin bag that was exactly the same as the one Li Ping had held. Dad, why are you here? How did you know I live here? Were you the first one to catch the bus? Hearing this, Yi's father just nodded slightly without answering. He looked Yi Yu up and down, then walked out of the room with the snakeskin bag. Dad, I'll carry it. The moment Yi Yu saw Ye's father carrying the snakeskin bag, he came back to his senses from his shock and hurried forward, but was pushed away by Ye's father. No need. I'm not too old to carry you. Seeing this, Yi Yu didn't say much. He knew his father's temper. Then they fell into silence. Ye's father sat on the sofa without saying a word, while Yi Yu stood in front of Ye's father, not knowing what to say. Don't you have anything to tell me? Finally, it was Ye's father who spoke. Although it was a question, his tone was unquestionable. Dad, what can I tell you? Yi Yu felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look directly into Ye's father's eyes. Nothing to tell me? Aren't you curious about why I knew you lived here? Aren't you curious about why I drove all night to see you? His tone became more and more serious, and his calloused hand couldn't help but slam it on the table. But he suddenly remembered something and stopped in midair. Dad, didn't my mom say something to you? Yi Yu's heart sank immediately. His father had no idea where he lived now. In the past, when his father came to see him, he would ask him to pick him up at the bus station because his father didn't know the way. But today, Ye's father came directly to the door, and only Su Schwerer and Li Ping knew his current address. Su Schwerer would definitely not contact Ye's father, so there was only one possibility, that is Li Ping told Ye's father her current address. Thinking of this, Yi Yu's heart suddenly hung in the air, and he became even more nervous. Dad, did Mom say anything to you? Humph. If your mother hadn't told me, how long would you have kept it a secret from me? Are you planning to keep it a secret until I die? Father Yi glared at Yi Yu with his fierce eyes, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Dad, calm down. I didn't mean to hide it from you. That's enough. Don't tell me so much. I just want to know what happened. Everything that happened between you and her. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ye's father. Dad, it's like this. Yi did not dare to hide anything and honestly told his father all the developments of the matter. After hearing everything, Ye's father's brows kept frowning and relaxing. His eyes were full of disbelief. So, you and that girl from the Mu family were just an accident? You gave your sincerity to the wrong person? Chapter 48. Asking for a dowry. Dad, this is what happened. It was all a misunderstanding between Mu Linger and me. The person I really feel sorry for is not Mu Linger, but Amelia Sue. After hearing this explanation, Ye's father was silent for a long time. This era is different from the one he was familiar with. In his era, both boys and girls regarded chastity as more important than life. Not to mention going to bed, even if they accidentally touched hands, their faces would turn red for a long time. Well, Father Yi sighed heavily. He had never encountered such a thing before and didn't know what to do for a moment. He habitually wanted to smoke a cigarette, but then he seemed to remember something and put his raised hand down again. Yi had been stealing glances at his father's expression. From childhood to adulthood, he was most afraid of his father, and he had never seen such an expression on his father's face. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Ye's father's next words made him nervous again. You rebellious son, I really would beat you to death. Did I ever teach you how to drink? Don't you know what kind of character you have? You started bullying girls when you were drunk. Are you trying to explain the term intoxicated promiscuity? And the most infuriating thing is that you didn't even realize you were bullying that girl in the end. Father Yi became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and finally he took off his shoes and hit Yi on the butt a few times. Bang, bang, bang. Summer clothes are relatively thin, and Father Yi showed no mercy. Yi grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to dodge. Huh, the breath I held for so long is finally out. I feel much better. Father Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As one of the few rural children in the village who was admitted to a key university, he had always been very proud of it. However, what happened in recent days made him feel very embarrassed, and he was filled with anger in his heart. Although Yi's speechless father used him as a punching bag, Yi did not dare to resist at all. You bastard, tell me, what do you want to do now? How do you want to treat that girl? Hearing this, Yi spoke without hesitation. Get married. I want to marry her. I want to make Schwerer the happiest woman in the world. His answer was somewhat unexpected to Ye's father, and there was a hint of emotion in his eyes, as if he had told someone decades ago that he would make that person the happiest woman in the world. However, so much time had passed, and the wish he had made had still not been fulfilled. Humph, will you dare to drink again in the future? Thinking of the trouble Yi had caused by drinking, Ye's father wanted to pick up his shoes and give him a good beating. No, no, I will never drink again, never drink again. Yi quickly shook his head. He now had a traumatic experience with drinking. The first time he drank in his life, he made such a mistake. He would never dare to drink again, even if he was beaten to death. Humph, there won't be a next time. If I catch you drinking again, I'll break your legs. Father Yi snorted coldly, and then mentioned the Mu family again. The marriage between you and Mu Linger has come to an end. Before, I always thought that you proposed to another woman in front of the bride, which brought shame to the Mu family. I was too embarrassed to ask them to return the betrothal gift, but now, humph. Ye's father's expression also turned cold. He knew that Yi had worked very hard to pay off the Mu family's debts. At that time, Yi had also told him that he had had a relationship with Mu Linger. Hearing that his son was brave enough to take responsibility for the mistake he made, Ye's father was very happy. Although he was very tired, it was Yi's mistake after all. But now, all the misunderstandings have been resolved. Yi and their Yi family don't owe the Mu family anything at all. It is the Mu family that owes them. It's time to get back the betrothal gift given to the Mu family. After all, the hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts were earned by him after working hard for half his life. Mu Linger. When Yi heard his father mention Mu Linger, he instantly thought of her running away barefoot that night. But it was just a brief recollection, and there was no ripple in his heart. At this moment, there was only Sue Schwerer in his heart, and the rest of the place was also occupied by Ping Ping and Anan. In fact, Yi never thought about getting back the betrothal money given to the Mu family. On the one hand, it was because he now had a system, making money was a piece of cake. He had already earned 200,000 or 300,000 in just the past few days. On the other hand, he knew Wang Rinchue's character very well. The moment the betrothal money was given to her, she had already handed the money to Mu Biao. Now so much time has passed, According to Mu Biao's habits, the betrothal money has probably been squandered by him and cannot be recovered at all. But she couldn't tell Ye's father what she was thinking. After all, Ye's father was a genuine countryman, and it would take him half his lifetime to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts. Dad, don't worry. After Schwerer finishes her confinement, I'll go get the betrothal money back. Hearing this, Father Yi nodded and added a few more words. After you get the betrothal money back, give it all to Schwerer. If she feels it's not enough, tell me. I'll sell everything I have and even work as a bricklayer at a construction site to satisfy Schwerer's request. After all, this is what our Yi family owes her. Dad, thousands of words are stuck in my throat and I can't say them. Wow, 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 wow. It happened that at this moment, a baby crying sound was heard in the bedroom. The moment he heard the sound, Ye's father stood up instantly, staring at the bedroom with shining eyes, his big hands so excited that he didn't know where to put them. Dad, wait a moment. I'll go see if Ping Ping or Inen is awake. Go quickly. Father Yi was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Not long after, Yi came out of the bedroom holding a baby. Wow, wow, wow. Even though he was being held, the baby's crying never stopped. Dad, please hold the baby for me. I'll go make some milk powder for Ping Ping. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed Ping Ping in his arms to Ye's father without caring whether Ye's father agreed or not. Next, a magical scene happened. When Ye's father took over, Ping Ping, who had been crying, actually stopped crying. A pair of big eyes stared at Ye's father curiously. At this moment, Ping Ping no longer looked like a monkey when he was just born. Her skin is fair and tender, which is very pleasing, especially since Ping Ping had just cried. Although there were not many tears on her face, they were still there, which made people feel distressed. The moment she saw Ye's father, Ping Ping not only stopped crying, but also laughed. She waved her chubby little hands as if she wanted a hug. Seeing Ping Ping's cute appearance, Ye's father instantly thought of Yi Yu's appearance as a baby more than 20 years ago. This is clearly carved out of the same mold. Chapter 49 Panic. Father Yi held Ping Ping in his arms, watching him eat milk powder quietly, his eyes full of tenderness. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu felt a little jealous. He had never seen Ye's father look at him with such gentle eyes. However, when he thought about comparing the way his grandmother looked at him with the way Ye's father looked at him, he felt relieved. It turned out that the elderly were indeed close to each other based on their generations. What's his name? Piping. Yi Ping Ping. This is the name Schwerer gave me. I felt guilty about her, so I followed Schwerer's advice. Yi didn't think the name Ping Ping was bad, but he was afraid that his father would object. Mediocre. Father Yi murmured several times and nodded gently. I remember your mother said you have another daughter, right? Yes, that's right. My daughter's name is Yianin. How about I bring her over for you to see? As he said that, Yi was about to go to the bedroom to carry Inen out, but was stopped by Ye's father. No need. Since Inen is still sleeping, let her sleep well. Sleep is the most important thing for children. After the voice fell, he no longer paid attention to Yi Yu, but stared at Ping Ping closely and from time to time reached out to pinch his little face full of collagen. Seeing that Ye's father liked Piping so much, the worry in Yi Yu's heart disappeared. Just at this moment, Li Ping walked out of the room. Seeing Ye's father holding Ping Ping with a gentle smile on his face, she nodded gently. You're here. Yes, I am here. I am here to see my grandson and granddaughter. After a simple greeting, Li Ping went straight into the kitchen. In fact, he had woken up the moment Ye's father came, but he did not come out. He lay in front of the door and listened carefully to the conversation between the father and son. What she didn't expect was that Father Yi was so quiet this time. Mom, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were calling Dad over so I could be mentally prepared? Yi Yu chased Li Ping into the kitchen with a helpless smile on his face. Nothing, I just suddenly figured it out last night. After all, the truth will come out sooner or later. Your dad will find out about this sooner or later. Rather than letting him find out, we might as well tell him first. That's right, but you should tell Schwerer in advance. It didn't matter to him. At most, he would be beaten up by Ye's father. The most important thing was Schwerer's feelings. Well, Li Ping sighed and looked at Yi Yu. How to tell Schwer. This matter is left to you. You can figure it out yourself. After the words fell, Li Ping no longer paid attention to Yi Yu and began to prepare postpartum breakfast for Su Schwer. In fact, things are often not that complicated. We just think too much and just face it calmly. Yi Yu was speechless. This was putting the blame on him. But there is no good solution now. I can only go and communicate with Su Schwer myself first. Dad, I'm going to go see Schwer. Can you take care of Ping Ping? At this moment, Ping Ping had already eaten his fill and was no longer sleepy. His chubby little hands were rubbing around Father Ye's face. When he touched the hard stubble, he let out an excited laugh. Hearing this laughter, Ye's father was also very happy and had no time to pay attention to Yi Yu. Well, after having grandson, I have become a completely invisible person. After entering the room, Yi Yu quietly sat down next to Su Schwer. He saw that Su Schwer was sleeping soundly, with even crystal liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu laughed out loud. You are so old, why are you still drooling? So he reached out and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. I don't know if it was a coincidence or an accident, but the moment his hand touched Su Schwer actually woke up. What are you doing? He had just woken up and his eyes were still blurry. When he saw Yi Yu's movements, he looked over subconsciously. The next moment, he woke up immediately. You filthy scoundrel. You pervert. You have no shame. You come here so early in the morning to take advantage of others. You have no shame. As he spoke, he stretched out his little feet and gently kicked Yi Yu. It's unfair. Such a huge injustice. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just saw you drooling from the corner of your mouth, so I wiped it clean for you. Yi Yu felt extremely aggrieved. Was he that kind of person? It was fine if he didn't get anything for doing good things, but why was he being wronged? Bah, nonsense. I'm a fairy. How can a fairy drool? Su Schwer fought back strongly, but her confidence was a little lacking. It seemed that she did drool sometimes, but she would never admit it this time, even if she was beaten to death. Schwer, we both have 2 babies, Ping Ping and Inen. Even if I want to do something to you, it would be reasonable. Yi stared at Su Schwer with his eyes wide open. Her reaction just now was a bit intense, which caused some erotic scenes to appear. These erotic scenes instantly made the feeling of grievance in his heart disappear. It's so big and beautiful. Bah, even though we have 2 babies, you haven't officially confessed your love to me, and we haven't even gotten married yet. At the end of the story, Su Schwer's face turned red with embarrassment. Sob. It was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yu wanted to continue as she said, his excited heart immediately calmed down when he thought of his father Yi outside. Schwer, I want to tell you something. You must be mentally prepared. What's the matter? Did Mu Linger come to see you again? No, it's my dad who's here. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Yu stared at Su Schwer closely. She was stunned at first, and then her big, bright eyes were filled with panic. Yi Yu, don't joke with me. How can my uncle come here? This must be a dream. It must be a dream. After saying that, he pinched the fat on Yi Yu's waist hard. But when she saw Yi Yu grimacing in pain, Su Schwer's face instantly fell. This isn't a dream. Uncle is really here. For some reason, when Yi Yu saw Su Schwer at this moment, he wanted to laugh, because Su Schwer at this moment was so cute. Yes, this isn't a dream. Dad drove here overnight and is now sitting in the living room, holding Ping Ping and playing with him. Hearing this, Su Schwer quickly got up, as expected, and was the only one left in the crib. Oh, I'm dying. Why didn't you wake me up when my uncle came? You should have woken me up earlier. I'm still sleeping, and my uncle must have a bad impression of me. While blaming Yi Yu, Su Schwer prepared to dress herself up, and the spring scenery she accidentally revealed gave Yi Yu a feast for the eyes. Chapter 50 Punishment. Su Schwer thought for a while and found a set of conservative yet elegant clothes. Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, I hear your tone and you sound very scared of your uncle. Is your uncle really that scary? Su Schwer blinked and looked at Yi Yu curiously. From her conversation with him and from Li Ping's daily words, she could basically hear Yi Yu's deep fear of his father. I'm so cute, uncle should like me. After all, I gave birth to a pair of cute babies, Ping Ping and he. I thought a little arrogantly in my heart. We're all human beings. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that Dad has a stubborn temper. Thinking of Ye's father's temper, Yu felt a headache. That's not called fear. That's called respect. Is there any man in the world who isn't stubborn? Can he be as stubborn as my dad? Su Shuer muttered to herself and was about to go out when Yin woke up. Wow, wow, wow. Yu hurriedly checked and found that there was no smell on the diaper. It must be because he was hungry. Shuer, why don't you feed the baby rations first and then go out after it is full? Yu actually doesn't want his baby to eat too much milk powder. Although milk powder manufacturers keep promoting that milk powder is as nutritious as breast milk, deep down, Yu doesn't believe it. No need. After all, Uncle is here. I can't ignore him. I'll hold an in. You go make the milk powder for an in. After the voice fell, Yu couldn't refuse, so he just carried it out of the bedroom. In the living room, Ye's father was playing with Ping Ping when he suddenly heard a baby crying and hurried to look over. Just then, I saw Su Shuer walking out of the room, holding it in. The moment he saw Amelia's Su, Father Yu was still shocked. He didn't expect Amelia's Su to be so beautiful, even more beautiful than the stars he had seen on TV before. Hello, Uncle. I am Su Shuer, and I am also Ping Ping and Ainan's mother. Although Su Shuer appeared calm on the surface, she was very nervous in her heart. After all, she also knew that Yu proposed to her at his wedding with Mu Linger, and she agreed. This made him lose a lot of face, and she was afraid that Ye's father would hate her and dislike her. Hello, I'm Yu's father. Father Yi quickly stood up. Although he was just a farmer, he was old after all and had seen many people. Originally, he thought that Amelia Su was that kind of shameless bad woman, and she must have a bit of the temperament of a bad woman, but now it seems that he guessed wrong. Amelia Su not only does not have the temperament of those bad women, but instead has the temperament of a lady from a noble family. This made him conclude that Su Shuer's family background must not be an ordinary family. A person can dress up from an ugly duckling into a white swan in an instant, but the temperament of the person can never be faked. It is cultivated since childhood. After the voice fell, neither of them knew what to say. Su Shuer held it in her arms and sat next to Ye's father, coaxing it in. My daughter, the child may be hungry. Why don't you go to the room and feed her? Father Yi knew at a glance Winan was crying. That was his granddaughter, and he felt so distressed. Uncle, no need. Yu has gone to make the milk powder and will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu came over with a bottle of milk. The temperature is just right. You can drink it directly. When Nin, who was originally crying, felt her food, she instantly quieted down. Seeing that Nin had stopped crying, Yu habitually wanted to sit down, but just as he was about to sit down, he heard Ye's father chuckle. Did I ask you to sit down? If Father Yi hadn't been afraid that the loud noise would scare Ping Ping in his arms, he would have yelled long ago. These words made Yu shudder suddenly. He quickly stopped what he was doing and stood straight aside. This low chuckle made Su Shuer's heart rise. What should I do? What should I do? Does Uncle dislike me? Is Uncle going to start scolding me? All of a sudden, all kinds of thoughts came into her mind. At this moment, she was afraid that Ye's father would say that she was a bad woman. But the imagined storm did not come, and what came was Ye's father's extremely gentle voice. My dear, Xiaoyu has just told me everything that happened between you two. As the saying goes, a poorly educated son is the fault of his father. This happened because I didn't discipline him strictly. My daughter, how do you want to deal with Yu? This sentence made Su Shuer at a loss. She originally thought that Ye's father would say that she was a woman who had no self-respect and a shameless woman who seduced his best friend. But is not the case now. These words sound very familiar, as if Li Ping had said them before. Yu on the side was even more speechless. He even felt that Ye's father had colluded with Li Ping to teach him a lesson as soon as he entered the door to leave some good impression on Su Shuer. Uncle, this matter is not all Yu's fault. I am also wrong. I know very well that I am a girl and should protect myself outside. I shouldn't drink in crowded places. So what happened is not Yu's fault alone. If Uncle wants to punish me, then punish me too. His tone was firm and powerful, and his big, bright eyes were fixed on Father Yi. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ping Ping's chubby little hands in Ye's father's arms began to wave in the air, and he made babbling baby sounds. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but even in who was drinking milk powder stopped drinking it, and his chubby little arms and legs began to wave in the air. Ah, ah, ah. They said in unison, as if telling Father Yi that if he wanted to punish Mom and Dad, he could punish us as well. The unusual movements of the two little guys not only stunned Su Shui'er and the others, but also Li Ping and his wife. They had never seen such a phenomenon in all their lives. Is this a coincidence, or are these two babies just too smart? After a while, Father Yi spoke again, his tone much softer. We can't just let this go. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Although our Yi family isn't a wealthy one, we still have our rules, especially when it comes to things like this. And Yi Yu is a man. It's a big mistake for a man to do something like that and not take responsibility. This matter must not be tolerated. Shui'er, how do you think you're going to punish him? Still need punishment? Yi was speechless. Both babies have already pleaded for me. Can't you not punish them for the sake of these two babies? Chapter 51. Push. Uncle, actually, Annie has already punished Yi Yu. When Annie first came here, she already punished Yi Yu with a cane, so there's no need for punishment. Suwur purset herlips. She really didn't know what to say. There's a saying that goes, the right people will always be together in the end, even if they go through many twists and turns. She and Yi Yu are obviously such people. She was already very satisfied that Yi Yu could return to her and take care of the two babies with her. Father Yi was stunned. Even though Li Ping had told him that Su Shui'er was different from other girls, he still couldn't believe it. But now he believed it. Su Shui'er possessed a magnanimity that other girls did not have. As if they heard a satisfactory answer, the two little guys became even more excited. After a long time, Ye's father glared at Yi Yu fiercely. In that case, I will let him make amends and take good care of you and your son for the rest of his life. Shui'er, don't worry. From now on, you're our own daughter. If that bastard Yi Yu makes you unhappy, just tell your uncle and he will help you teach him a lesson until you're satisfied. Yi Yu felt extremely aggrieved. What did this mean? Am I still your biological son? Why do I feel like I was picked up? Uncle, I get it, but could you please stop calling Yi Yu a bunny boy? Isn't that just a disguised way of saying that you are the rabbit dad? Your aunt is the rabbit mom, I'm the rabbit wife, and Ping Ping and Nen are the rabbit grandsons? Su Shui'er nodded, chuckled, and used this humorous topic to divert the conflict. However, she felt more and more that what Ye's father had just said was a long-planned move. Hey, girl, I'll remember this. I'll never call him a bastard again. Father Yi chuckled and glared at Yi Yu fiercely. Ahem, my dear, how do you think we can make Xiaoyu make up for what he did to our daughter? Father Yi suddenly looked at Li Ping in the kitchen. The latter was stunned at first, and then understood what Father Yi meant. Yes. Xiaoyu must make up for what he owed to his daughter. After all, a woman is most helpless and in need of help when she is pregnant. But at that time, Xiaoyu, that brat, was kissing and making out with another woman. Xiaoyu will never be able to repay Shui'er for what he owes her in this lifetime. This one sentence instantly silenced Yi Yu and Su Shui'er. Yi Yu remained silent, his heart full of guilt, while Su Shui'er recalled the difficult moments when she was pregnant. Shui'er, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. After all, we can't always live in the past. Although Su Shui'er said it very easily, there was already a layer of moisture in her bright eyes. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Li Ping also knew that she had said the wrong thing, which reminded Su Shui'er of the time when she least believed in memories. At this moment, Ye's father glared at her, his eyes full of helplessness. You're already such a grown-up. Why do you still speak without thinking? Is this an attempt to drive a wedge between the two? Ahem, I think we'll just have to punish Yi Yu by making him marry you and take care of you and the two babies for the rest of his life. Su Shui'er. Yi Yu. Is this a punishment? Is there such a happy punishment in the world? Are you sure this isn't a conspiracy? Su Shui'er felt extremely embarrassed. Even though she had already agreed in her heart that she would grow old with Yi Yu, she felt extremely embarrassed whenever someone mentioned the word marriage. Although she did not object, and even agreed, deep down, she did not want Yu to get her so easily. It is undeniable that every girl has a princess dream in her heart. Every girl hopes that one day the prince will confess his love to her on a white horse and make her the happiest princess in the world. Similarly, Su Schwerer also has a princess dream. She also hopes that Yu can pursue her seriously and give her a surprise confession. But it was more of a fit of anger. After all, no one knew how difficult her pregnancy was. Mr. Yi was an old and experienced man. He knew what Su Schwerer was thinking as soon as he saw the expression on her face. Xiao Yu, let me ask you, do you want to marry Schwerer? Do you have the heart to watch Schwerer take care of 2 babies alone? Do you have the heart to see Ping Ping and Enin being asked by other children where their father is, and Ping Ping and Enin crying and asking Schwerer where their father is? Yi Yu's father's words formed an image in Yi Yu's mind, especially when he thought of Ping Ping and Enin crying and asking Su Schwerer where their father was. His heart felt as painful as if it was pierced by a needle, so painful that he couldn't breathe. No, I don't want to. I am Ping Ping and Enin's father. I am Amelia Su's husband. I am the man who will grow old with Amelia Su. No one can take Schwerer away from me. Not only was Yi Yu's tone excited, his entire body was shaking with excitement, and he even directly held Su Schwerer's little hand. His eyes were fixed on Amelia Su. This action made Su Schwerer slightly stunned, but then, after seeing the complicated look in Yi Yu's eyes, she suddenly laughed. "Henin, don't worry, I won't leave you." "Really? Schwerer, are you serious? You really won't leave me? Will you never leave me? Will you marry me?" That depends on your performance. As for marriage, that depends on your performance. I want you to pursue me like an ordinary couple and win me over and make me fall in love with you. After saying this, Su Schwerer's ears were already red and hot. Oh, shame, shame, shame. She never thought that she would say such words one day. Ping Ping and Enin were even happier, and Li Ping and the others also smiled. This scene is exactly what they want to see. In fact, this is what they had already discussed last night. Li Ping has already pushed Su Schwerer once and can't push her anymore. The only thing left is for Ye's father to push her. Now it seems that everything is going in the best direction. They have done what they should do, and the rest is left to Yi Yu, the big fool. In that case, Xiao Yu, you should work hard and try to win Schwerer over as soon as possible. It would be best if you can get the marriage certificate after Schwerer finishes her confinement period. Chapter 52, I want to go out and play. Seeing that the relationship between the two was not as bad as they had imagined, and that their goal had been achieved, Ye's father and the other man stopped talking. Li Ping was cooking, and Ye's father was coaxing Ping Ping and Enin, his face full of happiness. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu pulled Su Schwerer back to the bedroom. "What's wrong?" Amelia, Su was a little puzzled. "Schwerer, don't take what my dad said just not hard. I still respect your opinion." He now wanted to take Su Schwerer to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate, but she wanted to hear Su Schwerer's opinion. Hearing this, the latter was stunned at first. Then he directly held Yi Yu's hand with a smile on his face. "Silly, didn't I just tell you that I'm willing to marry you? Do you want to see Ping Ping and then call another man dad?" "No, I don't want to. I'm Ping Ping and Enin's father. I absolutely won't allow it." Hearing these words, Yi Yu's heart seemed to be pierced by a needle. He couldn't imagine it. "That's right. I've told you before, and Uncle has also told you that you have to get me before the confinement period is over." Speaking of this, Su Schwerer blinked her eyes mischievously, and this scene made Yi Yu's heart beat fast. He hugged Amelia Su directly and smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. All his worries disappeared at this moment. "Bah, you big pervert. You're being dishonest again." Su Schwerer's face turned slightly red. She could feel Yi Yu's hand gently caressing her body. In just a short moment, a different feeling surged through her body. "Hey, you're my wife, so what if I touch you?" Seeing that Su Schwerer had no objection, Yi Yu did not let go. There were not many opportunities to take advantage of someone openly like this, and Su Schwerer also acquiesced to his behavior of taking advantage of her. As time passed, Yi Yu became bolder and bolder, and he became eager to do something as he looked at Sue Schwetter's bright red lips. "Do you want to kiss me?" Two little men, one black and one white, appeared in my mind fighting, and in the end the black man defeated the white man. Just as he was about to kiss her, his cell phone suddenly rang. Gah! At this moment, Yi was so angry that he almost threw his phone, but Sue Schwerer didn't give him chance. "Answer the phone. Let's put off those little thoughts in your mind until we get the marriage certificate." Her tone was full of shame. She just knew what Yi was going to do. She wanted to resist at first, but then she thought about it and decided to let Yi have a taste of the sweetness. But things don't always go as planned. The opportunity has been given to you. If you didn't seize it, don't blame me. "Who's calling?" Sue Schwerer asked seemingly casually, but her eyes had already glanced at the phone. The moment she saw the caller ID, she felt relieved, as long as it wasn't Mulinger. "Hey, what happened?" Yi suppressed the anger in his heart. If he hadn't seen that the call was from the video studio, he would have started cursing. "Mr. Yi, am I disturbing you?" The person on the other end of the phone spoke cautiously. She heard a hint of anger in Yi's mouth, as if she had disturbed him. Hearing this, Sue Schwerer on the side smiled coquettishly. Seeing this scene, Yi glared at her unhappily, his teeth itching with hatred in his heart. He secretly swore that he would spank her hard after getting the marriage certificate. "No, tell me what's going on. Is there something wrong with the baby's 1-month photo?" "Well, the baby's 1-month photo is out. I'll send it to you when you're home." Hearing that Yi was not angry, the staff on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. So soon? Yi was slightly stunned. He thought that there was something wrong with the photo when he called. How could the photo come out after such a short time? "Yes, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured about the quality. There will be no problem." Although Yi and others couldn't see it, she still patted her chest and made the promise. After returning from Yi's house, they turned down all previous tasks and even found several senior experts in the industry and worked hard on the production, and only then were they able to complete it in such a short time. Moreover, she has reviewed it several times and has remade all the ones she was not satisfied with. Now, all the finished products are works that she is very satisfied with. "Schwer, what do you think? Should we ask them to send it over?" Yi did not answer immediately, but looked at Sue Schwerer. Although Sue Schwerer was also surprised that they could finish it in such a short time. Since it was completed, they went to take a look. No need to ask them to send it. We can go and check it ourselves. If we're not satisfied, we can ask them to make revisions. In fact, the main reason was that Sue Schwerer stayed at home for too long. Except for the time when Yi and Mulinger got married, she never went out again. It's a good time to go out for a walk to relieve boredom. You want to go out? But you are still in confinement after childbirth? It's all right now. I've been in confinement for a month. I want to go out and take a look. Is that okay? This sentence is full of coquettish tone. Yi couldn't stand this coquettish tone. Seeing Yi hesitate, Sue Schwerer snatched the phone away. "Hello, tell me the address and we'll go get it ourselves later." "Okay, Madam Yi, please remember that we are..." After reporting the address, Amelia, Sue hung up the phone directly. "Schwerer, if I take you out, Dad and Mom will beat me." Yi smiled bitterly, feeling overwhelmed. "Well, that's none of my business, that's your business." Sue Schwerer snorted and laughed, then looked at Yi with her little fist raised. "I don't care. If you don't take me out today, I won't let you climb into my bed at night, let alone see ping and. Yi was a little overwhelmed by the fierce and threatening words. Since she can't coax Ping and Ainen by herself, they will naturally come to her. It doesn't matter. The most important thing was that he couldn't climb onto Amelia Sue's bed, which was unbearable for him. After all, he had been sleeping in the same bed with Sue Schwerer every night during this period of time, and he could take advantage of her while she was asleep. I've gotten used to falling asleep smelling Amelia Sue's body fragrance. No, this won't do. I can skip meals, but I absolutely can't not climb into bed. Why don't I go talk to my parents? What if my parents beat me? Oh, it's okay. Go ahead and tell him. I'll stand in front of you when I beat you up. Go quickly. In Luo pushed Yi out. Chapter 53, Unexpected. Downstairs, Yi was riding an electric scooter, while Sue Schwerer was standing beside him. "It's so hot. I finally get to go out and have some fun." Can't you let me wear a pretty skirt? Epsilon. At this moment, Sue Schwerer was not only wearing trousers, but also a hat on her head and a mask on her face. As for the t-shirt, although it was an oversized style, it could not hide the majesty of her body. She wore a pair of cropped jeans, which was enough to kill all the leg models in seconds. She was wearing white sandals, and her pink toes were dancing restlessly like elves. Although her appearance cannot be seen clearly, her figure alone makes some men unable to walk. I have no choice. If you don't dress like this, your parents will never agree to let you go out. Yi waved his hands helplessly. He really didn't expect that Sue Schwerer would act like a spoiled child towards Li Ping. She pouted and hugged Li Ping's arm tightly, her big, bright eyes full of anticipation and pitiful look. Li Ping, who originally disagreed, finally agreed reluctantly. But they've already said that they feel their bodies have recovered and they're fine now. Showing their legs and arms shouldn't be a problem. Although she was pouting, her face was full of smiles because she could feel the concern of Li Ping and his wife for her. Oh, you still want to show your arms and legs? Who do you want to see? There was a hint of jealousy in Yi Yu's tone. At home, she exposed most of her white and tender legs, and Yi Yu even thought she was wearing too much. But when we go outside, I'm sorry, if possible, I don't even want you to see my hands, let alone my arms and legs. Oui, so swear giggled. She thought Yi Yu looked cute when he was jealous. She sat directly on the back seat of the electric scooter, hugged Yi Yu's waist tightly, and her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Xiao Yizi, take me with you. As you command, my little princess. Since Amelia Sue wanted to act, he would act with her. Dumb, do you think I'm beautiful? Beautiful. Schwerer is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. If possible, I want to have you in my next life too. Hee hee, you're lucky in this life. I don't want to meet you in the next life. Lulu. The whole journey was filled with the laughter of the two, and their simple and pure love made many passers-by envious. Soon, Yi Yu brought Sue Schwerer to the location of the photo studio. Yi Yu, look, they're moving so fast. Before the car stopped, Sue Schwerer pulled Yi Yu's sleeve and looked to the side, her tone full of excitement. Schwerer, calm down. That's the baby we both worked so hard to give birth to. We see the baby every day. Don't get so excited. Bon, no shame. Sue Schwerer couldn't help but give Yi Yu a blank look. Then she took Yi Yu's hand and walked forward quickly. Although the photo studio is not big, it has a lot of traffic, especially at this moment. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as crowded. There were a lot of promotional art photos placed around the photo studio, and the protagonists in the photos were Ping Ping and Ainen. There were photos of fruits, classical costumes, and oriental costumes. It could be said that all the photos taken of Ping Ping and Ainen that day were used by them for publicity. At first glance, it melts the hearts of boys and girls. It is so cute. The most intense reactions came from young people who have already given birth or are preparing to have a baby. Honey, I've decided. This is the one. I believe they will be able to take beautiful photos of our baby. Wife, it's rare that we both have the same idea. I also think this is the place. Silly, I originally decided to hide it from you and secretly abort the baby, but at this moment, I decided that I would give birth to the baby. My ears were filled with the sound of chattering discussions, and most of the cute new parents holding their babies who passed by had entered the photo studio. They were also worried about where to take photos of their baby's full moon, but now they have made a decision. Yi, let's go in too. It's too noisy here. In just a short moment, Sue Schwerer had scanned all the photos around her. The corners of her mouth were already curled up. If she hadn't wanted to maintain her status as a lady, she would have shouted out loud. I, Sue Schwerer, am a mother of this pair of adorable babies. What do you think? I'm awesome, right? As she thought about it, her little face turned red. Oh, Sue Schwerer, why are you so shameless now? Because they were wearing masks? You did not notice the change in her expression. He held her hand and walked into the store. At this moment, they were a real couple. They were still shocked when they walked into the store. They thought there were already a lot of people outside, but they didn't expect that the store was already packed with people. I have to say our baby is quite charming. He can actually attract so many people. At this moment, A sense of pride surged in Yi Yu's heart. At this moment, he finally understood why Father Yi wanted him to become a successful person. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I'm here." At the same time, the familiar voice of the staff sounded in my ears. Following the sound, they saw the female staff member who was taking photos of the baby walking towards them through the crowd. Although his face was full of fatigue, it still couldn't hide his strong excitement. "Congratulations, the business in the store is booming." Yi spoke first. No, this is all thanks to the help of Mr. and Mrs. Yi. If you hadn't agreed to our request, we wouldn't be as popular as we are now." The staff's eyes were full of gratitude. In the past, it was already a great achievement for them to have 10 customers coming to their store in a day. Now, such a phenomenon is something they could not even dream of. All this is thanks to the two people in front of her. The moment she knew Yi Yu was coming to the store, she had been waiting. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, there are too many people here, and it's a bit noisy. Please follow me." "Forget it. We can wait a while. There are so many people here now. You should take care of the guests first." No. "Mr. Yi, you should come with me and see if you're satisfied with our work. Otherwise, I don't know how long we will have to wait." The staff member smiled bitterly. According to the current situation, if Yi Yu and the others were asked to wait any longer, they might not have time even after they got off work. "Then we'll cut in line once." No, Mr. Yi, you are our most valued customer. There is absolutely no such thing as cutting in line." Having said that, Yi Yu didn't waste any more words. He took Su Schwenner's hand and followed the staff to the VIP room. Chapter 54, Implications. When Yi Yu and the other person walked out of the photo studio, it was already dusk. But at this time, there were not only many people in the photo studio, but even more. I never thought that the baby's photos could bring such a booming business to this store. If we ask them for copyright fees, we'll probably make a lot of money. Looking at the huge crowds of people, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But the next moment, tragedy struck. A pair of hands were placed on his waist and squeezed hard. If you asked them for money, wouldn't that be the same as selling our baby?" Su Schwerer rolled her eyes at him. "How dare I? I'm just saying it. I definitely won't make money for my baby." Yi Yu chuckled. That's good. If you really have that idea, I will never talk to you again." As she spoke, she reached out and gently stroked the soft flesh that she had just pinched. Originally, they wanted to take Ping Ping and Ann's full moon photos home directly. But what they didn't expect was that the staff made the full moon photos of Ping Ping and Anna like works of art. It was impossible for the two of them to take them all away, so they could only ask the staff inside to deliver the full moon photos. The staff were more than happy to accept Yi Yu's request. After all, in their eyes, Yi Yu and his companions were their gods of wealth. "Schwer, are we going back directly? Mom and Dad have already called us several times." This made Yi Yu very jealous. In the eyes of Li Ping and his wife, he was no longer their son, but only their daughter Su Schwerer. No, I don't want to go back. I finally got out once, and I haven't had enough fun yet. I don't want to go back." When Su Schwerer heard that she was asked to go back, she shook her little head like a rattle, full of rejection. Once she goes back, she wants to be able to go out for several days, and she still wants to go shopping. "But Schwerer, if I don't take you back, my parents will scold me again when we get home." Hearing this, Su Schwerer crossed her arms and snorted softly. If I don't care. I don't know who said it, but if I want something, they'll pick it for me, even the stars in the sky. But now, wow, big liar. All men are big liars once they get it. What they said before is no longer valid, big liar. "I don't care. I don't want to go back. I just want you to go shopping with me." The moment he finished speaking, he reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes, as if wiping away tears. This scene scared Yi Yu and made him feel heartbroken. The most incompetent thing a man can do is not being able to make money, but making the girl he loves most cry. As long as his beloved girl cries, no matter what the reason is, it is all his fault. "Schwer, I was wrong. I promise you, we won't go back. I'll go shopping with you. Please don't cry, okay?" The tone was full of tenderness, but who knew that the next moment, Amelia Sue's body began to tremble, more and more exaggeratedly, and finally she held her stomach and laughed. "Idiot, you've been fooled by me. I'm not crying. I'm not a little girl. I'm a mother now. How could I possibly cry? Sue Schwerer smiled happily, not only because her acting skills deceived Yiyu, but more importantly because of his concern. Damn it, you are such a damned little fairy. I must punish you. Yiyu pretended to be angry and hugged Sue Schwerer, who wanted to escape, and kept tickling her. It's time to reassert your authority as a husband. No, Yiyu, please let me go. It's really itchy. No, I won't let you go. I want you to know the consequences of lying to me. No, I was wrong. I will lie to you again in the future. Please let me go quickly. It's really itchy, haha. This laughter and playfulness instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Some newly married couples looked at the two people playing and joking with envy. Since getting married, they have rarely been able to feel the joy of love. In the setting sun, Yiyu was pushing an electric car, and Sue Schwerer followed beside him, her face still flushed. You big pig's hoof? I've already said I'm ticklish, but you still won't let go. That means you don't love me at all. Although there was resentment in her tone, she was mostly happy. She hadn't been this happy for a long time, and she even experienced the feeling of being in love. So this is what being in love feels like, so sweet. No wonder so many people want to be in love. Schwer, do you want to eat that? Yi didn't respond to Sue Schwenner's words at all and pointed to the side. What? Looking in the direction Yi pointed, I saw a stall not far away, and in front of the stall was a young couple holding a pink marshmallow in their hands, taking bites from each other. So sweet. Bad guy, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Sue Schwer blushed and gave him a blank look. Because of their different focuses, Yi might have been paying attention to the marshmallows, but Sue Schwer saw that the boy was taking advantage of the girl. It's unfair, such an injustice. I just asked if you wanted to eat marshmallows. If you don't want to eat them, then forget it. I feel so wronged. Why would Schwerer consider herself a pervert? This is a problem, and I must reflect on it carefully. Eat, why not? I used to love eating marshmallows the most. Sue Schwerer snorted softly and skipped towards the cotton candy stall. Seeing this scene, a gentle smile appeared on Yiyu's lips. Perhaps this is Sue Schwenner's original personality. The reason why she is seen as an ice goddess is because she has no one to rely on and must have a hard shell to protect herself. Now that he is here, Amelia Sue has returned to her original character. Sue Schwerer took a bite of the marshmallow, and her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes with happiness. Yiyu, do you know what the meaning of marshmallows is? What does it mean? Yiyu was stunned for a moment and took a look at the marshmallow in his hand. Isn't this a joke meant to be eaten? Humph, what a little pig. All he does all day is eat. Sue Schwerer stuck out her tongue and then explained to herself. Marshmallows symbolize the result of love that sticks to the end. However, before the result comes, it is a boring process full of lovesickness and speculation. But no matter what, the hearts of two people will always be connected, because marshmallows will not separate. But sometimes the protagonists themselves will think that their hearts have been separated, but their love spell can never escape the original marshmallows. On the other hand, marshmallows represent warmth and love. Marshmallows represent sweet love or beautiful memories of childhood, which can also be regarded as a kind of happiness. Chapter 55, Little Greedy Cat. Is there such a meaning? I've never heard of it. Yi continued to take a big bite of marshmallow and spoke vaguely. Eat, 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 that's all they do. Men are all pigs. Snort. Seeing Yiyu's silly look, Sue Schwerer was so angry that she couldn't help but wonder why this guy had such low EQ. Idiot, I'm angry. Take me to eat something delicious quickly, or I won't forgive you. Sue Schwerer put one hand on her waist and held a marshmallow in the other, taking a bite from time to time. Her movements were like a lazy cat who loved to eat, and she didn't look angry at all. She thought Yiyu would nod in agreement, but what she didn't expect was that Yiyu actually refused. Schwerer, have you forgotten what our parents told us before we left? Sue Schwerer was slightly stunned. At that time, in order to get out, she didn't think about anything else. No matter what Ye's father and mother said, she nodded in agreement. The words that Ye's father and Yiyu had told them before leaving suddenly emerged in her mind. Xiaoyu, remember this too. Although Schwerer is almost fully recovered now, to be on the safe side, she shouldn't eat anything too salty, spicy, or sour. And you can't eat raw or half-cooked food. You must eat food that's cooked thoroughly at high temperatures. Don't eat dead food, otherwise there will be bacteria. Although I've never eaten barbecue, I've passed by barbecue stalls. The aroma of barbecue is really tempting. If you eat barbecue, you must eat barbecue grilled in tin foil. After all, coal is more or less harmful. And the most important thing is alcohol. Alcohol is not a good thing. If you drink it, it will be in your breast milk, which will be harmful to Ping Ping and Ainan's health. These words seem to be spoken to two people, but in fact they were spoken to Yi Yu alone. I don't care. If you don't take me out for some delicious food, I won't let you get into bed tonight. Also, if you don't take me, I'll let someone else take me. I don't believe there's anyone who wouldn't want to take me. Su Shwetter pouted and threatened fiercely. But before he could finish his words, Su Shwetter interrupted him directly, her big, bright eyes full of anticipation, and her tone was extremely gentle. Yi Yu, just take me to eat delicious food. I haven't eaten delicious food for a long time. And don't worry, I will definitely abide by the instructions of my aunt and uncle. Let's go eat delicious food that my aunt and uncle agree to, okay? These coquettish words instantly broke Yi Yu's defense. I think a man's expression of love for a woman is to satisfy all the wishes of his beloved woman. Hearing this, Amelia's Sioux South eyes turned into crescent shapes. Do you love me then? Love to the point of being unable to control oneself. Okay, my biggest wish now is to eat delicious food. Please take me there quickly. Another coquettish tone. Yi Yu was completely defeated. He slapped his thighs suddenly. The world is big, but my wife is the most important. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. The worst that can happen is that I'll get beaten up, but as long as you're happy, Shwer, I'll accept it. Hee, you're such a fool. How could I bear to let you get beaten by your uncle and aunt? I know my limits. Go. Su Shwetter sat happily on the back seat of the electric scooter, her face full of happy smiles. So this is what it feels like to be in love. It's so good. Following Su Shwetter's directions, Yi Yu rode an electric scooter and brought Su Shwetter to a snack street. At a glance, there are densely packed small vendors selling all kinds of snacks, and the air is full of mouth-watering aromas. He took a deep breath, and drool began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Shwetter, do you have to be so exaggerated? You're actually drooling. Hate it. I'm not drooling. I'm a fairy. How could I possibly drool? It's the fragrance in the air that's tempting me. Su Shwetter quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and refused to admit it. Seeing this, a happy smile flashed across Yi Yu's lips. She felt that Su Shwetter was the cutest at this moment. Shwetter, what do you want to eat? As long as it meets Mom and Dad's requirements, I can buy it for you. Really? I want to eat barbecue, is that okay? He couldn't help swallowing his saliva while speaking, just like a little greedy cat. You can eat it, but my parents have already said that we can only eat barbecue grilled in tin foil. Hearing Yi Yu's agreement, Su Shwetter's eyes were filled with little stars. No problem, as long as it's barbecue. The moment she finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It seemed that she was really greedy. Seeing this, Yi Yu took her hand and walked towards the depths of the snack street. The most comfortable thing in summer is eating barbecue, drinking beer, turning on the air conditioner, and listening to music. Therefore, barbecue has become a standard in summer. There are many barbecue stalls in the snack street, but most of them are charcoal barbecue stalls. It took a while to find a tin-foil barbecue stall. The boss was a young man, only a few years older than Yi Yu. He was stunned the moment he saw Su Shwetter. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She looked like a fairy fallen from heaven to earth. He was stunned for a moment. Boss, is the food here fresh? Are all the ingredients alive? There was food that was almost cooked on the barbecue stall, and the aroma kept tempting Su Shwetter's taste buds. Although she really wanted to eat, she had to abide by the agreement between her and Li Ping. This was not only good for her, but also a responsible act towards the baby. Fresh. I never do shady business. The ingredients I use are basically not left overnight. Ingredients like fish and shrimp are even alive, so they are guaranteed to be fresh. While speaking, the boss also took out his ingredients. The fish and shrimp inside are all lively, and the raw meat is covered with plastic wrap to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. Yiyu, what do you think? Can I eat it? Even though she really wanted to, she still had to ask Yiyu at this time. The latter had never expected that Amelia Sue would actually ask her. She was stunned at first, then nodded, feeling very happy. This proves that Sue Schwerer has him in her heart. Okay, eat it. Your man will bear all the consequences. Bah, Dexing, you only know how to take advantage of others, you big pervert. Sue Schwerer rolled her eyes at him and then started ordering. Boss, please give me a grilled fish and a crayfish. They should be light and not too spicy, or someone will get beaten. He winked at Yiyu mischievously. Chapter 56, Meet Again. After ordering the barbecue, Sue Schwerer took Yiyu to stroll around the snack street. The big, bright eyes kept scanning the surrounding food stalls. Yiyu, look, the octopus actually raised its finger at me. How abominable. I want to eat it. Okay, I'll buy you 8 octopus legs to eat so you can vent your anger. Yiyu, look, that fried chicken leg is so bad. It's tempting me. What do you say I should do? Buy it, let you eat it, and destroy it. Yiyu, look at that. It's not only beautiful, but also smells good. I just don't know if it tastes good. Basically, every time she walked to a stall, Sue Schwerer would stop. She looked pitiful and acted coquettishly towards Yiyu. Faced with Sue Schwerer's coquettish offensive, Yiyu basically couldn't stand it, but he was afraid that he would get sick and harm the health of the 2 babies. So every time he bought snacks, Yiyu would weigh the pros and cons and eliminate snacks that might be harmful to the baby. Even so, the 2 of them bought a lot of snacks. But even though she bought a lot of snacks, Sue Schwerer mostly just took a bite and stopped eating. Yiyu looked at his hands. Oh my God, he couldn't hold them anymore. No need to eat anymore, just take a bite to taste it. Sue Schwerer blinked. Although the snacks they bought had been screened, they were not experts. Eating a small bite might not have any effect, but if they ate too much, it would be hard to say. So, for the sake of Ping Ping and Ainan's health, she only takes a small bite of each snack to taste it. But we bought so many, and you only took a small bite of each one. What will happen to the rest? But don't you still have me? Do you dislike me? As soon as she finished speaking, Sue Schwerer crossed her arms over her chest. Her little mouth pouted, and she looked unhappy. No, how could I possibly dislike you? I just smelled it. Yiyu quickly shook his head and ate the food that Sue Schwerer had only taken a bite or 2 of. Is this considered an indirect kiss? A shameful thought suddenly popped up in my mind, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind me. This really proves the saying that enemies always meet. I didn't expect to run into you here. What bad luck. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. Turning around, they saw that Mu Biao had appeared behind them at some point, and with him were Mu Linger and an unfamiliar man. Although I don't know the man, judging from his clothes and arrogant look, he should be a rich man. Yiyu. The moment she saw Yiyu and the other person, Mu Linger's originally dull eyes immediately became bright, and she wanted to step forward, but after seeing Sue Schwerer holding hands with her, the light in her eyes immediately dimmed. They are really together. For a moment, my heart ached as if being stabbed by needles. In the past few days, she forced herself to forget Yiyu and forced herself to embrace a new life. But the moment she saw Yiyu, the longing hidden in her heart burst out in an instant. Linger, are these 2 your friends? Can you introduce them to me? The man next to Mu Linger spoke, staring at Amelia Sue, his eyes full of greed. His name is Zhang Cheng, and he is considered a rich 2nd generation. As a rich 2nd generation, he doesn't have to work and spends every day picking up girls. A few days ago, Mu Biao came to him and said that his sister was very beautiful and wanted him to be his brother-in-law. He didn't believe it at first. After all, he had played with many women over the years. What kind of beautiful women had he not seen? But the moment he saw Mu Linger, he was still fascinated, especially when Mu Linger's face showed the same melancholy as Lin Daiyu, which instantly attracted his attention. He made up his mind at that time to make Mu Linger his woman. In the past few days, he has been running to her house every day, and he is especially generous to Wang Rinxue and Mu Biao. Every time he comes, he not only brings a lot of gifts, but also gives them a red envelope, and the amount of the red envelope is not small. It just happened to suit the tastes of Wang Rinxue and her son. With their help, Mu Linger finally agreed to go out on a date with him today. This made him ecstatic, and he secretly made up his mind to capture Mu Linger tonight. He just didn't expect Mu Linger to bring him to such a place. He was originally feeling depressed, but now, after seeing Su Shuer, all the depression in his heart disappeared. In his eyes, Mu Linger and Amelia Su were both top beauties, but in comparison, Amelia Su was more attractive to him. After all, budding flowers are never as attractive as blooming flowers. How annoying! Seeing Zhang Cheng's look at her, Su Shuer frowned instantly and turned back into the cold goddess she was. She hated it most when men looked at her with such lustful eyes. Hey, brother, you already have a girlfriend. Now you're staring at my wife like that. Aren't you afraid that she'll be jealous? Yi Yu also saw the evil look in Zhang Cheng's eyes and directly stood in front of Amelia Su with a hint of coldness in his tone. I was just looking. I didn't say anything or do anything. Is that a big deal? Zhang Cheng looked at Yi Yu unhappily. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to leave a good impression on the two beauties, Mu Linger and Su Shuer, he would have taken action long ago. Brother-in-law, he's the one I told you about before who was abandoned. Mu Biao quickly leaned over and whispered in Zhang Cheng's ear. Oh, so it was him? Zhang Cheng's eyes immediately turned unfriendly when he looked at Yi Yu. In the past few days, Mu Biao had been whispering in his ear a lot, and he also heard some rumors about Mu Linger and Yi Yu. These rumors had already made him believe in his mind that Yi Yu had slept with Mu Linger. Thinking of this, he became furious. You are the scumbag who abandoned my Linger on the wedding day. I guess you must be the shameless best friend who seduced my Ling. Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Damn it, I'm so rich and handsome. Why doesn't this top beauty look for me, but a man like Yi Yu who is nothing? What makes me inferior to him? Chapter 57, Speechless. You better keep your mouth clean. Veins popped out on Yi Yu's forehead. He could say that he could do it, but not Su Shuer. Oh, this is the truth. Why don't you let people talk about it? You dare not take responsibility for what you did? Are you still a man? Zhang Cheng sneered. Yes. My brother-in-law is right. Yi Yu, are you trying to say that you didn't do these things? You dare to do them, but not take responsibility for them. Are you still a man? In order to please Zhang Cheng, Mu Biao quickly followed suit. Haha, Miss Mu, is this the boyfriend you're looking for? He seems a bit low quality. No, Brother Yi, you misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend, he is my mother. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Mu Linger panicked and quickly moved a few steps away from Zhang Cheng. But when she saw Yi Yu and Su Shuer holding hands, the jealousy in her heart instantly erupted. Instead of moving away from Zhang Cheng, she stayed close to him and held his hand, looking at Yi Yu with resentment. That's right, Yi Yu, you see, he is my current boyfriend. His family has tens of millions in assets. If I marry him, not only can I be a wealthy wife who will never have to worry about food and drink, but he can also help Xiao Biao marry the girl he wants to marry. Originally, when Zhang Cheng heard Mu Linger call Yi Yu a brother, he was already angry and was about to explode, but what happened next stunned him. I've been trying to touch Mu Linger's hand for a few days, but haven't been able to, but now I can touch it so easily. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should thank Yi Yu. And then, are you going to show off to me? Yi Yu looked at Mu Linger calmly, and the latter gradually broke down when she saw his indifferent look. His eyes immediately turned red. That's right, I'm here to show off to you. I'll never be able to live the life of a wealthy wife in my lifetime if I follow you. Today, I want to tell you that I, Mu Linger, am not the only one who wants me. There are a lot of people chasing after me, and there's no shortage of rich men. She really didn't want to say this in her heart, but it still came out of her mouth. For a moment, she felt hopeless. The story between them was finally over. Zhang Cheng, let's go get a room. As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged Zhang Cheng, who was still in a daze, out of the snack street. The latter was still in a confused state. Did he achieve his goal tonight so easily? Well, there's no date for us to meet again. We'll never see each other again. Mu Biao didn't dare to stay in front of Yi Yu any longer, for fear that he would dislike him and beat him up. Alas, if I had known I would run into her, I wouldn't have bothered you to come out today. Looking at Mu Linger's departing back, Su Schwenner's face was full of complexity. Based on her understanding of Mu Linger is not the kind of woman who likes material things, otherwise she would not have liked you for so long. The reason why she said that just now was entirely because of her own reasons. After all, it was she who hurt Mu Linger. Thinking of this, Su Schwenner's heart was filled with guilt. At this time, Yu gently squeezed her hand, his tone full of tenderness. Schwer, all of this is fate. We don't owe Mu Linger anything. Don't think too much about it. We just need to live our own lives. When the sound falls, there is a brief silence. After a long time, Su Schwer looked at Yu with a smile on her face. Idiot, you're right. We don't owe her anything at all. She just let herself fall. We don't need to think too much about it. Let's go. Our barbecue should be ready. I can't wait to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care whether Yu agreed or not, and directly pulled him straight to the barbecue stall. At the simple little dining table, Su Schwer held her chin with both hands, her big eyes full of smiles. Schwer, what's wrong with you? Isn't the barbecue ready? Why are you staring at me? I feel embarrassed when you keep staring at me like this. Although he said this, there was no embarrassment on Yu's face. TSK. He just rolled his eyes. Dummy, do you know the difference between eating barbecue with a boyfriend and without one? What's the difference? Seeing Yu's confused look, Su Schwer was really angry to death. This idiot. Haha, I'm just kidding. How could I not know? Yu laughed. How could he not know Su Schwer's little thoughts? He simply picked up a lobster and clumsily took out the lobster meat. Little fairy, open your mouth. Oof. Su Schwer snorted softly, but still opened her mouth obediently. After eating it in one bite, his little face was full of happiness and his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Delicious, have another one. As you command, my dear wife. I don't take advantage of others. Because they were afraid that Ping Ping and Anan would cry, Yu and the others didn't dare to stay outside for too long. At this moment, it was dark and the sultry day had become cooler. People who had been staying in the air-conditioned rooms all day came out in groups to breathe fresh air. Even though I didn't have a lot of fun today, the food was still good. I must have gained weight by now after eating so much. Su Schwer touched her belly, pouted, and looked worried. Seeing this scene, Yi wanted to laugh. He was obviously afraid of gaining weight, but still ate so much. Who could he blame? However, this is the best time to say some earthy love words. Ahem, Schwer, don't worry. Even if you end up being a fat man, I won't abandon you. I will always love you. TSK, this fairy is not interested in your corny love talk, and there's no way I could possibly become a fat man. Su Schwer pouted in dissatisfaction, but she was still very happy in her heart. The idiot before can now say sweet words to make himself happy. Just when Yi was about to say something, a panicked cry for help suddenly came from all around. Someone, please come quickly. Please save my child. Please come quickly and save my child. This cry for help instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. Yu and his wife had just become new parents recently, and they understood very well the hardships of being a parent. I hurried forward and saw a woman about 30 years old who was terrified and didn't know what to do. There was a baby carriage in front of her. Looking closely, I saw that the baby in the stroller had milky white liquid all over his face, and he kept spitting out the white liquid from his mouth. Because the baby was lying down, some of the milky white liquid flowed directly into the nose after being spit out from the mouth. The baby's skin color gradually turned purple, and the situation was critical. Chapter 58. Stand up. It's not scary if your baby hiccups. What is scary is that hiccups will cause the baby to vomit. Vomiting up milk is not scary. What is scary is the accidental inhalation of milk. At this moment, the baby lying in the stroller spit out breast milk because of hiccups. Because of breathing, the spitted out breast milk is directly inhaled into the baby's nasal cavity. Because breast milk is inhaled into the nasal cavity, a large amount of breast milk blocks the nasal cavity, forming a barrier, which prevents the baby from absorbing oxygen. Wow, wow, wow. Because breast milk was accidentally inhaled into the nasal cavity, The baby felt extremely uncomfortable and started crying. What's wrong with Ling? Why is the baby crying? Accompanied by a voice of concern, a middle-aged man squeezed into the crowd. Honey, I don't know what happened. The baby burped and vomited out all the breast milk. The woman seemed to have found someone to rely on and hugged the man with grievance. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked over quickly and his expression changed instantly. What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and wipe the spitted-up breast milk for the baby? There was a hint of anger in the man's tone. The baby is already in so much pain, and you're still standing there at a loss. Is this how a mother should act? The man quickly took out a tissue and wiped the breast milk off the baby's face. The breast milk was quickly wiped clean, but at this moment, the baby's condition was not very good. She was crying very hard just now, but now she has stopped crying and her struggling hands have gradually relaxed. What's going on? Why is the baby's face so red? Why are his lips and nail beds turning purple? Seeing the baby's abnormality, the man began to panic and his eyes turned red instantly. He had finally had a child, and if something really happened to the baby, he would never forgive himself. Oh no, this child is aspirating breast milk. It's just like when we choke while eating or fall into the water while swimming and can't breathe. If we don't rescue him quickly, his life will be in danger. I can see that too, but we don't know how to rescue them. Several elderly people nearby have now figured out what caused the baby to become like this. But even though they could see it, they didn't dare to move. On the one hand, they had only heard of topics in this area and were not proficient in it. On the other hand, the baby was too young after all. If it succeeded, it would be fine, but if it failed, they would be in big trouble. After all, the world is in decline now, so we should avoid some trouble if we can. Please, please save my child. He's only 2 months old, I beg you. The man knelt down directly in front of the people he had just discussed. It is said that a man's knees are made of gold, but at this moment, as long as his baby can be saved, not to mention making him kneel down, he would even work like a slave for him. But even after begging like this, no one dared to come forward. Hopeless, looking at the indifferent people and the baby's gradually weakening breathing, the man felt like the sky was falling. Oh, my life is in danger, my poor baby. The woman came back to her senses from the shock at this moment, and she collapsed on the ground, crying helplessly. At this moment, the man also calmed down. He knew that the person in front of him could not be relied upon. Go to the hospital, go to the hospital. Maybe the baby would be fine if he went to the hospital. Thinking of this, Bao's father took out his mobile phone and wanted to call the emergency number. But at this time, Su Shuer suddenly stood up. It's too late. By the time the ambulance arrives, the baby might. Before she could finish her words, she took the baby out of the crib. Amidst the shocked gazes of the people around her, she simply squatted down, fixed the baby's head with one hand, and then turned the baby face down with the head low and feet high. The movement did not stop, and he used the base of his other palm to quickly tap the midpoint of the shoulder blade line 6 or 7 times in a row. The child was then quickly turned over to face up, with the baby's head low and feet high. Only then did Amelia Sue stop wavering. Her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness as she stared at the baby closely. At this moment, the baby's face was still flushed red, his body began to cool down, his lips were still purple, and there was no foreign object discharged from his mouth. Seeing this, Su Shuer did not dare to be careless, and immediately pressed the continuous points on the line connecting the 2 anus of a child with her middle finger and index finger. She kept repeating the action, not knowing how many times. When Su Shuer felt her hands were about to become weak, the baby suddenly opened its mouth. Ugh! Accompanied by a vomiting sound, a large amount of milky white breast milk came out of the baby's mouth, and a lot of breast milk also flowed out of the nasal cavity. Wow, wow, wow. After spitting it out, the baby's originally weak cry gradually became louder. The purple-blue lips gradually returned to a rosy red color, and the redness on his face gradually faded away. Wow, wow, wow. As if frightened, the baby kept crying and waving his 2 little hands in the air. Although he was crying, he was full of energy. Phew, great, it worked. Hearing this sound, Amelia Sue let out a long sigh, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on her serious little face. You have fulfilled your mission. The baby should be fine. For safety reasons, you should take the baby to the hospital for a checkup later. Sue Schwerer handed the baby in her hand to the middle-aged man. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, the man could no longer bear it. His eyes felt sore and an unknown liquid flowed out. Plop. He even knelt down on his knees in front of Sue Schwerer. Thank you. You not only saved the child, but also saved our family. No, it's not that exaggerated. I just did what I could. Sue Schwerer was also startled by the man's actions and quickly helped him up. Pa. At this moment, countless applause broke out at the scene. Well, we are old after all. We don't have the courage of this little girl. Yes, this girl is great. She has mastered so much knowledge before getting married. She will definitely become a good mother after getting married. There were words of praise for Sue Schwerer everywhere around her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. She quickly looked at Yiyu, only to see that Yiyu was looking at her gently, and gave her a thumbs up. I will definitely be a good mother. Chapter 59, Playing Naughty. Hey, why are you staring at me? It makes me feel shy if you keep staring at me like this. Sue Schwerer gently hit Yiyu. This guy had been staring at her for 10 minutes and almost bumped into the telephone poles on both sides of the road several times. Schwerer, when did you learn the Heimlich maneuver? Why don't I know it? Just now, when Yiyu saw Sue Schwerer rushing forward, his heart was in his throat. He didn't understand why Sue Schwerer rushed forward and wanted to stop her, but after seeing her serious expression and tone, he gave up the idea. He just stood aside and watched quietly. After all, in his memory, Sue Schwerer didn't seem like an impulsive person. Since she dared to step forward at this time, she must have some confidence. Facts have proved that he did underestimate Amelia Sue. Sue, you think I'm just a pretty face? Let me tell you, don't underestimate me. I know a lot of things, but I didn't show them to you because I didn't want to discourage you. Otherwise, you'd be mortified. Hearing Yiyu's praise, Sue Schwerer's eyes were full of little stars, and a happy smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. For a woman immersed in love, nothing can make her happier than the praise from the person she likes. In fact, the reason she learned the Heimlich maneuver was entirely due to an accident. During the confinement period, she was not allowed to go out and play, nor did she have to do any housework, so she had plenty of time. She also learned the Heimlich maneuver during the confinement period, but it has always existed only in theory, and today is her first time to implement it. She didn't think anything of it just now because she was anxious to save the baby, but now when she thinks about it, she feels inexplicably scared. She didn't consider the consequences at all. If she failed and the baby's condition became even more critical, or if something unexpected happened to the baby due to her carelessness, then, perhaps thinking of what Sue Schwerer was thinking, Yiyu hugged her waist and whispered softly with an extremely gentle tone. Schwerer, don't worry. As long as you want to do it, just do it boldly and confidently. I'll hold up the sky even if it falls. I will always stand behind you. I will always stand behind you. These words hit the softest part of Sue Schwerer's heart. And will you really stay behind me forever? I will. I will always stand behind you and protect you forever. Well, I believe you, but please don't take advantage of me while protecting me. You pervert. After the words fell, Sue Schwerer gave him a charming look. This idiot always wanted to take advantage of her. Just hug her, but what's the meaning of your hands stroking up and down and left and right? Hey. After returning home, Sue Schwerer immediately told her glorious deeds to Ye's father and mother. Uncle and aunt, do you think I'm awesome? Sue Schwerer's proud little mouth curled up, like a child asking an elder for candy. Hearing this, Ye's father and mother looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and worry. Ye's father gave a wink, and Li Ping understood instantly. He first praised Amelia Sue, and then spoke earnestly. Schwerer, Annie doesn't object to you doing good deeds, but it's best to do less of this kind of thing. You also said that this was your first time practicing it, and luckily you succeeded. If you hadn't succeeded, had you thought about the consequences? Have you ever? After hearing Li Ping's earnest teachings, the smile on Sue Schwerer's face became even more intense. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid even if they didn't get angry, they wouldn't be in a good mood. After all, I'm doing a good thing. It's okay if you don't praise me. But why are you lecturing me? But for Su Shuer, this represents Li Ping's concern for her. Sticking out tongue. Auntie, I understand. I won't do it again. Seeing this, Li Ping didn't know what to say. She looked at Yi Yu beside her and was so angry that she grabbed his ear. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, Mom. What did I do wrong again? Why are you pulling my ears? You still dare to ask? What did I tell you before I left? I told you that Schwerer is still in a special period and can't eat barbecue and other things like that. But did you listen to me? Mom, it's not my fault. Schwerer wanted to eat it, and she was acting like a spoiled child and crying to me. I didn't dare to disagree. Yi wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was really innocent. Amelia Sue's ears moved slightly, and a naughty smile crossed the corner of her mouth. Auntie, Yi was lying to you. I didn't even ask to eat. It was him who insisted on dragging me to the snack street and said he would beat me if I didn't eat. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Gah! Yi Yu widened his eyes and looked at the latter in disbelief. Is this the legendary lying without blushing? Did I insist on dragging you to the snack street to eat barbecue? Just as he was about to retort, he was suddenly slapped on the head, and then Ye's father's vicious voice rang out in the living room. You little brat, I think you're just itching to eat. It's fine if you want to eat it yourself, but you even drag Schwerer to eat barbecue and other unhealthy things. You really don't care about Schwerer's health at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the belt from around his waist. Oops, looks like we've gone too far. At the moment when the belt was about to fall on Yi Yu, Su Schwerer stepped forward and stood directly in front of Yi Yu. Uncle, you didn't do it on purpose. I told him I wanted to eat barbecue, and he took me there because he cared about me. If you want to punish him, take me with you. This. Father, you looked at Yi Yu and then at Su Schwerer, and finally snorted coldly. You're lucky, Schwerer pleaded for you, otherwise I would definitely teach you a lesson. Yi Yu felt extremely aggrieved. Uncle and Aunt, I'm a little tired today. I'll help you punish Yi Yu and ask him to give me a massage to relieve my fatigue. Okay, sure. Use him as hard as you can, even if it means tiring him to death. Ye's father and mother said in unison. His mentality collapsed, and Yi Yu once again felt the fickleness of human nature, as if he was not really a biological child. After seeing Su Schwerer and Li Ping enter the bedroom, Ye's father's tense face suddenly turned into a smile, and he looked at Li Ping proudly. My dear, how's my acting? Isn't it okay? Li Ping nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on her wrinkled face. I used to worry that they were just staying together for peace and security, but now it seems we were worrying too much. Chapter 60, Comfortable. In the bedroom, Yi Yu looked at Su Schwerer with a wronged look, and this aggrieved look made Su Schwerer want to laugh. Ahem, stop looking at me with such a grieved look. I was just joking. I didn't expect you to take it so seriously. Be good, pat your head, don't feel wronged. Su Schwerer tried to suppress her smile and touched Yi Yu's little head. He looked so cute at this moment, but Yi Yu didn't say anything, still looking at her with that resentful look. Okay, I was wrong. I won't let you massage me. No, I'm not only going to give you a massage, I'm also going to wash your feet. After saying that, he walked out of the bedroom without caring whether Amelia Su agreed or not, leaving behind Su Schwerer with a confused look on her face. She was feeling very aggrieved just now. What happened now? But it's better this way. Today is the day she walked the most in more than a month. Her feet are indeed a little sore, so it's good to let Yi Yu massage them. However, she soon regretted her behavior. Yi Yu quickly came back with the foot washing water and directly pressed Su Schwerer onto the bed, took off her shoes, revealing her pink little feet. I thought that after walking for a whole day, especially in the summer, there would be a little bit of strange smell. After all, a study shows that the bacteria on girls' feet are many times more than that on boys. But what surprised Yi Yu was that there was not a trace of strange smell on Su Schwerer's feet. Her 10 white toes kept twisting like dancing elves, which made Yi Yu, a man who had never seen the world, stunned for a moment. Bah, pervert, are you here to wash my feet or just look at my little feet? Being stared at by a man at her little feet, especially with such an unusually fiery look, made Su Schwerer feel a little embarrassed, even though the man was someone she had physical contact with. She wanted to retract her little feet, But Yi was one step ahead of her and directly pressed her little feet into the basin of water. Swear, there must be basic trust between us. I'm not a pervert, nor do I have a foot fetish. I just want to see if there's any dirt on your feet. Yi explained seriously, but Su Shuier just rolled her eyes at his explanation. This big pervert, just look at it, and finds so many excuses. For some reason, she, who should have been shy, felt excited inside. Su Shuier, how come you become so dirty? You are so shameless. Before you knew it, your little face had turned red. Fortunately, Yi's attention was all on her little feet at the moment, and he didn't notice her expression. Shuier, is the water temperature okay? Yes, it's quite comfortable. That's good. Now it's time for me to serve you. Don't resist. Hearing this, Amelia Su rolled her eyes. What service are you talking about? Isn't it just taking advantage of others? Because at this moment, she could feel that Yi's hands were beginning to become dishonest. It turns out that girl's skin is so soft that you can't feel their bones. One hand held Su Shuier's little feet, and the other hand rubbed them slowly. How to say it? The moment Yi held Su Shuier's feet, he felt like he was holding a ball of cotton. It was so soft. Especially when he was cleaning the gaps between her toes, Su Shuier would keep moving around, and it felt very comfortable. Itch. Su Shuier gently hit Yi with her fist of love. This bad guy actually tickled the soles of her feet gently. But I have to say that Yi's technique is still good. The originally sore feet gradually lost their fatigue under Yi's massage. Su Shuier felt very comfortable, and Yi also had a lot of fun. Even though he didn't have any special fetishes, he couldn't help but want to play with Amelia Su's little feet after touching them. After a long time, an abnormal blush appeared on Su Shuier's little face. She knew that she could not let Yi continue. If he continued, something bad would happen. You idiot, you haven't touched enough yet. The water is cold. I don't know why you men are so interested in girls' feet. Don't you think they stink? Hearing this, Yi finally raised his head, revealing his big white teeth and grinning. Shuier, please don't compare me with other men. I've already said that I don't have that kind of special hobby. I'm just checking carefully to see if I washed you clean. Otherwise, you will get athlete's foot. Also, who said your feet are smelly? I don't think they are. On the contrary, they are quite fragrant, even more fragrant than pig's trotters. I can't help but want to take a bite. Go to hell. Your feet are pig's trotters. Su Shuier couldn't bear it anymore. She was really not as thick-skinned as Yi, so she quickly retracted her foot. What a pity. Yi seek it. He hadn't played enough well. He hadn't washed it clean yet. Yi directly washed his feet with the foot-washing water he had just given to Su Shuier. It took him 10 minutes to wash Su Shuier's feet. It was an exaggeration for him to take only 1 minute to wash his own feet. When he came back after pouring the foot-washing water, he saw Su Shuier holding the sleeping in on her left and the sleeping Ping Ping on her right, looking at Yi with a vigilant look. Shuier, Ping Ping and Nin are already asleep. Just put them in the crib. You don't have to hold them. Oomph. Su Shuier snorted twice and ignored Yi. How could she not know what Yi was thinking? She also knew that the baby could just sleep in the crib, but why did she want to hold him next to her? It's all because of guarding against Yi, the big pervert. She's even thinking about whether to kick him out to sleep tonight. Seeing that Su Shuier was unmoved, Yi couldn't help it and was about to carry Nin into the crib, but the latter had already seen his actions and hurried to protect Nin. But what he didn't expect was that Yi actually changed his target halfway and carried Ping Ping to the crib. Hee, Shuier, just accept your fate. I've already told you that I'm going to serve you well tonight, and I absolutely won't let your little scheme succeed. Looking at the smile on Yi's face, Su Shuier felt like she saw a wolf in sheep's clothing, and she felt scared. Honey, I was wrong. I didn't mean to tease you. I won't let you massage me anymore. I'm tired and it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. The word husband, especially the coquettish tone, made Yi stunned. It worked. Seeing Yi in a daze, Su Shuier smiled triumphantly. She knew that Yi could not stand her coquettish tone and would definitely compromise. But who would have thought that the word husband would make Yi even more excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood? Wife, since you say you're tired, I'll help you relax your tired body. Uh, in the bedroom on the other side, Li Ping and her husband were looking at their grandchildren's full moon photos. Suddenly, Father Yi looked outside the door and muttered to himself, "Honey, I think I heard Shweta calling us." Hearing this, Li Ping glared at him directly with an unknown smile on her face. Young people are having fun, and we are old, so we should not interfere with their lives. Chapter 61, Leaving. No words all night. The next day, Yiyu walked out of the room refreshed, with a smile on his face, as if he had experienced something wonderful. Not long after, Su Shuer also walked out of the bedroom. Maybe it was because the weather was too hot, but her little face was flushed and her big eyes were watery, which made her look adorable. "Shuer, you're up. I thought you were tired last night and wouldn't get up today." Li Ping was carrying the food, while looking at Su Shuer with a smile, and she became more and more satisfied the more she looked. "Tired? What the hell? I didn't do anything last night, so why am I tired?" Su Shuer was completely confused, but then she seemed to remember something, and her already rosy face became even redder. "Auntie, you seem to have misunderstood. We didn't do anything last night. Yiyu saw that I was too tired and gave me a massage." While speaking, he tugged at Yiyu's sleeve, motioning him to explain. "Yes, Mom, don't get me wrong. Nothing happened between us last night. I just gave Shuer a massage to relax her." Although he said this, Yiyu's thoughts had already returned to last night. It was true that he gave Su Shuer a massage to relax her body, and the most important thing was that he also took a lot of advantage from it. Thinking of those soft little feet, Yiyu was excited. "Ahem, don't say anything, it's time to eat now." Seeing that Su Shuer was so embarrassed, Father Yi quickly interrupted their conversation. Okay, I won't say any more. It's already done, so it doesn't matter whether I say it or not." Li Ping's tone was full of smile. "Oh, this is so embarrassing." Su Shuer covered her face directly. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. During the entire meal, Su Shuer never raised her head. She finished her meal in a hurry and ran back to the bedroom. She secretly swore in her heart that no matter how tired she was in the future, she would not let Yiyu give her a massage. In other words, that was not a massage to help her relax her body, but taking advantage of her. After dinner, Ye's father pulled Yiyu directly to the balcony, closed the sliding door, and opened the window before taking out the cigarettes. "Smoking? No, I don't smoke, and Cher hates the smell of smoke." This sentence made Ye's father embarrassed. He put the cigarette under his nose, took a deep breath, and put it back. "Dad, it's okay. You can smoke if you want. The smoke will go away with the wind." From Ye's father's action, Yi could see how much he loved Su Shuer. In his impression, Ye's father always smoked, and 1 or 2 packs a day was considered a small amount. However, no matter how Li Ping beat and scolded him, Ye's father could not quit smoking. However, after coming here, Father Yi didn't smoke a single cigarette for such a long time. "No more smoking, no more smoking. Now that I have lovely grandchildren, it's time to quit smoking. What if Shuer doesn't let me hold her grandchildren in the future?" Father Yi laughed. "Dad, no, Shuer is not that kind of person." Before I could finish my words, Father Yi raised his hand and interrupted me. He stared at Yiyu intently and only sighed after a long time. Time flies by so fast. The little kid I was back then has become a father now. Although I don't want to admit it, time tells me that I am indeed old. "Dad," hearing what Ye's father said, Yiyu felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Okay, I called you here to tell you 2 things. The first is that I'm going back soon." Hearing this, Yiyu was slightly stunned and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Dad, you've only been here for less than 2 days. Why are you so anxious? Why don't you stay here for a few more days and check on Ping Ping and Anan?" When he heard Ping Ping and Anan, a smile flashed across Ye's father's weathered face, but he finally shook his head. "No, Shuer's confinement period hasn't ended yet, and it's not appropriate for me to be here. Staying here for a few days might not be a big deal, but staying here for a long time will definitely cause problems, big or small, and cause unnecessary trouble. I'd better go home early." Hearing this, Yi was silent for a moment. After all, Ye's father was not Li Ping, and there were some inconveniences between men and women. The second thing I want to tell you is about your wedding with Schwer and the baby's full-month banquet. Our wedding? Yi repeated it to himself and subconsciously looked in the direction of the bedroom. Since Su Schwer didn't speak, he didn't know how to start. Seeing this, although Yi didn't say anything, his father already understood. He patted Yi's shoulder gently and spoke earnestly. Xiao Yu, Dad is an experienced person and can see that Schwer is a good woman. As for your future, Dad can't interfere. You can only solve the problems between you two by yourselves. Dad, I know. I know Schwer is a good woman. Don't worry, I will definitely marry Schwer home. Yi clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Su Schwer was his woman, and he would never allow anyone to snatch Su Schwer away from him. Seeing this, Father Yi had nothing to say and nodded slightly. Let's not talk about your wedding for now. Let's talk about Ping Ping and Inan's full moon banquet first. You know, there's a custom in our hometown that we have to hold a banquet when a child is 1 month old. Besides, your grandmother is old and her legs aren't as strong anymore, so she can't walk that far. You can't possibly not let her see Ping Ping and Inan, right? Yi's words made him silent for a long time. Dad, I know everything you said. I'll discuss it with Amelia Sue and see what she thinks. After all, I owe her too much, and I don't want to force her. Hearing this, Yi opened his mouth, but said nothing. Yes, he really owed Su Schwer too much. On the other side, in the bedroom, Inan was still sleeping, but Ping Ping had already woken up. Su Schwer stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched his little face full of collagen. Ping Ping, you have to listen to your mother and never follow your father. If you follow your mother, you will become a little prince, but if you follow your father, you will become a little pervert. At the end of his speech, he gently nodded his flat little nose. Ping Ping was extremely happy and kept talking in baby talk with his chubby little hands moving back and forth in the air. It was originally baby talk that no one could understand, but at this moment it took on another meaning in Amelia Sue's ears. Mom, don't worry, I won't learn from Dad. I want to learn from Mom, shun the title of little pervert, and earn the title of little prince. Chapter 62 gone. What is the purpose of having children? It was just for playing. When Su Schwer was happily playing with Ping Ping in her arms, there was a sudden knock on the door. Schwer, can I come in? Hearing this, Su Schwer quickly stood up while holding Ping Ping. After all, no matter who it was very impolite to talk to others while lying down. Uncle, please come in. As soon as the voice fell, Ye's father opened the door and walked into the room, followed closely by Yiyu. Uncle, do you want to play with Ping Ping? Su Schwer spoke subconsciously. At the same time, Ping Ping was also happily speaking baby talk, staring at Ye's father with his big eyes, full of curiosity. I came to say goodbye. Bid farewell. This sentence made Su Schwer confused. Didn't they just arrive? Why did they say goodbye again? At this moment, Father Yi took out a big red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Su Schwer with both hands. Uncle, what do you mean? Ye's father's actions made Su Schwer unable to react for a moment. He said goodbye and handed over a red envelope. What was he doing? Did he not like her? Perhaps seeing what Amelia Sue was thinking, Father Yi quickly shook his head. No, my daughter, you're overthinking it. The reason I gave you a red envelope is entirely because of the custom in my hometown. For the first-time daughter-in-law, we always give her a big red envelope. You don't want to accept this red envelope now. Do you not want to be with Yiyu? If you don't want to be together, I will take him back this time. Su Schwer was startled by the tone of voice and quickly took the red envelope from Ye's father. Thank you, Uncle, amazed face. Seeing this, Ye's father's tense face finally showed a smile again. Uncle, what did you mean when you said you were leaving? Hearing this, Father Yi did not answer Amelia Sue immediately, but looked at Ping Ping gently. Girl, can I hug Ping Ping? Uncle, you're being so formal. You're Ping Ping's grandfather. You can hug me anytime you want. While speaking, he handed Ping Ping to Ye's father. At this time, the baby's eyesight is still not well developed. Although he is not nearsighted, the things he can see are limited. Therefore, the baby is not shy at all and basically will not refuse to be held by anyone. Ah, a pair of big, bright eyes stared at Ye's father, as if they saw something curious. Seeing this, the smile on Ye's father's face became even more intense. My uncle is old, and his thinking is out of date. Besides, this era is no longer the one we were familiar with. We have our own way of life, and you have your own way of life as young people. I'm a bit old-fashioned, so over time, I'll naturally be unable to resist criticizing you, and conflicts will naturally arise. Besides, my daughter, you are in confinement now, so it is inconvenient for me to be here. Besides, there are some things going on at home. Instead of being embarrassed here, it is better to go back early. Hearing this, Amelia Sue opened her mouth, but said nothing. Although he really didn't want Ye's father to leave, what he said was true after all. It might be okay if they were together for a short period of time, but it's not certain if they spent a long time together, and now she has to feed the babies all the time. Yi Yu and Li Ping were fine. The former was Ping Ping and Ann's father, and the man with whom she had physical intimacy. Li Ping was also fine. After all, they were both women. But Yi Yu is different. Putting aside all his identities, he is a man after all. As if she knew that her grandfather was about to leave, and then woke up from her sleep, but she was not hungry, but because she had poop. Yi wanted to change Ann's diaper, but was stopped by Ye's father. Let me do it. Just let me change my sweet granddaughter's diaper. After all, it will be a long time before we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Father Yi changed Ann's diaper with ease. It was strange that in the past, every time it was time to change her diaper, Ann would always cry and make a fuss, but when Father Yi changed her diaper, she not only did not cry, but was unusually quiet. After changing into a clean diaper, Ann became even more excited. His little arms and legs kept dancing around, and he spoke baby talk that adults couldn't understand. When Ping Ping heard Ann talking, his attention was instantly drawn to her. The two little guys started a conversation, smiling happily from time to time. Seeing this scene, Ye's father's eyes were filled with smiles. He stretched out a pair of calloused hands and gently pinched Ping Ping and Ann's little faces. Feeling someone pinching their little faces, Ping Ping blew out little bubbles from his mouth to express his happiness. A glance lasts for 1,000 years, and he never looks away for a long time. If possible, Father, you would not even blink. Uncle, why don't you stay here? Su Schwerer could feel Ye's father's love for Ping Pingin, and she felt a little reluctant in her heart and wanted to dissuade him again. But no matter how Su Schwerer persuaded him, Father Yi never nodded. Perhaps she felt that the time was almost up, so she gently pinched the two babies' little faces again before reluctantly standing up. Schwerer, you two are new parents and don't understand many things. Remember, if you don't understand something, you must ask your aunt. You can make do with other things, but you can't make do with taking care of the baby. Uncle, I understand. Su Schwerer kept Ye's father's words in mind. Okay, it's getting late. If you're any later, you won't be able to catch the bus. Next time I come, I'll bring over the local chickens and ducks from home so I can nourish you. Father Yi looked at Su Schwerer with a smile, then looked at the two babies again and turned away resolutely. I can't watch it anymore. If I watch it again, I really want to be able to make up my mind to leave. Finally, Yi sent his father to the bus station. The two were silent all the way until they bought the tickets and were about to get on the bus, when Ye's father spoke. You have to understand one thing. You're no longer a person. In other words, you are now the head of the family. The future belongs to you. Whether you're ready or not, you must be prepared to take on the responsibilities you should bear. Life is a journey, and I are all just passers-by. If you think too much, you will lose the joy of being human. Xiao Yu, Dad hopes that you can keep your mind calm, not be trapped by emotions, not fear the future, and not dwell on the past. Run forward bravely. Chapter 63, Big Mistake. It seems that from childhood to adulthood, the most profound impression his father left on Yi Yu was his back. From the broad and solid appearance at the beginning to the hunched and weathered appearance now. Everything has changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is his father's silent love for him. Watching the bus go away into the distance, slowly turning into a black dot until it disappeared, Yi Yu clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely not let Ping Ping end in and down. I will work hard to be a good son and a good father. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. After Su Schwerer fed Ping Ping and coaxed him to sleep, she walked to Yu and took out the red envelope that Ye's father had given her before leaving. Yu, this is the red envelope my uncle gave me before he left. You also said that it was given to you by your father. You could just take it. There is no need for me to see it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu stood up and pressed Su Schwerer under him. What are you going to do? This sudden scene stunned Su Schwerer. Her voice became stammering, her heartbeat quickened, and her eyes became evasive. Yi did not answer her, but directly lifted up Su Schwerer's pajamas. No, Yi, don't. We've already agreed that I have to wait until I completely fall in love with you before you can do this. You can't force it on me. The moment she felt Yu's movement, Su Schwerer was completely panicked. A pair of delicate hands hurriedly tried to stop Yu's actions, and her heart plummeted from heaven to the bottom of the valley in an instant. All the sweetness she had experienced with Yu before appeared in front of her eyes and instantly turned into bubbles. Everything is fake. A tear even slid down from the corner of my eye. But at this moment, a finger gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Schwerer, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Yu stopped what he was doing, his tone full of panic and fear. Hypocritically, for some reason, after hearing Yu's panicked and concerned voice, Su Schwerer felt that he was saying this on purpose and gave up resisting. Come on, you've already taken my innocence away from me. I'm not afraid of it happening again. At most, I'll just treat it as being fooled by a pig. But I have to tell you, after tonight, I will never forgive you in my life, and you'll never even think of seeing Ping Ping in it again. After saying this, she closed her eyes directly, as if ready for anyone to pick her up. Only the tears in the corners of her eyes showed that she was heartbroken at the moment. Hearing these words and seeing Su Schwerer's disheartened look, Yu felt extremely distressed. He carefully bent down and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Feeling the warmth of Yu's fingers, Su Schwerer's whole body trembled. It turned out that he really didn't love me. All he wanted was my appearance. My heart suddenly ached, and the tears in the corners of my eyes turned into a stream. I clearly didn't want to cry, but for some reason, the tears just couldn't stop flowing. The body started shaking violently, and the silent crying gradually turned into audible crying. Will you bastard, you clearly swore to me, saying that you would never make me sad or cry in this life, and that you would listen to me, but now woo-woo. A pair of small fists kept hitting Yu's body. My silly girl, my silly princess, my silly little fairy, you really misunderstood me. At this moment, Yu felt extremely distressed. He held Su Schwerer tightly in his arms and comforted her gently. Well, you big liar, men are not good things. Once you get them, what you said before is no longer counted. Come on, this fairy is not afraid of you. After tonight, this fairy will train Ping Ping and Unin to be killers. When they grow up, I will let them help me get revenge woo-woo. These words made Yu laugh. This silly girl must have read too many novels. She even want to train Ping and Unin to be a killer? At this moment, he also realized that the reason why Amelia Su was crying was entirely because of his previous series of actions, and he felt extremely guilty. Schwerer, you actually misunderstood me. I didn't mean to. Look at this. No, I won't look at it. I won't look at it. You are a complete pervert. What you wanted to see must not be a good thing. I don't want to see it. Su Schwerer closed her eyes and shook her little head like a rattle. Schwerer, look, please look quickly. If you don't look, you will really misunderstand me to death. Yu smiled bitterly, regretting that he was too impulsive just now, which led to the current situation. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. That turtle chanting. Su Schwerer covered her ears directly. Yoho. Seeing this, Yu raised his eyebrows. At this time, some special means must be used. Schwerer, I've already said that you really misunderstood me. Are you sure you don't want to look at it? Oomph. You big pervert. Su Schwerer snorted softly, pouted her lips, closed her eyes, and covered her ears, looking as if she didn't care about the world. Seeing this, Yu smiled and leaned down. In an instant, Su Shui's defense was broken, and her big eyes opened directly, full of disbelief and shyness. What will you? You bully me. Fearing that Yu would lose his bestial nature, Su Shui quickly talked to him in a corner. His big watery eyes and aggrieved look made people feel heartbroken. Shui, please listen to my explanation. Yu knew that he had to explain this matter. If he didn't, it would probably become a big trouble. After a while, Su Shui threw her phone aside, her eyes full of disbelief, and she gestured as she spoke. So, you threw me down and lifted my clothes just to take a look at the wound left by my cesarean section? His tone was full of disbelief. Could it be that all this was just a misunderstanding caused by his overthinking? Yi waved his hand helplessly and nodded. Actually, the biggest blame for this matter is mine. If I had told you in advance, I'm afraid things wouldn't be like this now, and you wouldn't be crying. Thinking of Su Shui crying just now, Yi felt distressed and blamed himself, saying that all the vows he made at the beginning had turned into bubbles. Su Shui still couldn't believe it and looked at the phone she had thrown aside again. I saw that the phone was covered with densely packed words, but although there were many words, the meanings expressed were almost the same. How does a mother recover from a cesarean section wound? What should a mother pay attention to after a cesarean section wound? Should a mother go to the hospital for regular checkups after a cesarean section wound? Chapter 64, Bickering. On the flat belly, a thin red line is particularly conspicuous. Shui, does it still hurt? Yiyu's voice was a little choked. All the shyness disappeared in Yiyu's choked words. A man who knows how to love a woman is a good man. It doesn't hurt anymore, and the wound is almost healed. You haven't seen the wounds other parents have left on their stomachs after cesarean sections. They're like a hideous centipede, which is a bit scary. I'm actually very lucky. There's only a red line left. I believe that with the passage of time, the red line on my stomach will disappear. At the beginning, Su Shui was a little worried that Yi would dislike her after seeing the scar on her belly. But now it seems that she was just worrying too much. After the sound fell, the bedroom fell into silence again. Yi reached out and gently stroked the red line on Su Shui's belly. His movements were very light and gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Shui, you will be the greatest mother in the world. The praise from others did not cause any ripples in Su Shui's heart, but Yiyu's praise made Su Shui's tail stick out. Gentlemen think alike. I think I will become the greatest mother in the world in the future. At this moment, Yiyu suddenly reached out and held Amelia Su's little face, his eyes full of affection. Shui, you have to believe me. I will make you the happiest woman in the world, and I will make Ping Ping and Anin the happiest children in the world. He looked at her. She looked at him. Their eyes met, deep affection revealed, and they both had some expectations for the future. I trust you. These 4 short words are worth thousands of words. Facts have proved that Su Shui's choice was not wrong, but that is only a later story. Under the moonlight, the distance between the two people slowly shortened until it reached a certain point. Time passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, Su Shui finally ended the long confinement period. No matter how Su Shui refused, Yi took her to the hospital to see if there were any sequelae after the cesarean section. Idiot, I already told you that you don't have to come, but you insisted on dragging me here. Are you satisfied now? In front of the maternal and child health hospital, Su Shui and her husband were each holding a little kid. Hey, I'm just worried about your health. I'll feel relieved after checking you out. Yiyu chuckled. The knot in his heart finally disappeared, and the mark left behind could only be smoothed out by time. Snort. Su Shui felt happy about Yiyu's actions. Is this the feeling of being loved? The two of them just stood there talking, and even though they didn't do anything, they had already attracted most people's attention. Many people were attracted by Ping Ping and Anan. In a month and a half, the two little kids had grown a lot, and their skin had become smoother and more delicate. They are white and chubby, especially Ping Ping and Anan, whose big, bright eyes are so clear and transparent and their long eyelashes can melt the hearts of boys and girls. Ping Ping lay on Su Schwerer's shoulder, his little tongue wrapped around his upper lip, sucking as if he was eating something delicious. His big, bright eyes stared at the passers-by, and when he saw someone greet him, he would smile happily. Speaking in baby talk that no one could understand, he instantly attracted the love of many passers-by. Compared to Ping Ping, Ainin seems more aloof. Lying on Yiyu's shoulder, she ignored someone who greeted her and just kept blowing bubbles like a proud little princess. But this cool look did not make her lose popularity. Instead, it attracted a lot of people, and many people even took pictures of her. When Ainin saw people around her taking pictures of her, she immediately became unhappy. She spoke baby talk and waved her little hands. This scene made many people laugh. "Handsome brother, can I kiss the baby? She is so cute. I really can't bear it." A beautiful young girl passing by looked at Yiyu with shining eyes. But before Yiyu could answer, Su Schwerer stood in front of him. The ice goddess fan, who has not been seen for a long time, appears again. "No, if you want to kiss, go home and have a baby with your boyfriend." The tone of "keep away from strangers" and the cold aura it exuded immediately scared the young and beautiful girl so much that she dared not speak. Wow, I also want to have a baby, but I don't have a boyfriend. Even if I did, I wouldn't have such good genes. Wow, I just want to kiss." No matter how the young and beautiful girl begged, Su Schwerer always disagreed and could only leave unwillingly in the end. After the people around felt the cold aura emanating from Su Schwerer, they could only leave in embarrassment. They couldn't stand this cold aura. "Schwerer, isn't this a bit too much?" Yiyu spoke subconsciously. "Humph, you big pervert, you just saw that she is a woman, so you got lustful thoughts." While speaking, Amelia Su glared at Yiyu fiercely. "Schwerer, you've wronged me. You're a fairy from heaven. How could I possibly fall for her? All you do all day is say these nice words to please others." But despite saying this, Su Schwerer still felt happy in her heart. There were so many people there just now. If I agree, people behind me will also make the same request. Besides, the baby's immunity is not strong yet. What if some bacteria are transmitted to the baby? So, this kind of thing cannot be agreed to. Su Schwerer's tone was cold. She wanted to be the greatest mother in the world, so she had to be wary of possible events. "I see." Yiyu nodded. He felt that Su Schwerer was right. Why didn't he think of it just now? In this place with so many people and so many eyes, although everyone looks healthy on the surface, no one knows what diseases they have. At this moment, Ainin began to speak baby talk again, and her chubby little hands kept patting Yiyu's shoulders. The baby talk never stops. It seems to mean that you, as a father, don't know how to protect your daughter at all. She's still a baby. Yiyu was amused by Ain's actions and kissed her hard. After the kiss, Ainin put her little hands on her face with a look of disgust. "Schwerer, do you feel that our Ainin is particularly smart?" "Humph, they say daughters take after their mothers. I'm so smart. How can my daughter not be smart?" She was very proud to have such a smart daughter. But when she saw Ping Ping smiling foolishly beside her shoulder, she immediately became annoyed. He glared at Yiyu fiercely. "It's all your fault for being so stupid. If Ping Ping inherited your stupid IQ, I'd be in tears." Yiyu was at a loss for words. They say daughters take after their fathers and sons after their mothers. Didn't they? Why was he blaming himself again? Chapter 65, Happy Moment 1. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. Yiyu's family of 4 walked on the street and attracted a very high rate of people turning their heads to look at them. Although most of the people turned their heads because of the cute Ping Ping, and some single boys and girls also turned their heads because of Su Schwerer and Yiyu. Su Schwerer's appearance, figure, and temperament are all top-notch, especially her stunning face, which instantly kills 9.9% of the first-line stars. Many bachelors were stunned and exclaimed that a fairy had descended to Earth, but no one dared to step forward to ask for her contact information. After all, Su Schwen's powerful aura was no joke. Yiyu is actually not bad. He just doesn't dress up on weekdays. When he came out today, Su Schwerer dressed him up, and There was a smile on his face for time. Under the sunshine, they are so handsome. They are a perfect pair, like a match made in heaven. As expected, like father and son, like mother, the baby's appearance is completely determined by the excellent genes of its parents. This must be acknowledged. It seems like I really can't bring Ping in with me next time. This scene is a bit scary. You see me lit helplessly. When he went out alone before, not only did he not get so many people turning around to look at him, he was never even approached by a woman. Now, if it weren't for Amelia Sue's aura, I'm afraid many girls would have come forward to chat with her. Has my appearance improved after I had a wife and children? He thought a little arrogantly in his heart. In fact, the main reason for all this was because of the system, especially Yu's acquisition of the skill of staying up late without getting tired, which inadvertently improved his body. These people are so annoying. If they want a baby, they could just go back and have one themselves. They keep staring at us. Even if they're not annoying, I'm annoyed too. Sussuer fronet slightly. Ping on his shoulder seemed particularly excited. He looked at the passers-by and waved his two chubby little hands nonstop. He was so excited that he seemed to want a hug from anyone passing by. This made Su Schwerer feel very jealous. This brat was indeed, just like his father, a born pervert. She gently pinched his little butt. Feeling Su Schwerer pinching his little butt, Ping quickly looked at Su Schwerer, his big eyes full of curiosity. It seems like he's asking Mom why you're pinching my little butt. Schwerer, should we go home or continue to stay outside? Yu really couldn't stand the gazes of the people around him. They seemed to want to snatch Ping and in and away from him. No, I'm not going back. I originally wanted to stay at home, but you insisted on dragging me out. I don't want to go back so soon. I want to go shopping. Amelia, Sue raised her eyebrows. Going to the mall is a girl's nature, and even Amelia, Sue can't avoid it. She used to go shopping in the mall from time to time, but after giving birth to Ping and Anan, she hadn't been to the mall for a long time. Now, taking this opportunity, she wants to go shopping in the mall and satisfy her desires for more than a month. Going to the mall? That's not a good idea. After all, we're bringing Ping and Anan with us. Besides, there's so many people in the mall. You saw how many people were attracted to Ping and Anan outside. If we go inside the mall, I'm afraid, although the words were not finished, the meaning was almost expressed. This, susuer hesitatif. She couldn't ignore the two babies. After all, it would not be worth it if the babies got sick. How about we go back? There was a hint of disappointment in Su Schwerer's words. She really wanted to go shopping in the mall. When Anan heard Su Schwerer say that she couldn't go, she immediately became unhappy. She stared at Su Schwerer with her bright big eyes and kept babbling. The chubby little hands also began to wave. Seeing this scene, Yu and Su Schwerer looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Is this a coincidence or an accident? This little girl is so smart. Schwerer, do you remember what you said before? Ping follows me, and then follows you. Now Anan has really inherited your gene of liking shopping. Nonsense, no, it's not me. Su Schwerer quickly retorted that she would never admit it and looked at Anan unhappily. This little girl did not make her mother proud at all. Why don't I go buy some masks? After I put them on, there won't be so many people watching. Yu really couldn't bear to see Su Schwerer disappointed. Hearing this, Amelia Sue's eyes instantly turned into crescent shapes. Go buy it quickly. Okay, I'll go now. Upon hearing this, Yu hurried to the nearby pharmacy and bought masks for adults and babies. But the next moment, when they put the masks on the two babies, Yu and the others were stunned. The small mask not only failed to hide the cute looks of the two babies, but instead added a sense of mystery to them. It not only failed to hide the beautiful charm of the two babies, but made them even more handsome. Why don't you take off the mask? Yu similit bitterly. At this moment, he was a little tempted. If Ping and Anan were not his babies, he would find a way to steal the two babies away. Oh, what a pity. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought Ping and Anan out. The moment he spoke, he took off his mask. The moment the masks were taken off, the two babies' tongues were seen sticking out, and it was obvious that they were licking the masks. Silly boy and silly girl, licking everything. This scene made Sue Schwerer decide to take off their masks. Although masks are now produced in accordance with standards, the baby's immune system is not yet perfect, and it would be troublesome if something happened. Ah, ah, ah. After their masks were taken off, the two little guys immediately became unhappy and stretched out their chubby little hands to snatch the masks. Come on, let's go home. His tone was full of regret. He really wanted to go shopping. No, Schwerer, we're not going back. I'll go shopping with you. You really couldn't bear to see Sue Schwerer's regretful look. The baby, let's go, I'll protect you, and the baby, just follow me. Yu interrupted her directly and led the way with an in his arms. Sue Schwerer was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. At this moment, she felt that Yu was particularly manly, and she felt a sense of security that she had not felt for a long time. Chapter 66, Happy Moment 2. It turned out that their previous concerns were correct. When the two of them came to the mall with the two little kids in their arms, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. No matter where the two of them go, there will be people secretly taking pictures of them. Either he was secretly taking pictures of the two little kids looking cute, or he was taking pictures of Sue Schwerer, the fairy who had fallen to Earth. There were even a few single guys who were stunned the moment they saw Sue Schwerer, blushed, and wanted to look away, but soon their eyes were locked on Sue Schwerer again. It's so beautiful. It's so annoying. I should have avoided coming to the mall. Being secretly photographed by so many people, Sue Schwerer's original excitement disappeared immediately, and she even regretted the decision she made not long ago. Haha, do you want me to take you to a nice place? There won't be so many people there. You soudainly spoke. Where? Sue Schwerer's curiosity was instantly aroused. Follow me. As soon as the words fell, Yu carried Pipping in his arms and walked in one direction. Where are you going? Why are you walking so fast? At the beginning, Yiyu's speed was normal, but gradually his speed began to increase, and he almost couldn't catch up. A few minutes later, when Sue Schwerer wanted to call Yiyu, she suddenly found that the other party had stopped. Here it is. At this moment, she realized that she was still in a shopping mall, but the difference was that jewelry was sold here. These jewels emit a brilliant glow under the light, which is a bit dazzling. An lay on Yiyu's shoulder, looking at the sparkling jewels around her, and instantly became excited. Her chubby little hands kept stretching forward as if she wanted to get those jewels. Little did they know that at this moment, under the light, and Anne's eyes were hundreds of times more beautiful than those jewels. Why did you bring me here? For some reason, Amelia Sue's face turned slightly red, as if she had thought of something. Hey, Schwerer, we both already have babies, but your fingers are still empty. Don't you feel like something is missing? Hearing this, Amelia Sue subconsciously looked at her left hand. Although the fair hands are beautiful, I always feel like something is missing. Schwerer, come with me. There was tenderness in the tone. Hearing this voice, Sue Schwerer subconsciously followed Yiyu forward. The next moment, Sue Schwerer saw the glittering objects above the store door. Dairy ring. A man can only have one custom made in his lifetime. Is he going to propose to me? Thinking of this, Sue Schwerer's mind went blank in an instant. She really didn't expect Yiyu to bring her to such a place. Welcome. The service staff at the door showed a sweet smile. Although it was a professional smile, I have to admit that it was really beautiful. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Hello. Could you please hold the baby for me? When the waiter heard Yiyu's words, the smile on his face froze instantly. Hold a child? Sir, do you want me to help you hold a baby? Yes, you heard it right. Okay. The service staff still hadn't recovered from the shock. Although she had not been working in this field for long, this was the first time she had been asked to hold a child. She instinctively resisted, but she couldn't refuse. After all, they were in the service industry. But the moment she saw it, her eyes lit up instantly. Oh my God, there are such beautiful babies in the world. Their eyes are more beautiful than the brightest gems. Button seemed to disagree and didn't want to be held by the service staff. But the struggle was in vain, and she was finally carried away. What is this for? Without waiting for Sue Schwerer to react, Yu stepped forward again and directly handed Ping Ping in his arms to another staff member. Compared to an in, Ping Ping did not resist at all. After being hugged by the service staff, he stared at the service staff with his eyes, revealing a silly smile from time to time. The waiter also melted the hearts of girls because of his innocent smile. It was so cute. She had never seen such a scary baby before. Yu, why did you leave the baby with them? Hurry and bring it back. At this moment, Su Shuer also came back to her senses from her daze. They just met by chance, and no one knew whether they were healthy. It would be troublesome if the virus was transmitted to the two babies. But just as she was about to move, Yu took the lead and grabbed her hand. He pulled her directly to the agreement wall before stopping. Xue, tender as water. What's wrong? At this moment, Su Shuer had already anticipated what was about to happen. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably, and she felt a little shy. Thump! Yu knelt on one knee in front of her, holding her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Shuer, marry me, please. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. When he knelt down, both the staff and the young couples who came here to choose rings were stunned for a moment and looked at Yu. The staff nearby were stunned at first, but then they realized that this was not the first or second time, and they hurried to prepare the ring. Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. It's so embarrassing. Su Shuer was so shy that her face turned red. She never expected that Yu would bring her here, let alone that Yu would suddenly propose to her here. This was really unexpected. She had never thought of this scene. Although she had never been here, she had heard of the DR ring. This is the place women most desire, because here women cannot buy rings. Only men can buy rings. A man can only buy it once in his life to fulfill his promise of true love. This place is the most desired place for countless girls in love, because after buying a ring here, the man they love will never be able to buy a second ring for them, and he will love and protect them for the rest of their lives. Shuer, please agree to marry me. Please let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Yiyu's gentle and magnetic voice echoed in the store. His eyes were firm and gentle. He will spend the rest of his life caring for her for the rest of her life, until the end of time and the end of time. Chapter 67, Happy Moment 3. Shame. At this moment, Su Shuer's heart was filled with shyness and surprise. At the same time, beautiful songs are ringing in my ears. You said you were hard to catch, wanting to give up. You don't have to choose the most expensive gift, as long as the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweet and easy. Dear, don't be willful with your eyes. Saying I do. As the song began, rose petals suddenly appeared in the sky, like a rose rain. The petals fell on Su Shuer's hair and shoulders, adding a touch of strange beauty to her already beautiful appearance, like an elf among flowers. In a short moment, the surroundings were transformed into a holy place for confession thanks to the efforts of the staff. The young couple standing by were stunned. When the girls came back to their senses from their surprise, they saw their boyfriend staring at Su Shuer, and they were furious. Okay, other people can make their proposals so romantic, why can't you? And you even look at other women in front of me. This life is really unbearable. They all hit their boyfriends on the waist. In a moment, the expressions on the men's faces in the store became surprisingly consistent. At this moment, the staff member walked up to Yu with a smile on his face, holding a ring in his hand. Sir, if you're ready, Thank you. Yu interrupted the staff member before he could finish his words. He took the ring and stared at Su Shuer with affectionate and gentle eyes. Shuer, I've imagined this scene countless times. You said you wanted a surprise proposal. Today, I stand before you and propose to you in front of everyone. I know you are an insecure girl. All you want is a firm preference. I want to tell you today that I want to marry you. I want to marry you not because of Ping Ping and Unin, nor because of your good looks. I want to marry you because I love you. I want to take care of you for the rest of my life. I want to experience the daily life of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea with you. And I want to grow old with you. Shuer, promise me, marry me. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him burst into applause. Pa pa pa. The applause lasted for a long time. Marry him, marry him, marry him. I'm so touched. If someone could propose to me like this, I would definitely agree without hesitation. You? Forget about it. Look at her, and then look at yourself. She's a fairy who's fallen into the mortal world. And you, Marshall Tianpeng, have undergone a gender reassignment surgery. Everyone was expressing their blessings. At this moment, no one was jealous, only blessings. Not to mention that Yi Yu and his wife already have a baby. Just looking at their looks, they are a perfect match. Promise him, what are you still hesitating about? You already have 2 children. Don't you still want to marry him? It's really frustrating. Seeing that Su Shuer didn't speak for a long time, one of the onlookers became anxious. Why are you so anxious? Is this a trivial matter? Shouldn't you think about it carefully? No, they both have children. What else is there to think about? The voices of the people around her discussing did not reach Su Shuer's ears at all. Or perhaps she was still in shock and had not yet recovered. Shuer, won't you marry me? Seeing that Su Shuer didn't speak for a long time, Yi Yu's heart gradually sank. Does she not like him? No, no, no. I didn't mean that. Seeing the disappointment on Yi Yu's face, Su Shuer panicked. Then Shuer, are you willing to marry me? His tone was filled with excitement. I promise, I'm willing to marry you. The moment she finished saying this, Amelia Su's face and eyes turned red. Yi was right. What she wanted was preference. This love belonged only to her, and no one could take it away from her. During this period of time, although Yi Yu often behaved like a pervert and wanted to take advantage of her from time to time, she could feel his love for her. Although he always wants to act like a little gangster to himself, when facing other girls, Yi Yu is a superior male god. Scenes from the past emerged in her mind. After a while, Su Shuer stretched out her hand and looked at Yi Yu with gentle and firm eyes. The world's flavors, the sun, the moon, the stars, the romantic sunset, I am willing to spend them with you. Thank you for coming into my life and being my hero. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Pa pa pa. Warm applause rang out again, and some people even whistled excitedly, as if they were proposing themselves. There were many envious girls around who were so jealous that they asked their boyfriends to propose to them like Yi Yu did. Accompanied by applause from all around, Yi Yu happily put the ring on Su Shuer's hand. Each finger has a different meaning. The middle finger represents engagement. The ring finger represents marriage. Oh, give me a kiss, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. I don't know who started it, but everyone started to make a fuss. Ah, 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 ah. At this time, Ping Ping and Anan were also extremely excited. They saw the scene of Yi Yu proposing clearly. At this moment, the 2 of them were waving their chubby little hands in the air and speaking happy baby talk. Ah, 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 ah. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was trying to please the people around him and get a kiss from his dad and mom. Shuer, I may not care about what others think, but I should at least care about what the babies think. Bah, you big pervert. Su Shuer rolled her eyes at Yi Yu. How could she not know what he was thinking? He just took advantage of her all day long. Only once, after saying that, she closed her eyes, feeling extremely embarrassed. Su Shuer, how could you say such embarrassing words? It seems like you really learned bad habits from Yi Yu. Ling. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu smiled happily, stood up, hugged Su Shuer, and kissed her bright red lips. Don't ask what it tastes like. The answer is sweet, so sweet that it's sickening. Seeing dad and mom kissing each other, the 2 little guys were so happy. You're such a pervert. We've been kissing for so long, and you're still not satisfied? After kissing for a full minute, Yi Yu showed no signs of leaving, which made Su Shuer very embarrassed. Chapter 68, Happy Moment 4. An unexpected result has grown into a forest. Yi Yu's actions inspired many men to follow his example and helped many young couples who were originally hesitant to get together. The store's performance also reached a level never before achieved. Yi Yu took Su Shuer's hand and walked to the huge wall of True Love Agreement. Before buying a ring, you should first read the contents on the True Love Agreement wall. It only says there, "When I give you the DR ring that can only be customized once in a lifetime, it means you're the only true love in my life. No matter good times or bad times, rich or poor, healthy or sick, I will only love you in my life. With this as proof, I promise that my true love will never change in this life. Although the two were reading it, the staff member next to them was still considerate enough to read the words aloud to them. Thanks. After the sound fell, Yiyu and her looked at each other. He saw endless shyness and yearning for the future in her eyes, and she saw happiness in his eyes. Swear, I'm going to sign. Once you sign, you can't regret it. You will be my woman for the rest of your life. Hihi. Susuer nadit chaidi. Although she always felt that something was missing in her heart, this was enough. After all, life is only 100 years long. How could it be perfect? In my name, I will crown your finger, accompany you for life. Once the pen is written, the agreement will be kept by the staff. There's a kind of happiness called you. May this day be the beginning of the most beautiful time in your life. May you be able to pick the stars in the sky and have happiness in this world. The staff began to express their blessings to the two. Thanks. Yiyu and the other person expressed their gratitude and then took the photos from the staff. There were as many as 7 or 8 pictures, all of which were scenes of him proposing just now. The photographer was very professional and chose the right angle. Excitement, shock, emotion, all kinds of expressions can be reflected in these photos. Ping Ping and Ainin also appear in the photo. The faces of the family of 4 were filled with happy smiles. Even when the 2 of them left with their 2 little kids, there were still many people offering their blessings. You must be happy. I swore to bless you with 10 years of my ex-girlfriend's lifespan. You must not be disappointed. You must be happy. Otherwise, I really don't believe that love still exists in this world. Listening to everyone's congratulations, Yiyu and the other person smiled at each other. Yes, we will. We will be happy forever. The fire of our sincere love will be like the rising sun, growing brighter and brighter as time goes by. Even the flood cannot drown it. After hearing what their father said, the 2 little kids became even more excited. Ah, 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 ah. Dad and Mom will definitely be together forever, making us the happiest children in the world. What a liar, what a liar. All men are liars. He said he would take me shopping, but he took me to a jewelry store and even put on a proposal. It's so embarrassing. Sue Schwinner's delicate little face was full of rosy red. When she walked out of the mall just now, many people saw her and started discussing her as if they had seen a star. Along the way, there were words of envy. This made her feel extremely embarrassed, but at the same time a little proud. Idiot, you're not going to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate next, are you? Somehow, this idea suddenly came to Sue Schwerer's mind. My heart was instantly in turmoil. What should I do? I'm not ready yet. If Idiot really takes me to the Civil Affairs Bureau, should I refuse him? I feel very conflicted. Seeing Sue Schwerer's conflicted look, Yiyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although she didn't know what her dad was laughing at, it didn't stop him from laughing too. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Sue Schwerer glared at the parents in dissatisfaction, feeling so angry in her heart. As expected, daughters are all their father's lovers in previous lives. She's not that old yet, but she is already on the same side with Yiyu. What will happen when she grows up? I thought to myself that I should hug Anna more often in the future, otherwise I would really be on the same side as Yiyu. It's nothing, Schwer, you don't think I did it on purpose, do you? ISNT it? Although no words were spoken, the expression on his face said it all. No, Schwer, this is a complete accident. I'm familiar with this supermarket. I used to work part-time here, so I know the layout of the mall. After I learned you were coming to this mall, I was planning to propose, but I didn't expect such a big response. Yiyu's tone was full of relief. Fortunately, he acted quickly and cooperated with the surrounding crowd's desire to join in the fun, which made him successful in this action. In fact, Yiyu was overthinking this. The main reason was that Sue Schwerer was willing in her heart. If she was not willing, she would not nod even if the whole world persuaded her, let alone the few onlookers around her. Hee, I don't care. You're just a big liar. You brought me there on purpose, and now you want to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Humph, let me tell you it's impossible. This fairy will never go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Sue Schwerer pouted and gently pinched her flat little butt. Ah, ah, ah. In an instant, Ping Ping began to speak in baby language. At first glance, it seemed like he was really speaking for Sue Schwerer. Huh, Schwerer, you really guessed wrong this time. I really didn't intend to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Huh, you don't want to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Sue Schwerer was stunned at first, and then her mouth pouted. You damn pig, you just proposed to me, and I want to refuse if you take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. But you don't even want to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. What you just said was all lies. You don't want to marry her at all. For a moment, Sue Schwerer felt extremely aggrieved. Have to. Seeing this, Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If he took her, she would say he was scheming. If he didn't take her, she would say he didn't love her. It was really hard to guess what a girl was thinking. Okay, stop guessing. If you don't coax your woman yourself, who are you going to let coax her? Schwerer, we need both of our household registration books to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I didn't bring mine, and neither did yours. We won't be able to get the red book, even if we go. Also, I've observed that there are a lot of people getting married in recent days. If we don't make an appointment in advance, it won't be our turn at all. Yu explained that how could he not want to marry Sue Schwerer? He dreamed about it. Chapter 69, The Effect of Regret Card. In the next few days, Sue Schwerer asked Yu to take her out to play whenever she had time. With the previous experience, they left Ping Ping and Anan at home when they went out to play these days. Li Ping did not refuse, but was very happy to do so. There's no way. Sometimes being too beautiful is a mistake. Within a few days, the two of them went to amusement parks, zoos, cinemas, and other places that couples should go. The relationship between the two grew deeper and deeper, and they became a real couple. That night, Yi washed Sue Schwerer's feet as usual. It was not that Sue Schwerer insisted on Yi washing her feet, but Yi volunteered to do it, saying that it was to make up for his debt to her. Sue Schwerer rolled her eyes at Yi's words. He was really good at flattering himself. What's the point of making up for a debt? The main purpose is to take advantage. Feeling that Yi's hands were starting to become dishonest, Sue Schwerer couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. I really don't understand why you stinky men like to play with girls' feet. The moment the sound fell, Sue Schwerer lifted her feet. Her 5 white toes were naturally beautiful, and the blue veins could be seen on her fair skin. Although she didn't apply any decorations, one had to admit that she looked really beautiful. My little feet are pretty nice. Schwerer, how many times have I told you this? I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm loving my wife. Have you ever seen a man wash his wife's feet every day? Yi spoke seriously, but his hands were pinching here and there dishonestly. Even though it was not the first time he touched it, Yi still couldn't let go of the feeling. TSK, you big pervert. Sue Schwerer rolled her eyes again. Yi was the most shameless man she had ever met. If you argue with him, you will always be the one who suffers, so you can just play with your phone on the side. Yi didn't mind this and took advantage of it while washing her feet. If the water hadn't turned cold, Yi would never have let go. After pouring the foot-washing water, Yi took a shower and hurried back to the room, wanting to continue taking advantage, continue massaging Sue Schwerer. But when I walked into the bedroom, I found that Sue Schwerer had fallen asleep at some point. When he saw Sue Schwerer sleeping soundly, all the distracting thoughts in Yi's mind disappeared. After falling asleep, Sue Schwerer was like a sleeping beauty, giving people the feeling that she could only be admired from afar and not touched. After a while, Yi withdrew his gaze, covered her with a thin blanket, and looked at the two little guys again. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Yi returned to bed. Because of the system, he is still very energetic even if he doesn't sleep for a month. Besides, it is still early and he doesn't want to sleep. As if he remembered something, he took out a dark brown card from a drawer beside him. This dark brown card was the reward given to him by the system. It was called the regret card. He had never had time to study it before, but now he finally had time to study it. I kept playing with this regret card in my hand. No matter how I looked at it, it was very ordinary, just like an ordinary card. What on earth is this regret card good for? Yi was puzzled, but suddenly his eyes lit up. He had read novels about systems. and the protagonists were able to communicate with the system. Logically speaking, he should be able to communicate with the system as well. Thinking of this, Yu coughed lightly. System? Can you hear me? System brother? System sister? System dad? System mom? It seems I misunderstood. Not all systems can communicate with the host. After a long time, Yu gave up the idea of communicating with the system. Then Moonlight looked at the regret card in his hand, his eyes full of confusion. What use are you two? Yu used to like lying on the bed and reading. When he got tired, he would just put the book on his face. Over time, he developed a habit of doing this. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the use of the regret card in my hand, so I simply stopped thinking about it and habitually put the regret card on my forehead. But at this moment, the dark brown regret card suddenly flashed with light, and the next moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind. In this short life, we will all lose things. So why not be bold, love someone, climb a mountain, and chase a dream? System? Yu sat up instantly because the voice was exactly the same as the system prompt. Can he really communicate with the system? Humans live only 100 years. In this short life, everything will eventually pass away. Life is a process from birth to death, but in this short process, many regrets will arise. What regrets do you want to make up for? This sentence directly aroused Yu's emotions, and the things he experienced in the first half of his life kept emerging in his mind. What regrets do you want to make up for? The voice appeared again, and then for some reason, Yu suddenly remembered the days when Su Schwerer was pregnant alone, and suddenly, he felt sad. However, at this moment, the picture in my mind suddenly changed. His figure suddenly appeared in the hotel. Yu and Su Schwerer were lying on the bed, but Su Schwerer woke up quickly. After a brief daze, she looked at Yu on the bed and hurried out of the room. When she came back, she brought the drunk Linger with her. When she left, one could clearly see the tears sliding down Su Schwerer's eyes. Then, the scene changed again, and the location was in a hospital. Su Schwerer's eyes were full of disbelief and horror. One hand was stroking her belly, and the other hand was holding the report. She was pregnant and with 2 babies. She burst into tears. As time passed, Su Schwerer's belly gradually grew bigger, and the neighbors around her also discovered that she was pregnant before marriage. Every time Su Schwerer passed by, those people would point fingers at her, and she burst into tears. As time went by, Su Schwerer's belly grew bigger. For countless days and nights, Su Schwerer would wake up in pain. When she went to the toilet, she could never stand up successfully because of her pregnancy, and she cried silently. The scene returned to the hospital. Su Schwerer was lying on the bed with a pale face and red eyes. Her lips were cracked, and her teeth were bleeding because she had bitten too hard. She was almost breathing. Wow, wow, wow. Accompanied by the crying of the baby, Su Schwerer, who had not breathed for a long time, finally breathed again. When she heard the crying of the baby in her ears, 2 lines of tears slid down her face. During this short period of time, Su Schwerer recalled the most difficult time. Chapter 70, alas. Wow, wow, wow. Su Schwerer was sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard a baby crying. Where does this baby crying sound come from? It's so loud. She grumbled in dissatisfaction, but the next moment, Amelia Su reacted. I quickly looked in the direction of Ping Ping and Ainen, and the crying became louder. Be good, don't cry, mommy is coming, mommy is coming. Hearing the 2 babies crying, Su Schwerer was heartbroken. She ran over and checked them out immediately. Fortunately, Ping Ping and Ainen's diapers were still clean, and they didn't poop. They must be hungry. After thinking about this, Su Schwerer breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly held the 2 babies, one on each side, and fed them. Baji, 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 Baji. It seemed that because they were too hungry, Ping Ping, who was always very gentle when eating rations, became a little rough at this moment. The 2 little babies sucked hard, and Su Schwerer grimaced in pain. Really? The baby is crying, but this big pig doesn't even know it. I must punish him later. Su Schwerer curled her lips. Although she said this, she did not blame Yu in her heart. After all, during her confinement period, The task of taking care of the baby at night was given to him. People are not made of steel, and they all get tired. Where on earth has he been so late at night? Su Schwerer was a little confused. She turned on the light with great effort and inadvertently saw Yiyu staring at her closely. This really scared her. No matter who it is, when you turn on the light and see someone staring at you, you'll be scared. She glared at him unhappily. Big pig's hoof, you didn't go out. I thought you. Before she finished speaking, Amelia Sue shut up. She hadn't paid attention just now. But now she looked carefully and found that Yiyu's expression was a little strange. Especially those eyes, which were not only bloodshot at this moment, but also full of tears slowly flowing down from the corners of the eyes. Yiyu, what's wrong with you? Tell me if you have anything to say. Don't scare me. This scene made Su Schwerer panic and worry. But no matter how she called out, Yiyu seemed not to hear her and ignored her completely. The only thing that changed was the tears on my face, which became more and more. Yiyu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Su Schwerer was so panicked that she quickly picked up and who was still eating her rations. Yiyu, look at it, and it seemed that she was full, or she realized that something was wrong with her father's expression, and didn't cry. She looked at Yiyu with her big eyes, and her small hands kept stroking his face. It seems to be saying, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? But Yiyu still didn't move, as if his soul had left and only a body was left. Don't scare me. There was a hint of tears in Su Schwerer's tone. They had finally come to this point, and he had finally proposed to her. They already had such a cute baby, so you must not get into trouble. She was really scared and stood up to call Li Ping over to see what happened to Yiyu. But the moment she stood up, her hand was suddenly grabbed. She turned around suddenly and saw that it was Yiyu who grabbed her hand. Xuya. The tone was full of heartache, guilt, and love. This voice seemed to have transcended time and space, giving Su Schwerer a bit of an illusion. For a moment, she seemed to have recalled the time she least wanted to recall. Before she could react, Yiyu hugged her directly, and the next moment, she felt her sleepiness dampened. Xuya. Not only his voice was trembling, but his whole body was shaking as well. What's going on? I have 1,000 questions in my mind, wanting to know what happened to him and why he became like this. But seeing Yiyu's current appearance, all the words turned into silent closure. Reaching out, she gently stroked his face. Don't be afraid, I'm here. These 4 short words seemed to have endless magic power, which instantly calmed Yiyu's trembling body. No one spoke, not even the 2 little kids cried. They sucked their fingers and looked at Yiyu and the others with their big eyes, not understanding what was wrong with their parents. After a long time, Yiyu slowly let go of her hand. His eyes were still red from crying, and he looked at Su Schwerer affectionately. A pair of hands gently stroked Su Schwerer's smooth little face as if it were a dream, which made him a little unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, if Yiyu dared to pinch and touch her little face like this, Su Schwerer would have already cursed Yiyu as a pervert and kicked him away. But this time, instead of kicking Yiyu away, she let his big hands rub and pinch her. Xuya, I am here. Schwerer, I had a dream. I dreamed about the whole process of you getting pregnant and giving birth to a baby. Well, you said it was a dream. If it's a dream, it's all fake. And it's already in the past. Let the past be the past. Amelia Sue's tone was full of carefreeness, but a trace of pain flashed in her eyes, although it was fleeting, but it did exist. But that dream was so real. Yiyu looked at Su Schwerer tenderly. The regret card not only allowed him to see the entire process of Su Schwerer from pregnancy to delivery, but most importantly, he could feel all the changes in Su Schwerer's mood. Shock, pain, sweetness. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Schwerer was in pain from the time she became pregnant until she gave birth to the baby. This pain came from her body, from the eyes of others, and from... It was not until she saw the 2 little balls that Su Schwerer felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. At this time, Amelia Sue held Yiyu's face and their eyes met. He saw relief in her eyes, and she saw guilt in his eyes. Let the past be the past. We should always look forward and not live in the past all our lives. Besides, If you haven't experienced the bitterness of life, how can you taste the sweetness of life? Looking at the gentle smile on Sue Schwetter's face, he swallowed back thousands of words. He hugged Sue Schwerer tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Ah, 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 ah. Although the two little kids don't know what their parents are doing, they are happy when they hug each other. You hurt me. Chapter 71 Departure. A few days have passed, and Sue Schwerer and you have never mentioned what happened that night. On the contrary, their relationship has become closer and closer. However, during this period of time, Sue Schwerer also discovered a very serious problem. That means that the little girl seemed to have betrayed her. He only needed her when he was eating rations and ignored her at other times. He liked to play with Yiyu, which directly made her jealous. Why? She went through 10 months of pregnancy and gave birth to 2 babies with great difficulty. She thought the 2 little dumplings would stand with her to deal with Yiyu together, but they died before they could accomplish their mission. Before the plan was successful, one of the little dumplings had already betrayed her, which made her very sad. It turns out that what was said in the video was all a lie, saying that babies under 2 months old have poor eyesight and cannot tell who is who, so they could be held by anyone. But what is the result? Woo, it really makes me sad. Whenever Sue Schwerer saw Yiyu and his daughter laughing and talking happily, she would sneer at them. She said that she owed an in her previous life, and that her daughter was her father's lover in the previous life, and that she became her woman in this life just to steal her man away. These words often made Yiyu smile bitterly. What was going on? Isn't Ping Ping also very attached to you? Especially Ping Ping often eats the rations with his little meaty hands on the other rations. This makes him very envious. After all, he doesn't have such treatment. Did he say anything? She's already a mother. Why is she jealous of her own daughter? Thinking of this, Yiyu couldn't help but shook his head, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. This kind of life is very happy. Although Sue Schwetter said that Yiyu is still having fun with an N. Babies' faces are chubby, which people commonly call baby fat, and are full of collagen. Every time Yiyu plays with an N, he will pinch an N's little face. The reason is simple. It feels smooth and elastic when you pinch it, and especially it is very chewy, which makes people feel refreshed. Whenever Yiyu pinched her little face, and it not only did not refuse, but on the contrary cooperated very well. His face was full of happy smiles. Seeing this, Sue Schwerer became even angrier, as if a kitten was scratching her heart, and she was extremely envious. She also wanted to pinch in Anne's little face like Yiyu did, but the final result was completely the opposite. Not to mention letting her pinch when her hand touched Anne's little face and then began to resist restlessly. What that means is that only Daddy can knead my little face, Mommy can't knead it. I'm so mad, little girl. You thought you could just stop me from pinching you, but Mommy insisted on pinching me. As soon as the voice fell, Sue Schwerer snatched an N from Yiyu's arms, gently placed her on the bed, and began to knead her little face with both hands. You little bastard, I'm as beautiful as a flower. I don't know how many people want me to pinch their little face. You said you can't knead it, so don't knead it. Today I must pinch enough. And then grumbled in dissatisfaction, staring at Yiyu with her bright big eyes, as if to say, Dad, please save me quickly. I don't want to be kneaded by Mama. Seeing this, Yiyu waved his hands helplessly. My dear daughter, Daddy is incompetent. Daddy can't save you. No matter how Anne resisted, she could never escape from Amelia Sue's clutches. Phew, much more comfortable. After a long time, Amelia Sue finally let go of her hand contentedly and handed an N to Yiyu, to your little lover. These words made Yiyu laugh and cry, and at the same time, he looked at N in his arms with heartache. The fair and tender little face had been kneaded by Amelia Sue until it turned red. The moment she saw Yiyu, N burst into tears. Dear, don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will help you get revenge. Daddy will help you get revenge. The crying sound made Yiyu feel so distressed that he patted Sue Schwerer gently twice. Big pig's hoof. All men are big liars and big perverts. Sue Schwerer immediately became unhappy and like a child, she turned around and slapped Yu twice. Seeing that her father had avenged her, and immediately stopped crying and laughed happily. But then she saw Su Shuer beating Yu again and immediately became unhappy. You little bastard. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have given birth to you. This made Su Shueker so angry that her teeth itched. She had created an enemy for herself. He was standing by quietly as a spectator, watching the three of them, extremely happy. This joyful farce finally ended with the arrival of Li Ping. Li Ping came in with 2 blankets and wrapped Ping Ping and Anan with ease. Annie, what are you doing? It's so hot out now, and you're still wrapping Ping Ping and Anan in blankets. Aren't you afraid that the babies will get prickly heat? Su Schwinner's tone was full of worry, and she didn't understand what Li Ping was doing. Hearing this, Li Ping raised her head and gave the 2 of them a displeased look. Have you 2 forgotten what we were supposed to do today? Li Ping had packed up all her things and was waiting for the 2 of them to come out with the child. However, she waited and waited, but they never came out. Finally, she got anxious and walked in directly. Oh, I forgot we were going back home today. Su Shuer stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and glared at Yu secretly. It's all your fault. Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't do anything. It was obviously Yu who was jealous and had a pinch in Anne's little face. What did it have to do with him? All right, hurry up and pack your bags. We could have gone back before dark, but now it's almost dark when we leave for home. Hearing this, Amelia Su stuck out her tongue again. Annie, we know we were wrong. We will pack our bags right away. Seeing Su Shuer being as naughty as a little girl, Li Ping shook her head helplessly. She was clearly a child who had not grown up. How could she take care of 2 babies? I couldn't help but worry about the future of my 2 grandchildren. It's time to go back to the countryside. Thinking of this, Su Shuer felt shy and yearned for the countryside. She was a native city dweller and had never been to the countryside. Now she was full of yearning for it. Chapter 72, Meeting the Parents. In the big yard, Father Yi sat on a small stool, his weathered face full of smiles, especially his eyes, which had narrowed into a line with happiness. Not far from Ye's father, there was an old woman with gray hair and a kind face. She was Ye's father's mother, Yi Yu's grandmother. Son, what are you laughing at while looking at your phone? You're like a silly boy. Hearing this, Father Yi quickly stood up and walked to Grandma Yi, his tone full of a happy smile. Mom, look. Didn't I tell you before? This time, Xiaoyu will not only bring you a daughter-in-law, but also a pair of beautiful great-grandchildren. Look, these are the 2 babies. How adorable. There was a circle of friends on Yi's father's phone, and the content of the circle of friends was posted by Yu. There are several pictures, and the protagonists in the pictures are the 2 little guys, Ping Ping and Anan. There's also a line of words on it. With you, life from now on will have both bitterness and sweetness. He wanted to share it with Grandma Yi, but the latter simply picked up the crutch beside her and gently tapped Father Ye's foot. You little brat, do you think I'm still young? My eyes are blurry now. How can I possibly see such a small phone? Hearing this, Father Yi chuckled and nodded continuously like a good baby. Anyway, Yi will be back with his daughter-in-law and 2 babies soon, so there's no need to rush. We can wait and see. Seeing that Ye's father was like a child at this moment, Grandma Yi shook her head and looked at Ye's father kindly, her tone full of blame. Son, you're already quite grown up now, even a grandfather, but it feels like you haven't grown up at all. In front of my mother, I will always be a child. Father Yi laughed heartily. The happiest thing in the world is that when parents are old, they can still use their crutches to beat them hard. Grandma Yi shook her head and looked into the distance. All she saw were memories. Time passed slowly, and after about an hour, a car that looked relatively new drove into the yard. Is that Xiaoyu? Did Xiaoyu buy a car too? Mom, I don't know either, maybe not. Ye's father shook his head. Yi only told him that he was going home today, but did not tell him that he was driving back. Although Ye's father didn't know much about cars, when he saw the car in front of him, he estimated that it would cost 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. How could you have the money to buy such a car? Did he use the money for buying a house to buy a car? Thinking of this, The fire in his heart suddenly rose up. If that brat really dared to use the money for buying a house to buy a car, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Just as he was daydreaming, Li Ping suddenly poked her head out of the car. "My dear, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come here quickly. This really is that brat-ass car. Did he really use the money for buying a house to buy a car?" Father Ye's heart sank instantly, and he wanted to get angry, but he absolutely could not get angry at this moment. After all, his daughter-in-law was here, and his mother was here too. They were all relatives of the same generation. If he dared to beat Yiyu, Grandma Yi would dare to beat him too. He quickly ran forward and opened the car door. "Dad! Uncle!" The moment she saw Father Yi, Su Shuer hurriedly greeted him. "Why?" Father Yi hurriedly took Ping Ping from Amelia Su's hand. Ping Ping was very happy, as if he saw his grandfather. "My dear grandson." After seeing Ping Ping, Ye's father was in a good mood and quickly introduced her to Amelia Su. "Shuer, that's Xiaoyu's grandmother. She heard you were coming back today, so she's been waiting for you here early." Father Yi quickly pointed at Grandma Yi, who was smiling, and his meaning was very clear. Looking in the direction Father Yi pointed, she saw Grandma Yi looking at her with a smile. Her face flushed instantly. This was the first time she had ever met her parents. Moreover, she hadn't even had a wedding with Yiyu yet, and she had already given birth to 2 babies. Would Grandma think she was that kind of casual woman? She was very nervous and didn't know how to face Grandma Yi. But at this moment, Yiyu suddenly took her arm and spoke gentle words in her ears. "Shuer, don't be afraid. Grandma is very gentle and will definitely like you." But Su Shuer was still worried. On the way back, Li Ping had already given her a brief introduction. Overall, the entire family revolves around Grandma Yi, who is the backbone of the entire family. After all, Grandma Yi is old, and the ideas she accepts are different from those in today's society. She has a more conservative mindset, and she had a child out of wedlock. So in the eyes of the conservative old people, she was a shameless and unfaithful woman. Will Grandma Yi really like me? Anxiety, uneasiness, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in my heart. Seeing this scene, Yiyu originally wanted to follow Su Shuer's opinion, but at this moment he had to take the initiative. After all, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. "Oh my, Yiyu, you big pig hoof, I'm not ready yet." Feeling Yiyu pulling her forward, Su Shuer immediately panicked and wanted to escape, but how could Yiyu let her do that? He took her directly to Grandma Yi. "Grandma, my grandson is back. This is my daughter-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed Su Shuer in front of him. Suddenly being pushed forward, Su Shuer felt her mind go blank, and she didn't know what to say. "Hello, Grandma." In the end, I could only utter these 3 words. Grandma Yi didn't say anything, but looked at Amelia Su gently, nodded with satisfaction, and reached out to hold her hand. "Girl, what is your name? Can you tell me about this old woman? I have lived all my life, and I have never seen a girl more beautiful than you." Grandma Yi spoke, and her words seemed to have magic, which instantly calmed Su Shuer, who was originally nervous. "Grandma, my name is Su Shuer. You're too kind. I'm not that pretty. There are many girls prettier than me." Grandma Yi nodded again. "Grandma can see that you come from an extraordinary family. Being with Xiaoyu is unfair to you." No. "Grandma, you're wrong. My family is nothing special, and I don't feel wrong by marrying Yiyu." Su Shuer was shocked and quickly denied it. Chapter 73 Nati Grandmaye. Hearing this, Grandma Yi smiled, nodded silently, and then looked at Yiyu. "Grandma, you finally remembered me?" Seeing his grandmother looking at him, Yiyu immediately grinned. He wanted to give his grandma a big hug, but the next moment, what Grandma Yi said made him stunned. "Xiaoyu, kneel down." These 4 simple words made Yiyu stunned. Li Ping and his wife had already anticipated this result. "Didn't you hear what your grandma said? If I told you to kneel down, then kneel down." His father came up and kicked Yiyu. It's over. Grandma definitely doesn't like me. What should I do? Grandma must think I'm a woman with no self-respect." In an instant, Su Shuer's heart was in her throat, and she was extremely panicked. "Shuer, it's okay. Li Ping naturally understood what Su Shui'er was thinking and hurried forward to comfort her. Su Shui'er didn't say anything, but her tightly bitten lips expressed all her thoughts. Thump. Yu knelt down directly. Xiaoyu, do you know why Grandma asked you to kneel down? Grandson knows. At this moment, Yu also became worried. He originally thought that his grandmother always loved him the most and would definitely not make things difficult for Amelia Su, but now it seems that he seemed to be a little too fanciful. Well, I'm glad to know. I thought you didn't know. Grandma Yi nodded gently, then looked at Amelia Su, her eyes full of tenderness, but it made Amelia Su even more panicked. Grandma. She stopped talking halfway because she didn't know what to say. After all, having a child out of wedlock was a fact. Daughter, don't be nervous. Grandma Yi smiled gently, pulled Amelia Su to her side, and took out a small stool beside her for her to sit down. The wrinkled, old hand gently stroked Su Shui'er's white and tender little hand. Without saying a word, he just quietly stroked Su Shui'er's little hand, which made her panic. Grandma, you didn't say anything, and no one present dared to speak. Every minute and every second is painful. My dear, your uncle has told me everything about you two. Grandma knows it too. This era is no longer the era when we would blush for a long time just by talking to a boy. Hearing this, Su Shui'er's bright eyes dimmed instantly. Grandma still doesn't like me and still thinks of me as a woman who has no self-respect. Grandma, I know what you're thinking. I'll leave. No, Grandma, this is all my fault. If you want to punish me, just punish me. After all, I am a bad guy. Hearing Su Shui'er say that she was leaving, Yu felt as if his heart was pierced by needles, uncomfortable and suffocated. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know if it was telepathy, but the two little kids also started crying at this moment. Seeing this scene, Li Ping felt very uncomfortable. She quietly kicked Ye's father with threats in her eyes. If my son and daughter-in-law separate, I won't live with you anymore. Seeing this, Ye's father was overwhelmed. He could give orders to Yi Yu and scold Yi Yu, but he didn't dare say anything excessive to Grandma Yi. This was the legendary blood pressure. Just when I didn't know what to do, Grandma Yi suddenly laughed. This burst of laughter made everyone present confused, and they didn't know what Grandma Yi was up to. Grandma, what are you laughing at? Su Shui'er was embarrassed and angry. Could it be that her grandma was laughing at her? No, Grandma didn't say anything and let you guys imagine all sorts of things. It seems that Grandma is still very majestic. At this moment, Grandma Yi was like an old naughty child, laughing heartily, revealing the few remaining big teeth she had. Grandma, do you mean to agree that Shui'er and I could be together? Seeing Grandma Yi laughing, all the worries in his heart disappeared in an instant. As Grandma's most beloved grandson and the one who has spent the longest time with her, although I can't say that I have a clear understanding of Grandma Ye's temper, I am pretty close to it. Especially at this moment, Grandma Yi laughed uncontrollably, which meant that she did not object to herself and Amelia Su being together. Yu. Grandma Yi pointed at Yu and then looked at Su Shui'er. Grandma's old. This era belongs to you. You have your own way of life. Grandma won't interfere. And did she just tell you to leave? When she said this, there was a hint of blame in Grandma Ye's tone. She didn't say anything, but she was almost regarded as a bad person. As the saying goes, it is better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. The earth has buried me up to my neck, an old woman. How can I break you up and leave you with a bad reputation? Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ye's father. Now it was good. He didn't have to work hard. His wife, daughter-in-law, and grandson were all saved. The two little dumplings seemed to feel the atmosphere around them and laughed happily. Then why did you just? Su Shui'er finally felt relieved. She was scared to death just now. Grandma, what's wrong? I just wanted to ask you if you hate Xiaoyu and if you want to be with Xiaoyu. After all, what happened between you was just an accident. But who would have thought you would think so much? They say old people tend to overthink things, and now it seems young people also tend to overthink things. At this moment, Grandma Yu was like a naughty old boy, and she made Su Shui'er feel so embarrassed that she couldn't do anything. Oh, Grandma, The shy and coquettish tone made Grandma Yi very happy. My daughter, tell Grandma the truth. Do you hate Xiaoyu? Do you want to be with him? Hearing this, Su Shui'er was silent for a moment, then glanced at Yiyu. Their eyes met, and the tenderness in their eyes could no longer be stopped from overflowing. Grandma, at the beginning, I really hated him. I hated him for ruining my future and for making me have 2 babies in my best years. But as time passed, and with what Yiyu did during this period, the hatred I had at the beginning, I now love him as much as I did. I don't hate him. I want to be with him because I already have his shadow in my heart. These 2 simple sentences put everyone at ease. Xue, Yi looked at Su Shui'er gently. Grandma Yi just laughed it off. Since the 2 liked each other, the rest was their business. She was old and couldn't care less. She looked at the little dumplings in the arms of Li Ping and his wife. Girl, can I take a look at the 2 babies? Chapter 74 Gaze. Su Shui'er was startled by Grandma Yi's words and waved her hands quickly. Grandma, you are my elder, and Ping Ping and Inan's grandmother. You don't need to tell me. Just hug me if you want. Su Shui'er hurriedly explained. And the moment she finished speaking, Li Ping and his wife came over with the 2 little kids in their arms. Mom, look quickly, this is Yiyu's child. Look, he looks exactly like Yiyu when he was a child. At this moment, and in Li Ping's arms was staring at Grandma, Yi curiously with her big eyes, and suddenly laughed. Ay. And the 2 chubby little hands were waving in the air, as if wanting a hug from Grandma. This surprised Su Shui'er, and she also felt a little jealous. This naughty girl and lets everyone hug her, but she just doesn't like me hugging her. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? While thinking, Li Ping had already handed it into Grandma Yi and gave her some instructions. Mom, Inan is a little naughty. Please pay attention. Naughty? How naughty can he be? Can he be as naughty as Xiaoyu was when he was a child? Can he be as naughty as Xiaoyu's father? Grandma Yi took it in with a gentle smile. Be naughty if you want. It's a child's nature. If a child isn't naughty, how can he be called a child? While speaking, Grandma Yi stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched Inan's chubby little face. And immediately burst into laughter, and her little hands struggled to grab Grandma Yi's fingers. Speaking in incomprehensible baby language. They looked at each other, one with envy and the other with curiosity. You were once me, and I will always be you. This is the cycle of life in this world, and no one can avoid it. Anan laughed even more happily, and even wanted to put Grandma Yi's fingers in her mouth and suck them. Silly baby, you can't eat this. Grandma Yi's tone was full of tenderness. Ping Ping, who was standing by, immediately felt unhappy when she saw her sister being so doted on by Grandma Yi. The 2 little hands kept waving in the air, wanting Grandma Yi to hug them. Good boy. How could Grandma not hold you? As soon as the voice fell, he handed Inan in his arms to Amelia Su. I don't know if it was because she was being held by Su Shui'er or because she was separated from Grandma Yi's arms. But in any case, the little girl was very unhappy. She stretched out her chubby little hands towards where Yiyu was standing, as if asking for a hug. Yiyu was so happy to see this. Sure enough, his daughter still liked her father. Stinky girl. Su Shui'er felt very aggrieved. It was clearly a piece of flesh that fell from her body, so why didn't she kiss him? Ping Ping stared at Grandma Yi's old face with her big eyes, and at the same time, she stretched out her little hand and pinched Grandma Yi's slightly weathered face. It was as if he had touched upon something very funny, and he laughed happily. Seeing that Grandma Yi liked the 2 little guys so much, Su Shui'er breathed a sigh of relief. I feel a little proud inside. Sure enough, the baby I gave birth to is loved by everyone. Why am I so annoying? After holding Ping Ping for a long time, Grandma Yi handed Ping Ping to Su Shui'er and stood up tremblingly. Mom, please slow down. Father Yi wanted to go forward to support her, but was pushed away by Grandma Yi. Go away, you little brat. I'm not old enough to need someone to support me. Ye's father had no choice but to stand aside and watch Grandma Yi walk into the inner room with concern. Hey, what's going on? Why did Mom suddenly come in? Li Ping was puzzled. She remembered that during the phone call, Grandma Yi had been worried about Yi Yu and the others, and had been looking forward to their return. Now that they were finally back, shouldn't she have visited them a little longer? Why did she go back to the inner room? I don't know. Maybe she's tired. Mom is old after all. Father Yi shook his head. He was also a little at a loss. Schwerer, Xiao Yu, Grandma is tired and is going to rest. I will take you back first. Hearing this, Amelia Sue nodded quickly. Just as they walked into the courtyard, Grandma Ye's voice suddenly sounded behind them. What are you doing? Did I let you go? Do you still respect an old lady like me? Upon hearing this, Ye's father and his companions hurriedly turned back. Did you let me go? I just went in to get something, and you left? Do you still take me seriously? Grandma Yi glared at Ye's father with dissatisfaction, at the same time knocked on his leg with the crutch in her hand. Hey, Mom, look at what you said. I thought you were tired and wanted a rest. Otherwise, how could I dare to let them go? Father Yi smiled innocently. Seeing Ye's father's silly smile, Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Since he was a child, every time Ye's father wanted to beat him, he would run to Grandma Ye's side and watch his father being beaten by Grandma Yi. Humph, I don't think you have the guts. Grandma Yi glared at Ye's father like a naughty child, then looked at Yi Yu and the others gently and patted the small stool beside her. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, come and sit with me quickly. Okay. Su Schwerer, like a good baby, quickly sat next to Grandma Yi. The moment Ping Ping saw Grandma Yi, he became excited again. Good boy. Seeing this, Grandma Yi reached out and teased Ping Ping again. After a while, seeing that Yi Yu and the other man were sitting next to her, Grandma Yi tremblingly took out a package from her pocket. Judging from the color alone, it must have been made a long time ago. Grandma, I asked you like that before, asking if you had any good treasures, but you always said no. Now you have taken out the treasures. Yi Yu spoke slowly. Hearing this, Grandma Yi ignored him and continued to open the tattered package. Layer upon layer, it is wrapped very tightly. When the package was opened, everyone was stunned to see that there were 2 pairs of silver bracelets in the package. If you look closely, you'll find that one pair of silver bracelets is embroidered with a dragon pattern, and the other pair is embroidered with a phoenix pattern. They are lifelike. At first glance, it gives people the illusion that the dragon and phoenix are alive. There are also 2 small bells hanging on the silver bracelets, which make a tinkling sound when the wind blows. The sounds seem to have the power to calm the mind and soul, and all the irritability disappeared in an instant. Looking at the 2 pairs of silver bracelets in her hands, Grandma Ye's eyes were filled with memories. Memories are everywhere I look. Chapter 75 Love. Some new parents have been struggling to decide whether to give their babies a gold bracelet or a silver bracelet. In fact, it is better to wear a silver bracelet because the silver bracelet represents peace and auspiciousness, and wearing silver jewelry also has many benefits. For one thing, the silver bracelet can absorb some toxic substances in the baby's body. Secondly, silver bracelets are relatively hard and not so easy to break. Sanlai silver products can generate a magnetic field within a certain range, release a large amount of silver ions, stimulate energy, and have health benefits for the human body. Another reason is that it is said that wearing silver jewelry can ward off evil spirits. So since ancient times, there has been a custom of letting children wear silver jewelry, which is beneficial for eliminating fetal toxins in the body and also plays a role in warding off evil spirits. Mom, you're really good at hiding it. I've been married to the Yi family for so many years, and I've never seen you have 2 pairs of dragon and phoenix silver bracelets. You didn't even take them out when Xiao Yu was born. Li Ping looked at Grandma Yi and smiled bitterly. She had always thought that the old lady didn't have any treasures, but now it seems that the old lady did have no treasures, but she hid them too deeply. Don't worry about it. What's yours is yours after all. What's not yours is useless even if you know it. Besides, it's not just you who doesn't know, even my sons don't know. Having said that, Grandma Yi looked at Li Ping and smiled. Is that so? Li Ping looked at Ye's father who was standing beside her. The latter waved his hands helplessly. He really didn't know about this matter. Mom, where did you hide these things? Why didn't I see these 2 pairs of silver bracelets when I often looked through your treasure chest when I was a child? Hearing this, Grandma Yi shook her head and smiled. I know all your little tricks. Decades have passed. Does it matter where you hide them? This silver bracelet was given to me by your father. Before he left, he told me that these dragon and phoenix bracelets were originally a pair. While I'm still alive, I want to give this bracelet to whoever in my family gives birth to twins. What a pity. At this point, Grandma Yi shook her head. My dad is such a fool. He has to hide this kind of thing. What if in the future? Having said this, Ye's father shut up, as if he had said too much. But Grandma Yi had already heard it and shook her head. Don't blame me. Blame your dad if you want to blame someone. Your dad said to just let nature take its course. If nothing else, it depends on who can be the first to discover the dragon and phoenix bracelets. Whoever discovers them first gets them. But now, this wish may be gone. Fortunately, my granddaughter-in-law gave me a surprise and gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Just then, Grandma Yi tremblingly took out the silver bracelet and put it on Ping Ping's hand. Ding Ling, ding Ling. Ping Ping was suddenly curious because a silver bracelet was put on her hand. She stretched out her hand and waved it continuously, making a tinkling sound. Ah, ah, ah. I feel so happy holding the two little bells. AA, seeing that her brother was already wearing a beautiful silver ring, and became a little anxious and opened her arms to want the silver bracelet in Grandma Ye's hand. Don't worry, sweetie, I'll put it on you right away. After putting on the silver bracelet with satisfaction, and was very happy and kept waving her little hands. Ding Ling, ding Ling, a beautiful sound of bells. Ah, ah, ah. Seeing the two little babies smiling happily, Grandma Yi and others also smiled happily. For the older generation, the happiest thing is to watch the baby grow up. Ping Ping, hurry up and thank Grandma. Su Schwerer shook Ping Ping in her arms, and the latter smiled brightly at Grandma Yi. Ah! The large courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. As the sky gradually darkened, Father Yi went to prepare a full moon banquet for the two little kids. While Li Ping and Grandma Yi looked after the two little kids. Su Schwerer and Yi Yu were in an air-conditioned room. Su Schwerer was lying on Yi Yu's legs, happily playing with her mobile phone, while Yi Yu was gently stroking her hair. Schwerer, your coming here not only took away the love of my parents, but also the kindness of my grandmother. Su, what do you mean by taking away? I'm such a gentle person. How could I possibly steal someone else's things? It's because I'm cute and my uncles, aunts, and grandma all like me. Su Schwerer curled her lips and felt happy. Before coming here, she was worried that Grandma Yi would dislike her, but now it seems that Grandma Yi is not as old-fashioned as Li Ping said, and she likes her very much. Now I'm the apple of everyone's eye. If you dare to bully me in the future, I will let Grandma beat you up. While speaking, Su Schwerer also gestured a threatening fist towards Yi Yu. This action made Yi Yu feel that Su Schwerer was very cute, and he directly pinched her little fist. Hey, Schwerer, you think too much. How could I bully you? I love you so much. TSK, don't look at me with that smile, or I'll label you a pervert. Amelia Su didn't dare to look directly into Yi Yu's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were full of aggression. Yeah? Yi Yu chuckled, then suddenly bent down, took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication. It smells so good. Feeling Yi Yu's hot breath, Su Schwerer's heart beat faster. Her face turned red, and there was a hint of ambiguity in the air. You are shameless. Get out of here, you big pervert. Hurry up and let me go. Ping Ping and Inen must be hungry now. I have to go feed them rations. Su Schwerer was very shy and quickly pushed Yi Yu away, but her strength was too weak, and she couldn't push him away at all. Schwerer, do you think Grandma and Mom are as inexperienced as us? Don't worry, we just need to have fun. Yi Yu chuckled and moved his body down a few more steps. They could feel each other's breathing. Schwerer, can I kiss you for a moment? Yi Yu couldn't help it, and some unreasonable thoughts arose in his mind. Su Schwerer is already stunningly beautiful, especially when she is shy, which adds a touch of unique beauty to her. What's more, under the orange light, she has even more exotic beauty. No, you big pervert, I don't want you to kiss me. Amelia Su quickly covered her face with her hands, but the next second, her fingers left a gap, as if she was peeking. I just happened to see you grinning evilly. Sir, I'm Heda. Yi was very moved by her reluctant yet willing behavior. Chapter 76 discovered. The bright red lips attracted Yi deeply. Just when he was about to kiss her. Bang! There was a sound of a door opening in the main hall, and the two men immediately separated like thieves. Especially Su Schwerer. She buried her head in the quilt. The next moment, Li Ping walked in holding it in. What are you two doing? Looking at the two of them, one buried his head in the quilt, and the other looked at a loss, as if he had done something wrong. No, we didn't do anything, nothing. Yi touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, his heart still pounding. But then he realized that Su Schwerer was his wife. So even if they didn't kiss, it wouldn't be illegal even if they did something else. Why'd he do this? Really didn't do anything? Li Ping squinted her eyes and looked at the two of them. As someone who had experienced this, she had already seen through it. Stinky boy, even though Schwerer's body is almost recovered, don't be too impatient. Wait a little longer. After all, there's still a long way to go. This sentence made Su Schwerer even more embarrassed, and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide herself in it. Ahem. Mom, I know. Yi replied quickly. The embarrassment on his face never disappeared, so he quickly changed the subject. Mom, is there something wrong with you carrying in here? It's okay, and it is just hungry and doesn't want to drink formula. So I brought her over and let Schwerer feed her breast milk. Schwerer, how long are you going to keep your head down? There was a hint of laughter in these words. Young people are just thin-skinned. Andy, I understand. I'll feed it in the rations right away. Her words were full of shame, and her little face had already turned red. She quickly took it in and started feeding Yi while carrying him on her back. Baji. The sound of eating rations made Yi distracted. He couldn't control his gaze and wanted to take a look, but the next moment, oh, Mom, my dear mother, can you please stop pulling my ears all the time? I'm already a father. Stop talking nonsense. So what if you're a father? In front of your mother, you will always be a son. Li Ping didn't care how Yi wailed. She just dragged him out of the bedroom. In the main room, Yi sat on the wooden sofa with his hands covering his ears and grinning, looking at Li Ping with a resentful look on his face. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. I'm already a father, but why does my mother still like to pinch my ears? I didn't do anything wrong. I just flirted with my wife. What happened to me? Is it necessary to treat me like this? Don't look at me like that, you little brat. Let me tell you, even if Schwerer's body hasn't fully recovered, you can't do anything lewd without Schwerer's permission. Really? When you were little, I gave you so many great lessons. Now it seems like it was all for nothing. The son I raised for over 20 years has turned into a pervert. It seems I need to keep my two babies away from you. Otherwise, what if they become perverts under your subtle influence one day? Li Ping's tone and eyes were full of disappointment in him, and she even wanted to teach him a lesson. This scared Yi, and he quickly begged for mercy. Mom, my dear mom, my good mom, I really know I was wrong. I remember this. From now on, as long as Schwerer doesn't agree, I will never do anything obscene. Mom, I can promise you that I will never do anything inappropriate in front of the two babies. I promise to raise them to be princes and princesses. I feel extremely aggrieved. I did nothing wrong, but now I'm accused of being the wrongdoer. To put it nicely, I feel guilty as a son and a father. To put it bluntly, my current situation is even harder than being a grandson. Snort. You said it. If I see you acting like a pervert again, I'll really use the family rules. I promise there won't be any. I promise there won't be any. After hearing Yi's oath, Li Ping said a few more dangerous words before leaving. Alas, people who don't know the truth would think I'm a live-in son-in-law. Looking at Li Ping's departing back, Yi felt extremely aggrieved. Schwerer is my woman. I want to see her. Yi chuckled, walked straight into the bedroom, and locked the door tightly. You big pervert, why are you here? Didn't Annie tell you to reflect on your actions outside? Although the two were talking in the living room, the soundproofing of the room was not very good, and Su Schwerer was eavesdropping, so she could hear everything clearly. Schwerer, you still have a nerve to laugh. When Mom was scolding me just now, you didn't even say a word for me. After all, you acquiesced just now. Yi looked at Su Schwerer with resentment, and the look of Su Schwerer wanting to refuse but not to accept just now appeared in his mind. You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to do anything naughty to me again. Also, how could I have been so reluctant just now? You were the one threatening me. If you bring this up again, I'll tell not only Auntie, but Uncle too, and have them teach you a lesson. Sue Schwerer pretended to be fierce, but she was actually very embarrassed inside. Just now, she seemed to be reluctant. But I'm a little fairy. How could a little fairy have such shameful thoughts? Anyway, no one saw it except you, so I just have to deny it. Yi was completely speechless. Well, it was all his fault, but he was very happy in his heart because it meant that the relationship between them had deepened. AA, at this moment, and then also stopped eating his rations, looked at Sue Schwerer with his big, bright eyes, and uttered a burst of baby talk in agreement. You little bitch, you betrayed me just because I had food? I'll see if I can hug you again in the future. Yi was so angry that his teeth were itching. At this moment, he was really abandoned by everyone. Ha! Seeing this scene, Sue Schwerer laughed happily and pinched Anne's little face. You little bitch, don't you despise me? Why don't you despise me when you're hungry? Looking at Anne, who was smiling foolishly at her in her arms, Sue Schwerer was really furious. A typical ungrateful person. When he is full, he disdains me and doesn't let me hug him. When he is hungry, he smiles at me in all kinds of ways. He is so cute. And then smiled sweetly at Amelia Sue, as if trying to please her. Mom, I don't dislike you. I love you the most. Am I not saying daddy for you? After he finished speaking, he continued to eat his rations. Baji. Yi felt itchy after hearing this. Chapter 77, One Step Further. Ding Ling. After eating, and then lay on the bed and kept shaking the silver bracelet on her wrist. The two little bells made a tinkling sound, which filled Anne's little head with great curiosity. I kept touching the small bells on the silver bracelet, not understanding why these two small balls could make such nice sounds. While shaking the little bell, laugh happily, and repeat this cycle. Babies in this period are particularly excited about sounds and will be curious about things that make sounds. That's strange. Yi, why isn't it so excited? Why isn't she sleepy? Sue Schwerer's words were full of helplessness. She had been waiting for the moment when Anne fell asleep. After all, it was her first time in the countryside, and she was full of curiosity about everything around her. She wanted you to take her out for some fun, but Anne was not sleepy at all. Anne has grown up a lot and is no longer the same as before. How could she fall asleep so quickly after just eating? While speaking, Yi's eyes were fixed on the two bulging rations on Sue Schwerer's chest, and he was secretly shocked. That's really strange. I heard that when a woman is breastfeeding, her rations will become much smaller because the baby eats too much. But why do I feel that Schwerer's rations have not become smaller, but have become larger? It's not a feeling. It's very obvious when you see it with your eyes. Yi, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I said Anne is full, but I'm not full yet. I want to eat too. The moment the words came out of his mouth, Yi knew something was wrong because he spoke too quickly. You filthy scoundrel, you pervert, you have no shame,